Chapter 361. Li Xiaoshan stood in the passageway, his right hand making a slamming motion. He was clearly slamming into thin air, but when it landed, it transformed into a fireball. The fireball exploded, tearing the engineer rats apart, filling the air with a pungent, burnt smell. Li Xiaoshan was someone who had unexpectedly gained a special ability. Before contracting the plague, he was just an ordinary level 2 hunter. He didn't know how he had suddenly acquired the power of fire. Excited, he came to the front lines and began his personal performance. Fireballs rained down one after another, seemingly without restraint. The engineer rats' charges were frantic, but they couldn't keep up with the speed at which the flames scorched them. The flames turned the iron plates on the ground red hot, and the engineer rats crawling on them hissed and smoked. You can even improve your strength like this? I never even dared to dream of it. Salmon, who was about to retreat to rest, endured his injuries, and stayed to watch Li Xiaoshan's performance, his eyes filled with envy. Now you know, are you going to try it out? The Western cowboy asked, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. No way. Salmon exclaimed, startled. You're kidding. It's a plague. Who dares to try? Vaccines aren't foolproof. People still die after the first shot. Fortune favors the bold, the cowboy said. Over 20,000 people, and only one person gains this ability. The probability is too low. You might as well choose electric shocks. I heard groundhogs gain their abilities after being shocked. Salmon didn't want to take the risk. At least with electric shocks, he could control the voltage. That makes sense, but rodents are frequently shocked. Could they also gain special abilities? The cowboy suddenly worried. You little brat. I can't keep up with your train of thought. Salmon paused, taken aback. Everyone's at level 5, and you and I are still stuck. Aren't you worried? The cowboy asked. Worried? Salmon nodded honestly. Then you have to take risks. A horse won't get fat without night grazing, the cowboy said. That's not risking your life, that's suicide. Salmon was still quite clear-headed. Chance events, like accidents, are one thing, but not another. Coward. The cowboy glared at him. It's not cowardice, it's that you're impatient. Only by calming down can you build a solid foundation. Taking risks to reach level 5 without a stable foundation will be more harmful in the future, Salmon said. You're not that old. Why do you talk like an old man? The cowboy's expression changed slightly. He admitted he was indeed anxious. Before, everyone was on the same level, but now everyone was rushing ahead, and he could only see their taillights, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. Li Xiaoshan's done for. As soon as Salmon finished speaking, the others noticed that Li Xiaoshan's movement suddenly paused, and his attack speed noticeably slowed down, with the fireballs he launched becoming significantly smaller. The soldiers behind him also noticed this, and some began checking their ammunition, preparing to provide backup. It shouldn't have been more than an hour, right? Salmon asked. 49 minutes. Western cowboy glanced at his watch. Li Xiaoshan's lethality reached the standard of a level 5 hunter, but his stamina was insufficient. In a battlefield like this, an hour was far from enough. Level 5 hunters, like the monks of Wutai Mountain, Su Dian, and Feng Yao had stamina that could last a day and a night. Li Xiaoshan's stamina was less than a fraction of that of a level 5 hunter. His adventurous spirit had subsided. This ability wasn't bad, but it felt like a stripped-down version, a flaw in itself. It was still more reliable to gain power through legitimate advancement. Li Xiaoshan persisted for 59 minutes, his fireball shrinking to the size of a fist, insufficient to eliminate large numbers of engineer rats. When he retreated, he was pale and could barely stand. This is your first time using this ability, you're still getting used to it. You improve after some practice. Li Jushu patted Li Xiaoshan's shoulder. Thank you for the encouragement, Station Chief. I will try my best. Li Xiaoshan nodded vigorously, looking at Li Jushu's retreating figure with admiration. Li Jushu took Li Xiaoshan's place. The moment the tiger-headed saber unleashed its invisible blade energy, the engineer rat seemed blocked by a wall, unable to advance. All those that bumped into him were swiftly and cleanly sliced in half. Late at night, Li Jushu retreated, covered in wounds. His clothes, once taken off, were discarded, they were unwearable. The walls were tattered and torn, bearing the marks of the sapper rat's bites and claws. Furthermore, the sapper rat's splattered blood carried a large number of toxic bacteria, posing a significant health risk. Enduring the pain, he washed himself clean, applied medicine, cultivated, rested, and rose at dawn to continue the battle day after day. He was mainly responsible for frontline food, logistics, and internal affairs, while Zhong Wuyan was in charge. The two divided the work, but this didn't mean Li Jushu paid no attention to logistics. The consumption of red crystals was enormous. At the current rate, they would be gone in at most half a month. At that time, the sapper rats would be able to cross the chasm without any resistance, then proceed smoothly to the foot of the city wall. Knowing this was one thing, but there was nothing they could do. Their only hope lay with scientists like Yu Qingjin and Jiamengyi, who could quickly develop a second vaccine to fight off the engineer rats' attacks. However, plans were constantly changing. Before the red crystals had even burned out, new problems arose. Disaster fireworks lit up the sky over Settlement 12, their brilliance shining through the night. Everyone at Base 9 saw them. Ordinary people were relieved to be at Base 9, whose defenses were quite solid. Those patients and their families, who had come to Base 9 because of the plague, were filled with lingering fear. They had struggled for a long time before choosing Base 9, constantly unsure if it was the right or wrong choice. At this moment, they had no regrets. Choosing Base 9 was the right decision. Li Jushu and the others were now in a bind. Should they save them or not? Unable to decide alone, he invited Huang Yuanche, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, Lui Feng, and others to the meeting room. As everyone knows, they sent out distress fireworks from Gathering Point 12. There's no one else around, they were just sending them for us. Should we rescue them or not? Let's discuss it, Li Jushu said. I don't recommend rescuing them. It's too dangerous. Feng Diao was the first to speak. He had no goodwill towards Yu Jinghua and the others from Base 3. I also don't recommend rescuing them. They're not ordinary people. Even if we rescue them, who will be in charge is still a problem. The issue of the commander's platform agreement hasn't been resolved yet, Guiguan said. Nobody knows how long the engineer rat attack will last. Our situation at Base 9 is relatively stable right now, but I think we should still reinforce our manpower as a precaution, Yuan Qiongqi said. This matter needs to be viewed from two perspectives. One is the power structure. Yu Jinghua and his group are troublesome. The other is the ordinary hunters. They are beneficial to us, Huang Yuanche said, his words essentially meaningless. Before rescuing them, we can just remove Yu Jinghua from her position as station chief. Since she couldn't protect Gathering Point 12, it means she's not qualified to be station chief. Or we can demote her to deputy station chief. That way, the command platform agreement won't threaten us anymore. The survivors are all elites. It would be a pity if they died. Recruiting them is the best option. Su Tian, as expected of someone who had been a station chief, immediately solved the biggest problem with his words. Shong Wuyan's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Chapter 362. With the biggest problem solved, the discussion shifted from whether to rescue him to how to do it, how many people to send, and how much equipment to deploy. Finally, someone needed to be sent to deliver a message, or rather, to convey the message from Base 9. Rescuing him was possible, but first, they needed to remove Yu Jinghua from his position as station chief. With the chief in charge, the rescue team probably wouldn't be able to come. The journey was too dangerous, so it was understandable that they couldn't arrive. They believed that anyone from Base 3, unless they were foolish, would make the right choice. Groundhog, he can safely travel between the two places. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi recommended Groundhog. After the meeting, Li Jushu arrived at the cell. Opening the door, a strong stench wafted out. He immediately covered his nose, not daring to go in, his face full of disgust. Why does it smell so bad? This guy might be suffering from water and soil incompatibility. He keeps having diarrhea and won't take his pants off. The guards were also innocent. They had endured the stench the longest and were practically numb to it. The groundhog, huddled in the corner, overheard the two guards' words and blushed with shame, a mixture of anger and grievance. Did he not want to take off his pants? His arms were twisted into a pretzel. He couldn't even hold a spoon, let alone take them off. At least clean it up a bit. It's a perfectly good cell. Don't ruin it, Li Jushu said. The groundhog was even angrier. Was I not even as good as a cell? We asked the old man to clean it every day and change his pants. But this guy has a bad stomach. It's been almost a month, and he still hasn't adapted to our food. He poops several times a day, irregularly, the guard said helplessly. It wasn't like he was taking care of a baby. He couldn't change the groundhog's pants 24/7. He was, after all, a prisoner, and didn't deserve such good treatment. I remember there were diapers in the supplies, right? Just put one on him, and everything will be solved, Li Jushu said. We didn't think of that, one guard said, looking embarrassed. Another guard, more quick-witted, ran to find the cleaning staff to help clean the groundhog. Li Jushu waited in a different cell. When the groundhog was brought in, he had been changed into clean clothes, not quite fitting, but clean. Whether it was the cleaning staff or a guard, They had sprayed him with perfume to mask the stench of feces and urine. The groundhog's face was stern, but his eyes were filled with anger. Your hands and feet, if you don't treat them, they'd be permanently useless. Li Jushu's first words made the groundhog's expression change. This was what he had been worried about. He had tried various methods to restore his arms and feet, but all had failed, only exacerbating the pain. He knew that such methods would cause enormous damage to the body. If you become useless, then you have no value. Seeing the groundhog's ever-changing expression, Li Jushu said slowly, I count to 10. If you haven't made a decision by then, I decide for you. 10, 9, 8, 8. The groundhog's whole body tensed, his face a mixture of anger, resentment, and grievance. He had never suffered such humiliation and injustice in his life. He wanted to die, but he was unwilling to accept it. Li Jushu's coldness made him feel the breath of death, and as the numbers decreased, his fear grew stronger. 3, 2. Almost as soon as the word 1 was uttered, the groundhog shouted, I surrender. I do whatever you tell me to do. Why didn't you do this sooner? Why suffer so much? We're not enemies. Planet 10,000 Beast has entered a period of mutual assistance. Don't you know that? Open your mouth, Li Jushu said. The groundhog instinctively opened its mouth, but before it could react, a pill shot from Li Jushu's hand and slid down its throat. What did you give me? The groundhog roared, its face full of unease. Poison. Li Jushu didn't hide anything, completely ignoring the groundhog's fiery glare, and smiled, Don't worry, it's not that easy to take effect. It only happens once a month. As long as you're obedient, the antidote won't be a problem. Of course, you can try other options, that's your freedom. The poison was given to him by Zhang Bauer, the pharmaceutical company, while developing drugs, occasionally also produce some poisons. I already said I surrendered, I won't. Groundhog's angry words were interrupted by a few cracking sounds. Li Jushu grabbed his hands and feet, simply twisted, pulled, and tugged, then released him. A long-lost comfort returned to Groundhog's body. In just a few seconds, the excruciating pain that had tormented Groundhog for countless days vanished, replaced by unimaginable comfort. Groundhog had never imagined that a normal body could be such a blissful thing. Take this letter to Gathering Point 12, and give it to Yujinghua. It's best to leave now, and quickly. They sent out a distress signal with fireworks an hour ago. I believe you understand what I mean. Li Jushu placed the letter written by Zhong Wuyan into Groundhog's hand. Groundhog left without a word, taking the letter. Unbeknownst to the Groundhog, only 4 hours after his departure, a convoy of 30 armored vehicles emerged from Base 9, encompassing 2/3 of the base's elite forces. The base would experience a temporary power vacuum, which would be filled by stockpiled ammunition, weapons, and electricity. Li Jushu had calculated this numerous times. Given their combat strength, a day would suffice for their departure. The return journey might be more complicated. Rescuing people is always arduous, likely requiring 2 or 3 days, but in any case, it wouldn't exceed 5 days. If it couldn't be accomplished in 5 days, he would abandon it. The Groundhog was unaware of Li Jushu's swift departure, and the high-ranking officers of Base 3, including Yujinghua, were even more surprised. With 3 heavy armored vehicles leading the way, the engineer rats, despite being twice their size, couldn't withstand the crushing weight of the armored vehicles, and were instantly reduced to mincemeat. The engineer rats were more intelligent. Some would avoid the frontal attacks of the armored vehicles, instead attacking from the side, a skill lacking in ordinary rodents. Li Xiaoshan gloriously became the vanguard. Standing atop the first armored vehicle, he unleashed fireballs one after another, rendering the engineer rats helpless. Li Xiaoshan could easily attack them, but they couldn't reach him. Standing beside Li Xiaoshan was Huang Yuanche. All the engineer rats that approached the armored vehicle were dismembered. Li Jushu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Su Dian, Yuan Qiongqi, and others were on the roofs or hanging from the sides of the vehicles, eliminating as many engineer rats as possible. The vehicles were stocked with a large number of bombs and other weapons, but no one used them. The reason was simple. Yujinghua and the others' distress call indicated they were desperate. These weapons would be most effective when used for rescue. Right now, everyone was full of energy, so they conserved their strength. There was no other way. Having lost contact with their home planet, they had to be extremely careful with their resources. When Li Jushu's convoy was 30 kilometers from Settlement 12, a groundhog emerged from the roadside, bringing Yujinghua's reply. She agreed to the request, and was demoted from station manager to deputy station manager. Chapter 363. Well done. Li Jushu patted the groundhog on the shoulder. The groundhog's body was stiff, showing no reaction whatsoever. It wasn't that he didn't react, but rather that he couldn't react in time. Li Jushu's movements were too fast. By the time he tried to dodge, Li Jushu's hand had already been removed from his shoulder, a warning. Last time, so many people were mobilized to capture him, not because he was so powerful, but because they didn't understand him. Now that they understood, capturing him would be a piece of cake. Speed up, Big Ben, it's your turn to work. Li Jushu jumped onto the roof of the vehicle. So far, the convoy hadn't lost a single person. Big Ben immediately ordered people to bring out feed and scatter it along both sides of the road. Since the engineer rats appeared, Base 9 hadn't used the feed tactic. The engineer rats didn't suspect anything. The aroma of the feed was irresistible, and they eagerly ate it. The engineer rats had relatively strong resistance, and it took about 3 minutes for them to begin to die from the poison. First, it became sluggish and weak, then, blood flowed from its 7 orifices, it went blind, and finally, it died. The final 30 kilometers, at the speed of the chariots, could be covered in less than half an hour. But everyone knew things wouldn't be so simple. This last leg was the most dangerous, because the density of engineer rats was at its highest. The feed would attract their attention and eliminate them. An hour and a few minutes later, the convoy arrived at Settlement 12. No one was visible on the city walls. Just half an hour earlier, the walls had fallen, forcing the defending soldiers to retreat into the settlement, using the terrain to defend against the engineer rats. Charge in. Li Jushu stood atop the chariot, looking at the walls, densely packed with engineer rats. Ordinary rodents would have difficulty climbing the walls. The settlement had been designed with climbing in mind, using special slippery materials for its outer walls. However, the engineer rat's sharp claws could easily tear through materials, embedding themselves deeply into the walls, climbing up bit by bit like a human climbing a mountain with an ice axe. The engineer rats' heads were small, their intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary rodents, but still far weaker than humans. When the city gate opened, only nearby engineer rats saw it and entered. The others, not seeing the gate, chose to climb the wall, thus dispersing their numbers. The convoy rushed into the settlement, intending to use electric shocks to eliminate a group of engineer rats in the central circular plaza, but discovered the circuit was faulty, rendering this method unusable. Thank goodness, you finally come. Jong Kook held a dagger, covered in blood, half from engineer rats, half his own. Jong Kook stood on the 3rd floor of a building. The floors below were already dominated by engineer rats. Can you jump down? Li Jushu's question had a somewhat mocking tone. I have no problem jumping down, but some brothers. Jong Kook gave a wry smile, his arrogance from their last meeting gone. Feng Diao Zhou Bujio. Li Jushu called out, and 2 level 5 hunters led the way, followed by 10 level 4 hunters, quickly clearing a safe passage. Jong Kook's men quickly carried or slung their wounded brothers down the stairs. The most seriously injured was none other than Great Shark, a deputy legion commander, who had to be carried down the stairs, a testament to the intensity of the battle. Thank you. Great Shark opened his eyes, as he passed Fengdiao, a look of shame on his face. We are not enemies, the engineer rats are, Fengdiao said magnanimously. The previous grudge had no effect on him. He wasn't the one who suffered a loss, and his mindset was excellent. Jong Kook was the last to come down. This legion commander was quite responsible. Send the wounded into the wagons. Those who can still fight, come and get your weapons, Guishan Feng shouted. Jong Kook's legion soldiers were all elite, but many were demoralized, a result of prolonged lack of rest. In this state, close combat was practically suicide. Firearms were far more effective against them. Why are you the only ones? Where are the others? Li Jushu asked. Jong Kook's group only numbered a little over 100. He couldn't believe an entire legion had been reduced to so few men. I was responsible for covering the retreat, so I was slower. The others have already retreated to the center, Jong Kook explained. Lead the way. Li Jushu tossed him a level 3 nutrient solution. Follow me. After drinking it, Jong Kook's spirits lifted, and confidence returned to his eyes. He was the legion commander. He couldn't let anyone look down on him. To increase their chances of survival, Yu Jinghua led the people in the settlement to split up their forces, sending dozens of people to one building and dozens more to another. This had the advantage of dispersing the engineer rats, allowing more people to survive, as the building floors provided more depth for the residents. However, for the rescue team, this dispersed deployment significantly increased the difficulty of the rescue operation. But since they were already there, they couldn't abandon the effort. They had to rescue building by building. Fortunately, the engineer rats were also scattered, and Base 9 could still manage. Women and children, the wounded, get in the vehicles. Everyone else, collect your weapons, and fight the engineer rats together. At each building, Li Jushi would shout this command. When people are tense, their minds easily go blank, and they don't know what to do. At such times, having someone to direct them helps them quickly regain order. Without direction, some people's behavior becomes quite strange. However, some were disobedient. Often, Jong Kook would slap them, and the disobedient would instantly become obedient. But there were exceptions, like now. The able-bodied young man was the first to squeeze into the carriage, followed by his 4 hunter bodyguards. They occupied the entire vehicle, preventing anyone else from entering. Young man, you're able-bodied. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to take seats from the injured? Guishafeng spoke relatively politely. I am Chao Fuyuan of the Gene Xian group. You should know my identity, right? The young man's casual remark caused everyone's expression to change. The Gene Xian group was a giant in the mining industry. No mine owner was easy to mess with, and the founder of the Gene Xian group was surnamed Chao. The injured men, initially angry about not being able to board, instantly paled upon hearing Chao Fuyuan's identity. They dared not try to board anymore, instead taking a few steps back. The soldiers from Base 9, who were about to escort them out, also stopped. Jong Kook's lips moved slightly, but he held back from speaking. These are extraordinary times. We have a limited number of chariots. There's no need to waste space. Guishafeng frowned, his tone softening unconsciously. I don't like riding in a chariot with strangers, Chao Fuyuan said. A hint of displeasure flashed across Guishafeng's face, but he dared not argue, instinctively glancing at Li Jushu. Chapter 364. You must have brought food. I haven't eaten all day. Chao Fuyuan looked at Guishafeng like a leader looking at a subordinate. Guishafeng's lips twitched. Chao Fuyuan from Gene Xian Group, right. Now I give you 2 choices. First, the 4 of them get off, the rest of you get on. Second, all 5 of you get off, the rest of you get on. Li Jushu, who had been slaughtering ahead, took a step back and looked back at the young man in the car, his eyes icy. Wearing a handsome white suit, especially a white one, in this environment, suggested either extreme arrogance or a mental problem. His pale complexion and thin lips gave him a difficult-to-approach air. You're Night Owl, aren't you? Do you know what you're saying? Chao Fuyuan was stunned. He hadn't expected a deputy station chief to speak to him like that. Can't you understand human language? Li Jushu's voice rose several decibels. Are you sure you want to offend me? Chao Fuyuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. If you don't choose, I will choose for you, Li Jushu said. I remember you. A flash of anger crossed Chao Fuyuan's eyes. Seeing the menacing soldiers around him, he had no choice but to compromise, his face dark as he ordered his 4 bodyguards out of the vehicle. The instant the 4 bodyguards jumped off the vehicle, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Chao Fuyuan was shot between the eyebrows and fell backward. His eyes were wide open, his expression filled with disbelief and a hint of confusion. He never expected anyone to dare kill him. He was Chao Fuyuan. Li Jushu nonchalantly tucked his pistol back into his calf. After a moment of shock, the 4 bodyguards almost simultaneously drew their guns and aimed at Li Jushu. Before they could pull the trigger, a flash of light appeared, and the 4 men clutched their necks and fell to the ground. What the hell? Daring to lay a hand on the station chief? Feng Yao scoffed, then rushed forward to block the swarming sapper rats. Don't just stand there. Saving lives is the priority. Li Jushu glanced at Jong Kook, a complex expression flashing across Jong Kook's face before he suddenly fell silent. He realized the biggest difference between Li Jushu and the others wasn't his unfathomable fighting prowess, but his audacity. What level of enterprise was the Gene Xian group? Even on the mother planet, it was a behemoth. A single grain of sand falling from it could truly kill an ordinary person. To escort Chao Fuyuan safely from Base 3 to Settlement 12, Yu Jinghua specially arranged for 3 armored vehicles to escort him, providing the best food, the best medicine, the best weapons, and the most elite soldiers. Chao Fuyuan enjoyed resources second only to Yu Jinghua himself. Everyone understood Yu Jinghua's intentions, no one objected. If Base 3 wants to regain its former glory, it will be impossible without the support of a large corporation. If Chao Fuyuan, mindful of the life-saving debt, were to favor Base 3 in terms of support, Base 3 would benefit immensely. Therefore, no one saw anything wrong with giving Chao Fuyuan special treatment. Li Jushu's actions shattered Jong Kook's illusions. He suddenly realized that this was an escape, not a relocation. Anyone could die at any moment. Everyone had to be of one mind and united to overcome the crisis. The entire team could only have one voice and one command. If Chao Fuyuan's problem wasn't addressed, there would be a second, a third, countless Chao Funs, which would be extremely detrimental to their escape. Li Jushu's team also demonstrated exceptional execution capabilities, something his own legion couldn't match. While the middle and lower-ranking soldiers were roughly equal in strength, Li Jushu's men displayed greater combat effectiveness due to their superior execution. The rescue operation went more smoothly afterward. Occasionally, a few troublemakers tried to take advantage of the situation, but Jungkook simply slapped them across the face. Behave yourself. If you don't listen, I leave you here. Don't tell me you're someone's son or grandson, it won't matter. If you die here, no one will know. Many of them were bullies who preyed on the weak. Jungkook had previously been kind to them, and they had become accustomed to taking advantage of his kindness. Now that Jungkook was no longer concerned with saving face, they instantly recognized reality. Those who needed to take up weapons did so, and those who needed to squeeze into the same carriage as the others did so. Living was more important than anything else, face was meaningless. By the time the rescue reached Yujinhua's location, Li Jushu's convoy was also full and couldn't take any more people. Yujinhua was with Zhang Kuejiu and other high-ranking officials. Because of the presence of the powerful Xiaomubai, their casualties were minimal. You decide who else to rescue, but you better solve the tank problem. I estimate we won't reach base 9 on foot, Li Jushu said frankly. There was no need for formalities with Yujinhua. We have tanks. You lead the way, we follow. If we can't keep up, it's just bad luck. Yujinhua, though a woman, spoke and acted with more conviction than any man. No wonder she was able to smoothly take over the old station chief's position. The remaining survivors were hiding inside the building, next to a garage where the tanks were already fully fueled and waiting. At Zhang Kuejiu's command, the residents quickly rushed down the open staircase and orderly entered the tanks. Huang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, Li Shaoshan lead the way through the south gate. Armored vehicles follow. Flamethrowers, after exiting, block the engineer rats on both sides. Old Pipe, Weevil, cover the rear. Wutai Mountain Monk, Su Dian Yu too. Li Jushu issued over a dozen orders in one breath, and the convoy immediately sprang into action. The convoy's biggest fear was stalling. Once it was moving, safety increased significantly. At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy for the engineer rats to gnaw on the wheels or jump onto the vehicles. Although Li Jushu's initial plan was to rescue the people and then drive away, with Yujinhua's group following behind. If they could keep up, they would survive. If not, it was just bad luck. He ultimately couldn't bear to do it. Many of the passengers in the carriages were children. He blocked the main street, his tiger-headed saber unleashing an invisible blade of energy, like the surging yellow river, relentlessly pushing forward. No matter how fiercely the engineer rats charged, they couldn't break through his blockade. Tan Jingru and Heishenya blocked the other two exits to ensure the safety of Yujinhua's convoy. The remaining exit was blocked by Jungkook, Squid, and Hermit Crab. All three were injured and quickly became overwhelmed. At the critical moment, Golden Leopard appeared with his men, Scalpel, Mole, and Water Buffalo. The 6 of them finally blocked the exit. The last chariot rushed out of the city gate. Li Jushu shouted to Jungkook and his 6 men, "You go first." Jungkook and his 6 men didn't even have time to thank him before turning and running. As experts from Base 3, they had originally intended to cover the rear. Although Li Jushu and his group were reinforcements, they were still guests. There was no reason to leave guests behind when the hosts ran away. However, they simply couldn't hold out any longer. Face was more important than substance. As the water buffalo ran, a sapper rat dangled from its rump, swinging back and forth with every step. The buffalo was in excruciating pain, its face turning pale. Fortunately, Li Jushu showed some kindness, slicing the sapper rat in two with a flash of his blade, easing its suffering. "Retreat," Li Jushu commanded. Tan Jingru and Heishenya swiftly withdrew. The sapper rats from the 3 intersections surged forward like a burst dam. Li Jushu took a deep breath, his tiger-head saber's aura surging. Facing thousands upon thousands of sapper rats alone, though only 3 seconds had passed, it felt like 3 centuries. "Run!" Tan Jingru and Heishenya simultaneously unpacked their backpacks and threw them away. The backpacks were filled with bombs, which exploded violently upon hitting the swarm of sapper rats. Boom! 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 Chapter 365. The blade flashed like lightning, disappearing in an instant. 2 engineer rats that pounced on the chariot from mid-air were cleaved in 2. The water buffalo only realized what was happening above him when the corpses fell on him, breaking out in a cold sweat. Li Jushu, Heishenya, and Tan Jingru leaped onto the chariot. The engineer rats had also recovered from the violent explosion. The streets were covered in black again in a dozen seconds, spreading outwards from the city at an alarming speed, almost as fast as the chariots. This wasn't the most dangerous part. The most dangerous part was the engineer rats on both sides. Big Ben had already dumped all the feed, but it had only attracted a portion of the engineer rats. The remaining engineer rats surged towards the convoy like a tidal wave. Everyone was desperately killing engineer rats. Those with guns used guns, those without used daggers, sticks, iron bars, etc. Bombs were thrown like water, the explosions never ceasing. But there were simply too many engineer rats. They couldn't be killed all at once. Li Jushu, Tan Jingru, and He Shenyu quickly jumped off the chariot, forming 3 solid blocks against the sapper rats from 3 directions. But this was far from enough. A scream rang out. Li Jushu turned his head, and saw a soldier hanging on the outside of the chariot whose arm had been bitten off by the sapper rats. He fell to the ground, and was instantly overwhelmed by the rats, his bones churning. The scream abruptly stopped. To save as many people as possible, the roof of the chariot was filled with people. The combat personnel were mostly hanging on the outside or back of the chariot. This was a dangerous tactic, but it was the only option. Soldiers continued to die, their dying screams chilling. Yujinghua's side actually had many skilled fighters, but the prolonged battle had severely depleted their stamina, consequently reducing their combat effectiveness. However, this wasn't absolute. 3 individuals among them remained particularly conspicuous. A burly man, nearly 2.3 meters tall, wielded a spiked club. A standard level 5 hunter, his arms possessed immense strength. Even if he didn't directly strike a sapper rat, the mere gust of wind from it would be fatal, either dead or severely injured. The effect of his club striking the ground was strikingly similar to that of a weevil. A young man with primal features wielded an iron chain with unparalleled skill. The chain was as thick as 2 fingers joined together, and about 20 meters long. In his hands, the chain was more obedient than a child's, sometimes spinning like a wheel, sometimes striking from one side. The shadows of swords, clubs, spears, whips, and meteor hammers could be seen on the chain, its variations endless, its power unmatched. The last man, with a sallow complexion and medium build, whose age was difficult to determine, had his backpack and clothing pockets crammed with steel balls. With a hissing sound, 2 engineer rats running a dozen meters away suddenly rolled, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Upon closer inspection, a bloody hole was visible in their heads. The steel balls had penetrated deep into their brain tissue. The power of the steel balls was comparable to bullets. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to hit even 1 engineer rat, as they are constantly moving, not stationary targets. This man always fired 2 steel balls at once, killing 2 engineers rats simultaneously, with very few misses. Regardless of how many steel balls were in his pockets, his backpack alone likely contained no fewer than 2 or 3,000, indicating thorough preparation. However, compared to engineer rats, they were insignificant. Zhang Cook, Golden Leopard, and Scalpel were still able to fight, but Mole and Water Buffalo, due to their severe injuries, had to lie on the roof of the vehicle, awaiting treatment. Li Jushu's convoy had 2 doctors, but they were too far away to come. The number of doctors in Yujinghua's team was unknown, but they probably wouldn't be able to reach the back of the convoy either. The Water Buffalo, the Mole, and the other wounded could only tough it out. If they were lucky, they would be treated at the base. If they couldn't hold on, they could only blame their bad luck. The convoy was enormous. Yujinghua's side had over 500 tanks, transport vehicles, and other vehicles, stretching for over 10 kilometers. The biggest problem with such a large convoy was its slow speed. The sapper rats from several kilometers along both sides of the road were attracted to it, and the convoy was truly fighting its way through. The defensive line was too long. Even though the skilled soldiers had tried to maintain distance, there were still many gaps, leaving the soldiers to rely solely on themselves. Some soldiers, fearing death, only cared about themselves and lacked a sense of the bigger picture. As a result, the tires or other parts of their tanks were chewed up by the sapper rats, causing the vehicles to stall. In such cases, repairs were impossible. If the crew could quickly climb onto a passing vehicle, they were saved, otherwise, they were abandoned. "Save me, please save me. I don't want to die. I'm only 18. I don't want to die. Can you rescue my wife? I don't care if I die, please save my wife. She can't die." After passing another abandoned vehicle, the cries of pleading tugged at everyone's hearts, but no one dared to stop. Stopping wouldn't change anything. The rearguard vehicles were like treasure chests, carrying everything imaginable. They had rescued everyone they could along the way, and now the vehicles were crammed full, severely overloaded. The combat personnel could barely move. The stronger soldiers had already jumped off, giving up their positions. So, it wasn't that everyone was heartless, there was simply no room. Li Jushu, seeing the young man inside the vehicle, was also helpless. He couldn't possibly carry someone the entire way. Having another person on his back would inevitably hinder his performance, potentially leading to the deaths of several more soldiers. Saving one person meant losing several. It was simply not worth it. A tank was crammed with so many people, like sardines packed together. Saving anyone was difficult. The best course of action was to ignore it. Pleading voices quickly turned to curses. The abandoned tank, seeing the convoy disappear, understood its fate. Hope turned to despair, resentment arose, and the curses soon turned to screams. The screams grew weaker and weaker until they disappeared completely, as the tank was swallowed up by the engineer rats. The tank, suddenly stalled, stopped in the middle of the road. The impatient engineer rats swarmed forward, startling the tanks behind, who quickly swerved around it and sped past. Stop! Stop! Let me in! Zhao Chengong jumped out of the passenger seat, his face abnormally red. He had been infected with the plague, received the first vaccine, which controlled the progression of his illness, but left him unable to fight. As the warden, he was a powerful figure in Base 3. However, in this life-or-death situation, no one cared about his status. The tanks behind not only didn't stop but accelerated past, fearing the plague too. How many people had died because of the plague? Base 9 had a saturated supply of vaccines, but those at Yu Jinghua's side were limited. These small fry, if they were unlucky enough to contract the plague, might not be able to get a vaccine. Zhao Chengong paused on the ground for 2 seconds, then quickly returned to the passenger seat in fright. The engineer rats had arrived too fast. In the blink of an eye, there was no room to step on the ground. Let me in, I give each of you 10 million, 20 million, 50 million. Zhao Qinggong's tempting offer of money swayed many, but still no one stopped. What time was it? They didn't want to take the money but not live to spend it. Until the rearguard convoy passed by and disappeared into the distance. These damned ingrates. Zhao Chengong watched the convoy's silhouette grow increasingly blurry, his face contorted with rage, his eyes filled with hatred and regret. Regret for trusting certain people too much. Chapter 366. Back at Base 3, Zhao Chengong was responsible for the safety of 8 hands, but he was kidnapped by Night Owl. This incident caused a host of problems, and most importantly, his son died. Zhao Chengong held Night Owl responsible, and vowed to kill him, and his gang to avenge his son, a vow openly known at Base 3. Now, Li Jushu's role has changed from destroyer to protector. Everyone's fate is in his hands. He, Li Jushu, holds the power of life and death over everyone. Zhao Chengong, who hates Li Jushu, is unwittingly isolated. While busy escaping, this isn't obvious, but the moment Zhao Qinggong's vehicle stalls, the blurred line becomes instantly clear. Fear of the plague was merely an excuse. The real reason was to avoid offending Li Jushu. Who would dare offend their master while seeking refuge under his roof? Wouldn't that be courting death? Li Jushu, naturally, wouldn't be foolish enough to repay evil with kindness. Rather than wasting time trying to win over an enemy, it was better to recruit more subordinates. In the current situation, talent was neither abundant nor scarce. Zhao Chengong was capable, but far from indispensable. If he were a gifted individual like Li Shaoshan or the Groundhog, Li Jushu might have considered him for a second or two. But this old man was not worth considering at all. As he brushed past Zhao Chengong, he clearly felt Zhao Qinggong's venomous gaze, fixed on him. He looked back at Zhao Chengong, without hatred, without excitement or agitation, very calmly, as if looking at roadside wildflowers and weeds. Screams erupted from inside Zhao Qinggong's chariot. Soon, the chariot was overwhelmed by the sapper rats, and the sounds of fighting grew weaker and weaker until they disappeared completely. As the head of the convoy reached the passage of the chariot, a figure leaped down from Yu Jinghua's chariot. Sword light rained down, and a group of sapper rats were sent flying as if electrocuted. When they landed, they were already lifeless. A figure landed, revealing himself to be Xiao Mubai. Xiao Mubai had been killing engineer rats, primarily protecting the chariots led by Yu Jinghua. Now, however, he began attacking other parts of the convoy, from the front to the rear, covering over 10 kilometers without stopping, his sword's edge remaining sharp and unwavering. He displayed extraordinary stability and endurance. Wherever he went, engineer rats became corpses. His swordsmanship could switch at will, sometimes as delicate as an embroidery needle, sometimes as swift as lightning, his sword flashing, leaving no engineer rat within a 10-meter radius unscathed. His appearance greatly relieved the pressure on Li Jushu, Tan Jingru, Hai Shenyu, and the others covering the rear. Xiao Mubai brushed past Li Jushi without even looking at him. Xiao Mubai stopped at Zhang Cook's location. Zhang Cook's men relaxed, their spines seemingly ripped out, collapsing onto the chariot, too weak even to pick up their weapons. Zhang Cook and Jin Qianbao also wanted to rest, but as leaders, they valued their reputation and resisted the urge to sit down, persisting in the fight. Xiao Mubai, renowned for years and admired by numerous experts, possessed unfathomable strength. His arrival visibly reduced casualties on the rearguard chariots. The density of engineer rats near the chasm was comparable to that at the foot of the city walls in Settlement 12, yet the pressure on everyone was less, all thanks to Xiao Mubai. On the battlefield, spears and lances are the best weapons. However, Xiao Mubai's 3-foot-long sword displayed offensive power no less than spears or lances, especially against relatively small targets like engineer rats. The sword proved even more effective. Although Li Jushu harbored hostility towards Xiao Mubai, he had to admit that Xiao Mubai's swordsmanship was far beyond his reach. Some engineer rats climbed onto the tanks and bit the soldiers. If Li Jushu were to rescue them, he would have to be careful, only daring to attack the hindquarters. Xiao Mubai, however, could easily decapitate the engineer rats without harming the soldiers. Crucially, he often struck casually, without deliberate intent. On the other side of the chasm, a line of cannons fired continuously to relieve pressure on the convoy. The heavy machine guns roared incessantly, and clearly visible metal wires made of bullets sliced through the rat swarm. Finally, the entire convoy passed. The engineer rats that had surged forward were burned to a crisp by the high-voltage electricity. The officer in charge of this section of the passage deployed heavy firepower. Li Jushu glanced back at the dark mass of engineer rats opposite him, jumped onto a spare tank, closed his eyes, and fell asleep immediately. Luo Chuqing, who had followed him, immediately treated his wounds. Considering the dangers on the road, and the need to leave skilled personnel at the base, Luo Chuqing did not go with him. However, she didn't stay in the city, as instructed, and remained on the front lines. Rescuing Yu Jinghua and the others from Base 3 inevitably increased the burden on Base 9. Food, medicine, supplies, accommodation, all sorts of issues arose, but Guoguan, with his strong abilities, handled them methodically. After 2 days of rest, Yu Jinghua's people gradually recovered and were gradually deployed to the front lines, relieving the pressure. Li Jushu returned from the rescue, and slept for only half an hour in the vehicle before being immediately taken to the laboratory. The laboratory extracted another drop of immortal substance. He knew he hadn't reached the breakthrough stage yet, but he needed this drop of immortal substance. The crisis brought by the engineer rats made him dare not slow down. After absorbing the immortal substance, Li Jushu secluded himself for 3 days before emerging. Everyone could sense his dramatic transformation. He was like a moving volcano. Li Jushu went straight to the front lines. The moment he swung his tiger-headed saber, golden light blazed forth, and within a 30-meter radius in front of him, all the engineer rats were dead. Many engineer rats weren't cut in two, but killed by the shockwave. Their bodies were unharmed on the surface, but their internal organs were pulverized. Xiao Mubai, who was fighting in another direction, suddenly sensed something and turned around. A rare look of seriousness flashed in his eyes. His gaze lingered on Li Jushu for a full 3 seconds, until the engineer rat swarmed to his feet before he suddenly realized what was happening. Li Jushu's rapid progress made him feel threatened. Every day was spent in slaughter. Apart from eating and sleeping, he was constantly fighting engineer rats on the front lines. To conserve ammunition and electricity, he used manpower whenever possible, only resorting to cannons and electricity when the situation became unbearable. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had passed. Manpower could still sustain them, but the red crystals were gone. In many places, the flames began to subside, and the engineer rats stirred restlessly. The soldiers at the front lines were on edge. They looked towards the management units like the Mountain Peak, the Nail Clipper, and the White Goat, but what could they do? The red crystals were gone, and they couldn't conjure them again. Finally, when the flames had receded to a certain level, the engineer rats launched their charge, leaping into the chasm without regard for casualties, paving the way for the rats behind them with their lives. Kill! Li Jushu roared, leading the charge. Golden blades flashed. Swathes of engineer rats were sliced in two, leaving blank patches on the ground. Wang Yuanche, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, and others followed silently, charging towards the engineer rats. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. News of depleted ammunition and power shortages reached Zhong Huiyan's ears, followed by an urgent call for reinforcements from the front lines. Follow me to the front. Zhong Huiyan donned camouflage, grabbed his weapon, and personally went to provide support. There are no reinforcements left. The only ones still capable of fighting are her personal guards, a small number of about 200. The logistic support was all sent up yesterday. Apart from her few men, the entire base is now only populated by the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Chapter 367. Damn, that really hurts. Fengyo looked down at the piece of flesh torn from his thigh, his handsome face contorted in pain. It seemed a major artery had been injured, blood was gushing out, and he quickly retreated from the battlefield. Medic! Medic! He pressed his hand to the wound, shouting for a while before a medic finally came running over, panting. The medic's forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. On the battlefield, the danger and workload for medics were no less than that of any combat soldier. Why didn't you change your gloves? Fengyo looked at the medic's hands, which were covered in blood. He must have just finished bandaging other soldiers, and hadn't had time to clean them up. Who knew if he might have contracted a virus? His expression immediately turned disgusted. How about I go back to the vehicle and look for some gloves? Maybe there are some left undiscovered in some corner. You wait here for me. The medic glanced at him, and deftly cut open his trouser leg with scissors. Fengyo immediately shut up. After all, he was a level 5 hunter, incredibly strong, and rarely injured. Even when he was injured, it was always superficial, which he treated himself. Hearing the medic's words, he suddenly realized the situation at the base was dire. Besides running out of ammunition, medical supplies were extremely scarce. Even gloves had to be used sparingly. Don't worry, your physical condition is strong enough. The probability of infection is very small. You have to trust your own luck, the medic reassured him. Fengyo's face twitched. He didn't trust his own luck at all. His words could be quite sharp sometimes. Kite, Western Cowboy, Salmon, one after another, the experts were seriously injured and forced to withdraw from the battlefield. After crossing the chasm, the engineer rats had no natural defenses and relied entirely on armored vehicles to cut them down. But armored vehicles weren't invincible. One after another, they were destroyed. Now, everyone was gritting their teeth and persevering. 1 kilometer, half a kilometer, 300 meters. They used every means at their disposal, but still retreated to the foot of the city wall. Soldiers retreated into the base one after another. Li Jushu, Huang Yuanche, Yuan Qiongqi, Xiao Mubai, and a group of uninjured level 5 hunters blocked the city gate, the base's last stand. Everyone gave it their all, leaving no room for retreat, pushing their combat power to the limit. Every second, thousands of engineer rats died. Their lethality was greater than machine gun fire. But even so, they retreated step by step. The engineer rats truly achieved victory through sheer numbers. The wounds on everyone's bodies increased at a visible rate. On the city wall, soldiers frantically pulled the trigger, bullets raining down, but they couldn't stop the engineer rats from multiplying, layer upon layer, stretching as far as the eye could see, a black tide, wave after wave, endless. Close the city gates. Li Jushu's voice was hoarse. Though extremely unwilling, he knew it was futile. His inner strength was exhausted. He couldn't unleash even a trace of sword energy. His tiger-headed saber grew increasingly heavy, almost impossible to lift. He was the last to enter the base, flashing inside. Bang! The city gates slammed shut, dividing the land into two worlds, inside and outside the base. The engineer rats crashed heavily against the gates, causing them to tremble slightly, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Li Jushu dragged his weary body back to his quarters. Barring unforeseen circumstances, given the speed and numbers of the engineer rats, they should be able to scale the city walls and enter the base within 24 hours at most. For the first time, he felt utterly helpless, as if all hope was lost. After a hot shower, he lay on the bed waiting for Luo Chuqing to treat his wounds. The soft little hand touched his skin, and he immediately realized it wasn't Luo Chuqing. His head tilted to the side, his mind going blank. Zhang Bauer. Miss Luo's injuries weren't minor either. After I applied the medicine, she fell into a deep sleep. I've been recovering my strength these past few days, thinking I couldn't be useless. I'm a nurse, so while I can't cure serious illnesses, I haven't completely forgotten how to administer injections and apply medicine. I'm slightly better than average. Zhang Bauer spoke modestly. I was planning to visit you in a while, but I've been busy. Li Jushu buried his head in the pillow. Zhang Bauer's technique was better than Luo Chuqing's. The wound felt numb and itchy, and the pain wasn't as bad. I have plenty to eat and drink, and I'm resting well. It's much better than what you all have on the front lines. If anyone should be visiting, it's me visiting you. You're all heroes. Zhang Bauer, perhaps because she was at home, was dressed casually in a pink bathrobe. She sat sideways on the bathrobe, which slipped down, revealing her snow-white thighs, and a faint fragrance wafted into Li Jushu's nose. Li Jushu's hazy mind instantly cleared. He suddenly wished for more wounds so Zhang Bao could stay alive longer. He sighed, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. Life and death are predestined. If heaven doesn't want someone to die, they won't. If heaven dislikes someone, then no matter how hard that person tries, it's useless," Zhang Bao said. "Do you think we can survive? I mean, does heaven approve of us?" Li Jushu asked. "These past few days, I thought about it. After withdrawing from Settlement 12, the rodents within a radius of hundreds of kilometers have all been attracted to Base 9. If we really can't hold out, we can break through to Settlement 12. I believe that by then, the number of rodents there won't be many, which would allow us to survive a little longer," Zhang Bao said. "Did you come up with this idea yourself, or did you hear it from someone else?" Li Jushu's body stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. "I figured it out myself. However, it's not difficult to come up with this idea. If I can think of it, others can too," Zhang Bao said pointedly. Li Jushu fell silent. Zhang Bao wasn't suggesting anything, she was warning him, indicating that many people already had this idea. From a rational perspective, this approach was certainly correct, but practically speaking, it was cruel. Given their current combat strength and weaponry, only the hunters with combat capabilities could leave. Ordinary people, the wounded, and those infected with the plague couldn't leave. They had no ability to protect themselves. Li Jushu was able to rescue Yu Jinghua and her group last time because he was well prepared and had a large supply of weapons and equipment. Now what did he have? Nothing. He could only fight desperately. The next day, shocking news spread throughout the base. Yu Jinghua was leaving, preparing to lead the elites from the original Base 3 away from Base 9 and return to Settlement 12. When Li Jushu received the news and rushed to the city gate, Yu Jinghua's convoy was confronting Zhong Wuyan. The two women were arguing fiercely, their faces flushed. Behind Yu Jinghua stood Xiezhen, Zhang Kuejiu, Zhang Cook, and other key figures from Base Number 3. Behind Zhong Wuyan stood the monks of Wutai Mountain, Big Bell, and Weevil, among other experts. The tension was palpable. Li Jushu's arrival silenced both sides. Li Jushu walked between the two women, and the eyes of thousands of people were fixed on him. He would decide whether to fight or make peace. For a moment, the street was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 368. You decided? Surprisingly, Li Jushu wasn't angry, his face remained calm. His sharp eyes were fixed on Yu Jinghua. This was the first time he looked at her so intently, without any emotion. Yu Jinghua was a beautiful woman, neither too thin nor too plump, mature and alluring, with slightly high cheekbones that gave her an air of unapproachability. I decided. Yu Jinghua looked directly into Li Jushu's eyes, without a trace of guilt. Have you thought it through? Once you walk out this door, there's no going back, Li Jushu said. I'm an adult, Yu Jinghua said calmly. Li Jushu nodded, his gaze shifting to behind Yu Jinghua, and said loudly, Gentlemen, Night Owl's abilities are limited, I am powerless to protect you all. My apologies, farewell. Take care, and have a safe journey. Open the gate. Yu Jinghua's expression changed. She had expected Li Jushu to at least scold them, calling them heartless and ungrateful. Unexpectedly, Li Jushu not only didn't scold them, but also took all the blame upon himself. This made them seem like they were caught in the middle, and Xiezhen, Zhang Cook, and the others showed expressions of shame. The west gate was opened. The number of engineer rats was relatively small. After the gate opened, Xiao Mubai was the first to act, quickly eliminating the engineer rats that rushed in. The convoy started moving and sped out of the city. When Li Jushu rescued people from Settlement 12, there were over 500 vehicles. Now, only 41 vehicles left, less than 1/10. Yu Jinghua left the old, weak sick, and disabled at Base 9, taking only the elite with her. Are we really going to let them go? Each of them is a formidable fighting force. Su Dian approached Li Jushu. Only 2/3 of the convoy had passed. If they intercepted them now, it was still not too late. His heart has already left, keeping him is pointless. Li Jushu had weighed the consequences of releasing and keeping Yu Jinghua, and ultimately decided to release him. Internal strife at this time would inevitably cause heavy casualties, a lose-lose situation, detrimental to the overall situation. While releasing Yu Jinghua weakened the base's strength, it also relieved pressure, as the base's food supplies were running low. Most importantly, there was progress at the laboratory. They would soon be able to develop the second injection, freeing up tens of thousands of combat troops, enough to compensate for the loss of Yu Jinghua. Furthermore, he noticed that several of the experts he valued hadn't left. Zhang Xiaoho, a burly man wielding a spiked club and standing 2.3 meters tall, the young man, with a primal appearance, Black Ape, Tao Liuji, who used steel balls as weapons with the power of bullets, and Golden Leopard, one of the underground overlords of Base 3, along with his capable henchman Scalpel, Mole, and Water Buffalo, all remained. Yu Jinghua mainly took away her trusted subordinates, but actually left behind quite a few experts. In a way, Base 9 still came out ahead. Bang! Ben rushed out with the last tank, the gates slammed shut, cutting off everyone's view. We were able to defeat the first wave of the rodents' attack. Now everyone is several times stronger than before. There's no reason we can't win the second wave. I believe in myself, and I believe in everyone. Final victory belongs to us. Li Jushu, seeing the disappointed looks around him, gave a rare speech. I believe in the station chief. The words of the monk from Wutai Mountain carried weight. He was the first hunter in Base 9 to break through to the 5th level, an idol to many. We also believe in the station chief. Zhang Xiaoho, with his honest appearance and simple eyes, had already won over countless soldiers with his dedication to fighting these past few days. Black Ape and Tao Liuji joined in supporting Li Jushu, rekindling the confidence of those around him. Yu Jinghua's departure had an impact on Base 9, but not a major one. The hunters who originally belonged to Base 9 still had feelings and beliefs about the base, and quickly turned to a frenzied killing spree. Those truly affected were those who originally belonged to Base 3, but were abandoned. They had trusted Yu Jinghua and followed her all the way from Base 3, first to Settlement 12, and then to Base 9. Now, Yu Jinghua had abandoned them, treating them as a burden, as useless. This kind of blow was unbearable for most people, especially some seriously wounded soldiers. They had been injured for Yu Jinghua, and now, before their injuries had healed, they were abandoned as a burden. Many harbored resentment because of this. Yu Jinghua, you regret this. Once I recover, I become a level 5 hunter and make everyone look up to me. Today I finally saw their true colors. They talked so much before, promising to share hardships, but at the first sign of danger, they ran away faster than anyone else. They're utterly despicable. I thought I was indispensable, but it was all a joke. They were nothing in the eyes of people like Yu Jinghua. All that hard work before, now it's so ironic. Yu Jinghua and the others left during the day. The second dose of the vaccine was developed that afternoon, thanks to the excellent work of Dr. Yu Qinjin, Dr. Jiaomingyi, and others. Zhong Weyan immediately arranged for factory production, giving it the green light throughout, working overtime. The next morning, the first batch of vaccines was delivered to the hospital, and the hospital immediately administered them to all patients infected with the plague. The first person to be discharged from the hospital was Lion King Yuan Xiongqi's daughter, Xiao Guai. In fact, she had recovered and was ready to be discharged, but Yuan Xiongqi was worried and didn't have time to take care of her because he was often injured and frequently went to the hospital. He could see his daughter every day if she stayed at the hospital, but if she were at home, they would see each other even less. Now, having received his second dose of the vaccine, he was completely relieved. The second person to be discharged was Yao Qiluo. He hadn't met the discharge criteria, but he couldn't stand it anymore. After months in the hospital, he felt rusty. 2 hours after his second dose, he felt his strength, condition, and spirit had recovered to about 70 to 80% of normal. He immediately couldn't stay in bed any longer and strongly requested to be discharged. He was a level 5 hunter, with extremely strong physical abilities. After a doctor's examination, he was deemed to be fine and allowed to be discharged. As soon as Yao Qiluo left the hospital, he went straight to the city gate, grabbed a rope, and jumped off the city wall. He fought for 3 hours before using the rope to return to the city wall. An incomplete count suggests that he alone killed nearly 1 million engineer rats. Starting the day after receiving his second dose, a large number of hunters were discharged and gradually went to the city wall, greatly relieving the pressure on the soldiers. Those who survived the plague and made it to Base 9 were mostly skilled hunters. The less skilled were largely eliminated. In essence, every hunter discharged meant Base 9 gained a highly skilled fighter, and these skilled hunters were incredibly loyal, fighting out of gratitude. The third day saw a peak in discharges, freeing up a large number of beds in the hospital. From the fourth day onwards, the number of discharges decreased. By the fifth day, almost everyone who could be discharged had been discharged. Those who couldn't be discharged were the more difficult cases, about 1,000 of whom needed their third vaccination. However, the first and second doses were still effective. They were already able to get out of bed and take care of themselves, freeing up their families. Before the second wave of rodents appeared, Base 9 had housed 28,000 to 29,000 patients. Rescuing over 10,000 more from Settlement 12 brought back a total of over 40,000. This was equivalent to a sudden increase of 40,000 combat power, greatly reducing the pressure on the base and restoring everyone's confidence. Chapter 369. Dr. Yu, look at the current situation. Could you develop a more potent poison? Otherwise, things might get complicated. Li Jushu, having retreated from the front lines once again, disregarded his exhaustion and went to the laboratory to eliminate the engineer rats as much as possible, but daring not to open the city gates, the experts adopted a method of lowering them to the ground using steel cables. This was dangerous, but it effectively reduced the engineer rat's speed in climbing the city walls. Currently, only level 5 hunters and a few level 4 peak hunters were out fighting, the rest were still primarily using machine guns. Feed was no longer effective, the engineer rats wouldn't eat. After much thought, Li Jushu could only rely on the laboratory. We are experts, not gods, Dr. Yu said, his eyes red and swollen like a rabbit's. He hadn't slept well for several months. As an elderly man, not falling ill was the greatest help he could provide to the base. What others can't do, Dr. Yu can definitely do, Li Jushu said. Scientific research isn't about empty promises. Don't flatter me. Even if you don't tell me, I know what to do. Scientific research takes time and patience. You need to be patient, Dr. Yu said. I have patience, but the base doesn't, Li Jushu replied. Use your intelligence. The engineer rat's advantage is their numbers, while humans' advantage is their intelligence. Use your brains and stop bothering me. Every second you spend here is a second of my time being wasted, Dr. Yu said. Li Jushu left immediately. No one had a better way to deal with the engineer rats. If they had, they would have said so long ago. Therefore, everyone could only use the brute force method, killing them one by one, like water dripping on a stone. Occasionally, some ingenious ideas would emerge, but they were insufficient to jeopardize the overall situation. Li Jushu sometimes even considered abandoning his crew, using the high-rise buildings within the base to outmaneuver the engineer rats, but then he reconsidered. It was too risky. With the engineer rats outside the city, everything within the base was functioning normally. Once the engineer rats entered the base, the buildings would be effectively isolated, making rescue efforts extremely difficult if anything happened. This building had no ammunition, that building had no food, and the peripheral buildings were too far from the hospital. It was impossible for everyone to squeeze into one building, it wouldn't fit. Even if it did, it would be too risky. Therefore, the engineer rats couldn't be allowed in. Li Jushu knew that continuing like this was a slow suicide, but he had no choice, and neither did anyone else. They were taking it one step at a time, no one giving up, everyone persevering. Finally, the worst thing happened. They ran out of ammunition, ran out of materials for making bullets, and the armory shut down. The bullet casings were now made of steel, and their entire stockpile was depleted. Base 9 didn't have a steel mill, they couldn't smelt steel. There's still plenty of steel on the market, right? Collect it, and we can make as much as we can. It's better than nothing. Zhong Huiyan's face was grim upon receiving the news. She had known about the material shortage for a month, but knowing it didn't solve anything. A steel mill is unlike other projects. The technical threshold is very high, and importantly, Base 9 lacks the necessary personnel. They can't even understand blueprints from drawings. Let's think of other solutions, Guiguan sighed. The solutions Zhong Huiyan could think of, the arsenal had already considered. All usable steel on the market had already been made into bullets. Anything not made into bullets was unusable. Without bullets, many hunters are no match for the engineer rats, Zhong Huiyan said. I think of something else, Guiguan said, actually at a loss. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Even a genius can only stare helplessly in this situation. Jiang Hao hurriedly knocked and entered. Jiang Hao was a veteran of the base, having been a minister during Yaran Bao's era, responsible for the base's culture, entertainment, sanitation, urban appearance, and medical care, among other things. He rushed over because he had run out of anesthetic, and wanted to ask Zhong Huiyan if he could procure some. Where am I supposed to get anesthetic? Zhong Huiyan was speechless. This kind of stuff usually only circulated within the medical system. Who outside would use it? There's another thing. We're almost out of gauze too. The base has the resources to produce other strips of cloth to replace gauze. The key being sterilization, Jiang Hao said. You handle this. Zhong Huiyan had a headache. The hospital was the guarantee of combat power. As long as the hospital existed, soldiers could be supplied continuously. If the hospital had problems, the consequences would be severe. She had always provided the hospital with the highest level of resources, but now even the hospital was struggling. Her resolve began to waver. The city wall. The soldiers tried everything they could, but they couldn't stop the sapper rats from rising steadily, approaching the city wall at a visible speed. Despair rose in everyone's hearts. In at most half an hour, the sapper rats would have swarmed over. Of the 5th level experts, some were injured. Now only Huang Yuanche and his wife, and Lion King Yuan Qiongqi were holding on. Lui Feng was so exhausted that he could barely stand. He leaned against the city wall, panting heavily, but refused to go back to rest. He gripped his sword hilt tightly. He had rarely been so disheveled in his life. Not long after the electric shock, it couldn't be used a second time. Night was approaching, and nighttime power generation was less than daytime, meaning a longer wait. Everyone had a premonition that the engineer rats would breach the city walls tonight. 1.5 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. At this height, the engineer rats could already jump up. Lui Feng raised his sword, about to swing it, when suddenly his eyes were stung by a dazzling blade of light. Everyone saw a golden blade of light, so blindingly bright in the evening visibility. The blade of light was 50 meters long, slashing down at the mountain of engineer rats, like Pangas splitting chaos, with immense power. The blade landed and cracked. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't the ground that cracked, but rather the engineer rats, pushed together like a mountain, splitting open a massive chasm 3 meters wide and 55 meters long, like a chasm. The engineer rats tumbled into the crack, a shocking sight. The blade flashed again, this time slashing down 5 meters from the outer wall, as swift as peeling a grapefruit, leaving a long crack. The sapper rats tumbled and rolled down, the blade flashing, one strike after another, fast as lightning. In an instant, countless sapper rats perished. With the final slash, the sapper rats clinging to the wall were no longer visible. Many remained at the corners, but the wall was less than a meter thick, making it impossible for them to scale the wall anytime soon. On the city wall, everyone's expressions were strikingly similar, dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over. It wasn't until Li Jushu leaped straight out of the wall, without using a rope, landing directly on the ground, that the tiger-headed saber unleashed a dazzling light. Wherever the light touched, the sapper rats were pulverized, the empty ground rapidly expanding. Only then did the soldiers awaken from their daze, erupting in a deafening cheer. Chapter 370. This guy broke through again. Unlike the soldiers' jubilant cheers, Lui Feng's lips curled into a bitter smile. Among all the level 5 hunters at base 9, besides Li Jushu, he was the youngest. He thought he would soon catch up with Li Jushu, but unexpectedly, he had just broken through to level 5, and Li Jushu had broken through too, and so ridiculously, so that he could no longer fathom Li Jushu's level. What a freak! Huang Yuanche was surprised and impressed. He saw the shadow of the visualization technique in Li Jushu, which he had taught him. In such a short time, Li Jushu had broken through one after another, surpassing him, the first person to learn the visualization technique. It's common for a disciple to surpass their master, but to do so in such a short time is truly remarkable, practically freakish. This is truly. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi shook his head, unsure what to say. Of all the people at base 9, Huang Yuanche was the one he couldn't understand the most. He was secretly competing with him, when he suddenly realized he'd chosen the wrong target. The true number 1 was Li Jushu. So cool. This is the swordsmanship I always dreamed of. There's hope. What rodents, what engineer rats, they're dumbfounded now. I knew it. Base 9 has repeatedly created miracles, how could they fail? The station commander will never let us down. The ordinary soldier's joy was pure. They knew very well that the stronger Li Jushu was, the greater their chance of victory, and the higher their chances of survival. Cheers thundered from the city walls. Li Jushu's slaughter was raging. His tiger-headed sword was completely invisible, only its flashing light visible. Like a storm, a blank space appeared where he passed, a stark contrast to the dark mass of engineer rats beside him. Many engineer rats died without even knowing what was happening. Perhaps driven by pressure, or perhaps by a breakthrough in the visualization technique, or perhaps by the presence of the immortal substance, Li Jushu consumed the 2 drops of immortal substance he had accumulated in one go. One drop was originally intended for Zhong Huiyan, hoping she too would break through to the 5th level, thus increasing their survival rate in the upcoming crisis. However, Zhong Huiyan refused. Her reasons were compelling. She had only recently broken through, and was unlikely to break through again. Secondly, Li Jushu needed the immortal substance more than she did, as his martial arts talent far surpassed hers. And finally, with the base teeming with experts, there was no guarantee that some hunters wouldn't have ulterior motives. Li Jushu needed absolute martial prowess to suppress others in any unforeseen circumstances. Bearing so many hopes, Li Jushu, under immense pressure, secluded himself for 2 days and 2 nights, finally breaking through. He cultivated the mental cultivation technique he had stolen from Xiao Suiguan to its peak, and through visualizing the black sculpture, he gained further insights, taking another half step beyond the peak, completing a qualitative leap from quantitative accumulation. He appeared as if clad in a suit of armor, a mortal comparable to a god. Li Jushu was very satisfied with the power of his swordsmanship, but even more satisfied with the surging internal energy, like a mighty river, flowing endlessly. He fought his way from one section of the city wall to another, killing millions of engineer rats. Finally, he reached the city gate, the place where the engineer rats were most concentrated. The engineer rats charged at him, but before they could even get close, they were sliced to pieces by his sword light. In less than 10 minutes, a vacuum appeared at the city gate, and the ground was completely blood-red. Open the city gate. Armored vehicles, go out and meet the enemy. White Goat excitedly issued the order. The past few days had been frustrating. After the city gates were closed, the armored vehicles dared not go out, not because they were afraid they wouldn't be able to return, but because they feared the city gates wouldn't be able to be closed again once opened. The engineer rats were lying in wait outside. Crow, Kite, Salmon, Western Cowboy, Tong Shunlong, the Gray Old Man, and other skilled fighters with remaining strength followed the armored vehicle out. Encouraged by Li Jushu, their bodies were filled with renewed power, as if injected with adrenaline. Li Jushu had broken the engineer rats' unity, and now was the perfect opportunity to attack. Among the many skilled fighters, a hunter who had just broken through to the 5th level stood out. While the others wore bulletproof vests over their clothes, fearing insufficient protection, this man had taken off his clothes and pants, leaving only a pair of shorts. His skin was like tree bark, indestructible. Tree Man. His girlfriend had died in battle a few days ago. He was heartbroken and died of grief. The hospital issued a death certificate, but unexpectedly, he came back to life just as he was taken to the crematorium. He had mutated, and his entire body's skin had become like tree bark. The engineer rats bit into it, leaving 4 holes, but no blood flowed, and the tree man felt no pain. As long as he had enough food, the hole would quickly heal itself. He had a long-handled axe forged as his weapon, weighing 120 jin, approximately 60 caddies, which the tree man wielded as easily as sweeping the floor. He charged towards the large number of engineer rats, the axe spinning wildly, creating wave after wave of bloody carnage. The armored vehicles weaved haphazardly through the engineer rat horde, without any strategy, charging wherever the engineer rats were most numerous, crushing them as they went. Some followed alongside the armored vehicles, some fought alone, like Li Jushu, while others paired up, like Huang Yuanche and his wife, and the golden duo of Fengjia and Zhou Bujio. Many more hunters formed formations, combining offense and defense. Everyone knew this opportunity was hard won. A master's peak performance is fleeting, and no one can remain undefeated forever. Taking advantage of Li Jushu's current high level of power, he single-handedly held off a large swarm of engineer rats, while the others followed behind, enjoying the spoils. Time quickly passed, and night fell. The temperature plummeted to below -40 degrees Celsius. Even the searchlights on the city walls seemed less bright. The armored vehicles returned to the base's refueling area, and the skilled fighters were rotated. Su Dian, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Tanjingru, Weevil Tao Liuji. Luo Chuqing also appeared. She was worried about Li Jushu. Li Jushu didn't retreat. He remained at the forefront, possessing seemingly inexhaustible power. The light from his tiger-headed saber never dimmed. Even the searchlights could bypass him. Now, with power scarce, they had to conserve it. Engineer rats poured in from afar, replenishing the number of dead ones. For several days, the flow rate had exceeded consumption, but now the situation had changed. Starting in the latter half of the night, the flow rate and consumption leveled off. The density of the engineer rats neither decreased nor increased. When the armored vehicles refueled and charged out again, the engineer rat density began to slowly decline. At 4 in the morning, Zhong Wuyan led her 200 personal guards out again, and the number of engineer rats began to decrease rapidly. By daybreak, many hunters, exhausted, retreated to base, while others had to withdraw from the battlefield due to severe injuries. Only Li Jushu remained at the forefront. After a difficult day, even the most resilient treant couldn't hold on any longer and retreated to base. At this point, the engineer rat density had dropped significantly, but the number of skilled warriors available for combat had also decreased. Li Jushu's pressure had actually increased. Nighttime was the most dangerous time. A large wave of engineer rats surged in. The soldiers on the city walls showed worry. Without the monk from Wutai Mountain and Heishinyu, his two right-hand men, Li Jushu had to face all the engineer rats alone. The danger was unimaginable. The density of the engineer rats was so high that some of them emerged from the flashing blades and appeared at Li Jushu's feet. As the soldiers gasped in surprise, an unbelievable scene unfolded. A layer of shimmering yellow light suddenly emanated from Li Jushu's body, like a transparent defensive shield. The engineer rats bit into it, yet they couldn't break through. What is this? The soldiers were dumbfounded, having never seen anything like it before. What was happening to Li Jushu was beyond their comprehension. Chapter 371. Protective True Qi. Ordinary people only have a general understanding of ancient martial arts. They don't know the specifics. Huang Yuanche, a martial arts master who had studied ancient martial arts for half his life, recognized it at a glance, and was both surprised and delighted. Protective True Qi is like a tank's armor. No, it's even more powerful than a tank's armor. A tank's armor can only defend, but Protective True Qi, in addition to defense, also has offensive capabilities. The engineer rat, still desperately trying to break through Li Jushu's Protective True Qi, was suddenly struck by a flash of light, followed by a shockwave. The engineer rat was struck as if by lightning, instantly thrown away. After landing, it never moved again, its internal organs were pulverized, and it was utterly dead. Li Jushu stood directly in front of the city gate, enduring the frenzied attacks of engineer rats from 3 directions. He stood alone with his sword, not retreating an inch. The corpses of the engineer rats around him rapidly increased in height, their blood pooling at his feet, forming small streams. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, enough to drip water. It was impossible to count how many engineer rats Li Jushu had killed. When he returned to the base, everyone noticed a significant drop in the engineer rat population. A subtle shift in everyone's mindset had occurred. The engineer rats no longer seemed so terrifying. Despair had vanished, replaced by an anticipation of victory. During the day, the number of engineer rats slowly increased. At night, Li Jushu would leave the city and fight until dawn, reducing the rat population to its lowest possible level. This process was repeated. To improve efficiency and regulate power, after careful consideration, a major reorganization was made to the personnel at Base 9. Zhong Huiyan was promoted from Station Chief to Executive Deputy Station Chief, responsible for the base's daily operations. Li Jushu became the Station Chief. 5 ministers were appointed: Minister of Internal Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Finance, Minister of Logistics, and Minister of Discipline. 5 major legions were established, representing the Southeast, Northwest, and South, to command all hunters and combat forces at the base. Eastern Legion, Commander, White Goat, Deputy Commanders, Monk of Wutai Mountain, Big Ben, Capricorn. Southern Legion, Commander, Over the Mountain Peak, Deputy Commanders, Sea Cucumber Right, Tanjingru, Li Shaoshan. Western Legion, Commander, Nail Clipper, Deputy Commanders, Fengdiao, Zhou Bujiu, Old Pipe. Northern Legion, Commander, Lu Gong, Deputy Commanders, Weevil, Yaoqilua Tree Man. Additionally, a Station Chief Guard Regiment was established, with members including Huang Yuanche and his wife, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, Lu Yifeng, Su Dian, Jin Bumi, Tong Shenglong, the Grey-Clad Elder, etc. After the legions were established, personnel arrangements became clear. Everyone had a sense of belonging, and the allocation of resources such as combat areas, lodging buildings, and armored vehicles was clearly defined. Everyone knew their role. Strangely, with the same people, this categorization resulted in a dramatic increase in combat effectiveness. What used to require 10 people can now be done by 5, and done better and faster. The transfer of power at Base 9 went smoothly without any disruptions, all thanks to Li Jushu's formidable strength. His word was law. With the 5 legions taking turns attacking, the hunters were given a chance to rest, and their efficiency even improved. Coupled with Li Jushu's near bug-like presence, the number of engineer rats outside the city dwindled day by day, and several more experts broke through to higher levels. The first was White Goat, who, after rigorous training, successfully advanced to level 5 hunter. Next were Red Mantis and Salmon, both becoming level 5 hunters. Each level 5 hunter could inflict significant damage on the engineer rats. With 3 more level 5 hunters, the soldiers clearly felt much less pressure. If it weren't for the food crisis, Base 9 would practically be free from the threat of the engineer rats. Another drop of immortal substance was extracted and given to Zhong Huiyan. After a day and night of seclusion, Zhong Huiyan finally broke through to the level of a 5th-level hunter. Like Luo Chuqin, Zhong Huiyan also chose to keep it a secret. One shouldn't have a heart to harm others, but one must be wary of others. No one knows what the future holds, so keeping a low profile is never a bad thing. As the deputy station chief, Zhong Huiyan doesn't need to fight on the front lines, and therefore doesn't need to display his strength in public. After struggling for so long, today I finally feel a sense of accomplishment. Li Jushu lay in Zhong Huiyan's boudoir. The woman's room smelled wonderful, and so did the bedding. Zhong Huiyan, who had just broken through, should have been full of energy, but now, her face flushed, she lay on Li Jushu's stomach, too weak to even lift a finger. A strand of damp hair clung to her forehead, and she breathed softly. Li Jushu lay sprawled on the bed, thinking of nothing, doing nothing. Life should be like this, completely relaxed, mind and body clear. The tension of the past few months was released in this moment. Suddenly, the difficulties at base 9 didn't seem so severe or bothersome anymore. Life needs adjustment and release. Nature created men and women for a reason. The food is dwindling. What should we do? After a long while, Zhong Huiyan's breathing evened out. If it were before, we could hunt to sustain ourselves. Now, it's probably impossible to hunt within thousands of miles. But it's not entirely hopeless, Li Jushu said slowly after a moment's thought. What way? Zhong Huiyan raised her head, her gentle, watery eyes gazing at him, clear and bright. The groundhog should be back tomorrow or the day after. We can't hunt on the surface, but there are still plenty of creatures underground. I believe most of them are edible, rodents, which are covered in bacteria and even their flesh is toxin-laden, should be relatively few, Li Jushu said. That's one way, but it probably won't be enough, Zhong Huiyan said. So the current solution is to borrow food, Li Jushu said. Borrow food? From whom? Even if there's anything left at Settlement 12 after our search, it's not much. Yu Jinghua definitely won't lend it to us. Could it be? Zhong Huiyan immediately understood his meaning. That's right, base 4. Li Jushu nodded. Bases 1, 2, 3, and 4 have the largest reserves, each with enough food to last 2 or 3 years. It hasn't even been a year yet, and with the rodents killing many people, the population is decreasing, so food consumption will only be less. Base 4 definitely still has a large amount of food. Would Base 4 be willing to lend it? Zhong Huiyan didn't hold out much hope. In normal times, they would definitely lend it. Grain wasn't a particularly precious strategic resource. However, in times of crisis, the situation was different. No one knew how long the rodent offensive would last, and grain became crucial. If it were her, she would also hold onto the grain and not lend it out easily. We should at least try, after all, it's a glimmer of hope. Li Jushu's calm tone carried a strong sense of confidence. Zhao Tianyan of Base 2 was difficult to deal with, but he was somewhat confident in dealing with Qin Fengpa. Chapter 372. The situation at Base 9 was deteriorating day by day. The threat from the engineer rats remained severe, but the food problem was even more pressing. The groundhog had left with Yu Jinghua, at Li Jushu's behest. Yu Jinghua had taken the men away, and Li Jushu couldn't ignore their plight. No one was more suitable than the groundhog. The groundhog had ingested poison and needed an antidote once a month, otherwise it would die from intestinal rot. The groundhog returned to get the antidote and, following Li Jushu's orders, searched for food underground. Luckily, on the first day it found a nest of hibernating snakes, over 100 in total, each as thick as an arm, giving the soldiers at the front a real treat of snake soup. The next few days yielded nothing but small insects, enough for only 8 or 10 men. On the 5th day, luck struck again. It found a type of insect called an earthworm, which feeds on small insects and tree roots, is entirely white, and full of protein. Called earthworms, they actually resemble kudzu worms magnified 100 times. Fried in oil, they release an irresistible aroma. The taste is so enticing, you could eat your fingers along with them. Zhong Huiyan, who dislikes insects, closed his eyes and took a bite, then couldn't stop. Each earthworm was as thick as an adult's thigh, the shortest over 20 centimeters long, the longest over a meter. About 3 kilometers outside the city was a mountain range teeming with earthworms. Earthworms love to eat decaying tree roots, which contain many microorganisms. These are likely trees cut down more than 5 years ago. Following this pattern, we should be able to find them in the arched mountain range, Dr. Tu said after a glance, immediately pointing the way. Li Jushu told the groundhog these characteristics, and sure enough, good news followed one after another. He found earthworms at the foot of 7 or 8 mountain peaks, in enormous numbers. In fact, Each base was built after logging. Originally, the land beneath their feet was all forest. After the bases were established, for security reasons, trees within a radius of tens of kilometers were gradually felled. Based on the construction time of Base 9, the trees on the surrounding mountains had been felled for over 10 years. This perfectly suited the growth conditions of earthworms. Earthworms could only provide immediate relief. They couldn't truly solve the food problem. Borrowing food was still the only way out. In the past few days, several more level 5 hunters emerged: Zhang Xiaoho, Black Ape, Mu Chunfeng, Fire Nirvana, and Tong Shenglong. Tong Shenglong, probably spurred on, had been killing engineer rats with extraordinary ferocity these past few days. As the head of the animal farm, he had plenty of personal resources, consuming potions like they were free, and finally succeeded in breaking through last night. The groundhogs continued to burrow underground every day, searching for any edible food, regardless of its taste, as long as it contained protein and wouldn't kill them. The more the better, but a small quantity wasn't a problem either. Li Jushu led a group of experts in a frenzied killing spree, only returning when their last ounce of strength was exhausted. The battle lines gradually expanded outwards, and on the day before their departure, they finally pushed the front lines to the point of near collapse. That evening, more good news arrived. The third vaccine had been developed, allowing Li Jushu to postpone his departure. The more than 1,000 people most severely affected by the plague were no longer suffering. 2 days later, they were all discharged from the hospital, thus resolving the plague problem. Of these 1,000+ people, half were level 3 hunters and half were level 4 hunters. Although no level 5 hunters appeared, it was enough to delight Li Jushu. These individuals greatly enhanced the base's strength. Why not borrow grain from Base 3? Lion King Yuan Qiongqi's words stunned everyone. Upon reflection, they all applauded. Base 3's resource reserves were no less than Base 4's. The fact that Base 3 hadn't exploded yet proved that not everyone inside had died, some were still fighting. Yu Jinghua had taken away a large portion of the population, and countless others had died from the plague. The remaining population was undoubtedly small. Fewer people meant less consumption, and therefore more grain reserves. With the old station chief dead, and Yu Jinghua gone, even if a power structure still existed within Base 3, the remaining people posed no threat to Li Jushu. Li Jushu was the legitimate station chief. He wouldn't even need to ask for grain. He could simply take it. The most terrifying thing about Base 3 was the plague, but they had already developed a vaccine. Base 3 was like a gift from heaven to Li Jushu. The distance from Base 9 to Base 3 and Base 4 was roughly the same. To get to Base 3, you can take Settlement 12 and then turn onto a side road. Because Base 9 has hundreds of kilometers of highway, this will actually save a lot of time. The plan has changed. The target for borrowing grain has been changed from Base 4 to Base 3, Li Jushu decided directly. The PhDs in the lab couldn't rest. Their next project was poison, specifically targeting engineer rats. The previous poisons were ineffective. Li Jushu waited 2 days, not for good news from the PhDs. Researching this kind of thing isn't like writing a plan where you can say, when the results will be available. No one can guarantee anything. He was waiting for the third dose of the vaccine. Going to Base 3 without the vaccine is impossible. Early on the third day, a convoy consisting of 2 armored vehicles, 7 combat vehicles, and 1 fuel tanker departed Base 9, heading south. When they were about 80 to 90 kilometers from Settlement 12, they turned southwest, slowing down considerably. Their speed dropped from 100 kilometers per hour to 40 kilometers per hour due to the difficult road conditions. Even experienced drivers dared not accelerate suddenly, risking a rollover. The personnel borrowing supplies were rigorously selected by Li Jushu. Each one was hand-picked. A total of 150 people were involved, with a minimum level of 4 hunter. Only one core member of the 4 major legions, Li Xiaoshan, was moved. The others remained untouched. The garrison regiment was brought in as a package. The strategy was primarily assault, quality over quantity. Li Jushu's decision proved to be absolutely correct. On the highway, they sped along for only 7.5 hours, encountering almost no obstacles or dangers. Li Xiaoshan's fireballs and Huang Yuanche's sword easily resolved some seemingly insurmountable problems. After exiting the highway, the convoy's speed dropped sharply, and the engineer rats swarmed forward. However, under the combined attack of the experts, the engineer rats had no chance to damage the vehicles, and the convoy moved steadily forward. With the arrival of the cold season, darkness fell even faster. Just past 5 p.m., the light began to diminish, and everything in the distance became hazy. The temperature dropped at an alarming rate, and the cold wind felt like knives cutting into one's face. Affected by the temperature, the engineer rat's speed inevitably decreased. Li Xiaoshan, wrapped in a thick military overcoat, remained expressionless. He was now much more skilled in using fire, and his endurance had caught up. Fighting for 4 or 5 hours was no problem, but one problem remained unsolved: how to increase the power of his fireballs. This frustrated him greatly. He watched helplessly as those around him improved rapidly while he remained stagnant. However, there was no precedent for his situation, and no one had a good solution. He had to figure things out on his own. Late at night, the lead vehicle suddenly stopped. A landslide had blocked the way. The experts got out and quickly cleared the debris by hand, while another group held off the sapper rats, working together efficiently. Chapter 373. Phase 3. 4/5 of the area has fallen. The only territory still under human control is a small number of buildings, mostly high-rises, with the ground floors occupied by engineer rats. Ground transportation is paralyzed. The streets and alleys are teeming with engineer rats. Some are searching for ordinary humans, while others are indiscriminately gnawing on anything they see. It's not that engineer rats enjoy destruction, but their incisors grow too fast. They must grind them down by gnawing, otherwise their teeth would grow too long and exceed their mouth's opening limit, causing them to starve. On the 11th floor of a square building, a burly man fighting with engineer rats suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. Fourth brother. Zhang Fu rushed over, catching the man before he fell into the swarm of engineer rats. His 2 other brothers quickly followed, stopping the swarming engineer rats. Blow up the stairs. Ignoring his injured legs, Zhang Fu gritted his teeth and carried his 4th brother quickly to the 12th floor, the last floor of the building. A dozen seconds later, just as 5 or 6 brothers rushed up, an explosion rocked the stairs and the sappers on them, pulverizing them. Those who survived fell to the ground. The sappers couldn't come up for a while, but none of Zhang Fu and his brothers showed any joy. The sappers were temporarily unable to climb. They possessed the ability to scale walls, and could ascend, albeit slowly, but they would eventually make it. His 4th brother was burning hot, his face abnormally red, and his breathing rapid, symptoms of the plague. Don't come any closer. Zhang Fu stopped the other brothers. He carried his 4th brother to the farthest room, carefully placed him on the bed, and tried to give him some water. However, as soon as he drank, he vomited, the vomit containing blood. Zhang Fu was helpless. His eldest, 2nd, and 3rd brothers had all died from the plague, and now it was his 4th brother's turn. He was likely next because he had been in contact with his 4th brother. How is 4th brother? Zhang Fu walked out of the room. The other brothers stood not far away in the corridor, anxiously watching him. Zhang Fu shook his head, unsure what to say. After a few seconds of pause, he said, "You should all go back inside. I handle the engineer rats. I won't let them come up until I'm dead." The brothers were heartbroken, but didn't know how to comfort him. Of the more than 300 brothers, less than 10 remained. 2/3 had died from the plague, and the rest had died from various accidents and engineer rats. Their survival was 1/3 due to strength, 1/3 due to ruthlessness, and 1/3 due to luck. Strength was essential, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived the engineer rats. Ruthlessness meant abandoning brothers, who couldn't be saved. Never abandon, never give up. 6 words easy to say, but hard to do. Carrying a seriously wounded person meant requiring at least 2 people to care for them, which was a double blow to an already understaffed team. Secondly, once injured, the probability of contracting the plague was 10 times higher than for an ordinary person. Each seriously wounded person was a ticking time bomb. Therefore, when it was time to abandon them, they had to. Finally, it came down to luck. Those who survived to this day, whether directly or indirectly, had all been in contact with plague-infected individuals and hadn't been infected. It was good luck, a blessing from heaven. But luck won't always be on your side. You should avoid it if possible. 4th brother was also a survivor, but his good fortune didn't last. He still succumbed to the plague. However, everyone had a somewhat clearer understanding of why 4th brother had contracted the plague. Yesterday, he risked going downstairs to search for ammunition and returned covered in wounds. Everyone immediately sensed something was wrong. Last night, he was attacked relentlessly by sapper rats, a relentless attack that continued into the daytime. 4th brother's injuries and exhaustion weakened his immune system. Everyone had urged him to rest, but they clung to a sliver of hope and didn't insist, ultimately leading to this tragedy. Everyone regretted it, but there's no going back. 4th brother's death was inevitable. The only question was how long he could hold on. Some people at the base had survived the plague for 7 days and 7 nights. 4th brother, with his formidable strength, should be able to endure longer than the average person. Within the base, in the high-rise buildings, there were still survivors. The occasional gunfire told the others that they were still alive, and as long as they were alive, there was still hope. However, everyone was anxious. Some buildings had ample food reserves, so those inside didn't need to worry about food. Others chose office buildings, which, while stocked with computers, documents, and desks, offered little in the way of food. Coffee and tea were also found in the offices, but these were insufficient to fill an empty stomach. The base's warehouses contained food, but access was impossible, a major concern for many survivors. The second issue was ammunition. The base also had a large stockpile of ammunition, but during the escape, ammunition was limited and quickly depleted. Many survivors now only had daggers as weapons. Guns without bullets were less useful than sticks. Finally, there was the issue of medicine. The hospital had its own supplies, but they were immediately seized by the base's power elite. To be precise, the best buildings in the base were all taken by various factions, others could only choose scraps. Zhang Fu's team was renowned within the base, but their connections with the higher-ups were weak, so they couldn't secure any good buildings. Otherwise, Fourth Brother wouldn't have had to risk searching for ammunition. The daytime was manageable, but the real danger lay at night. The sapper rats were nocturnal creatures, and they attacked at night. Zhang Fu held the broken stairwell alone all night until dawn, then, covered in wounds, retreated to his room. He needed rest. During the day, the other brothers would take over. Zhang Fu first checked on Fourth Brother in the outermost room. Fourth Brother was completely unconscious, his face turning dark. He knew Fourth Brother didn't have much time left. He himself felt feverish and unsteady on his feet. He knew it wasn't from exhaustion. He had also been infected. He didn't know how he got back to his room, or when he fell asleep. He was woken up by his brothers. Opening his eyes, he saw several strangers in the room, besides his brothers. "Don't get too close." He jumped in fright, clutching his cup and shrinking into the corner of the bed. "Zhang Fu, let me introduce you. This is Station Chief Night Owl from Base 9. They developed a vaccine for the plague, and you already been injected." "Don't worry," one of the brothers explained. "Where's Fourth Brother?" Zhang Fu realized that the lightheaded feeling in his body had disappeared, the drowsy state was gone, and his mind was crystal clear. A wave of joy from being reborn washed over him. Fourth Brother also received the vaccine, and his vital signs have stabilized, one of the brothers replied. Zhang Fu thanked Station Chief Night Owl for saving my life. Zhang Fu jumped off the bed, and knelt down directly before Li Jushi with a thud, startling Li Jushi. "Don't mention it. It's only right that we help each other." Chapter 374. Zhang Fu's gratitude stemmed primarily from his fourth brother. He was originally a homeless orphan, adopted by his fourth brother. Although his fourth brother wasn't much older, Zhang Fu already considered him his father. This was why he hadn't hesitated to save his fourth brother despite knowing he was infected with the plague. Now, hearing that his fourth brother was saved, he directly regarded Li Jushi as his living parents. "Are you staying here, or coming with us?" Li Jushi asked directly. The situation was urgent. There was no time for formalities. The 9 men answered in unison that they would come. "Following me means we have 3 rules. You will receive the same treatment as us, but the same applies to missions. I won't use you as cannon fodder, and you can't slack off. If you try to cheat, then we have to part ways," Li Jushi said. The 9 men simultaneously indicated they would obey orders. The group quickly descended the stairs. Zhang Fu was puzzled as to why there wasn't a single live sapper rat on the stairs, only corpses. He only understood when they reached the building's main entrance. 2 hunters blocked the entrance, and the sapper rats, like a surging tide, couldn't cross it. Not only Zhang Fu and fourth brother, but everyone was shocked by the scene. No bombs, no Vulcan cannons, no rocket launchers, only melee weapons, and not a single sapper rat had escaped. What shocked Zhang Fu and his group even more was yet to come. A dazzling flash of blade light suddenly erupted, so fast that no one could see how many strikes were made. By the time the light subsided, the surging sapper rats had thinned out, leaving only mangled corpses on the ground. Only then did they see the tiger-headed saber in Li Jushi's hand, its chilling aura palpable. Then the woman behind Li Jushi charged forward, her sword flashing like rain in all directions. The sparse swarms of engineer rats hadn't even reacted before their bodies stiffened and they were dead. A delicate beauty, yet her swordsmanship was so fierce that Zhang Fu and his group were utterly astonished. The group charged towards the main street, where 3 armored vehicles stood silently. At each of the 4 corners of each vehicle stood a hunter, slaughtering the swarms of engineer rats. The four formed a solid defensive line. Not a single engineer rat could get close to the vehicles. The group boarded the vehicles, which started up and headed towards the next building. Rescuing people was Li Jushu's first step. Borrowing food wasn't the hardest part, because if they couldn't borrow it, they could steal it. The hardest part was transporting the food back to Base 9. The two bases were over 1,000 kilometers apart. No joke. Besides needing armored vehicles, they also needed enough manpower. The survivors of Base 3 were the best help. Of course, it depended on who they were. Not everyone was grateful. Like this group of people in front of him, after being rescued from the building, they refused to leave. They demanded that Li Jushu act as their bodyguard and find them a safe place, showing no interest in rescuing other survivors. Judging from their attire, they were clearly rich kids who had never experienced hardship. If they hadn't run out of bodyguards, they probably would have stolen Li Jushu's vehicle. Hurry up and leave. What are you all standing there for? Are you all blockheads? I haven't eaten all day. I don't have time to waste here. The young man wearing a Woodpecker brand t-shirt spoke with impatience and even anger. Get out of the car. We have other things to do. Li Jushu looked at this group for a while. With his own mindset, he found it hard to understand how these people were thinking. Did they think they were the center of the world, and everyone had to revolve around them? Is he used to being the center of attention, or has his head been slammed in a door? Unable to see reality, what era are we in? Still dreaming of being a pampered young master? What did you say? You want us to get off the bus? Do you know what you're saying? Do you know who we are? The young man's eyes widened. He pointed at himself, his tone arrogant. My name is Lu Guanliang. My father is the chairman of Xiaoxing Technology. This is Ren Minglong, the second young master of the Ren family. This is Zhang Dui, whose father is the chairman of the Film Association. This one. Zhang Fu was initially dissatisfied with the behavior of these young masters, but after hearing each name, his face changed. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. For them, crushing him was as easy as crushing an ant. So many children of important figures gathered together. He looked at Li Jushu uneasily, beginning to worry for him. Xiaoxing Technology is one of the telecommunications giants. On the home planet and other planets with communication capabilities, 25% of mobile phones and electronic products are produced by Xiaoxing Technology. It's an absolute behemoth. A mere flick of its token sends shivers down the spine of the entire industry. The Ren family is even more remarkable. Generations of business have accumulated immeasurable wealth. Their business empire extends far beyond one or a few industries, encompassing dozens, even hundreds of sectors, including clothing, food, housing, transportation, healthcare, trade, finance, and investment. The Ren family last made the news 3 years ago, when their eldest grandson held his wedding, which cost over 30 billion yuan. Half of the entertainment industry's top stars attended, along with business tycoons, social elites, and political figures, so many that reporters didn't know who to photograph. Although the second young master wasn't a direct descendant, no one dared to underestimate him simply because he was associated with the Ren family. Zhang Dui's father had dedicated his life to the entertainment industry, from actor to director to investor. The chairman of the Film Association was just one of his many titles. Zhang Dui was known in the industry as Crown Prince Zheng, and even award-winning actors and actresses had to fawn over him. Newcomers to the industry had no standing in his presence. Even Yi Shao, as the station chief, probably wouldn't dare offend such a group of people. After introducing everyone, Lu Guanliang looked at Li Jushu, his expectant gaze turning to disappointment. Li Jushu's expression remained calm, showing neither the expected shock or fear, nor even the slightest surprise. This was completely different from the reaction he had anticipated. Kill them! After a long silence, Li Jushu uttered 2 words. Brainless people aren't scary, nor are cunning and willful people. What's scary is someone who's brainless, vengeful, and petty. Li Jushu knew that if he didn't go along with these people this time, they would definitely resent him. They wouldn't care much about the life-saving grace, but offending them would be more painful than killing them. Rather than being targeted and resented in the future, it was better to eliminate them once and for all. Jin Bumi, Su Dian, Tong Shenglong, and Luo Chuqing acted without hesitation, striking simultaneously. The young masters and their bodyguards didn't even have a chance to react before they were all dead. A flash of sword light, and only corpses remained. There were no screams, silence fell. Zhang Fu, 4th brother, and the others who had been rescued were drenched in cold sweat. Li Jushu didn't explain, only saying something indifferently. Continue the rescue. Zhang Fu, 4th brother, and the other rescued individuals were unaware that Li Jushu had actually divided his forces into 3 groups. His group was primarily responsible for rescuing survivors. Huang Yuanche and his wife led 3 tanks to the granary, while Lion King Yuan Qiongqi led 3 tanks to the ammunition depot. Finally, everyone gathered at the granary. The biggest crisis at Base 3 was the plague. The engineer rats, due to their dispersed distribution, weren't too densely packed, posing little problem for Li Jushu's group. The rescue operation proceeded relatively smoothly overall. Most people were realistic, with only a very small minority being overconfident. As the number of rescuers increased, and the convoy rapidly expanded to 30 tanks, Li Jushu halted the rescue efforts. The convoy changed direction and headed straight for the granary. Chapter 375. Base 3, Grain Warehouse. Miss, are we really not opening the door? Pei Zhongquan hesitated, his words trailing off. As the head of White Mouse Biotechnology at Base 3, a man of immense power, he shouldn't be so cautious. But who could resist such utmost care when the person before him was Qiao Zhiyu? Unlike the other 2 pharmaceutical companies, White Mouse Biotechnology was merely a subsidiary, belonging to the Shinong Benjing Group, whose leader was surnamed Qiao. Qiao Zhiyu was old Master Qiao's favorite granddaughter, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, her every wish fulfilled from childhood. Pei Zhongquan, even if he were the head of a branch office or the head of the entire company, would only dare to address Qiao Zhiyu as an equal. No one knew when Qiao Zhiyu had gone to 10,000 Beasts Planet without notifying anyone, nor how long she had been wandering outside. It was only when the second wave of rodents appeared that she was forced back to the base. The base's ability to hold out this long is largely thanks to Qiao Zhiyu. 11 people returned with her, all exceptionally skilled, including Shou Mubai's martial uncle. Although their numbers were small, they easily drove away a force that had previously occupied the granary. Pei Zhongquan objected. White Rat Biotechnology came to the Beast Planet to do business and make money. They shouldn't be involved in power struggles. However, Qiao Zhiyu was determined, and he couldn't stop her. Therefore, all the employees of White Rat Biotechnology moved to the warehouse. Strangely, after occupying the granary, Qiao Zhiyu didn't use the grain for anything. Instead, she spent her days and nights researching rodents with Dr. Qi and Dr. Ning. Dr. Qi is an imperial-level doctor who has trained over 30 doctors. He has worked with Yu Qinjian for 10 years. Dr. Ning's reputation is less than Dr. Qi's, but his abilities are no less. He simply rarely appears in public because he joined the Shinong Benjing Group. The 2 of them came to the base with Qiao Zhiyu, and most likely arrived on the Beast Planet together. Pei Zhongquan didn't dare ask. Pei Zhongquan didn't know Huang Yuanche and his wife, but he was very interested in the vaccine they possessed. The biggest crisis at Base 3 is the plague. 6 of his men have already died from it. Because of timely isolation, the others haven't been infected, but this is only temporary. Anyone at Base 3 is at risk of infection. They have no food. What does that have to do with me? Do I even know them? I'm not their parents. Why should I care? Qiao Zhiyu is only 22 years old, but she speaks with an air of maturity. I just think it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, Pei Zhongquan said with a forced smile. Enemies? They don't even deserve that title. Qiao Zhiyu sneered. Your task is to guard the gate, and not let anyone in. Don't worry about anything else. Yes. Pei Zhongquan, seeing Qiao Zhiyu's resolute attitude, stopped trying to persuade her. When Qiao Zhiyu returned to the laboratory, Li Jushu's convoy arrived at the granary. Seeing the gate tightly shut, they immediately knew something was wrong. The granary has been occupied by people from White Mouse Biotechnology. They refused to open the gate, and a direct assault from the outside would be very difficult, Huang Yuanche reported to Li Jushu immediately. What's the reason? Li Jushu asked. There's no reason. Their attitude is very firm, Huang Yuanche said. Who's in charge of White Rat Biotechnology? Li Jushu asked. It's a middle-aged man, Huang Yuanche replied. The person in charge of White Rat Biotechnology is named Pei Zhongquan. However, half a month ago, a chariot broke in, and a young woman of high status got out. I saw that Pei Zhongquan treated her very respectfully. It was she who decided to seize the granary. Zhang Fu's 4th brother, Ganing Jie, interjected. A young woman? What's her name? Li Jushu asked. It was too far away at the time. I didn't hear clearly. From her lip movements, Pei Zhongquan addressed her as Miss, Ganing Jie replied. Just then, a convoy of more than a dozen chariots appeared. As Zhang Fu and the others showed signs of tension, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi jumped down from the lead chariot and strode over. Lion King. A cry of surprise rang out from the survivors rescued by Li Jushu. Many wore expressions of delight and excitement. While Lion King wasn't particularly popular at Base 3, he was highly regarded among the experts. Station Chief Yuan Qiongqi approached Li Jushu and bowed respectfully. Was it successful? Li Jushu asked. The ammunition depot is now in our hands. Lu Yifeng is guarding it. I came to see if we needed any help. Yuan Qiongqi was a proud man. He knew without a doubt that seizing the ammunition depot wouldn't be easy. After all, no one wanted to hand over territory they had worked so hard to claim. However, Yuan Qiongqi didn't mention this, only stating the result. Huang Yuanche recounted the situation, and Yuan Qiongqi immediately understood. I dealt with Pei Zhongquan of White Rat Biotechnology before. The young master and young lady they mentioned only belonged to the surname Qiao. That woman must be from the mother planet, a descendant of the Qiao family. The mere mention of the Qiao family caused everyone's expression to change, except for Li Jushu and a few others. Even Huang Yuanche showed a rare seriousness. The Qiao family had grown to the point where it could no longer be simply categorized as a merchant family. It could be called a powerful clan, wielding considerable influence within the empire's upper echelons. At least 3 members of the Qiao family had entered the empire's central power structure. Station Chief, let's discuss this further. Su Dian couldn't help but speak up. He had been the station chief of Base 8 and understood the upper echelons far better than others. As the saying goes, only those who have climbed a mountain know its danger. A station chief was a powerful figure on the Beast planet, but to a powerful clan like the Qiao family, they were no different from mountain bandits. A single word from them could wipe out an entire base. Alright, everyone must be tired from the journey. Li Jushu glanced around and pointed to the nearest building, saying, let's go upstairs to rest, have some water, and eat something. The building faced the granary, where people were cooking. Li Jushu understood the Qiao family's immense power. We absolutely must get the grain. It would be best if we could avoid offending anyone. If the final outcome is something no one wants, then we have to test each other's methods. However, let's try to maintain peace and negotiate first. Li Jushu entrusted the negotiation to Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, who knew Pei Zhongquan. Yuan Qiongqi went downstairs without even eating, without anyone else or weapons, showing great sincerity in the negotiations. He returned to the building about half an hour later. How did it go? Su Dian, Tong Shenglong, and the others surrounded him, looking at him expectantly. Although Li Jushu didn't speak, he also felt hopeful. Chapter 376. The young lady of the Qiao family is unwilling to compromise. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi shook his head. Negotiations had failed. Disappointment immediately appeared on everyone's faces. What's so great about her? Just wipe her out, once and for all. Li Shaoshan was furious. Along the way, the sapper rats had been routed. So why should a young lady of the Qiao family hiding in the granary make them suffer? Things aren't that simple. Tong Shenglong glanced at Li Shaoshan. As one's strength increases, so does one's courage. In the past, Li Shaoshan would never have dared to say such a thing. His fire abilities had given him confidence. Base 3 is more than one granary, right? Li Jushu looked at Lion King Yuan Qiongqi. Anyone with a little common sense knows that you can't put all your eggs in one basket, especially supplies. They're usually stored in several places to prevent accidents. I haven't been paying attention to this. Lion King looked at the others. I know. Fourth brother Ganingjie volunteered. There's a granary next to the Twin Towers in Nancheng, but it's currently occupied by Day Trade and Sherpajia's gang. What's their background? Li Jushu asked. Day Trade deals in shipping routes. It said he used to be a deputy director of the investment promotion office, with extensive connections. Later, he went into business and founded Day Trade. Sherpajia is the head of the largest gang in the base, with many extraordinary people under his command, Ganingjie explained. Let's take them down, Li Jushu said. Leading his men, they arrived at the granary next to the Twin Towers in Nancheng. The granary was shaped like a fortress. The above-ground structures were mainly for defense, while the actual storage was underground. Although Li Jushu was furious with Qiao Zhuyu, he still sent Lion King Yuan Qiongqi to negotiate beforehand. 10 minutes later, Yuan Qiongqi returned, his face grim. The other side is unwilling to cooperate. Attack! Li Jushu didn't waste any words. Yuan Qiongqi had taken control of the ammunition depot, so his side now had ample firepower. The grain depot, on the other hand, had long since exhausted its ammunition after a prolonged battle with the rodents and engineer rats. Now, it relied on the bunker's defenses to passively resist the engineer rats' attacks. Boom! 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 The artillery bombarded the bunker round after round, the vibrations echoing throughout half the base. The bunker remained unmoved. As a key point of the grain depot, its sturdiness was unimaginable to ordinary people. The bunkers were designed to withstand artillery fire, earthquakes, and impacts, which was why those inside the grain depot were so fearless. The expectation on Zhang Fu and the others' faces turned to disappointment. They looked at Li Jiushu, whose expression remained unchanged, but he did not order a halt to the bombardment. The bombardment continued from daytime until late at night. "Boss, what are they trying to do? I don't understand." Inside the bunker, Partridge, who was keeping an eye on the situation outside, was vaguely uneasy. Something was definitely amiss. Anyone with a modicum of common sense knows the defenses of a bunker. Conventional artillery, even if bombarded for 10 days or half a month, wouldn't be effective. Yet, the cannons outside kept firing, wasting ammunition without any benefit. This was definitely not just to vent anger. "Are you worried about a conspiracy?" Sherpajiao was burly and extremely robust, with a seemingly honest face that was very deceptive. In reality, his small eyes concealed a shrewdness that no one dared to confide in. "I can't see their intentions." "Yuan Qiongqi isn't stupid," Partridge said. "Is there any way to break into the granary?" Sherpajiao asked. "Even with the password and key, it's useless if we lock it from the inside." Partridge thought for a long time, then shook his head. The granary was designed for storage, not for escape. There wasn't even an escape route, there was only one entrance. As long as that entrance remained, no one could get in. Keep an eye on them, see what tricks they have up their sleeves. I'm quite looking forward to it. A strange light flashed in Sherpajiao's eyes. Even the Lion King Yuan Qiongqi had a day when he needed help. The next day, just after breakfast, the cannon fire outside suddenly stopped. Startled, Partridge quickly looked at the large screen. The cannons outside had not only stopped, but they had also been withdrawn. The main street was empty, eerily quiet. "What's going on?" Hearing the commotion, Sherpajiao rushed over. After a night of constant booming, the sudden silence was extremely unsettling for everyone. They might have given up. Partridge stared intently at the large screen, scrutinizing every corner in detail. He was worried it might be a trap, but after looking and looking, he couldn't see anything unusual. He was puzzled, feeling something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Li Jiushu and the others, who had retreated into the Gemini Tower, were leisurely eating breakfast. With their heavy weapons, the pressure of dealing with the engineer rats had lessened. As long as ordinary hunters weren't afraid to die and didn't retreat, they basically didn't have to worry about the engineer rats charging at them, especially from a high vantage point. The engineer rats, after all, had a weakness: they couldn't attack while climbing. In a corner, the hunters who had fought all night were eating breakfast. They were the strongest group of the rescued hunters. The slightly weaker ones were assigned to daytime combat. Zhang Fu and his fourth brother were among the best hunters, a fact evident from their seating arrangements. They had individual seats, while the other hunters sat on the edges, on the floor, or even stood by the windows. Where there are people, there is a hierarchy. Even among the rescued survivors, there were distinctions of rank and status. "Fourth brother, what's this night owl station chief up to? I don't understand." Zhang Fu had been pondering Li Jiushu's intentions all night, but to no avail. "It's a warning, I suppose," Ganningjie said, though he was also puzzled, his composure masked by his deep-seated suspicion. "I even suspect he's just furious," Zhang Fu whispered. "How could the Lion King's men be incompetent?" Ganningjie glared at him. "How could you say something like that?" "But this isn't a solution," Zhang Fu said. "Every problem has a solution. The granary isn't without its weaknesses. There's not much water in it," Ganningjie said. "There should be groundwater, right?" Zhang Fu wasn't entirely sure. "I don't know if there's anything outside, but anything that's entered could be used against us," Ganningjie said, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "This is underground." Zhang Fu wasn't distrustful of his fourth brother, but the idea was simply too unrealistic. Nothing happened all day, and everyone assumed Li Jiushu had run out of tricks. Around dinner time, no one noticed a short, large-headed man, nicknamed Groundhog, had appeared in the crowd. Around 8 o'clock that evening, accompanied by a screeching sound, the granary door slowly opened, and Sherpajiao led the way out, shocking everyone. It opened by itself? Chapter 377. Soon, everyone realized the problem. The people who emerged had abnormally flushed faces, bloodshot eyes, and unsteady breathing. "Plague! This is the plague! These people are infected with the plague!" Zhang Fu and the others instinctively wanted to retreat, but immediately noticed that Li Jiushu and the others hadn't moved. Their faces flushed, and they suddenly remembered there was a vaccine. They didn't need to fear the plague. No one knew what had happened, only that 8 or 9 out of 10 people from day trade and Sherpijia, who were hiding in the granary, had been infected with the plague and had to submit to Li Jushu in order to obtain the vaccine. The granary subsequently changed hands. The next task was simple. Use the tanks from Base 3 to transport the reserve grain from Base 3. Wang Yuanche and his wife, along with a group of experts, escorted the transport. Li Jushu, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, Lu Yifeng, Li Xiaoshan, and others stayed behind to continue rescuing the trapped personnel at the base, and the team quickly grew. With the ammunition depot under control and vaccines readily available, the rescue operation proceeded smoothly. Using the reserve grain depot in the south of the city as a base, the forces expanded in all directions. Within days, the entire south of the city fell under Li Jushu's control, and the sapper rats were routed. Next came the West District, where the ammunition depot was located. In less than a week, Li Jushu had connected the South and West Districts, and his forces had exceeded 5,000 men, with a significant number of survivors. When the North District was breached, Wang Yuanche and his wife returned with empty transport trucks. Although the South District was a reserve warehouse, the stored grain was enough to feed a base for 3 months. 1 or 2 trips wouldn't be enough. Li Jushu had always believed the Biejiao nuclear power plant was unusable, given that it had been occupied by rodent rats for several months. However, after eliminating all the rodent rats and sapper rats within the plant and conducting a thorough inspection, the expert Huang Dawei, who maintained the plant, concluded that it was still operational. The damage was all minor and easily reparable. When Li Jushu heard that the Turtle Shell nuclear power plant generated twice as much electricity as all the power plants at Base 9 combined, his excitement was beyond Zhang Fu's comprehension. Among those rescued was a wealthy man from the home planet, who immediately offered to donate half of his fortune to Li Jushu. The wealthy man's assets exceeded 600 billion, so half would be 300 billion. Li Jushu merely offered a perfunctory thank you, showing no excitement whatsoever. The nuclear power plant was certainly important, but was such joy necessary? Only those from Base 9 understood the reason for Li Jushu's happiness. With sufficient power, eliminating the engineer rats would be a simple matter. Base 3 was teeming with talent, yet no one suggested using electric shocks to deal with the rodents. They were all a bunch of useless people. Those still able-bodied were assigned to install barbed wire. Thousands worked together, and in a day and a night, a large amount of barbed wire was installed in the South, North, and West districts. The instant the electricity was switched on, blue light flashed, sparks leaped, and the sapper rats crawling on the wire were instantly burned to charred corpses. White smoke rose, and a strong, acrid smell filled the air. Zhang Fu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This electrocution had killed at least 500,000 sapper rats. Thinking about how he had painstakingly killed only a few thousand, the difference was enormous. With so many people at the base, even killing a few 100,000 in a day would probably only amount to a few 100,000. Now, with just the flick of a switch, in less than 3 seconds, the streets and alleys were instantly silent. What did all his efforts over the past few months amount to? What did so many deaths mean? So the expressions on the faces of those who originally belonged to Base 3 were incredibly complex. What should have been a joyous occasion turned into something far from joyful. The acrid smell of burning flesh in the air was like a series of slaps to their faces, a stark reminder that so many of their brothers had died in vain. All their suffering had been for nothing. No one had thought of such a powerful method for dealing with the engineer rats. Ganingjie, take your men and inspect the area. Repair any damaged barbed wire, and fix any overlooked areas. Crow, take your men and occupy the high ground. Partridge, take your men and clear out the rodent carcasses. Collect the human remains as well. Zhang Fu, go and count the engineering vehicles, bulldozers, excavators, and the like in the base. See how many are left. Li Jushu issued 7 or 8 orders in quick succession, and everyone obeyed them obediently. This electric shock wiped out most of the sapper rats on the base's surface, leaving only a small number that posed little threat to skilled operators. First, the city walls were covered with barbed wire. After several electric shocks, the sapper rats were forced to use the city gates, unaware that the gates were the biggest traps. Each time a sapper rat entered, it was instantly electrocuted and charred. Elsewhere, excavators began digging a moat around the city walls. Due to manpower shortages, only half of the moat was dug. Areas with fewer sapper rats were blocked off by the moat, while areas with larger numbers remained primarily covered by barbed wire. Zhang Fu was still wondering about the moat's effectiveness. After all, sapper rats could swim, so simply filling it with water wouldn't work. Could it be sulfuric acid or something? Would the sapper rats be instantly obliterated if they jumped in? A clever person speculated. A moat 5 meters deep, 8 meters wide, and several kilometers long, pouring sulfuric acid? Even if you brought all the sulfuric acid from the entire beast planet, it wouldn't be enough. A hunter with a modicum of common sense rolled his eyes at Dutsongming. Otherwise, I can't think of any other use for a moat. Dutsongming's thinking had fallen into a blind spot. Actually, the others were similarly stuck in traditional siege tactics, ignoring the fact that their enemy wasn't humans, but rodent rats. When the red crystal was poured into the moat and ignited, all the hunters from Base 3 fell silent. It should have been a happy occasion, but they weren't happy. When it came to dealing with engineer rats, they were worse than elementary school students. The engineer rats either stood hesitantly on the moat's edge or fell in and burned to ashes. Such a simple method, yet no one in Base 3 had thought of it. Perhaps someone did later, but it was too late. When the plague engulfed the entire base, everyone was in fear, everyone was thinking of themselves, and no one considered eliminating the engineer rats anymore. Base 3 possessed a large reserve of red crystals, solidifying Li Jushu's resolve to control it. With food, electricity, and red crystals, he had already begun considering transferring the forces from Base 9 to Base 3. In terms of resources, Base 3 was far superior to Base 9. The successful closure of the city gate, undamaged, symbolized Base 3's victory in the first phase of its battle against the engineer rats. Chapter 378. The first phase was completed, and the second phase began. Li Jushu reorganized the surviving forces. Level 2, 3, 4, and 5 hunters were assigned to defend the city walls, focusing on combat. Level 1, apprentice hunters, and ordinary personnel primarily served as logistic support, assisting in combat. Clean up corpses, disinfect, sterilize, restore transportation, etc. Before these tasks, he also carried out an operation to clear the rodents from the sewers and sewage pipes. Li Jushu was experienced in this. After turning on the water and electricity, countless rodents were killed in 3 seconds. Because it was in the sewers, the exact number was impossible to count, but the effect was visible. Afterward, there were no more large numbers of engineer rats appearing in the base. They were mostly small, hiding in secluded corners, occasionally popping out. This cleanup was thorough and comprehensive, leaving no blind spots. Therefore, it also uncovered previously undiscovered surprises, such as survivors. You guys hid really well. Didn't you hear us setting off firecrackers outside? The basement door opened, and Zhang Fu saw dozens of people huddled on the damp floor, each one as thin as a dried corpse from hunger, their faces devoid of flesh, making their eyes appear unusually large. To minimize physical exertion, these people spent their days lying down, barely moving. Many hadn't spoken for so long that their voices were hoarse and lifeless. What did you eat to survive? Zhang Fu asked curiously. Then he saw several bags of flour and noodles in a cubicle. Lacking cooking utensils, and also worried about disturbing the rodents, these people ate them raw with water. Thankfully, the basement had running water. They were surprised to find that over 1,000 people had been rescued, but all of them were in poor condition. Many had to be carried out, unable to even sit properly, let alone walk. They were lucky not to have been found by the rodents, otherwise, they would have been mauled to death. The convoy left with supplies on its third trip. The cleanup in the south of the city was complete, and they moved to the west. The most noticeable change was the fresh air. The pungent, nauseating stench was almost gone. Ancestors above, I finally made it through. I've been given a second chance at life. Heaven has been kind to me. Zhang Xuanzhen exhaled a long, 3-minute breath, then took another deep breath of fresh air, feeling completely refreshed. As he walked out of the city, many people looked at him as if he were a ghost. Butcher Zhang, am I seeing things? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? His body's rotting. Is this a ghost or a human? Holy crap, he's still alive. He's incredibly lucky. That's unscientific. I remember he was one of the first to contract the plague. Wasn't he cremated immediately? Are the rumors all lies? As the saying goes, those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune. Zhang Xuanzhen's fighting prowess greatly shocked Sherpajia. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, on the other side, stopped and stared at him for a long time. Zhang Xuanzhen's weapon was the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Guan Yu's weapon. His moves were wide and powerful, exuding immense momentum. His attacks were incredibly fast. By the time you saw the blade flash, it was already an afterimage, his strike already complete. Engineer rats were often still in the acceleration phase. not even reaching their top speed, when they were already sliced in two. From a distance, Zheng Xuanjin created a trail of blood mist, like a long, crimson dragon. A tracked vehicle passed by Zheng Xuanjin, leaving a bloody trail. A keen hunter compared the speeds. The vehicle was faster than Zheng Xuanjin, but it eliminated less than a tenth of the number of engineer rats. Engineer rats can run. Seeing the vehicle approaching, most engineer rats would run away, only a few stubbornly trying to withstand the tracks. Zheng Xuanjin, however, was different. His green dragon crescent blade covered a full 3.5 meters, possessing immense destructive power. Zheng Xuanjin's actions greatly encouraged the hunters at Base 3. They were all like they'd been injected with adrenaline, showing signs of a counterattack against the engineer rats. "Can I ask you a question?" Sherpa Jia, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. "What?" Tao Liuji's voice was dry and grating. Those familiar with him would have assumed he was reluctant, but in fact, he always spoke like this. "Is dealing with engineer rats at Base 9 easy?" Sherpa Jia's expression was complex when he asked the question. "Is it that difficult?" Tao Liuji's rhetorical question left Sherpa Jia speechless. He couldn't understand why either. The engineer rats were still the same engineer rats, and they were still the same people. But before Li Jushu arrived, the engineer rats were seen as ferocious beasts, dominating the battles and inflicting heavy casualties on Base 3. After Li Jushu's arrival, they were able to drive the engineer rats back in defeat. Suddenly, the engineer rats weren't scary anymore. They were just larger rats in greater numbers, nothing more. Where was the problem? Not only he couldn't figure it out, but all the hunters at Base 3 couldn't understand it either. However, most hunters didn't have time to think about these things. Seeing an opportunity to eliminate the engineer rats, they attacked desperately, hoping to kill them as soon as possible, without time to consider other issues. Aside from the initial 2 days of action, Li Jushu became less active, focusing on taking control of the East District. The largest granary, the hospital, the administrative district, and the economic heartland were all located in the East District. The most crucial area of Base 3 was the East District. Even if he captured 3/4 of the area, without control of the East District, he wouldn't truly control Base 3. When the plague broke out at Base 3, hunters who had the opportunity to leave did so. Those who remained had complex reasons, including some administrative personnel. Led by Deputy Station Chief Jia Xuangong and Turbine, the former deputy commander of the 1st Legion, Turbine was a powerful figure. He had promoted Zhang Cook. They controlled the hospital, maneuvering against the engineer rats, and occasionally providing food and ammunition to other trapped individuals. They were the strongest force resisting the engineer rats within the base. Jia Xuangong and Turbine were delighted that Li Jushu returned with his men to rescue Base 3, and they dispatched a medical team to assist him. But their joy was short-lived. They soon realized something was amiss. Li Jushu's actions weren't simply a rescue. He was trying to seize control of their base. Jia Xuangong and Turbine were unhappy, and their cooperation ended. Subsequent developments confirmed their suspicions. Li Jushu rapidly encroached on the base's territory, but they were powerless to stop him. They struggled even to leave the East District, let alone halt his advances. Li Jushu fortified the South, North, and West Districts with moats and barbed wire, but the East District's walls remained undefended. As a result, the sapper rats flocked to the East District. The East District faced immense pressure, unaware of what was happening. Every day was agonizing, filled with the dilemma of whether to beg Li Jushu for help. Finally, late at night, the hospital couldn't hold on any longer. Turbine, using a megaphone, demanded to see Li Jushu. Chapter 379. The choice between life and death was actually quite simple. However, some people harbored greed. Jia Xuangong still wanted to remain as deputy station chief. This was their condition for surrender. Li Jushu, being straightforward, immediately ended the dialogue. A day later, the hospital delivered Jia Xuangong's head. Notify Yuan Qiongqi and Sherpa Jia, the net can be closed. Li Jushu's order was relayed. On the city wall, Lion King and Sherpa Jia, who had been prepared, pulled the net from both ends, finally closing in on the base. After electrification, hundreds of thousands of engineer rats were electrocuted to ashes. Inside the base, the barbed wire used to isolate the Eastern District was cut open. Zheng Xuanjin, Lu Yifeng, and Jin Bumi led the charge in, while the others set up more barbed wire. Before the hunters in the hospital could even understand what was happening, blue arcs of electricity rose from the barbed wire, and the engineer rats that had passed through it instantly straightened up, emitting white smoke and a pungent stench filling the air. One electric shock killed half of the sapper rats. After 3 more shocks, the sapper rats in the East District were almost all dead. The squeaking could be clearly heard weakening. At dawn, the East District was liberated. There were quite a few survivors in the East District, over 10,000. Most were obedient and willingly followed Li Jushu's orders, but some failed to grasp the situation. I believe that saving lives should be unconditional. Those with the ability should bear greater responsibility. Everyone is grateful for your saving lives, but it is wrong to seize property that rightfully belongs to everyone. I hope you will not do this and return the property to everyone, Shin Yunwen said righteously to Li Jushu. Shin Yunwen was a renowned writer and literary figure, often writing articles criticizing contemporary injustices and holding a high position in the literary world. Normally, wherever he went to a base, he was a guest of honor before the station chief. He himself had little power, but anyone who saw him in trouble would lend a hand. Even the intellectual hunters respected him. Writer Shin, there's something I feel I need to tell you. Li Jushu glanced at Lu Yifeng. Having such a person in front of him was simply an eyesore. Don't talk to me about anything else. The issue we're discussing now is the ownership of property. Taking without permission is stealing. Do you understand that your actions are illegal? Shin Yunwen's voice grew louder and louder, his spittle almost hitting Li Jushu's face. The base is out of food. Soon everyone will starve to death, Li Jushu said. How is that possible? Base 3 has enough food to last 3 years. How can there be no food? Shin Yunwen didn't believe it at all. There is food, it's all in the warehouse. We can't get it out. Li Jushu pointed to the granary not far away. What do you mean? Don't you remember the password? Shin Yunwen was stunned. Someone has occupied the granary and refuses to open it, Li Jushu said. Who's so selfish as to do this at a time like this? Shin Yunwen was furious and stormed off to the granary. Just then, African Lion returned and whispered to Li Jushu who found him. It's Niu Jianjun from Hongfu Mining. African Lion's identity was somewhat similar to Jean Bummy's. Jean Bummy was responsible for protecting Yu Qinjian, commissioned by the state, while African Lion protected Dr. Liu. Dr. Shin and the others were civilian hires. African Lion had high professional ethics, always guarding the laboratory, never leaving its side, an order given to him by Li Jushu. Never underestimate the wickedness of human nature. No one knows if there are ill-intentioned survivors, or if some hunters harbor hatred towards the world. The laboratory is crucial for the war god rodent. If something goes wrong at a critical moment, it will be too late for regrets. Even when Base 9 was running out of ammunition and supplies, Li Jushu didn't send the African Lion to the front lines. This time, it was only because a special security team was established after the reorganization that the African Lion had the opportunity to accompany the team. Red Rich Mining? Li Jushu pondered for a moment, then realized, the red crystal we found belongs to Red Rich Mining, right? That's right. The African Lion nodded. Let's go see this Niu Jianjun. Li Jushu knew that Shin Yunwen was just an arrogant person, easily manipulated and used as a pawn. He himself had no property at the base. The ones who truly wanted the property were Niu Jianjun and a group of entrepreneurs led by him. This problem had to be solved, otherwise, it could easily escalate into conflict. Some people, if you save their life, will remember it for a lifetime. Others, they forget it in the blink of an eye. Given the slightest conflict of interest, they act ruthlessly. Most businessmen only care about profit. When their lives are threatened, they can sacrifice their wealth to save a life. When their lives and health are no longer threatened, their wealth becomes their life. This kind of thing has happened at both Gathering Point 12 and Base 9. Inside an office building, a group of entrepreneurs, who had just been rescued, sat in their offices, looking rather disheveled. When Li Jushu entered, they all stood up abruptly, several of them showing a hint of unease. Station Chief Night Owl, Gao Zhangju called out. He was the minister in charge of economy at Base 3, and owned numerous businesses, maintaining close ties with entrepreneurs. Li Jushu glanced at him and smiled. Everyone, don't be nervous. Sit down and let's talk. Businessmen are all shrewd observers. Although Li Jushu was smiling, everyone knew he hadn't come with good intentions. They sat down, but sat ramrod straight, like students. Station Chief, you're so busy, yet you still took the time to visit us. We are truly ashamed and humbled. Actually, you didn't need to waste your time on us. We can take care of ourselves. Gao Zhangju said. Which one of you is Niu Jianjun? Li Jushu interrupted him. A burly middle-aged man stood up, feigning composure, but a fleeting unease in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Is a red crystal enough to buy your life? Li Jushu's words caused a change in the expressions of everyone in the conference room. Niu Jianjun's face flushed red, his eyes filled with both anger and fear. You're all intelligent people, And you should understand the current situation. To put it bluntly, before the rodents are eradicated, anyone could die. It could be you, it could be us. If we unite, there might be a sliver of hope for survival. If we fight amongst ourselves, death is certain. Life is hard one, but death is easy, Li Jushu said calmly. Niu Jianjun's face slowly paled. This wasn't a warning, it was a blatant threat. Since the rodent outbreak, how many bases have been destroyed? How many are left? We're truly lucky to have survived. Everyone should cherish this, and everyone should contribute their share, Li Jushu said. Suddenly, as if struck by a sudden thought, Niu Jianjun blurted out, I, Niu Jianjun, am willing to donate all my assets, including the red crystal. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately felt the murderous aura surrounding him dissipate, and a sense of relief washed over him. He knew he had escaped with his life. Mr. Niu is truly righteous and admirable. Li Jushu smiled, his eyes filled with appreciation. The other entrepreneurs, of course, understood what was going on and chimed in. My Donghai Trading is willing to contribute all its transportation equipment. Beautiful Bird Apparel is willing to donate all its clothing and materials. My Gushalu is willing to donate all its assets. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Despite their strong emphasis on profit, these businessmen value their lives above all else. Realizing that Li Jushu was not the kind of gentleman who would readily admit defeat, they immediately changed their minds. Chapter 380. Thank you all for your generosity. The base will not forget your contributions. I won't disturb your rest any longer. As Li Jushu emerged from the office building, a hunter rushed over. Station Chief, Shen Yuan brought someone back, saying he wants to see you. Who is it? Li Jushu wondered. Didn't Shen Yuan go to the Qiao family to ask for grain? He's back so quickly? Did he fail or succeed? Given the Qiao family's strength and status, he must have failed. Who did he bring to see him? Is he trying to divert attention from the embarrassment of the failed negotiations? But doesn't he know he's busy? A woman, coming out of the granary, the hunter replied. Li Jushu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace, entering the conference room of the temporary base. The first thing he saw was an outrageously beautiful woman, the kind that was stunning at first glance, even more stunning the more he looked, and the more stunning she became. Li Jushu wouldn't say he's seen countless women, but he had seen many beauties, and the woman before him was the most visually striking person he ever met. Her figure, fashion sense, features, and demeanor were all perfect. Xiao Zhuyu. No introduction was needed. Li Jushu immediately recognized the woman, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. It was she who dared to disrespect the station chief. Li Jushu sized up Xiao Zhuyu, and Xiao Zhuyu was sizing him up as well. There were two other people in the meeting room, Shen Yunwen and Yuan Qiongqi, the Lion King who had retired from the front lines. Upon seeing Li Jushu return, they bowed, and then pulled Shen Yuan out of the meeting room. Xiao Zhuyu. The woman spoke first. The simple name, uttered by her, carried the air of an empress, conveying an honor associated with her name. Night Owl. I'm surprised. I have no recollection of anything about you, Xiao Zhuyu said. I know quite a bit about the Qiao family, Li Jushu said. The world was originally a two-dimensional world, but over time, it has become a three-dimensional world. Horizontal networks of relationships are unknowingly dominated by vertical ones. You managed to seize the opportunity to tear off a spiderweb. That's not simple, Xiao Zhuyu said. It wasn't you, nor me, that changed everything. It was time, Li Jushu said. You've proven your ability. I can give you the food, but you have to agree to one request, Xiao Zhuyu said. What request? Li Jushu asked. I want to leave here and go to base 1. You must send someone to escort us safely there, and then the deal will be complete, Xiao Zhuyu said. Can I ask why? Li Jushu looked at her. This condition wasn't particularly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. He just didn't quite understand. In the current environment, it was better to stay put than to act. No one knew what lay ahead. Base 3 at least guaranteed safety. Leaving was uncertain. How is it? Xiao Zhuyu didn't answer his question. I will send enough experts to escort them, but I can't guarantee their safe arrival, Li Jushu said. I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as your people are serious about their work, I will keep my promise, Xiao Zhuyu said. When do we leave? Li Jushu asked. The sooner the better, Xiao Zhuyu said. First thing tomorrow morning. Li Jushu pondered for a moment and gave a time. Okay, we set off at dawn tomorrow. Xiao Zhuyu was decisive, his manner as masculine as ever. Are you researching rodents? Are you in such a hurry to go to base 1 to borrow the laboratory? Just as Xiao Zhuyu walked out of the conference room, Li Jushu suddenly blurted out. You have a vivid imagination. You wouldn't happen to be pen pals with Shin Kanwen, would you? Xiao Zhu paused, then casually uttered a sarcastic remark before continuing to walk outside. Rodents have a substance in their bodies that can enhance human regenerative abilities, or in simpler terms, extend lifespan, Li Jushu added. Xiao Zhu suddenly turned and stared at Li Jushu, her eyes sharp, enunciating each word clearly. How did you know that? If you knew me well enough, you know that Dr. Yu Qinjin and Dr. Jiamini are currently at base 9. They've been researching it since the rodents appeared, Li Jushu said casually. What else do you know? Xiao Zhu's chest heaved, her breathing becoming rapid. The Qiao family started in medicine, they must have discovered more, Li Jushu said, refusing to elaborate. The reason rodents possess such a powerful reproductive ability is because of a substance in their bodies. If this substance were extracted and applied to humans, it might enable organ regeneration. They could regenerate organs using their own cells, eliminating the need for transplants. Xiao Zhu walked back into the conference room. Actually, I don't understand research. I'm a complete novice, Li Jushu said. Tell me your conditions. Xiao Zhu had calmed down. Dr. Liu, Dr. Shen, Dr. Tu, and more than a dozen other PhDs. They work very well together at base 9, Li Jushu said. What do you want? Xiao Zhu had just sat down, but immediately stood up again. She knew all the PhDs Li Jushu mentioned. She had met them in person. She couldn't imagine how these PhDs had ended up with Li Jushu. Judging from their circles, there was no possibility that Li Jushu would have any connection with their students. I heard you're also a researcher, Li Jushu said. Biology. I mainly studied biological evolution, Xiao Zhu replied. I don't know what I want, but I do know one thing. The more thoroughly we study rodents, the more effective we be at dealing with them. Science is more effective than violence when it comes to dealing with rodents, Li Jushu said. If everyone were like you, perhaps we would have found a way to deal with rodents long ago, Xiao Zhu said. Don't give me empty promises. We can cooperate, Li Jushu said. Although I haven't seen your lab at base 9, I still believe the best lab is at base 1, Xiao Zhu said. My lab is only at base 9. I won't go anywhere else, Li Jushu said. I decided. I cooperate with you, Xiao Zhu said. Neither Xiao Zhu nor Li Jushu could have imagined that their cooperation would have a profound impact on the planet of beasts, and even on the future landscape. At this moment, although they had a strong desire to cooperate, they also harbored a hidden wariness. However, cooperation was the inevitable trend. Xiao Zhu felt the research was too slow and unlikely to yield results, as did Li Jushu. According to Dr. Yu, if the rodent's value was 10 points, they had only found 1 point of benefit so far, 9 points remained untapped. More people meant more strength. The next day, Li Jushu personally led a team, transporting a batch of food, ammunition, and red crystals back to base 9. He knew Dr. Qi, Dr. Ning, Yu Qinjin, Dr. Liu, and Dr. Shen on Xiao Zhu's side, and they had a good relationship. Everyone was excited to see each other, both because they were all alive and because cooperation would accelerate the research. The Qiao family's status was indeed very high. Yu Qinjin and Jiamini were very polite to Xiao Zhu. While Li Jushu was gratified, a slight worry arose. Only when both sides were of equal standing could they truly cooperate. If one side was too powerful, the weaker side would lose its voice. He didn't show it, and after spending a few hours with Zhong Huiyan, they set off that night, returning to base 3, with Xiao Zhu accompanying them. Chapter 381. Xiao Zhu entered 3 passwords in succession, opening 3 large doors, and the granary appeared before Li Jushu. The food reserves at base 3 are quite good. Grain, oil, rice, flour, meat, black fungus, lotus seeds, mushrooms, tea, very comprehensive, and the quantity is sufficient. I estimate that with the current number of people at the base, it shouldn't be a problem to feed them for 5 or 8 years. We won't need to worry about food anymore, Xiao Zhu said. Miss Xiao, you didn't actually need to come back specifically, Li Jushu said. My research is a hobby, but essentially, I'm still a businesswoman, Xiao Zhu said. A businessman must be trustworthy. What you say, you must do. A big reason I came to the beast planet is that I can hunt. Even if I don't make money, I won't starve, Li Jushu said with a smile. The appearance of the rodents was something no one expected. A slight smile crept onto Xiao Zhu's lips. Li Jushu's thoughts weren't unusual. Many low-level hunters shared this mentality. Even in dire straits, they didn't need to worry about starving. They never anticipated the appearance of rodents, which had wreaked havoc, leaving nothing but barren land in their wake. There's even alcohol, Li Jushu exclaimed in surprise. The granary was divided into compartments, each storing different types of grain. Above one compartment's door was a sign that read alcohol. Alcohol can be drunk, used for warmth, fuel, and, if necessary, converted into medical supplies. For stockpiling supplies, alcohol and sugar are indispensable, Xiao Zhiyu explained. I know about sugar. Li Jushu knew little about this, but he was somewhat familiar with sugar, a frequent item on the post-apocalyptic supplies list. Sugar was a high-calorie food. It could be eaten directly, consumed as a beverage, and used as a medical supply to stop bleeding. Sugar also had a major use, making explosives. Xiao Zhiyu suddenly stopped, her confident expression turning to astonishment. Directly in front of her, a sign on a door read, "Groundhog under Night Owl's command was here." All of Xiao Zhiyu's pride crumbled instantly, trampled upon. She thought she could control Li Jushu's granary, but in reality, he was already inside. It was only because Li Jushu didn't harbor ill intentions towards her that she was left. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died. Xiao Zhiyu had no more interest in explaining. Just then, someone came looking for Li Jushu, and the two of them took the opportunity to leave the warehouse. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. Farewell. Xiao Zhiyu fled as if she were running away, as if she would be unable to leave if she lingered. Li Jushu watched Xiao Zhiyu's hasty retreat, a smug smile on his face. The groundhog was quite capable. It wasn't for nothing that he had spent so much effort to subdue him. What is it? Li Jushu turned his gaze away, asking the cowboy who had come to him. A convoy that was heading towards Base 3 suddenly changed course and headed towards Base 1, said Western Cowboy. A convoy? Li Jushu looked at him. Where would a convoy come from at this time? To travel on land covered by engineer rats, at least several level 5 hunters would be needed for escort, otherwise, it's suicide. There are only a few highways, and they're all near Base 9. If vehicles can't utilize their speed advantage, they're just easy prey for the engineer rats. Yujing was convoy, said Western Cowboy. They left Settlement 12? Li Jushu suddenly realized. A while ago, they traded some potions for a lot of plague vaccines from us. I thought the plague at Settlement 12 had resurfaced, but I didn't expect they were heading for Base 3. What a pity. They probably knew there was no hope of retaking Base 3, so they simply gave up, the cowboy guessed. Yujing isn't one to give up easily. She didn't go to Base 2 or Base 4 because she was thinking of a comeback, Li Jushu said. Before the rodent plague, Base 1 and Base 3 were allies, which is why Yujing immediately went to Base 1. We can still catch up now. Should we? The cowboy made a throat-slitting gesture. Yujing is capable and resourceful. She has a master like Xiao Mubai by her side. Once she's at Base 1, she won't be content to be subservient. Letting her cause trouble for Base 1 is more beneficial than killing her, Li Jushu said. The following days were filled with nothing but killing engineer rats. The engineer rats were endless, and the hunters' killing intent was also endless. Both sides were holding their breath. The hunters didn't believe the engineer rats couldn't be killed outright, and the engineer rats didn't believe they couldn't overwhelm the base with sheer numbers. Every day, from morning till night, from night till day, without a break for a whole month. Whether out of guilt or other motives, Xiao Zhiyu sent 4 experts, Xiao Er, Xiao San, Xiao Si, and Xiao Wu. The names didn't matter, the key was their strength. Xiao Er and Xiao San were no less powerful than Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, while Xiao Si and Xiao Wu were standard level 5 experts. The 4 of them fought side by side, like a bridgehead planted in the area with the most engineer rats. They hunted for an entire day, returning covered in blood. However, once they took off their clothes, it was discovered that none of them had a single wound. The blood was all from the engineer rats. The technicians were also very efficient. After half a month of hard work, they repaired the 2 malfunctioning nuclear power plants, making electricity at Base 3 suddenly much cheaper. Li Jushu was unwilling to see electricity wasted, so barbed wire began to be laid extensively outside the city, and the order to kill the engineer rats gradually shifted to capturing them alive. The engineer rats were stunned with electric shocks, then, their teeth were pulled, claws chopped off, and they were caged and transported to Base 9. The highway project had also begun, and to ensure the project wasn't disrupted, a large amount of barbed wire was laid along the route. Any rodent that dared to approach was instantly electrocuted. The hunters at Base 3 no longer considered engineer rats a threat. Instead, they saw them as a way to make a fortune. Each engineer rat sold for 100 copper coins, and a team could catch 20,000 a day. With 5 people per team, each person could earn an average of 400,000 copper coins, far more profitable than doing missions. And that was the minimum. Some teams could catch over 100,000 engineer rats a day, earning 2 to 3 million copper coins daily. A steady stream of engineer rats was delivered to Base 9, solving the food problem. The situation at Bases 3 and 9 improved day by day. Base 3 even contributed all its potions, and the hunter's strength increased daily. When the highway connecting Bases 3 and 9 opened, Li Jushu initiated a new plan, to move to Base 4. This wasn't just his idea. It was the idea of his subordinates as well. Characters like Western Cowboy, Raven, and Stonebreaker were no longer satisfied with the rights of just one base. The benefits of Base 3 had already been divided up. To gain new benefits, they had to target other bases, and Base 4 was undoubtedly the most suitable. Chapter 382. Why not Base 2? The hunters also voted with their feet. The road to Base 4 was easier. Initially, Bases 3 and 4 had a good relationship, with a road built between them. Although not a highway, it was still a provincial road. Over the years, it had been repaired and patched up, so it wasn't as good as it used to be, but it was still much better than other roads. Base 4 was a scene of devastation. Li Jushu's convoy didn't spend much time on the road. It wasn't a smooth journey, but they arrived at Base 4 without major incident. The situation they saw was even worse than they had imagined. It turned out that Base 4 had also been hit by a plague. A long section of the city wall had collapsed, estimated to be over 200 meters long. Corpses were everywhere, and sapper rats were rampaging through the breach. Gunfire inside the base was intermittent and irregular. In some places it was dense, in others sparse, and in some places, screams were louder than gunfire. How did things get like this? In Li Jushu's mind, Qin Fengpa was a very capable person. Even with the outbreak of plague, given his abilities, the base shouldn't have fallen into such a state, with everyone fighting their own battles. The city gates were tightly closed, but it was pointless now. The gap of over 200 meters was much easier to traverse than the gates themselves. There were no soldiers on the city walls. They were completely covered by engineer rats, their writhing black bodies sending chills down one's spine. The appearance of Li Jushu's convoy caused some of the engineer rats to change direction and attack the convoy, surging forward like a terrifying tide. Their small eyes gleamed with bloodlust. There was no fear, only madness, and their squeaking became the only sound. When Li Jushu left Base 4, Qin Feng gave him 10,000 men, who had split off from the 1st Legion, including the deputy commander, Nail Clipper. Li Jushu had ordered these 10,000 men to secretly infiltrate Base 2, intending it as a backup plan against Yang Yingzhong. However, it didn't need to be used. When they left Base 2, they took 8,000 men with them, leaving only 2,000 as inside agents. Li Jushu knew he would eventually return to Base 2. The 8,000 men followed Li Jushu in battles at Base 9, Settlement 12, and Base 3. There were casualties and reinforcements, but the remaining men were all battle-hardened elites. This time, returning to Base 4, the number was small, 500 men. Each of them had made significant progress. Even the least improved man was twice as strong as when he left. Returning to Base 4, everyone was very excited. Ferris Wheel was one of the most prominent figures. He leaped from the tank, using his shield as a cushion to slam into the engineer rats, smashing dozens of them to pieces. Before the other engineer rats could react, Ferris Wheel used his shield to clear a path, carving a trail through the darkness. A roar erupted from the tank's roof as a Gatling gun fired a golden line, carving a bloody path through the wall. Ferris Wheel switched his 2 daggers, easily scaling the city wall. He tossed down 7 or 8 grenades. After the explosions, he jumped down. 7 or 8 seconds later, the city gate slowly opened. The moment the convoy passed through the gate, it officially declared Li Jushu's return to Base 4. He was the first deputy station chief of Base 4, a position Qin Fengpa had personally acknowledged, a unanimous vote. His return was essentially a homecoming, not an invasion. Upon entering the base, the team immediately dispersed, forming 10 squads of 50 men each. Being soldiers from Base 4, they were familiar with the area and knew exactly what to do without Li Jushu needing to explain. Li Jushu, Luo Chuqing, Ferris Wheel, and others formed a separate squad and stormed the building. Soldiers used flamethrowers to clear a path, incinerating the sappers on the stairs. Golden flashes of blades ripped through the sappers in the corridors and rooms before they could even see their enemies clearly. From the 1st floor to the 12th floor, it took 2 minutes. Only 17 survivors remained, desperately holding their ground on the 13th floor. The building had 13 floors, and there was no way to retreat. 11 of the 17 were severely wounded and incapacitated, leaving only 6 still fighting. Their exhausted faces made it seem as if they might collapse at any moment. Li Jushu saw a familiar face, the strongest fighter and the most imposing of the 6, the Celt. Wasn't he a top fighter in the Hungry Tiger Legion, a secret organization within the Beast Farm? How did he end up like this? Li Jushu visited several bases, and no matter how dire the situation, the best performers were always from the Beast Farm. Their security awareness was exceptionally strong. Each Beast Farm had an underground bunker. Even if missiles were launched from the outside, they could survive using the bunkers if they wanted to. With such an inherent advantage, it would be difficult for them to suffer a terrible fate. But what was wrong with the Celt? Sword light flashed, like raindrops scattered in all directions. Suddenly, the sword light receded, and all the sapper rats in the corridor were reduced to corpses. Silence fell instantly. Luo Chuqing had made her move. You're Night Owl. The Celt was both surprised and overjoyed. He never dreamed that Night Owl would appear here and save his life. How did things get like this? Li Jushu tossed the Celt a bottle of mineral water. Previously, they were enemies, but now, naturally, they were on the same side. The engineer rats were the enemy. The Celt, ignoring his embarrassment, plopped down on the floor covered in blood and engineer rat corpses, gulped down the water, and let out a long breath before explaining the situation at the base. There's a saying, if you don't court death, you won't die. With the appearance of the rodents, the entire base united, and with their superior firepower, the rodents couldn't breach the city wall's defenses. The battle was tense, but overall, things remained stable. However, everything was thwarted by a mad scientist in the Beast Farm who, of all people, researched the rodents, and instead of developing anything useful, created a plague. The Beast grounds were selfish. After the appearance of the rodents, they hid in their underground fortresses, refusing to participate in the fighting. This enclosed space was ideal for the spread of the plague. In 3 days, of the Beast grounds employees and legion, approximately 15,000, less than 1,000 survived. These 1,000 escaped the fortress, spreading the plague to every corner of the base, and then it spiraled out of control. Large numbers of hunters contracted and died from the plague. The Beast ground spread was too rapid, the base couldn't react in time. By the time Qin Feng received the news, it was too late. Within 2 days, the defenses collapsed, and the rodents flooded into the base, becoming the final straw. From then on, the base descended into chaos, with everyone fighting their own battles. Some fled for their lives, others sought refuge. The Celts fought and fled, and this building became their last refuge. Countless days and nights had passed. Of the 40-odd people remaining, only these few survived. They thought they were about to see their brothers below, but then Li Jushu appeared. So, you don't even know how many people are left in the base? Li Jushu asked. I don't know. The Celt replied somewhat embarrassedly. These past few days, all he'd done was escape. He hadn't had time for anything else. Just then, a scream came from the building next door. Ah, the scream was shrill and chilling, sending a shiver down one's spine even in broad daylight. Chapter 383. Forced onto the rooftop, the woman had nowhere to retreat. She lost her footing and plummeted from the building. The overhead cables eased the impact of her fall, but inflicted even more pain. Upon landing, she neither died nor fainted. The sapper rats swarmed around her, engulfing her in seconds. The crunching sounds weren't loud, but they brought her unbearable agony. How many people can withstand the pain of having their bodies torn apart piece by piece? When Li Jushu and his group reached the road, the woman had already breathed her last. The sapper rats still refused to leave, continuing to devour her flesh. The sounds of fighting echoed from the rooftop. Li Jushu leaped nearly 10 meters, grabbed the cable, and shot onto the rooftop like an arrow. While still in midair, his tiger-headed saber unleashed 1,000 golden rays, its blade energy crisscrossing, flashing past in an instant. His feet landed on the rooftop, the flashing blade energy dissipating. There were no more sapper rats alive on the rooftop. The 5 hunters, huddled back to back, were still in shock. You're Deputy Station Chief Night Owl. One of them suddenly shouted excitedly. You know me? Li Jushu looked at the hunter, whose face was covered in blood, obscuring his true appearance. However, even without the obscuring, it didn't affect him. I'm a guard in the station chief's office building. I saw you the day you were elected Deputy Station Chief, the soldier hurriedly explained. Why are there only 5 of you? Where are Station Chief Qin Feng and the others? Li Jushu asked. I don't know. We got separated from the station chief, but he should be over at the granary, the soldier said. Follow me. Can you still walk? Li Jushu asked. Yes. The 5 men were so exhausted they wanted to lie down on the rooftop, but of course, they couldn't say that now. Within a few words, the engineer rat had already rushed up the stairs. Li Jushu could see the 5 soldiers were exhausted, but they had to walk the rest of the way themselves. He couldn't carry all 5 down the stairs by himself. He wielded his tiger-headed saber, clearing a path with flashes of light that created waves of blade energy. The engineer rats didn't even have a chance to get close before being torn in two. The 5 soldiers watched with fervor, their remaining worries vanishing instantly. They had worried that Li Jushu couldn't handle so many engineer rats alone, gripping their daggers tightly. But they realized it was all for naught. As they descended the stairs, all they saw were corpses, engineer rat corpses. Their pursuit couldn't keep up with Li Jushu's killing speed. They had only gone halfway down when Li Jushu reached the first floor. Luo Chuqing and the others blocked the entrance, preventing the engineer rats from providing support. Li Jushu let the 5 soldiers rest in the chariots, and the convoy started moving to rescue the other survivors. The engineer rats swarmed the streets, layer upon layer, but he attacked with all his might, carving a bloody path through them. Luo Chuqing followed closely behind, her sword flashing, allowing him complete peace of mind. Survivors were continuously rescued from the building, ranging from 5 or 6 to 20 or 30. Among them, one survivor had a rather special identity, Tu Guzi. Tu Guzi was the top general under Yang Yinda, the first deputy station chief of Base 3, and his strength was undeniable. Initially, Yang Yinda wanted to remove the deputy from his title and launch a rebellion, but it failed due to Li Jushu's interference, resulting in Tu Guzi being wanted and also implicating Zheng Yueju of the 1st Legion. Yang Yinda had 4 top generals: Tu Guzi, Ba Jiao, Sparkling Water, and Gao Shanong. Ba Jiao and Sparkling Water were already dead, and the whereabouts of Tu Guzi and Gao Shanong were unknown, but they were unexpectedly found by the engineer rat. After recognizing Li Jushu, Tu Guzi's expression was complex. The past is the past, everyone should look to the future, Li Jushu said magnanimously. Tu Guzi gave a bitter smile. He was covered in wounds, on the verge of death, and infected with the plague. Even if he didn't survive, there was nothing he could do. Li Jushu's displayed strength made him realize the gap between them. Even at his peak, he couldn't withstand 3 moves from Li Jushu. Li Jushu's words were only to save face for him. However, Tu Guzi quickly felt a renewed hope. The Ferris wheel had vaccinated everyone. At first, no one understood what the vaccine was for, but soon, those infected with the plague noticed changes in their bodies. Their body temperature was dropping, and the drowsiness was fading. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Base 4 had 2 granaries, A and B, neither superior to the other. Li Jushu's convoy first arrived at Granary A. Qin Fengpa was not seen there. The person guarding this granary was the deputy station chief, Tang Chunwen. Whether Tang Chunwen was afraid of death or intelligent, he was one of the first to discover the plague. His vigilance was high. He immediately led his men to take over Grain Depot A. As the deputy station chief, he was originally in charge of grain, so his takeover of the depot went smoothly. Subsequent events validated his predictions and solidified the loyalty of his followers. The base had become a living hell, but the grain depot remained a haven. Li Jushu had met Tang Chunwen once, at the meeting where he was elected first deputy station chief. The two didn't speak, but Li Jushu was certain Tang Chunwen remembered him. When he appeared at the gate of Grain Depot A, the soldiers inside immediately reported to Tang Chunwen, and shortly after, Tang Chunwen opened the depot's doors. Deputy Station Chief Tang. Li Jushu was surprised, but even more so happy. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have opened the granary. After all, such a good hiding place, with food and drink, was practically an independent kingdom. Just a door away was hell on earth. Even a fool would know which to choose. Deputy Station Chief Night Owl, I'm so happy to see you. Tang Chunwen's excitement was genuine, without a trace of pretense. How's the situation now? Where is Station Chief Qin Fengpa? Li Jushu asked. I'm ashamed to say I only managed to save a small number of men. There are 1,200 people in the warehouse. We send some food out to those in the surrounding area who need it, but we dare not go too far. I don't know where the station chief and the others are now, but I guess they're in Granary B. Tang Chunwen's guess was based on reason. When disaster strikes, the most needed thing is food. Of course, weapons are also needed, but Qin Fengpa has tens of thousands of soldiers. If they chose weapons, they would starve to death. Qin Fengpa, as the leader, would inevitably prioritize food. Put these people in the granary. I go check on the situation at Granary B, Li Jushu said, pointing to the wounded inside the tanks. This? Tang Chunwen looked hesitant. The soldiers in the granary haven't experienced the plague environment. If I already developed a plague vaccine. They all been vaccinated, so they be fine. But just to be safe, I leave 1,500 doses, Li Jushu said. Excellent. Deputy Station Chief Night Owl has done a great service. Tang Chunwen was overjoyed. With the vaccine, what was there to fear from the sappers? Li Jushi waited until the wounded were unloaded, and was about to lead the convoy away when Tang Chunwen stopped him. You devil, you led 500 men with Deputy Station Chief Night Owl. It's time for us to do something for our compatriots. Tang Chunwen's face showed shame. These days, watching his comrades fall every day, his heart was breaking. But he dared not intervene to help, because he knew that even with his 1,200 men, they couldn't change the outcome. Night Owl's appearance gave him hope. He knew that the time for a counterattack had come. Chapter 384. Granary B. Li Jushi knew something was wrong at a glance. While there were skeletons near Granary A, they weren't many, mostly in secluded corners. Along the main road, almost no complete skeletons were visible, only scattered fragments. Granary B was different. Layers upon layers of skeletons lay nearby, with many sapper rats scurrying between the bones, searching for scraps of flesh. These people came to collect grain, and collapsed at the entrance. Ferris wheel blurted out. Who occupied the granary? Why didn't they distribute the grain? The reserves are enough for several years. They can't possibly finish it all. The Celt's face darkened. The person occupying the granary definitely isn't the station master. Although Tu Guzi had been branded a wanted criminal by Qin Fengpa, he still trusted Qin Fengpa's character. The station master would never do such a thing. Hey, you devil, go ask who's in charge of the granary now, Li Jushi said. The devil, true to his name, had a ferocious, terrifying face, like a demon. The devil stepped forward, but when he was only 30 meters from the gate, a gunshot rang out, leaving a bullet hole at his feet. A warning voice came from inside the granary. Granary restricted area, do not approach. I am the devil under Deputy Station Chief Tang Chunwen. I mean no harm. The devil raised his hands, indicating he was unarmed. The Celts and the Tu Guzi, along with other skilled fighters, replenished their ammunition from Li Jushi's vehicle, raised their guns, and shot down the sappers charging at the devil. Whoever you are, get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for shooting. The warning from inside the granary became even more stern. Who's your leader? Do you still consider yourselves part of the base? The devil's face turned cold. He was met with another gunshot, the bullet hole almost touching his foot. Don't blame me for firing cannons at you. The demon roared. The next second, he twisted and retreated several meters, leaving a bullet hole where he had stood, a wisp of white smoke rising from it. Everyone looked at Li Jushu. Clearly, the person occupying Granary B wasn't willing to share with others. Deputy Station Chief Tang Chunwen's level of expertise was beyond the reach of ordinary people. To the armory. Li Jushu wasn't foolish enough to have any designs on the granary's doors. They were structures capable of withstanding missile bombardment. Groundhog had come along this time as well. Every building has its flaws, or rather, its original design purpose. The purpose of a granary is to store grain, and secondly, to prevent breaches. To counter existing weapons, the walls and doors are reinforced. As for the underground, since no weapon can penetrate the earth and then detonate horizontally at the granary's base, the foundation wasn't built to a very high standard. No one expected such a freak as Groundhog to appear. Otherwise, Xiao Zhu wouldn't have suffered such a humiliation. The convoy fought its way through countless obstacles, killing countless engineer rats. Li Jushu was already panting heavily. There were just too many engineer rats at base 4. Logically, once they entered the base, their density should decrease as the area was distributed. However, Li Jushu felt that no matter which street they walked down, they were greeted by layers upon layers of engineer rats. This could only mean one thing. Base 4 wasn't killing enough engineer rats, causing them to accumulate. Li Jushu unfortunately ran into them. He encountered Lu Yifeng halfway there. He and his men were also on a rescue mission. Their vehicles were full, and their ammunition was almost depleted. He planned to go to the ammunition depot to replenish it. The two teams merged, with Li Jushu leading the way and Lu Yifeng bringing up the rear. They moved step by step to the ammunition depot, stopping about 150 meters away. Before them stood a small mountain of human and engineer rat carcasses, over 50 meters high, blocking their path. The surface of the mountain was covered with a layer of live, wriggling engineer rats. Even Li Jushu, let alone the others, had never seen such a spectacular mountain of corpses. The bodies beneath were already rotting, oozing a black, disgusting liquid, and the air was thick with a pungent, nauseating stench. This smell, if inhaled even once, would shorten a normal person's lifespan by at least a year. This mountain of corpses blocked the ammunition depot's entrance. To pass, they had to clear it, but facing such a mountain, even 100 bombs wouldn't be enough. Moreover, bombs were definitely out of the question. Otherwise, the area within hundreds of meters would be a world of mincemeat, liquid, and viruses. Missiles would be the best option, but they didn't have any. All flamethrowers, get them. Li Jushu shouted at the demon. There should still be gas in the base. Give me a truckload. Li Jushu's team had 4 flamethrower operators, and Lui Feng's team also had 4. This was the prearranged plan, 8 people in total, all firing their flamethrowers. The 1800 degrees Celsius heat could burn a sapper rat's corpse from charred to ashes in seconds. Another benefit of the high temperature was its ability to purify the air. Almost no virus could withstand 1800 degrees Celsius, and the disgusting liquid on the ground evaporated instantly. The 8 men focused on burning the mountain of corpses, while the others dealt with the sapper rats swarming in from all directions. A flash of light swept across the room, slicing 6 engineer rats in half along a straight line. Li Jushu stepped forward, his blade surging with power, disappearing in a flash. 50 meters away, 2 engineer rats were severed in 2. Blood and corpses rained down simultaneously. The hunters fighting on the ground were startled, looking up sharply to find the walls of the nearby building swarming with engineer rats, leaping down in droves. Li Jushu leaped into the air, his tiger-headed saber unleashing layers of blade shadows. The sound of blades cutting through the air was terrifying. The hunters on the ground couldn't see the moves clearly, only the rain of engineer rat corpses falling. Half an hour later, Jean Bummy and Su Dian's team arrived, adding 8 more flamethrower operators. The 16 of them eliminated Xiaoshan, doubling their speed. The evil demon's efficiency was impressive. When the backup fuel canisters for the 8 flamethrower operators ran out, a gas tanker truck appeared. The 16 quickly refilled the tanker and continued burning. Worried about not being fast enough, the demon had its minions load a chariot full of red crystals. Throwing the crystals into the hill further increased the speed. Whether it was the commotion or the overwhelming crowd, half the base's engineer rats surged towards the ammunition depot, along with others from outside the city. Li Jushu attacked relentlessly, but couldn't kill them all. Lui Feng, Jean Bummy, Su Dian, and others guarded the main street entrances, while others provided support. People were constantly injured, but no one died. Li Jushu's men were all elite, battle-hardened veterans. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi hadn't arrived yet, so Li Jushu knew he was also in trouble. Yuan Qiongqi had gone to the power plant. After a full 4 hours, the hill of corpses finally disappeared. More than 20 flamethrowers were destroyed. Those trapped in the ammunition depot eagerly opened the gate and rushed out. Leading the charge was none other than Ding Xiao, the forest wolf, Qin Fengpa's top warrior. Chapter 385. Li Jushu had only heard of Ding Xiao, never seen him. When Qin Fengpa faced a crisis, Ding Xiao happened to be on a mission, otherwise, Yang Yinda might not have dared to act. Ding Xiao was over 9 feet tall, with arms reaching past his knees, extremely burly. He carried 2 Thunder 88 rifles on his back, a Vulcan cannon in his hand, and 2 shotguns at his waist. His body was wrapped in layers of bullets, gleaming gold, like a mobile metal fortress. Behind him followed a squad of soldiers, similarly dressed, though not as extravagant. The group charged out aggressively, only to be surprised to find that there weren't many engineer rats. They were all blocking the way at several intersections. Who are you? Ding Xiao immediately recognized Li Jushu as their leader. Night Owl. Lan Fengling followed behind the group, her tone full of surprise. I'm relieved to see you're alright. Li Jushu smiled. Within Base 4, he was only familiar with Lan Fengling and Qin Fengpa. The others were merely acquaintances. His stay at Base 4 was far too short. Ding Xiao greets Deputy Station Chief Night Owl. Ding Xiao, only then recognizing Li Jushu's identity, quickly stepped forward to bow. Where is the station chief? As soon as Li Jushu spoke, he saw Lan Fengling and Ding Xiao's expressions change. His heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition rising within him. 10 minutes later, Li Jushu saw Qin Fengpa's corpse. Although it was sealed with ice, lividity had appeared on his face, the skin on his hands had turned bluish-black, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Judging from his expression, he had suffered greatly before death. How did he die? Li Jushu lit 3 incense sticks for Qin Fengpa, his tone heavy. This was something he hadn't expected. Qin Fengpa was extremely powerful. He had survived such severe injuries. With his security detail, even a master of Xiao Mubai's level would have difficulty killing him. How could he be dead? He couldn't understand it. Uncle Qin was poisoned to death, Lan Fengling said, her expression grief-stricken. Qin Fengpa had been dead for half a year, but every time she saw his body, she still couldn't let go of the grief. How is this possible? Li Jushu looked at her in disbelief. Qin Fengpa wasn't an ordinary person, he was the station chief, with his own chef and private doctor. Any food he ate was first fed to his private chef. We repeatedly investigated and ruled out 3 people who could have poisoned him. The doctor, Lei Ling, and me, Lan Fengling said. You can't possibly do that. Where are the doctor and Lei Ling? Li Jushu asked. The doctor is dead, and Lei Ling has disappeared, Lan Fengling said. So, after all this time, we still don't know who the murderer is, Li Jushu said. Lan Fengling looked ashamed and remained silent. You inferred it from the motive? Li Jushu asked. There's no love or hate without a reason. Unless someone is mentally ill, they wouldn't stab someone for no reason. The doctor has been with Uncle Qin for over 20 years. Theoretically, he has no motive. If he wanted to harm Uncle Qin, he would have had many opportunities, Lan Fengling said. How did the doctor die? Li Jushu asked. He was bitten to death by a rodent, while on the run, Lan Fengling replied. What about Lei Ling? I remember Station Chief Qin trusted him a lot. He's Station Chief Qin's adopted son, Li Jushu said. Lei Ling was brought back by Uncle Qin from outside. No one knows anything about him before he was 15. All we know is that after he came to the base, he never participated in base affairs, only did his own thing, and rarely appeared in public. Everyone's impression of him is very weak. The only impression is that Uncle Qin treated him very well, providing him with the best food and lodging, Lan Fengling said. What kind of poison did Station Chief Qin ingest? Li Jushu asked. Nobody knows. We invited experts from the hospital, but they said they didn't know either, Lan Fengling replied. Even if Station Chief Qin is in trouble, the base's strength is still there. How did it end up like this? Li Jushu's words carried a hint of blame. After all, he was the deputy station chief of Base 4, and seeing the base in such a state pained him. More than half of the base's powerful weapons were only authorized for use by Uncle Qin. After Uncle Qin's accident, many weapons became unusable. Coupled with some people having ulterior motives, the base descended into chaos. At that time, Uncle Qin was barely clinging to life. We were only thinking about saving him, neglecting the base's overall situation. By the time Uncle Qin passed away, the base was beyond saving. We did our best to rescue some people, but the rodents were impossible to eradicate. Then a plague broke out, and we only dared to stay near the ammunition depot, afraid to go any further. Later, the corpses of the sapper rats blocked the main gate, and we completely lost contact with the outside world, Lan Fengling said. What are your plans for the future? Li Jushu asked. Lan Fengling shook her head, unsure whether she had no ideas or was unsure whether to speak. Gather all the soldiers remaining in the ammunition depot. I have something to say, Li Jushu said. Lan Fengling immediately went to gather the troops, and Ding Xiao and the soldiers fighting outside were also called back. I am the first deputy station commander of Base 4. With Station Commander Qin Fengpa absent, I am temporarily in charge of the base. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Li Jushu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every soldier. The soldiers couldn't possibly have any objections. Even if they did, they habitually kept them to themselves. They mainly looked at the leadership, whose gazes were all fixed on Lan Fengling and Ding Xiao. Lan Fengling's expression was calm, as if she had known all along. Ding Xiao's expression shifted a few times, his eyes showing some struggle, but ultimately he remained silent. He didn't know Li Jushu well, but Li Jushu's position as the first deputy station commander was genuine. This had been officially announced by Base 4, it couldn't be faked, and there was no room for doubt. Just now, when Lan Fengling took Li Jushu to pay respects to Qin Fengpa's body, he and his men were outside fighting the engineer rats. He had personally witnessed the strength of Lu Yifeng, Jin Bumi, Tong Shenlong, Zheng Xuanzhen, Sherpijia, and others, each one of them was no less than him. So many skilled fighters were willing to serve under Li Jushu, and although he hadn't witnessed Li Jushu's actions, he knew he must be extremely formidable. While he was unwilling to relinquish power, he was a shrewd man. Opposing Li Jushu at this time was futile and lacked legitimacy. His prestige primarily stemmed from Qin Fengpa, a figure akin to a bodyguard serving an ancient emperor, powerful, but of low status. He held no official position at the base. Li Jushu was the first deputy station chief. What did he have to compete with Li Jushu? Another factor was his trust in Lan Fengling. Lan Fengling wouldn't do anything to harm the base's interests, and no one objected, tacitly approving of Li Jushu's actions. Thus, Li Jushu smoothly took control of the ammunition depot and its 5,000 personnel. At this moment, good news arrived. Lion King Yuan Xiongqi had secured the power plant. Chapter 386. When it comes to dealing with engineer rats, high-voltage electricity is still the most effective. This method had already proven successful at Base 9 and Base 3, and was directly replicated at Base 4. Wherever barbed wire was laid, the engineer rats there were wiped out. The logistics troops immediately began clearing the corpses. Everything was so fast and orderly that the crematorium couldn't keep up. All the crematoriums were turned on, and the temperature was set to the highest, but the burning speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which the corpses were brought in. In just 3 days, Base 4 was completely transformed. Some unexpected people were also found, such as the former 1st Deputy Station Chief Yang Yinda and his subordinate Gao Shanong, and the Deputy Commander of the Hungry Tiger Legion Yao Shafang and his subordinates Locust and Hyena. Yang Yinda, Gao Shanong, and their men were hiding in a basement, all of them emaciated from hunger. Ding Xiao intervened and killed Yang Yinda and Gao Shanong. Li Jushu did not stop him. The warrants for Yang Yinda and Gao Shanong's arrest were Qin Fengpa's orders, and as the 1st Deputy Station Chief, he couldn't disobey the Station Chief's decision. Yao Shafang, Locust, Hyena, and their henchmen occupied a building. Their situation wasn't much better than Yang Yinda's. The plague broke out from the beast farm, where the casualties were the worst. Almost all the high-ranking officers were dead. Yao Shafang, ostracized by the beast farm due to her previous defeats, hadn't secured a good position when she hid in the bunker. Ironically, this gave her an advantage when the plague broke out, as she was the first to escape. There was also an acquaintance, the master thief, Paper Kite, a person infected with the plague but not dead. Li Jushu only needed one glance to know she was different from before. She had also gained a talent skill, though he didn't know what kind. You stole my keys last time, didn't you? Do you know you almost got me killed? Ziyuan recognized Li Jushu immediately, her resentment palpable. Didn't your teacher tell you? Stealing is wrong, Li Jushu said. Bullshit, I never been to school, Ziyuan retorted. You seem quite lively and carefree. Doing well, Li Jushu said with a smile. I don't care, you have to compensate me, Ziyuan said fiercely. Compensating you is no problem, but you also have to compensate me, Li Jushu said. I didn't steal anything from you. Why should I compensate you? Ziyuan asked, puzzled. The keys belong to Station Master Qin Feng. He gave them to me after he made me the 1st Deputy Station Master. So the keys are mine. You stole them, shouldn't you compensate me? Li Jushu said calmly. Is the Deputy Station Master really this shameless? Ziyuan's eyes widened. She'd never seen anyone so brazen before. When she stole the keys, Li Jushu, the Deputy Station Master, wasn't even a figurehead. I need your help with something, Li Jushu suddenly said seriously. What is it? Ziyuan instinctively became serious. You know about Station Master Qin Fengpa's situation, right? Li Jushu asked. I heard all sorts of rumors. Some say the Station Master is injured, some say he's dead, and some say he's missing. I don't know which one is true, Ziyuan replied. Station Master Qin Fengpa has been murdered. The particle cannons and foreclosed and weapon systems in the base are unusable. Do you have any way to crack the code? Li Jushu asked. Boss, I'm a thief, not a master thief. I can handle mechanical locks, but the particle cannons have fingerprint and facial recognition, as well as anti-crack digital passwords. How am I supposed to do that? Ziyuan was startled. Think of a way, I believe in you, Li Jushu said. Boss, we only met twice. Why do you believe me? I don't even believe in myself, Ziyuan's words were interrupted by Li Jushu. The entire beast planet is ruled by rodents. Either we wipe them out, or they wipe out humanity. This constant hiding won't last long. Once we run out of ammunition and food, think about the consequences. Ziyuan shut her mouth. She imagined herself lying on the ground, covered in rodents, the sound of them chewing on flesh reaching her ears as she slowly died, and she couldn't help but shudder. Station Chief Qin's body is still preserved. You can retrieve his fingerprints or anything else you need anytime, but it's best to get it all done at once. Opening too many coffins at once isn't good, Li Jushu said. Understood, Ziyuan nodded reluctantly. And Li Jushu's words were cut short by the sudden burst of gunfire. His expression changed drastically. He recognized the gunfire as coming from Grain Depot B. I'm leaving the password to you, he hurriedly instructed, then sprinted towards Grain Warehouse B. Running at full speed, he seemed to fly, the shops on the street rushing past. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the street where Grain Warehouse B was located. The tightly closed alloy gates of Grain Warehouse B burst open, and a steady stream of soldiers poured out, each armed with a submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets at Ding Xiao's men. Ding Xiao and his men returned fire, bullets raining down. Li Jushu spotted Zheng Yuezhu, the commander of the First Legion, and his deputy Gongju. No wonder they were occupying Grain Warehouse B and refusing to relinquish it. If it was Zheng Yuezhu, everything made sense. The last time Qin Fengpa was in danger, Zheng Yuezhu's inaction was partly to blame. Afterwards, Qin Fengpa harbored resentment towards Zheng Yuezhu and wanted to take him down. However, because Zheng Yuezhu had controlled the First Legion for a long time, and almost everyone in the Legion was his confidant, Qin Fengpa dared not act rashly. He only gradually reduced Zheng Yuezhu's power, maintaining a facade of harmony while secretly engaging in real combat. The rodents were a disaster for everyone, but for Zheng Yuezhu, it was an opportunity. He led his men to seize the granary, disregarding the base's fate. Zheng Yuezhu bears half the responsibility for the base's current state. Before Li Jushu appeared, Base 4 only had one legion, all its troops under Zheng Yuezhu's control. Base 4's legion had 60,000 troops, Zheng Yuezhu directly took 40,000. How could the base not be in dire straits? Zheng Yuezhu's betrayal was so thorough and swift that Lan Fengling, Ding Xiao, and others were unaware of it, still believing that Zheng Yuezhu and his legion had died from rodents and plague. All doubts and questions were answered the moment the gate to granary be opened. Zheng Yuezhu, seeing that the sapper rats within the base had been eliminated and the plague was no longer a threat, chose to rush out in the dead of night to reap the rewards, unaware that Li Jushu had already anticipated this and had arranged for Ding Xiao to keep watch. Zheng Yuezhu, you center of this base. Ding Xiao saw through Zheng Yuezhu's plan and was furious. As a member of the base, treating it as his home, Zheng Yuezhu had betrayed everyone. He had let down everyone in the base, and even more so, he had let down Qin Fengpa, who had promoted him all along. Ding Xiao, if you are willing to surrender to me, I promise you the position of commander of the Second Legion. A gentle voice rang out, reaching Ding Xiao's ears. He almost jumped up, his expression turning extremely terrifying. Chapter 387. Because this person was a clean-cut, slightly effeminate young man, very young, with fair skin, neatly trimmed hair, and a pure temperament that made him unforgettable at first sight. He was Lei Ling, Qin Fengpa's adopted son. Lei Ling walked out of the granary. So what was his relationship with Zheng Yuezhu? Was Zheng Yuezhu's decision related to him? And was Qin Fengpa's death related to him? Although these were questions, Ding Xiao already had a vague idea of the answers. The intense gunfire not only attracted Li Jushu, but also brought over experts from other directions, including Lion King Yuan Xiongqi, Zheng Xuanzhen, Sherpa Jia, and the African lion, who surrounded the granary. Amidst the screeching of the chariot against the ground, Lan Fengling jumped off, but immediately hid behind it. Bullets struck the outer wall of the chariot, sending sparks flying. Lei Ling, why are you with Zheng Yuezhu? Did you kill the station chief? Raging with anger, Ding Xiao had forgotten Lan Fengling's instructions to conceal Qin Fengpa's death until the appropriate time to announce it to the entire base. Sure enough, his shout silenced the gunfire from both sides. As if a plague were contagious, both sides tacitly ceased fire, all the soldiers staring at the young man in white, waiting for his response. Station Chief Qin Fengpa is dead. This news is too shocking. The station chief is dead? How come I didn't know? Ding Xiao, you didn't kill the station chief and frame me, did you? Lei Ling was stunned, pausing for several seconds before sharply accusing, you were the station chief's first bodyguard. The station chief is dead, but you're not. Shouldn't you explain yourself? Lei Ling, stop making excuses. Don't you know the station chief's attitude towards Zheng Yuezhu? Ding Xiao clenched his fists. Is Commander Zheng a traitor? I never heard the station chief mention him. Lei Ling sneered. You haven't answered my questions yet. How did the station chief die? Why did he die? Explain yourself clearly, and give the brothers at the base an explanation. Lei Ling, you made a huge mistake. Lan Fengling suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Lei Ling's expression changed upon seeing Lan Fengling. He had always harbored a deep apprehension towards this beautiful woman. Before Lan Fengling appeared, Qin Fengpa was only kind to him. After Lan Fengling's arrival, Qin Fengpa's attitude towards her was noticeably better than his. Although I don't know why you would harm Uncle Qin when he's been so good to you, you should at least put on a convincing act. You're Uncle Qin's adopted son, and you always called him adoptive father. Do you remember what you just called him? Lan Fengling had initially been somewhat suspicious, but Lei Ling's way of addressing Qin Fengpa gave it all away. When a son addresses his father by his title, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. Lan Fengling, the person closest to our adoptive father isn't me, It's you. The only one with the opportunity to poison him could be you. You colluded with Ding Xiao, yet you try to shift the blame onto me? Impossible. I, Lei Ling, didn't do it, and I will never admit to it. But I swear, I will kill you all to avenge our adoptive father. Lei Ling finished speaking righteously, but suddenly realized the atmosphere was off. Those who had been half believing and half doubting suddenly turned hateful. Meanwhile, the soldiers on his side, whose gazes had been resolute, hesitated. Some showed unease and shame, and some even wore expressions of anger. Neither Ding Xiao nor I said Uncle Qin was poisoned to death. You let it slip. Lan Fingling's face was frosty, her last trace of uncertainty turning into certainty, her eyes flashing with intense killing intent. Lei Ling, you are truly heartless. Uncle Qin was so good to you. Why did you poison him? Why? Lei Ling froze. He looked at Zheng Yueju, whose expression was full of helplessness. Lei Ling, usually so clever, had made a foolish mistake. He was probably overjoyed to hear Qin Fengpa was dead. News about Qin Fengpa hadn't reached them, and Lei Ling couldn't be sure if Qin Fengpa was alive or dead. Their anxiety stemmed from the uncertainty surrounding Qin Fengpa's fate, which was why they were hiding in the granary. Hearing that Qin Fengpa was dead, their hearts finally settled, but Lei Ling, being young, couldn't remain calm. Lei Ling, you murdered your father. Heaven and earth cannot forgive you. Ding Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body trembling with rage. Don't portray Qin Fengpa as so noble. Why do you think he's so good to me? He accidentally killed my parents, and he feels guilty, which is why he's so good to me. I poisoned him to avenge my own parents. What's wrong with that? Also, stop saying he's good to me. If he really cared, he wouldn't have prevented me from holding any position in the base. I have no power in the base. I call him my godfather, but he's never thought of giving me the base. Is this kind of person truly good to me? He's a murderer, a hypocritical murderer, putting on an act in front of others. After a long silence, Lei Ling suddenly roared, his face contorted with rage. At this moment, Lei Ling had lost all his clean and pure aura. This answer was unexpected by everyone. Lan Fengling was stunned. Qin Fengpa had never told her about this grudge between him and Lei Ling. The station chief is dead. You can say whatever you want now, Ding Xiao said, unwilling to believe it. Qin Fengpa thought I was too young to remember him killing my parents, but he didn't know that even though I was only 3 years old, I would remember that scene forever. At that time, I swore that I would make Qin Fengpa pay for his crime in my lifetime. His death is too good for him, Lei Ling said fiercely, her eyes seeming to want to devour him. Lei Ling, I don't know if what you're saying is true or false, but even if it is, you can't lay a hand on Uncle Qin. He raised you. Furthermore, Uncle Qin is the station chief of Base 4. At a time when the rodents are launching a major attack, you poisoned Uncle Qin. Do you know how many base civilians and hunters have died because of your actions? Lan Fengling said angrily. Those who died deserve to die. Now it's your turn. I have 40,000 men, enough to wipe you out several times over. Those who know what's good for them, surrender now, or I kill you all. Lei Ling shouted, no longer needing to hide his ambition. You? You want us to surrender? You're not worthy. Ding Xiao's tone was full of contempt. I am Qin Fengpa's adopted son, his only acknowledged son. I am the crown prince of the base. He's dead. If the base doesn't acknowledge me, who else can it acknowledge? Lei Ling shouted, his tone somewhat manic. You shameless. Lan Fengling trembled with rage. The 1st Legion supports Lei Ling as the new station chief of Base 4. Zheng Yueju spoke, his voice carrying immense weight. The soldiers behind Ding Xiao visibly changed their expressions. I, Tu Gillen, support Lei Ling as the new station chief of the base. A man emerged from the granary. It was none other than Tu Gillen, one of the base's deputy station chiefs. Station Chief Tu Yu. Lan Fengling was incredulous. Tu Gillen had always been Qin Fengpa's confidant, yet he had betrayed them. Ding Xiao, Lan Fengling, what else do you have to say? Lei Ling's face showed smugness. Qin Fengpa was dead. 1st Deputy Station Chief Yang Yincheng was a wanted criminal. Zheng Yueju and Tu Gillen were the 2 largest forces in the base, and with his status as the base's heir apparent, who in the base could stand against him? Anyone with a brain knew what to choose. However, things took an unexpected turn. I object. Chapter 388. I object. Tang Chunwen strode out, his tone firm. Lei Ling, you are not qualified to be the base's station chief. Why am I not qualified? Lei Ling demanded loudly. Officially, you're just a nobody at the base, holding no position whatsoever. It's impossible for you to rise to station chief overnight. Besides, Your votes certainly aren't enough. Personally, you're the murderer of Station Chief Qin. Anyone with a shred of conscience wouldn't recognize you, Tang Chunwen said. Besides me, who else is qualified? 40,000 soldiers all recognize me. Tang Chunwen, you old scoundrel, you insist on contradicting me. Now, besides me, who else can lead the base to victory against the rodents? Lei Ling shouted. Lei Ling, stop patting yourself on the back. With your pretty boy looks, you're nothing without the station chief's protection. Leading the base to defeat the rodents? You dare mention 40,000 men? 40,000 rats hiding in their burrows or more like it. Who killed the rodents in the base? What does it have to do with you? Ding Xiao mocked. Lei Ling remained unfazed, calmly replying, You're just lucky, benefiting from the ammunition depot. From tonight onwards, the base will enter my era, Lei Ling's era. I will take full control of the base. Lei Ling, who gave you that confidence? Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have Zheng Yueju and Tu Gillen's support. The station chief is gone, but there's the first deputy station chief. It's not your turn. Tang Chunwen said. Yan Yinda? Lei Ling let out a soft laugh, looking pitifully at Tang Chunwen. Deputy Station Chief Tang, you're not going to let a wanted criminal compete with me, are you? Yang Yinda is a wanted criminal, and you're a murderer. You two make a perfect pair, Lan Fengling said coldly. Lan Fengling, don't think I spare your life just because you're a woman, Lei Ling's face darkened. That traitor Yang Yinda isn't the first deputy station chief anymore. I'm talking about someone else, Tang Chunwen said. Who? Lei Ling was taken aback. He didn't remember having a deputy station chief. Night Owl. Tang Chunwen uttered 2 words. Where is he? Lei Ling's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that Qin Fengpa had indeed appointed a new first deputy station chief, but because he left so quickly, many people didn't remember him. Those who did remember were high-ranking officials, who attended the meeting. He wasn't considered high-ranking and hadn't attended. Commander Zheng Yueju, Deputy Station Chief Tu Gillen, how have you been? Li Jushu emerged from the darkness, smiling. Night Owl. Tang Chunwen's face instantly turned ugly. Zheng Yueju didn't speak, his expression equally grim. You two bear a great deal of responsibility for the base's current state, Li Jushu said. Tang Chunwen and Zheng Yueju remained silent, their faces dark. I am Night Owl, the base's first deputy station chief. Lei Ling poisoned Station Chief Qin Feng and committed patricide. I believe I don't need to elaborate on the implications of such actions. With the station chief absent, I have taken over the base as the first deputy station chief. I hereby order, whoever kills Lei Ling will receive a bounty of 50 million and a promotion of 3 ranks. Li Jushu's voice echoed throughout the surrounding area. The soldiers on both sides stirred, both because of Night Owl's identity and the content of the order. Everyone listen to my orders. Zheng Yueju, sensing the danger, immediately issued the order, but he was interrupted by a thunderous shout before he could finish. Kill! Ding Xiao shot towards Lei Ling like a demonic shadow. Lei Ling seemed frozen in terror, completely immobile. Everyone thought Lei Ling was doomed, for he was a weak scholar, lacking strength, and Ding Xiao, driven by hatred, would show no mercy. However, just as Ding Xiao's fist struck Lei Ling's body, Lei Ling moved. He reached out and grabbed Ding Xiao's fist, as easily as grabbing a chick, splitting it open. Ding Xiao's chest was pierced, his face paling instantly. Before he could react, Lei Ling's hand had already pierced his chest, tearing out his heart. This scene shocked everyone. You. Ding Xiao's eyes widened, as if he had seen a vengeful ghost, filled with disbelief. His neck lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. Ding Xiao. Lan Fengling couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be? How could Ding Xiao have been killed? Where did Lei Ling get his strength? Good lad, I actually misjudged you. Li Jushu's eyes narrowed. In Lei Ling's attack, he saw a familiar shadow. Lei Ling clenched his fists, crushing the beating heart into powder. Blood dripped down, and Lei Ling caught it in his mouth, his face filled with satisfaction and pleasure. Now, splattered on his fair face and white clothes, the sight sent a chill down the spine of even Li Jushu, let alone ordinary soldiers. Lei Ling looked completely abnormal. If I didn't have some skills, why would I want to be the station chief? Lei Ling casually discarded the drained heart, staring at Li Jushu. My path was smooth sailing until you appeared, adding many obstacles. Therefore you must die. Lei Ling, prepare to die. Lan Fengling drew her pistol and fired several shots at Lei Ling. One shot missed, and Lei Ling's body inexplicably turned into a phantom, leaving only his vanishing afterimage in the void. Watch out. Li Jushu's expression changed drastically. He shot towards Lan Fengling like lightning, his tiger-headed saber slashing out midair, its blade energy bursting forth, splitting the air to the left and right, utterly destructive. Lan Fengling let out a painful scream and was thrown several meters away, a gruesome claw mark on her chest. Lei Ling reluctantly dropped his pistol on the ground. Everyone stared at the gun, their faces paling. The pistol was completely deformed. Upon closer inspection, the claw mark was still visible. If it hadn't been for the pistol blocking the attack, Lan Fengling would have followed in Ding Zhao's footsteps. Lei Ling dodged to the side, his blade energy grazing her chest, cutting a crack tens of meters long in the ground. Li Jushu's second strike was only halfway through when, in a flash, Lei Ling was already before him, his claw aimed for her heart. In an instant, Li Jushu's muscles tensed, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it almost impossible for him to move. At this moment, he understood Ding Zhao's despair. No wonder Ding Zhao was instantly killed. However, he wasn't Ding Zhao. The tiger-head saber changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal cut, aiming straight for Lei Ling's wrist. It missed completely. Lei Ling's hand had already retracted. The speed of the movement exceeded the limits of human perception. Li Jushu took a half step back, avoiding Lei Ling's left-hand grab. The tiger-head saber, like a bolt of lightning, pierced towards Lei Ling's heart, but before its power could fully erupt, it froze. It was caught by a claw. Clang! The tiger-head saber, which had fought alongside Li Jushu in several bases and was invincible, broke in two. Li Jushu didn't even have time to be shocked. His left hand shot out, colliding with Lei Ling's lightning-fast claw. Bone-melting palm. Blood splattered, and Li Jushu was forced back 3 meters. 3 holes had appeared in his left palm, the back of his hand already showing. Lei Ling followed like a shadow. Li Jushu took a deep breath, and his broken tiger-head saber unleashed a barrage of blade shadows, instantly enveloping Lei Ling. A fierce clash resounded, like popping beans. Both sides were completely absorbed in the battle, not even glancing at each other, none considering taking advantage of any opening. Everyone held their breath. Swish. Blood flashed again, and the two abruptly separated. One arm, which had flown into the air, landed on the ground, Lei Ling's. Looking at Li Jushu, a claw mark stretched across his chest, from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood quickly stained his clothes, a gruesome sight. Both men looked grim. Chapter 389. How could you be so strong? Incredulous light flashed in Lei Ling's eyes. Tang Chunwen and Zheng Yueji were both top-tier masters, yet they couldn't withstand 3 moves from him. How old was Li Jushu? Even if he had been cultivating since birth, he couldn't possibly be comparable to Tang Chunwen or Zheng Yueji, yet Li Jushu had chopped off one of his arms. Your foundation is unstable. Surrender, Li Jushu said coldly. A broken blade. I take your life in 3 moves. Lei Ling roared in fury. Without any visible movement, he was already in front of Li Jushu, almost teleporting. Clang! Lei Ling missed Li Jushu, blocked by the tiger-headed saber. A sharp light flashed in Lei Ling's eyes, and his claws became translucent, revealing the white bone beneath. Crack! The tiger-head saber snapped again. Lei Ling felt a sense of foreboding. The saber was now powerless. He retreated swiftly, but it was too late. Li Jushu's eyes flashed with icy killing intent. His right hand swept across, a faint, almost imperceptible aura flashing by. Lei Ling froze instantly, his expression a complex mix of disbelief, regret, resentment, finally, fear solidified. No saber is better than a saber. Actually, that wasn't quite accurate. Li Jushu hadn't reached that level, he used his hand as a saber. A hush fell over the surroundings. Even the ordinary soldiers couldn't determine who had won or lost until Lei Ling collapsed limply, followed by a thunderous cheer. The soldiers on the granary side, however, looked grim. Li Jushu suddenly charged towards Zheng Yueji. Zheng Yueji had barely realized the danger when Li Jushu's fist was already upon him. Bang! Zheng Yueji felt a sharp pain in his chest and staggered back 3 meters. Before his muscles could even react, a faint, sharp edge flashed past, disappearing in an instant. His entire body stiffened instantly, his eyes quickly dimming. What are you doing? Zheng Yueji's men rushed forward, but before they could take a step, they saw Zheng Yueji fall straight down lifeless. Bang! The soldiers turned around, horrified to find Tang Chunwen slumped to the ground, his body like limp mud without bones. Bone-melting palm. Only a very few experts remembered that when Li Jushu attacked Zheng Yueji, he had passed by Tang Chunwen, and as they brushed past each other, Li Jushu seemed to have flicked his hand. At the time, Everyone thought it was an unconscious action, but now, recalling it, cold sweat broke out on everyone's back. The ringleader has been brought to justice. The accomplices will not be prosecuted. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Li Jushi roared, his voice shaking the surrounding area. Who surrenders? Do you think you're the king of heaven? We? Zheng Yueju's personal guard cursed, his gun aimed, when a bullet hole appeared in his temple, sending him flying more than a meter away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, 3 soldiers taking aim and exploding in the head. Almost simultaneously, searchlights blazed from all directions, their blinding light illuminating the entire granary, as if it were daytime. Thousands of soldiers raised their guns, aiming at the granary, poised to fire. Life or death is in your hands. Those who do not wish to kill each other, lay down your weapons immediately. Li Jushu's icy voice rang out promptly. The deputy regimental commander, Steel Saw, led the way, lowering his gun. The soldiers' last shred of resolve crumbled, and they quickly dropped their weapons, bringing the conflict to an end. Li Jushu's eyes gleamed. He stayed until the last surrendered soldier was incorporated into his ranks before leaving. On the rooftop of the nearby building, crows perched there until dawn. Li Jushu's forces totaled less than 30,000, and a large portion of them had to be allocated to defense. The 4 city gates, the city walls, other important areas, and the troops surrounding the granary numbered less than 5,000. They had to incorporate 8 times that number of surrendered soldiers, making the situation extremely dangerous. No one dared to be careless. In the end, only a few corpses remained lying on the ground. The bodies of Zheng Yueju, Tang Chunwen, Lei Ling, and Ding Xiao were collected, but Lei Ling and the other 2 were left unattended because no one knew what to do with them. Li Jushi forgot to give instructions. He appeared at Lei Ling's residence, with Luo Chuqing following behind. Only she understood why Li Jushu had rushed there, because she had also noticed that Lei Ling's displayed strength had the aura of the black sculpture, the same sculpture as the Link's girlfriend's. Before tonight, no one knew Lei Ling possessed martial arts skills, let alone such terrifying ones. Even Lan Fengling, who frequently met her, was unaware and hadn't noticed anything. A person cannot acquire martial arts skills without a reason. Based on the Link's girlfriend's experience, Li Jushu quickly found the black sculpture in a hidden compartment in a wall. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, with eyes hidden in its palms, exactly the same sculpture found by the Lynx's girlfriend. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing exchanged a glance. It was indeed so. The Lynx's girlfriend had only been misled by the black sculpture, while Lei Ling was more astute, uncovering the method to gain power. Everyone thought he was devoted to literature and art, indifferent to fame and fortune, but they didn't know that he had secretly cultivated diligently and already possessed terrifying strength. Li Jushu held the black sculpture, feeling an urge to smash it open. What did this thing represent? How did it appear, and what was its purpose? Now that a second one had appeared, would a third, a fourth, appear in the future? Li Jushu continued searching Lei Ling's house, finding only calligraphy samples, rubbings, and famous paintings. He found no records or related items concerning the black sculpture. The black sculpture was incongruous, seemingly disconnected from everything else in the house. I have a feeling I encounter the black sculpture again in the future, Li Jushu said. I always feel the black sculpture is eerie, Luo Chuqing said, wanting to persuade Li Jushu to discard it, but knowing he wouldn't listen. I'm wondering, what kind of being created this black sculpture? Li Jushu asked. Luo Chuqing shook her head, remaining silent. Before, her perception of the world was clear and distinct. Now, she couldn't even see what was in front of her, let alone what lay beyond. Her strength was growing rapidly, but she felt increasingly insignificant, closer to death than ever before. Don't overthink it. The person who created the black sculpture certainly didn't expect the existence of rodents, much less that rodents could extract the substance of immortality, Li Jushu said. The unknown may be terrifying, but as long as one is strong, then all that is terrifying becomes insignificant. After Lei Ling's death, Base 4 was free of internal opposition and settled into normal operations. The personnel brought from Base 3 were experienced and methodically managed everything. Those responsible for killing the engineer rats killed them, and those responsible for digging the moat dug it. The troop's strength was readjusted, and everyone was vaccinated against the plague. Suddenly, the engineer rats were no longer a threat. They had transformed from hunters into prey. 3 days later, Li Jushu led a convoy away from Base 4 and returned to Base 9. Base 9 had already extracted 5 drops of immortal substance. Initially, he thought the time wasn't right, but after obtaining the second black sculpture, he sensed an aura beginning to sprout, and he knew the time had come. After only meeting with Zhong Wuyan and taking the immortal substance from the laboratory, he entered a secret chamber and secluded himself for 5 days and 5 nights. Chapter 390. A tea table carved from volcanic rock, shaped like a pine tree, was imposing and grand. Li Jushu's palm landed on it. 1 second it was fine, the next, before the table was even shattered, the teacups and teapot fell. Clang! It shattered into pieces, scalding tea soaking the floor. Zhong Wuyan held the empty teacup, nowhere to put it. She stared blankly at the rising dust, a storm raging in her heart. If that palm had hit someone. Chairman what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly, could you repeat it? Li Jushu looked at He Hingshan, dressed in a black suit, the vice president of the Mineral Industry Association, and also the chairman of the Economic and Trade Committee. Human desires have no limits. When facing death, one wants to live. When food is available, one wants delicacies. Now that Base 9 has returned to normal, some people are starting to think about decentralization, saying that a single dominant entity is detrimental to the base's development, and that checks and balances are the most scientific system. He Hingshan, along with several other industry leaders, offered suggestions to Zhong Wuyan. Ostensibly suggestions, these were actually a form of pressure. The group was unaware that Li Jushu had returned. Even less were they aware of Li Jushu's further breakthrough. Just when they thought victory was assured, Li Jushu suddenly appeared in the conference room, leading to the scene described at the beginning. He Hingshan stammered, too frightened to speak. President Lang, I don't know much about timber. Can insects really gnaw wood into rotten wood in just a few months? Li Jushu looked at another man, slightly overweight with a noticeable beer belly. He had been leaning back on the sofa, but Li Jushu's gaze made him sit up straight instantly. A portion, a small part, Lang Xianyong said with a forced smile. It's good to communicate actively when there's a problem, but I don't recommend choosing the evening. The evening is for rest, and taking up too much rest time is bad for your health. Don't you all agree? Li Jushu said slowly. Absolutely, absolutely. The bigwigs forced smiles, secretly wiping the sweat from their brows. I won't keep you any longer. Upon hearing Li Jushu's words, everyone felt as if they had been granted a pardon and hurriedly took their leave, as if they wouldn't be able to leave even a second later. I didn't expect these people to cause such a scene. It seems I've been too kind to them usually. A cold glint flashed in Zhong Wuyan's beautiful eyes. Because too many people had died at the rodent farm, the base's population was less than 1/10. Zhong Wuyan had treated everyone who survived very well. This accommodating attitude might have given some people the wrong impression, making them think that preferential treatment was a given. You handle this. My next step should be to Base 2. The next drop of immortal substance should be extracted in about a week. Give it to the monk from Mount Wutai, Li Jushu said. I know what to do, Zhong Wuyan nodded. The monk from Mount Wutai wasn't the most talented among them, but he was the most loyal. If the monk could break through to level 6 hunter, he would be able to stand on his own, allowing Li Jushu to focus on many things. The ideal plan was for both the monk from Mount Wutai and Luo Chuqin to break through to level 6 hunter, one openly, and one covertly, so Li Jushu would have no worries. However, extracting immortal substance wasn't like milking a cow, the yield was low, and it consumed a lot of electricity, so it couldn't be rushed. Upon returning to Base 4, Li Jushu convened a meeting with Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, Zheng Xuanzhen, Sherpa Jia, Lan Fengling, Tu Gilin, and others, outlining a plan with 2 steps. The plan was to capture Base 2. The first step was to drive the engineer rats to a distance of 50 kilometers, completely eliminating their threat to Base 4. The second step was to construct a highway directly connecting to Base 2. These 2 steps could be carried out simultaneously or separately. No one objected, especially those who joined later, such as Zheng Xuanzhen, Sherpa Jia, Jin Qianbao, and Yao Shanfang. They were overjoyed, emphasizing that their achievements weren't bestowed upon them, but earned through their own hard work. The spoils of Base 4 had already been distributed. If they wanted more, Base 2 was the only option. Zheng Yuejiu's greatest achievement was preserving 40,000 troops. These were the base's elite, well-trained, and well-equipped soldiers. Most importantly, they had rested for over half a year, and were in high physical condition. Li Jushu recalled Nail Clipper. He was originally the Deputy Legion Commander, a position Qin Fengpa specifically assigned to Li Jushu to weaken Zheng Yuejiu's power. After so much time working together, Nail Clipper had completely sided with Li Jushu. However, his influence over the 40,000 soldiers remained significant, and he commanded them without issue. As for the original Deputy Legion Commander, Steel Saw, Li Jushu didn't kill him, but transferred him from his post to become a commander at Base 3. After witnessing Nail Clipper's level 5 hunter combat prowess, none of the 40,000 soldiers had any other ideas and willingly accepted his command. Nail Clipper was one of the first to deal with the rodents, and his experience is now incredibly rich. Under his command, the 40,000 soldiers drove the engineer rats 50 kilometers away in just 5 days. The moat, the ditch, the barbed wire, the entire process was completed, some parts were in progress, and the base showed no signs of the engineer rat's rampage. The highway project is actually the slowest, lacking machinery. Only about 60 kilometers have been completed so far. The person supervising the project is Too Goozy, who's on the site every day. No matter how much he urges them, the effect is roughly the same. The construction team has already exerted all their strength. Manpower can be faster, but the speed of machinery cannot be changed. Too Goozy also applied to Li Jushu to transfer equipment from other bases, but Li Jushu directly refused. It's not just Base 4 that needs road construction. Bases 3 and 9 are also building roads, and there aren't enough resources from everyone. In the Beast grounds, the underground fortress is filled with a strong stench of decay. Even after the exhaust fans have been running at full power for days and nights, the smell is still nauseating. There are too many corpses inside. A 200-person cleanup team has been cleaning for a week and hasn't even cleared half the area. The ground is covered in the sap from the rotting corpses. These people died of plague, making cleanup very difficult. The Beast grounds bunkers contain many treasures. The valuable items the Beast grounds have collected over the years are all inside, which Li Jushu greatly envies. On the surface, the base appeared to have been restored to its previous state, but in reality, many areas remain fraught with problems that could only be addressed gradually over time. This is our boss. Yao Shafang pointed to one of the corpses among a pile, her tone certain. The corpses were mixed in with the others. Some had exposed bones, while others still contained bits of flesh, maggots crawling around. Even with a mask sprayed with strong liquor, Li Jushu could still feel the pungent stench assaulting his nostrils. The boss of the Beast farm was a legendary figure. His fate had to be confirmed. Chapter 391. How did you determine that? Li Jushu asked. The boss's left hand has 6 fingers. When he was young, he chopped off his 6th finger. Station master, look, there's a cut mark next to his little finger, Yao Shafang said. 6 fingers. Li Jushu immediately thought of Tao Liuji. Isn't 6 fingers perfectly fine? Why cut it off? Li Jushu asked curiously. Tao Liuji hadn't chopped it off, and had even developed a skill at playing marbles. This? I don't know. Yao Shafang smiled awkwardly. As the deputy commander, he wasn't even in the top 10 in the Beast field, so he dared not ask too much about the boss's situation. How strong is your boss? Li Jushu asked. Everyone says he's unfathomable, but no one has ever seen him fight. I never seen the boss in action, but I firmly believe he's very strong. Yao Shafang's expression unconsciously turned serious when she spoke of the boss's strength. Such a powerful person, yet he died in the first wave of the plague. Li Jushu looked at the Beast farm boss mixed in with the other corpses, sensing something was amiss. The first wave of the plague was the most terrifying. I personally witnessed many people develop fevers, vomit, cough up blood, and then die within an hour. It seems the more people infected, the stronger the plague becomes. Yao Shafang still felt a chill run down her spine as she recalled the incident. Let's go take a look at your boss's office or residence, Li Jushu said. The Beast farm boss's status was different. Even inside the bunker, he still had a separate office and living quarters. Yao Shafang led the way, turning left and right. The bunker was incredibly large. Carefully avoiding the haphazardly laid corpses, they finally arrived at a milky white room, where the number of corpses was noticeably reduced. Passing through the room, they entered an office twice the size. There were no solid surfaces on the floor, but the desks and chairs were in disarray. Outside is the waiting room, the secretary's office, and this is the boss's office. The resting area is just past that, Yao Shafang explained. The resting area's door was tightly shut. This boss of the Beast farm had excellent habits. He hadn't forgotten to close the door when he fled. Inside the office, besides books, there were many works of art, wood carvings, bone carvings, porcelain, and calligraphy and paintings by famous people hung on the walls. Li Jushu had no knowledge of art. He could only judge from the yellowed paper that these works had some value, and were likely quite valuable. Ancient calligraphy and paintings that have survived are all worth a lot of money. I never seen the boss's resting area before. Yao Shafang walked to the door, about to open it, when suddenly, with a loud crash, The door shattered into pieces upon impact with him. Yao Shafang let out a painful howl, flying more than 5 meters before crashing into the wall and sliding down, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, leaving a shocking dent in the wall. How dare you bring an outsider here, Yao Shafang? You have some nerve. A burly old man, as imposing as a lion, strode out of the room. He was extremely tall, slightly hunched over, as if the room couldn't contain his height. Boss. Yao Shafang stammered, as if seeing a ghost. This man was the beast ground boss. Li Jushu stepped forward, blocking the beast ground boss's path. Boy, who are you? The beast ground boss's eyes were sharp, his aura imposing. Night Owl, Li Jushu said. Never heard of you. Judging by your strength, you're quite capable, qualified to be my subordinate. Kneel down and submit to me, and I might spare your life, the beast ground boss said. Everyone's dead, yet you're still alive? Why didn't you come out? Hiding here doesn't smell very good, Li Jushu asked curiously. If I went out too early, I have to do all the dirty work. Now it's perfect, someone took care of the rodents for me. I just need to kill the guy at the top. The beast farm leader laughed heartily, proud of his brilliant idea. So that's what you were thinking. Didn't the beast farm say it wouldn't participate in power struggles? You seem to have violated the beast farm's principles, Li Jushu said. Who can touch me now? From now on, I'm in charge of Base 4, the beast farm leader declared unequivocally. Isn't he your subordinate? Why did you hit him? Li Jushu pointed at Yao Shafang, whose bones were broken in countless places, and who couldn't get up. What are these disobedient underlings doing here? Do they think they can just touch my door? The beast farm boss sneered. In truth, he didn't want to come out so soon. He wanted to wait a while longer, until the situation at Base 4 stabilized, and the corpses in the bunker were cleared away. Then, he could take over a fully functional base. The beast farm's management methods are really direct, Li Jushu remarked. Kid, I want to hear your answer. Will you become my subordinate? The beast farm boss stared at Li Jushu. What if I refuse? Li Jushu asked. Then die. The beast farm boss didn't even bother to ask another question. His fist slammed down, a thunderous sound echoing in the office. The books on the shelves and the paintings on the walls were pulled apart by the force of the punch, making a rattling sound. The air parted, the fists pounding like pile drivers on a construction site. Li Jushu's face grew serious. Base number 4 had truly given him a huge surprise. First Lei Ling, then the beast farm boss. He lowered his stance and threw a punch. The two fists collided solidly. Bang! The force surged, books and paintings instantly turning to dust, scattering in the air. The beast farm boss stepped forward and unleashed another punch, as fast as lightning. Li Jushu countered with his own fist, both using their full strength in this strike. Bang! An even louder thud echoed, as the cracked solid wood desk finally gave way, shattering into pieces. As the bookshelves toppled over, the beast farm boss launched a furious, relentless attack. Fists, claws, fingers, palms, elbows, knees, every part of the body became a weapon for the beast farm boss, each strike possessing the power of a raging torrent. An unintentional punch missed its mark, striking the wall and creating a hole. Li Jushu remained steadfast amidst the changing tides. No matter how swift the beast farm leader's attacks, he countered each move without revealing any weakness. A quarter of an hour passed, and the beast farm leader's offensive not only didn't weaken, but intensified. It was hard to believe this was a man over 70 years old. Li Jushu remained calm and composed, unhurried and unperturbed. The beast farm leader, however, lost his temper first, letting out a roar. Golden Bell Shield. In an instant, Yao Shafang, huddled in a corner, noticed that the leader had suddenly grown taller, like a towering mountain range, and immense pressure bearing down on Li Jushu. Horrified, even from more than 3 meters away, she felt as if she were falling into the deep sea, crushed to pieces by the surrounding pressure. It was unimaginable how much pressure Li Jushu was enduring in this direct confrontation. Li Jushu's expression was terrifyingly calm. He pointed his fingers, like a knife, and slashed at the boss of the beast farm. The void trembled, and the office seemed to be split in two. The boss of the beast farm suddenly froze, and the heavy pressure vanished in an instant. Chapter 392. My 70-year-old Golden Bell Shield, why could you break it? The beast farm boss suddenly calmed down. Without defense, there are no weaknesses. No matter how powerful the defense, it can't compare to an attack. Li Jushu's expression remained unchanged, neither sad nor happy. I'm a joke. The beast farm boss fell straight down, a wisp of red slowly seeping from between his brows. You were just unlucky. Li Jushu gently shook his head. If he hadn't returned to Base 9, he might be the one dead today. The Beast Farm boss's strength was definitely greater than Shiomubai's, but he was no longer the same novice. The Beast Farm boss's rest area was very simple, with nothing but essential furniture. Li Jushu thought he would be disappointed, but unexpectedly, there was a yellowed book on the cushion. He picked it up and almost jumped for joy. Golden Bell Shield. The first thing he saw upon opening, it was a line of regular script characters. To master the Golden Bell Shield, one must remain a virgin. Li Jushu's heart immediately turned cold. Wasn't this bullying? He had to be picky about who he was learning martial arts from. Unpleasant. He stuffed the manual into his pocket, deciding not to look at it anymore. It was too upsetting. The bunker in the Beast Arena was indeed filled with countless treasures, eggs of unknown species, ancient fossils, rare wood, ammunition, medicine, potions, grain, famous wines, teas, and watches. Li Jushu used to be extremely envious of these things, but now his interest had faded. Leaving the bunker, he still thought about the Golden Bell Shield. He couldn't cultivate it himself, but he couldn't waste it. He could let others cultivate it. The first person he thought of was the monk from Mount Wutai. However, the monk from Mount Wutai was already married with children, and certainly not a virgin anymore, so he couldn't cultivate it. Weevil, Capricorn, and Red Mantis are also suited to the tough guy route, but Weevil is already a father, and although Capricorn and Red Mantis aren't married, they're frequent visitors to the Red Light District, naturally missing out on cultivation opportunities. There's one more person. After much thought, he suddenly thought of a suitable person, Big Ben. Big Ben isn't very bright, but his honest and simple nature makes him single-minded when cultivating, giving him an advantage over others. This is evidenced by the fact that he reached the 5th level hunter realm earlier than most. Big Ben was very excited to see the Golden Bell Shield manual. His eyes gleamed. He understood the value of this manual. Cultivate diligently, and strive to become indestructible one day, Li Jushu said half-jokingly. He didn't want Big Ben to feel pressured, but his words unexpectedly came true. Yes. Big Ben nodded vigorously, unable to speak anymore. After seeing Big Ben off, Li Jushu went to the station master's office. Inside was only a beautiful woman, Lan Fengling, engrossed in signing documents. The scene made Li Jushu feel somewhat dazed. Base 9 had a similar scene, except that behind the desk sat Zhong Wuyan. The floor below was the deputy station master's office, currently occupied only by Tang Chunwen. The higher the rank, the higher the office, the more difficult it was for those at the bottom to even see him. Power doesn't foster harmony, it only creates distance. Li Jushu told Lan Fengling about the Beast Farm boss, and she was greatly shocked. Alive, yet not showing himself, enduring for so long. It's fortunate you were cautious and took a look, otherwise, suddenly appearing from the shadows would have caught us completely off guard. Lan Fengling felt a wave of fear. This incident has been a wake-up call for me. In the current environment, many applicable rules have become invalid. Some people have lost their sense of awe, and their ambition has been unleashed. The Beast Farm boss won't be the first, nor will he be the last, Li Jushu said. You're right. I already noticed. Some people have a strong desire to kill, Lan Fengling said. I never asked you before, what are your plans for the future? Li Jushu looked at her. He didn't know if Lan Fengling was lucky or unlucky. She originally had a station chief as her father. He didn't know what her life was like before, but it certainly wasn't too bad. He knew what happened afterward. Niera Bao died, she followed the second station chief, Qin Fengpa, and then Qin Fengpa also died. She should have been one of the most powerful people in the Beast Farm. After all, how many people could have the protection of 2 station chiefs? In the end, she became all alone. Your plans? Lan Fengling gave a heartbreaking smile, remaining silent for a long time before slowly saying, once the satellite is repaired and contact with the mother planet is restored, I will leave the Beast planet and never return. That's true. You probably have no one left to miss on the Beast planet. If you need anything in the future, just let me know if I can help, Li Jushu said. I hope the satellite can be repaired soon, but I have a feeling that this satellite malfunction is quite unusual, Lan Fengling said. What do you mean? Li Jushu looked at her. The mother planet is very cautious. Each developed planet, besides the main satellite, actually has a backup satellite and a space maintenance station, just in case of emergencies. We never had the main satellite, backup satellite, and space maintenance station malfunction simultaneously. The satellite has been out of contact for over a year now. To put it bluntly, even if they were building it, they would have built a satellite by now, Lan Fengling said. So? Li Jushu asked. Only Base 1 has contact with the satellite. Apart from Base 1, no one else can contact the Space Maintenance Station, Lan Fengling said. Do you suspect Base 1? Li Jushu asked thoughtfully. Base 1 definitely possesses information we don't know, Lan Fengling said. Is it possible that Base 1 sabotaged the satellite? Li Jushu asked. Any possibility exists, but given the current situation, you already broken the deadlock. The ones who should be wary are the others, Lan Fengling said. It seems necessary to go to Base 1, Li Jushu said. Speculation is always speculation, seeing is believing. The two had never discussed this issue before, but both vaguely sensed a conspiracy. However, without evidence, they could only treat it as a possibility. The Celt rushed up, his expression excited. What's wrong? Did you find some treasure again? Li Jushu spoke first. Yao Shafang was injured and hospitalized, and the person who replaced him was the Celt. Boss, guess who we found? The Celt still maintained the Beast Ground's custom of addressing everyone of high rank as boss. Who? It's not like your Beast Ground second-in-command is alive too, is it? Li Jushu joked. It was already lucky the boss was alive. He didn't think the second-in-command could survive. After all, experts were rare, not commonplace. It's Dr. Hong, the Celt said. Who? Li Jushu's voice suddenly rose. Dr. Hong, the Celt repeated. That mad doctor who created the plague? Didn't you say he was dead? Li Jushu looked surprised. Yes, we all thought he was dead. Who knew he was still alive? The Celt recalled seeing Dr. Hong, as if he'd seen a vengeful ghost. Is he in the bunker or somewhere else? Li Jushu couldn't sit still any longer. He was found in the bunker. Half of his body was already decomposed. We took him to the hospital immediately, and he should be there now, the Celt said. Let's go to the hospital. Li Jushu wanted to see what this doctor, who had caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, looked like. Lan Fengling followed behind, even more anxious than Li Jushu. Chapter 393. A gaunt old man, with thinning hair, and perhaps due to his extreme thinness, his face lacked wrinkles. His beard was unkempt, and he had yellow teeth. When Li Jushu and Lan Fengling saw him, his body from the neck down was wrapped in layers of gauze, with red seeping from his abdomen. Without anesthesia, Dr. Hong remained conscious. He contracted the plague, but he's very clever. When the virus spread throughout his body, he extracted rodent genes and implanted them into his body, using the rodent genes to interfere with the virus, thus surviving. However, this also greatly reduced the effectiveness of the vaccine. The attending physician explained Dr. Hong's condition. His life should be alright, right? Li Jushu asked. If he can survive the next 6 hours, he come back to life. The vaccine disrupted the balance within his body. Whether the vaccine eliminates the plague virus, or the rodent genes take over his body depends on his own fate, the attending physician couldn't guarantee. Dr. Hong, don't you have anything to say? After the attending physician left, the ward fell silent until Li Jushu finally spoke. Who are you? Dr. Hong's voice was dry and indistinct. He is Night Owl, the current station chief of our Base 4. The Celt proudly introduced him to Dr. Hong. Humans are strange creatures. Before, he would have wanted to kill Li Jushu, but now he felt honored to be the first to pledge allegiance to him. His status among Locust, Hyena, and himself was originally at the bottom, but under Li Jushu's leadership, his position jumped to first place, even higher than the leader Yao Shafang. He already considered himself Li Jushu's #1 henchman. Station Chief? Qin Fengpa is dead? Dr. Hong asked in surprise. Station Chief Qin Fengpa was unfortunately poisoned by thugs and died several months ago, Li Jushu said. Thugs? I think it was one of our own, Dr. Hong said, seemingly obsessive, but actually quite perceptive. It seems Dr. Hong, besides studying rodents, also studies people, Li Jushu said. That's not hard to guess. Qin Fengpa had faced a crisis before, and afterwards, he was extremely cautious about his safety. Poisoning is the dumbest method, yet it succeeded. There's only one possibility. It was done by one of his closest confidants. Studying history shows that the most powerful people often die at the hands of their own people, Dr. Hong said. Everyone says Dr. Hong is crazy, but I don't think he's crazy at all, Li Jushu said. I know what you want to ask. I didn't research the plague. I'm not that ruthless. The plague virus was already present in the rodents, and it would activate and erupt under certain conditions. I didn't expect that. However, I controlled the spread immediately, and I locked myself in the lab. I don't know who opened the lab door, which led to the uncontrollable spread of the plague. Dr. Hong recalled, still completely bewildered. Your lab, not just anyone is allowed to get close, right? Lan Fengling suddenly asked. Only 5 people have the authority to open my lab door. My 2 deputies and I are inside. We can't get out, Dr. Hong said. What about the other 2? Lan Fengling pressed. The boss of the beast farm and Mosquito, Dr. Hong replied. Who is Mosquito? Lan Fengling had never heard of this name before. He's the head of the beast farm's genetic research project, Dr. Hong replied. Never heard of him, Lan Fengling said, while Li Jushu looked at the Celt. Mosquito is very mysterious. He doesn't participate in anything at the beast farm, only in this research area. But the boss listens to him a lot. Whatever Mosquito wants, the boss supports him unconditionally. He lives a secluded life, never attending meetings. In all my years at the beast farm, I've seen him a handful of times, the Celt said. Is he among the corpses in the bunker? Li Jushu asked. I'm afraid it's hard to say for sure, the Celt said, looking troubled. If he's still alive, where would he be? Li Jushu asked again. Very few people have seen him. Rumor has it he can also use disguise. If he's still alive and doesn't want to be discovered, I guess, we won't be able to find him, the Celt whispered. It seems this animal farm is truly a place where hidden talents abound, Li Jushu remarked. In this environment, it's a miracle anyone has survived, the farm's boss, the mad scientist, and now another potential survivor. It seems the plague isn't a disaster for them. The Celt remained silent. The mosquito is allergic to the sun. If it goes out during the day, it will be completely covered up. However, given its cautious nature, it's most likely only active at night, Dr. Hong suddenly said. If Dr. Hong has any other details he recalls, he can tell the Celt. We won't disturb the doctor's rest any longer, Li Jushu said, and Lan Fengling left the hospital. I never imagined he survived. Although Lan Fengling hadn't been to the Beast Grounds fortress, she could imagine it must have been a living hell. Perhaps this is what they call science changing fate, Li Jushu said. Who would have thought of extracting rodent genes to fight the plague? Only professionals could conceive of it, but even if they did, they couldn't do it. Now we have another problem, Lan Fengling said. The engineer rats are under control. Next, we should conduct a census, screen them to see if we can find any clues, Li Jushu said. That's all we can do. Lan Fengling didn't hold out much hope. From Dr. Hong and the Celt's descriptions, she knew that Mosquito was extremely good at disguising and hiding himself. If the truth was hidden, the chances of finding him were almost zero. Let's hold a funeral for Station Chief Qin Feng tomorrow. Li Jushu's words immediately made the atmosphere heavy. Qin Fengpa was the station chief of Base 4. His death was a major event, and naturally, it should have been a grand affair, with even major bases sending representatives to pay their respects. However, the current situation was clearly inappropriate. Qin Fengpa was Lan Fengling's elder, and had been kind to her. Both personally and professionally, Lan Fengling felt she had to ensure Qin Fengpa's passing was honorable. Li Jushu shared this sentiment. During the tense period of fighting the engineer rats, burial was not advisable. Now that things had stabilized, it was time to settle this matter. Keeping him in an ice coffin indefinitely was not a good idea. Ding Xiao, too, had not yet been buried. The next day, the base held a grand funeral for Qin Fengpa. Except for the frontline combat personnel, everyone in the base, young and old, attended. Ding Xiao's grave was chosen next to Qin Fengpa's. This first guard, even in the afterlife, continued to watch over Qin Fengpa. For the next 2 days, Li Jushu stayed by Lan Fengling's side. This was Lan Fengling's lowest point. She hadn't been this heartbroken even when Nie Renbao died. Her relationship with Nie Renbao was poor. The father and daughter had hardly lived together since childhood. If not for their blood relation, they would have had no contact at all. Qin Fengpa was different. He genuinely treated her like a daughter, filling the void of fatherly love in Lan Fengling's life, which was why she was so grief-stricken. On the 5th day, a convoy left the base, heading towards Base 2. Inside the vehicles, all the soldiers were full of fighting spirit and high morale. Chapter 394. A flash of silver light streaked across the surging blackness. The next second, the running engineer rats suddenly froze, and a pool of blood on the ground rapidly expanded. 50 or 60 engineer rats had been sliced in two, not in 2 halves, but in 2 pieces, top and bottom. The silver light traced a graceful arc along the ground before shooting back, landing precisely in Li Jushu's hand. A crescent-shaped blade. Palm-sized, thin as a cicada's wing, and as fast as lightning, the crescent blade automatically returned to its original position under Li Jushu's skillful manipulation. The crescent blade was made primarily of titanium alloy, with 10% plutonium and 10% metal extracted from the teeth of engineer rats, crafted using modern smelting technology, capable of cutting through iron like mud. The crescent blade appeared to be palm-sized, but perfectly fusing the various metals was no easy feat. Li Jushu's original plan was to forge 1,000, like Tao Liuji's steel balls, to be used freely. However, during actual production, he discovered the problems were far greater than anticipated, and only 12 were ultimately deemed acceptable. Left with no other choice, Li Jushu could only diligently practice his spinning technique. He had a foundation in card-throwing exercises, and coupled with his high talent, he mastered the technique perfectly in less than a day, his crescent blade moving with effortless ease. The more difficult part was actually making the crescent blade follow the intended path. The sapper rat's movements were unpredictable, scattered, and varied in speed. Killing only one rat with a single crescent blade would be a waste. Killing as many rats as possible was Li Jushu's goal. He had no experience to draw upon, so he could only figure it out himself, practicing again and again. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs rained down on the road, and in the flames, swarms of sapper rats were charred to a crisp. Li Xiaoshan, as always, occupied the center position in the lead car. After a long period of arduous practice, his control over the flames was extremely skillful, the size was adjustable, and he could control it at will. The flames emitted weren't simply fireballs, they could be lines or even a wall. The novice, trembling after only a few hours of intense fighting, had grown into a composed and capable expert. On the other side was Tao Liuji, whose steel balls were truly masterful, hitting their mark every time, and moving with lightning speed. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, Sherpa Jia, Ferris Wheel, Su Dian, Jean Bummy, Louis Feng, and others guarded different directions of the convoy. As long as the engineer rats couldn't completely damage the tires, the convoy had no worries. Several wrecked war chariots lay by the roadside, their age unknown, covered in a thick layer of dust. Scattered bones lay on the ground, the driver's side windows were shattered, and the tires of 2 chariots were completely deformed, exposing the rims. As the convoy passed, startled engineer rats crawled out of the chariots, baring their teeth and claws, extremely ferocious. Some pounced from the roof with lightning speed. Li Jushu's eyes remained calm. With a flick of his right hand, the crescent-shaped blade vanished from his fingers. In the next instant, a faint, cold light swept through the air, and when the blade returned to his fingertips, dozens of engineer rats were already torn in two, their corpses falling to the ground. Swoosh! A steel ball struck the head of the remaining engineer rat, blood spurting out. The rat stiffened, then died instantly. Judging from their density, the engineer rat's distribution followed a pattern. The closer to the base, the higher the density. 100 kilometers away, the density was insufficient to cover the ground, leaving many gaps. The roads weren't entirely teeming with engineer rats. Some areas were swarming, others scattered. The pressure on the front of the convoy wasn't significant. The real pressure came from the middle and rear sections. The alerted engineer rats rushed over, attacking precisely the middle and rear sections of the convoy. Every engineer rat in the area not far from the vehicles on the road charged forward. Not a single one was idle. Tao Liuji suddenly stopped. Li Xiaoshan looked at him, puzzled. He stared intently in a certain direction. Li Xiaoshan followed his gaze, his eyes widening in shock. A flying man? About 4 kilometers away, a person sprinted across a stretch of bare grass, a gap of over 50 meters. The person leaped into the air, seemingly floating, and upon landing, merely touched a leaf lightly before continuing forward. The leaf trembled, but the person's feet never touched the ground. The crawling sappers didn't even notice someone flying overhead. The person sped from east to west, glanced at the convoy in the distance, didn't change direction, and didn't stop. The distance grew greater and greater until the person disappeared from sight. There really is someone who flies across the grass, Tao Liuji exclaimed. From seeing the flying man to disappearing, the entire process took less than a minute. The speed was so fast that even a world sprint champion would be humbled. It should be the same as yours, Li Jushu said to Li Xiaoshan. He had suspected it was lightness skill, but the person didn't seem to have any luck. The movement of gathering chi suggested a more likely innate skill. The arsonist, the treant, and now there's another grasshopper. What will we encounter next? Tao Liuji asked expectantly. That direction seems to be towards base 1, Li Xiaoshan said. No rush. As long as he doesn't die, we have a chance to meet again, Li Jushu said. Grasshopper's ability is very interesting in this environment. Its lethality isn't yet apparent, but its advantage for escaping is clear. The person leaped 15 meters into the air without consciously exerting force. If they jumped harder, breaking 20 meters would be no problem. With height and speed, even twice as many engineer rats wouldn't be able to catch them. Within cities or forests, Their ability to fly over grass is virtually unmatched. The convoy consisted of 25 vehicles, seemingly a large force, but actually comprised only 500 men. Having fought countless battles, Li Jushu firmly believed in the principle of quality over quantity in warfare. A skilled soldier could achieve twice the result with half the effort, while a novice would likely achieve half the result with twice the effort. Upon entering the 100-kilometer radius of Base 2, the convoy's speed began to decrease. The density of engineer rats increased rapidly. Skeletons and abandoned vehicles, motorcycles, and even new energy vehicles were scattered everywhere on the roads. Guns were strewn about, and in some places, dried bloodstains were still visible. The orientation of the abandoned vehicles indicated that these people were fleeing Base 2, indirectly reflecting the dire situation there. If the base were stable, so many people wouldn't be trying to escape. Upon entering the 50-kilometer radius, Li Jushu sheathed his crescent-shaped saber and unsheathed a sword from his back. Its design was similar to the tiger-head saber he had used before, but it was 18 centimeters longer and weighed 21 kilograms more. As the tiger-headed saber was swung, it flashed with golden light, but this blade emitted a silver glow. Li Jushu named it Silver Slash. With a flick of his wrist, powerful waves of blade energy swept across the land. Wherever the silver light touched, the sapper rats were reduced to pieces. Li Jushu stood in the road for a minute, waiting for the mechanics to change the damaged tire before jumping onto the vehicle. The sapper rat corpses on the ground had already submerged his knees. The convoy restarted, and after traveling less than 10 kilometers, the faint sound of artillery fire reached their ears. Everyone froze for a moment. The direction of the artillery fire wasn't from Base 2, but from another direction. Everyone looked at Li Jushu, whose artillery was firing from outside the city. Chapter 395. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons bombarded a small hillside relentlessly. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a hillside at all, it was clearly a rodent, magnified 1,000 times in size. Its body length was estimated to exceed 100 meters, its tail probably 60 to 70 meters long, and its height around 35 meters. The ground shook as it ran. The shells only blew off some fur, and splattered a few drops of blood. Forget about broken bones, it wasn't even a scratch. This is a rat? Even an elephant would only be a snack. Su Dian was both shocked and terrified. He had never seen such a huge creature, let alone a rat, a creature everyone hates. Howitzers hitting me are like tickling me, it's inhuman. Lion King Yuan Qiongqi couldn't remain calm, he felt a sense of powerlessness. This is a giant rat. I heard Dr. Yu Qinjian mention it. Among rodents, there's a species with a body as large as a mountain, called the giant rat. I always thought as large as a mountain was an adjective, but now I know it's a literal description. Jean Bummy felt ashamed. After following the doctor for so long, he still didn't know him well enough. A giant rat? It seems there are records of giant rats in our ancient myths and legends, Lu Yifeng suddenly said. Indeed. Tong Shenlong was certain. Older people often enjoy studying ancient texts, and Tong Shenlong was practically a history expert. As they spoke, the giant rat had already rushed out of the howitzer's bombardment range, but the explosions hadn't ended. Mortars opened fire. A kilometer away, a team had formed a circular formation, ready to hunt the giant rat. Divided into 3 points, each with 6 armored vehicles, equipped with machine guns, Vulcan cannons, rocket launchers, and various heavy machine guns, they were on high alert. Hunters were also present, carrying flamethrowers. If nothing unexpected happened, there were definitely landmines buried on the ground. This firepower could riddle an armored vehicle with holes, but the giant rat wasn't an armored vehicle. The giant rat quickly broke through the mortar fire line, sustaining a few superficial wounds, nothing more. It charged towards the right-hand position, while the hunters on the left opened fire rapidly, bullets raining down. The giant rat, not thinking clearly, was drawn by the fire and turned to charge to the left. The hunters on the left stopped firing, and the soldiers at the center opened fire. The giant rat changed direction again, charging towards the center, and was then engulfed by a series of explosions. All the mines detonated. Squeak! The giant rat let out a painful scream, the sound like sharp nails piercing ears. The ambushing hunters showed expressions of pain, the sound waves had already caused them significant damage. However, it also indicated that the explosions had been effective. Everyone immediately understood that the giant rat's weak point was its abdomen. Whether it was the landmine's insufficient power or the rat's overwhelming strength, although the ground was nearly uprooted by the blast, the rat didn't fall. Leaving a bloody trail, it charged towards the convoy. Simultaneous fire from 3 positions rained down on the rat, but it was like a drizzle, unable to cause it any harm. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound rang out as the rat bit through a tank. Several soldiers, unable to jump out in time, were instantly entangled with the vehicle. Snap! Snap! 2 more tanks were destroyed. The remaining 3 tanks, terrified, fled for their lives. Just as they started their engines, the rat pounced on one of the tanks, accompanied by a dull thud. Bang! The tank never imagined it would be crushed by a small mountain. It was flattened instantly. Whether there were still soldiers inside was unknown, but the blood spilling from the driver's cab told everyone that the driver was certainly dead. The giant rat's tail lashed out, striking a tank. The tank tumbled 3 or 4 times, like a toy before sinking into a crater, unable to move. Ignoring the frenzied firing from the 2 positions to its left and right, the giant rat caught up with the last tank, which had already advanced dozens of meters, and with a snap, bit it into scrap metal. The driver, who had just jumped out, saw the tank that the giant rat had spat out falling towards him, and scrambled back 5 or 6 meters in terror. Bang! He still couldn't completely avoid it. The tank smashed his leg into the ground, and the driver let out a painful scream. It sounds like a long story, but in reality, it only took a few blinks of an eye. 5 of the 6 tanks were destroyed, and the remaining 1 was stuck in the crater. Hunters from the 2 positions to the left and right rushed to its rescue in their tanks, but after less than 50 meters, the battle was over. Seeing the giant rat turn its head towards the position to its right, the hunter on the right broke out in a cold sweat, made a sharp 180-degree turn, and fled for his life. The giant rat, massive in size, but incredibly fast, rapidly closed the distance to the tank. The tank on the left could only keep up, firing frantically in hopes of drawing its attention. However, this time, the rat was fixated on the tank on the right, and refused to turn back. Generally, the eyes are the weak point of most creatures, but the giant rat's eyes had a unique structure. Its eyelashes drooped inwards, like curtains protecting its eyeballs. Bullets struck the eyelashes, sending sparks flying, unable to penetrate. Jump! With a shout from the bassist, the tank driver jumped off the vehicle in desperation. The next second, the giant rat bit through the tank, its 4 incisors snapping shut, rendering the tank unusable. The second and third tanks were reduced to scrap metal one after another. 2 beams of flame swept towards the giant rat, whose unease was palpable. But before anyone could even rejoice, the rat's tail swept across like a giant python, sending sand and stones flying. The 2 flamethrower hunters were instantly reduced to a bloody mess, utterly dead. Compared to its teeth, the rat's tail was no less powerful. Second ambush point. Xuanwu tank roared, personally driving the vehicle, flooring the accelerator. The tank roared forward like a mad bull. After destroying the remaining 2 tanks, the rat, seeing Xuanwu tank's vehicle had gone far away, turned and charged towards the tank on its left. Go! Li Jushi was the first to rush out. This matter was none of his concern. He could have stood by and watched, but he didn't. Since the first giant rat had appeared, it meant there was a possibility of a second, a third, a fourth. Testing the rat's fighting power personally would be helpful later. Besides, he had some connections with Xuanwu tank. He would save it if he could. They were fast enough, but by the time they reached the battlefield, only one of the 6 chariots on the left remained, frantically fleeing ahead, with the giant rat in hot pursuit, the distance closing rapidly. Just as the giant rat leaped, Li Jushu arrived, accelerating to its base. His silver cleaver flashed, a streak of silver light passing by like a shooting star across the night sky, incredibly fast. Bang! The giant rat, which should have hit the chariot, missed completely, only striking the rear of the chariot. The front of the chariot leaped up, performing a backflip. Li Jushi was already at the giant rat's left hind leg, gripping the hilt with both hands, and brought the blade down with tremendous force. This strike, imbued with all his life strength, was as heavy as a mountain and as fast as lightning. Clang! The blade penetrated a foot, hitting bone. Li Jushi could feel that after cutting 3 inches, it wouldn't go any further. The immense recoil sent a jolt of pain through his arms, almost causing him to drop the silver cleaver. He drew his sword and leaped into the air, a python-like tail sweeping across the earth, snapping grass and trees in a terrifying display. Wang Yuanche, Yuan Qiongqi, Sherpa Jia, and others arrived, launching a fierce attack to draw the giant rat's attention. Li Jushu, still in midair, drew his sword again, unleashing a blade aura dozens of meters long, faint, swift, and fleeting. Swoosh! Chapter 396. The gash on the rat's hind leg doubled in size, gushing blood. Feeling the pain, the rat ignored the attacks of Huang Yuanche, Yuan Qiongqi, and the others, charging towards Li Jushu. Tong Shenlong, unable to dodge in time, was grazed and thrown more than 50 meters, landing and coughing up blood several times before finally getting to his feet. Its abdomen is injured. Don't fight it head-on, wear it down, Lu Yifeng shouted, noticing the large amount of blood left behind where the rat had crawled. Li Jushu's previous strike had inflicted considerable damage on it. Li Jushu immediately changed his mind. Originally intending to engage in a prolonged fight, he now retreated. His legs slightly bent, then instantly straightened, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. A large crater exploded in the ground, and he shot out like a cannonball, as fast as lightning. The rat's bite missed its mark. 2 fireballs struck the giant rat's eyes, slowing it momentarily. Sparks flew from its eyelashes, and Crow, having chosen its sniping position, fired repeatedly, but the shots were all blocked by the eyelashes. In a flash, Li Jushu was back behind the giant rat, his blade flashing again as he slashed repeatedly at its injured leg. 3 consecutive strikes, each hitting the same spot. With the sharpness of the silver cleaver, coupled with its infused aura, such power could cleave even a chariot in 2. However, the giant rat's leg bone was extremely hard, although a gap had been created. Severing it would likely require dozens more strikes. African Lion, Evil Ghost, and others attacked from the other side, not aiming to harm the giant rat, but merely to distract it. The experts of the Xuanwu Tank Legion also joined the fray, hundreds of them surrounding the giant rat and attacking relentlessly. Except for Li Jushu, the others had zero chance of harming the giant rat, while the giant rat's damage to the Second Legion was fatal. Screams rang out continuously from soldiers, who couldn't dodge in time. Even a slight glancing blow was enough to kill ordinary soldiers. Some suffered broken bones, others internal organs ruptured. The giant rat's tail was particularly deadly. It was an invincible weapon. Sherpajia, renowned for his defense and strength, was instantly killed by a single swipe of its tail, joining Tong Shenlong in death. In the blink of an eye, the Second Legion had suffered over 30 casualties. The Xuanwu tank returned at this moment, still 100 meters away, already shouting, "Lure the giant rat over." Minefield. The giant rat harbored the greatest hatred for Li Jushu. The moment Li Jushu moved, the giant rat followed. Despite its mountain-like size, it moved faster than a whirlwind. If it weren't for the frantic interference of Huang Yuanche, Yuan Qiongqi, Lu Yifeng, and others, Li Jushu would never have been able to outrun it. A red triangular flag clearly marked the minefield in a mountain hollow. Li Jushu carefully traversed the minefield. Huang Yuanche, Jin Bummy, and the others shook off the giant rat. The rat hesitated for a moment, but still targeted Li Jushu. The moment it entered the minefield, the explosions began. Boom! 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 The explosions caused considerable damage to the giant rat. The blood-stained ground, and the rat's cry showed its growing rage. Its tail lashed out, almost leveling the slopes on either side. A boulder weighing at least 12 or 13 tons was instantly shattered into pieces by the rat's tail, sending fragments flying hundreds of meters. Everyone watched in horror. If such an attack hit a person, 206 bones would instantly become 412. Are there any more minefields? Li Jushu asked Xuanwu Tank. That's all. Xuanwu Tank's face was grim. They used all the mines, but who could have known the giant rat would be so monstrous? It was injured, but judging from its appearance, it had only bled a little, and its fighting power had increased rather than decreased. What's going on now? Li Jushu asked. Judging from Xuanwu Tank and his men's actions, it wasn't an accidental encounter. They were clearly after the giant rat. However, with their current methods, they couldn't kill it. Capturing the giant rat alive would be best, Xuanwu Tank said. Let's be realistic. Don't make wishes, Li Jushu said impatiently. Kill the giant rat. Get the meat. The base's food is running low, Xuanwu Tank said. Food is running low? Li Jushu was greatly surprised. He had checked the granary at base 2. It could easily feed them for 3 to 5 years. Why wasn't it enough? Xuanwu Tank didn't have time to answer. The giant rat charged forward, menacingly. The two men separated. Knowing the giant rat harbored deep hatred for Li Jushu, Xuanwu Tank stopped short, pulled a rocket launcher from his back, and fired it at the rat's head. Boom! A burst of fire shot into the sky. The giant rat's vision was impaired, and Li Jushu seized the opportunity to close the distance, frantically hacking at its injured leg. The sound of the silver blade striking bone was muffled and faint after being cushioned by the muscles. He only had 3 strikes left, as the tail was approaching. Just as he lunged forward, a flash of inspiration struck him. While still in midair, he unleashed a palm strike. Bone-melting palm. Xuanwu Tank was incredibly fierce. After running out of rockets, he even attempted to knock out the giant rat's front teeth, having somehow acquired a 200-pound spiked club. When a club slammed down with all its might onto the snow-white front teeth, the sound was louder than thunder. Xuanwu Tank was sent flying over 30 meters, the spiked club flying away as well. His hands were covered in blood. If one of his skilled men hadn't rushed forward and caught him, he would have been smashed into a pulp by the giant rat's tail. Thud. The sound was clearly different from before. Li Jushu's eyes lit up. There was hope. Before, a single cut was at most 2 or 3 inches deep. Now it was 4 or 5 inches, double the previous depth. To create an opportunity for him, everyone was fighting desperately. Mu Chanfeng and Evil Ghost were injured one after another, then Su Tian had his arm broken. The Second Legion suffered even greater casualties, because this was their mission. In a way, Li Jushu and his men were helping out. Of the 3 deputy commanders, one was wounded and one was dead. Only one escaped unharmed due to his speed. After trying dozens of methods to severely damage the giant rat, the Xuanwu Tank placed its hopes on Li Jushu. The cut on the giant rat's leg had widened to halfway. At this rate, it would be severed in half an hour at most. Bone-melting palm. Bone-melting palm. Bone-melting palm. The giant rat's bones were too large and too hard, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the bone-melting palm. Even the silver-slash-blade had developed a sharp edge, relying entirely on its blade energy to increase its sharpness. The giant rat, in pain, became increasingly ferocious and erratic. 1 second it was chasing Li Jushu, the next it suddenly changed direction. Several experts from the Second Legion were sent to their deaths in this way. Li Jushu's ability to remain uninjured was primarily due to his support role, not to any extraordinary strength on his part. Finally, as the gap in the short leg widened to 4/5, Li Jushu lost patience. With a roar, he channeled all his power into his silver cleaver, which instantly became transparent, unleashing a faint burst of light. Hit! Like lightning piercing through the clouds, the giant rat's left hind leg snapped off. The behemoth, over 3.5 meters in diameter and nearly 15 meters long, crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Blood gushed from the severed leg, scalding Li Jushu's body. The giant rat let out a piercing screech, the sound carrying for kilometers. Many soldiers clutched their ears in agony, swaying precariously. Chapter 397. The rat's rage was inevitable, so Li Jushu, with his leg severed, fled immediately. Wang Yuanche and the others, being shrewd men, scattered like birds and beasts. The unfortunate ones were the soldiers of the Second Legion. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, but they couldn't outrun it. The rat's tail swept and slammed wildly in all directions, without any discernible pattern. A patch of land was smashed to pieces, the bodies of nearly 100 soldiers mixed with mud, making even collecting the corpses a difficult task. The rat calmed down slightly and chased after Li Jushu, but with one leg missing, it limped and its speed was much slower than before. Wang Yuanche and the others stopped fleeing and slowly approached the rat. They dared not get too close, using ranged attacks, such as crows, firmly occupying high ground, ready to attack at any time. The rat's claws missed, landing on the ground, immediately creating a large crater. The shockwave swept across the earth, striking several soldiers who were too close, causing them to cough up blood and collapse, only to be crushed into mincemeat by the sweeping tail. Li Jushu's face turned pale. Merely being swept by the aftershock of the shockwave was more painful than being hit by a tank. Using all his strength, he scrambled along the ground from the direction of the giant rat's severed leg to the other side. The giant rat's disadvantage of having only 3 legs was now obvious. If its 4 legs were intact, no one could pass under its belly. They would either be killed by the shockwave or kicked to death. Now, the giant rat's defenses had a breach. Li Jushu didn't rush to attack. He hid in the giant rat's blind spot, waiting for an opportunity. When a skilled soldier from the Second Legion opened fire on the giant rat's eyes with a Gatling gun, he darted under the giant rat's belly, his silver blade gleaming brightly as he slashed down. The giant rat's belly had been bombarded twice by landmines. Its gray fur was speckled with red spots, making the extent of the wounds difficult to determine. However, one scratch was clearly visible, the one Li Jushu had made when the rat leaped to attack the chariot earlier. This latest cut followed the previous mark, instantly staining the fur red, which dripped down. The rat, in pain and rage, lashed out with its tail as if guided by precise navigation, but Li Jushu dodged it a step ahead. Li Jushu continued to seize opportunities to attack the rat's belly, slash after slash. The rat grew increasingly ferocious, its attacks more ferocious, but also more chaotic. Missing a leg, it struggled to adapt. Finally, with a final, powerful slash from Li Jushu, its belly was completely ripped open, a section of intestine protruding, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Li Jushu's first reaction wasn't to expand his gains, but to flee. Wang Yuanche and the others had been watching Li Jushu closely. Seeing him escape, they immediately disengaged from the battlefield. The Xuanwu tanks and their men moved quickly, but some soldiers, due to their slower pace, fell behind and were caught by the giant rat, crushed into mincemeat. The giant rat pursued Li Jushu like a madman, ignoring the interference of others. Even when soldiers fired rockets, it paid no heed, its eyes filled only with hatred for Li Jushu. Li Jushu had already chosen his escape route, a sloping terrain dotted with rocks of varying sizes. The highest rocks were only 7 or 8 meters high, a height that posed no challenge to the giant rat. It charged up, knocking down rocks like rotten wood, shattering them into pieces. But the giant rat forgot one thing. Its belly was ripped open, its intestines and internal organs spilling out. Some hung in midair, others dragged on the ground. Internal organs are not as tough as fur, and were immediately torn to shreds by the sharp rocks, leaving a long trail of blood on the slope. Li Jushu sprinted with all his might, using every ounce of strength he had, only to find the giant rat rapidly closing the distance. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He took a deep breath, his speed increasing dramatically, and with a whoosh, he darted forward. Crack! That was the sound of teeth grinding against each other, the air current sending shivers down Li Jushu's spine, raising goosebumps. Li Jushu braced his feet on a boulder, unleashing a burst of power that propelled him like a cannonball, instantly reaching the top of the slope, finally creating distance between himself and the giant rat. He turned to look at the rat. Its speed had slowed, its strength waning due to massive blood loss, and its breath rapidly diminishing. Wang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, and the others caught up, but dared not approach. They picked up the scattered guns of the soldiers and fired at the giant rat's internal organs from a distance. The bullets struck the entrails, sending blood and flesh flying. The giant rat struggled fiercely, its tail whipping wildly, sending rocks flying in all directions. 2 unfortunate soldiers were crushed to death, and 7 or 8 others were left bleeding from head wounds. The others quickly distanced themselves. Despite its injury, the rat remained ferocious. However, even its ferocity was waning. Li Jushu took a Red Guard sniper rifle from a sniper in the 2nd Army Corps and fired 3 shots at the rat. He didn't aim for its eyes, but rather for a thin section of its intestines, severing it completely. An unknown black substance gushed out. It was likely undigested food, still steaming hot. He maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far from the rat, allowing it to see him, but not too far to catch him. He carried the rat back and forth up and down the slope for over an hour until finally, the rat could no longer run. It collapsed on the slope, its eyes still fierce, but the light in them beginning to dim. Li Jushu and the others didn't approach. Like a cornered beast, they were prepared to fight. This giant rat, as long as it had a breath left, could cause immense destruction. They could simply wait for it to die. There was no need to take the risk. Li Jushu stood 300 meters away from the giant rat, his sniper rifle still in his hand. Wang Yuanche, Yuan Xiongqi, and the others were scattered in different directions, carrying heavy weapons. Xuanwu Tank limped to Li Jushu's side. He was a defensive and strength-based character, but against a creature like the giant rat, neither defense nor strength mattered. He was completely outmatched. He couldn't outrun it, and was grazed by its tail. Luckily, it was him. Anyone else would have been knocked down after such a graze. Where did you find this big guy? Is its meat edible? Li Jushu asked curiously. Rodent meat was inedible, as was engineer rat meat. Logically, giant rat meat shouldn't be eaten either. Giant rat meat also contains toxins, but they're not strong. High temperatures can kill them, so it's edible, Xuanwu Tank replied. Has anyone eaten it? Li Jushu looked at him in surprise. A week ago, a giant rat broke into the base and was killed, Xuanwu Tank replied. Was it killed outside the base or inside? Li Jushu pressed. Inside the base. Xuanwu Tank knew what he wanted to know. If it was killed outside the city gates, the base wouldn't be damaged. If it was killed inside, given the rat's destructive power, the base would definitely be in ruins. Are the others all right? Li Jushu asked hesitantly. Just as Xuanwu Tank was about to answer, the rat's neck tilted, its wriggling tail instantly freezing still. It was dead. Chapter 398. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion cheered, many collapsing to the ground, their legs giving way. Xuanwu Tank also smiled. The price paid for killing the giant rat this time was far less than the first. A cause for celebration. Xuan Wu-Tang looked at Li Jushu, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his expression changed drastically. A shockwave approached rapidly, and Huang Yuanche, Yuan Qiongqi, and the others turned in a flash. About 3 kilometers to the west, a small mountain was rushing towards them. A giant rat, another one. The giant rat's destination was clear, this place. It was moving in a straight line, truly traversing mountains and valleys, nothing able to stop it. A clear trail was left in its wake. The sapper rats along the way fled in panic. Those that were slow were crushed into mincemeat, mixed with the mud. The dead one must be the wife. Now her husband has come for revenge, Li Jushu said. The new rat was noticeably larger and fatter. According to the animal kingdom's general rule that males are larger than females, the larger one is usually male. Xuan Wu-Tang's face twitched. He couldn't laugh. Wait, there's another one. Li Jushu's eyesight was far superior to ordinary people. About 7 or 8 kilometers away, there was another rat, about the same size as the one that had been killed. Xuan Wu-Tang's expression changed drastically. Have you run into a rat nest? Li Jushu strapped his sniper rifle to his back. Judging by the looks of it, the one behind is probably a son or daughter. By the way, have you done any research on rats? How many offspring does a rat litter have? If it's like a rodent, then it's 8 or 9. Xuan Wu-Tang didn't speak. His knowledge of rats wasn't much greater than anyone else's. The 2 giant rats came separately. This is our chance. Shall we take it? Li Jushu looked at Xuan Wu-Tang. Bassist, you lead 20 men to slow down the rats behind. Use any means necessary to buy them as much time as possible. Xuan Wu-Tang gave a firm order. Gentlemen, show us your true skills. Li Jushu charged to the front, the previous fighting seemingly having no effect on him. His stamina remained abundant. As the giant rat raised its claws, Li Jushu leaped into the air, his silver blade gleaming brilliantly, its sharpness unmatched. Bang! The giant rat's claws landed, the ground trembled violently, and shockwaves swept in all directions, forcefully pushing back Huang Yuanche, Yuan Qiongqi, Xuan Wu-Tang, and other experts. Almost simultaneously, Li Jushu's blade struck the giant rat's hind leg. A cut several meters long appeared, blood instantly staining its fur red. Bang, 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 bang. A crow in the distance fired 4 shots, causing no damage to the giant rat, but blurring its vision and causing its tail to veer slightly off course, missing Li Jushu. Bone-melting palm. Li Jushu, who should have retreated, risked a clap, suddenly shifting sideways to avoid the giant rat's flying kick. He spun in midair, a flash of blade light appearing, doubling the size of the wound on the rat's hind leg. Bone-melting palm. Xuan Wu-Tang and the others attacked frantically, fearless, creating an opportunity for Li Jushu. Li Jushu's mind was highly focused. His silver blade emitted an indistinct light, not as a feint, but because of its incredible speed. He unleashed 8 strikes in an instant. The afterimage of one strike hadn't even faded before the afterimage of the next appeared. The excruciating pain caused the giant rat to abandon Huang Yuanche and the others, focusing its attack solely on Li Jushu. Seeing this, Xuan Wu-Tang ordered 2 soldiers to breathe fire. Approaching at this point would be suicide. Indeed, the flames interfered with the rat's attack, but only fueled its rage. It swallowed the 2 soldiers whole, one after the other. Li Jushu didn't let the 2 soldiers die in vain. He fought with all his might, widening the incision to half its original size. This, however, completely enraged the rat. Its tail lashed out wildly, making it impossible for Li Jushu to even get close, let alone attack. Bezos was also fighting another giant rat, and the screams indicated the situation was dire. Given the rat's stamina, it wouldn't tire anytime soon. Just as Li Jushu was about to risk an attack, Tao Liuji had a sudden inspiration. He took off his clothes, shoveled dirt around, and then forcefully flung it at the rat's head. The dust clouded up, immediately impairing the rat's vision. Seeing this, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion followed suit, throwing up dust. In an instant, dust enveloped the space, disrupting the giant rat's attacks. Li Jushu sprinted, almost skimming the ground to avoid the swirling tail, and abruptly stood up. The force of the impact concentrated on his silver cleaver, making the blade nearly transparent. A faint blade light swept through the air, the sharp edge already penetrating to bone. Li Jushu took a deep breath, his muscles tensing, his arms swelling, his clothes almost ripped apart, his inner energy circulating rapidly, faintly emitting the sound of a rushing river. Sever. The silver cleaver sliced through the ground, leaving a bottomless gash. The next second, a massive severed leg slammed into the earth, the giant rat's tail crashing down. Li Jushu had already shrunk under his belly, using the momentum to leap into the air. The silver cleaver once again blazed with a blinding white light, flashing past in an instant. Black threads appeared on the fur, instantly turning black-red, staining the fur crimson. "You go!" Knowing the opportunity was rare, the Xuanwu tank ordered the last 2 flamethrower soldiers forward. The 2 soldiers gritted their teeth and unleashed their flames, but in less than 3 seconds, they were crushed to death by the giant rat. 2 gruesome, mangled piles of flesh lay on the ground. Li Jushi roared, forcefully slicing through the rat's abdomen with a silver blade. Tear! An 8-meter-long gash appeared, internal organs spilling out, steaming hot. Li Jushu, landing without completely dodging the rat's attack, was struck by a leg and thrown more than 30 meters. While airborne, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his face instantly turning ashen. He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if all his bones were broken, his body no longer his own. His supposedly indestructible protective aura was as fragile as an eggshell before the rat's power. "Watch out." Luo Chuqing darted over, grabbing his shoulder and throwing him away forcefully. Bang! The giant rat's tail slammed down with tremendous force, like a mountain crashing down. Chuqing. Li Jushu's eyes widened in fury. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his fall, he rolled to his feet, ignoring the flying silver blade, and charged desperately towards the rat. Amidst the dust and smoke, Luo Chuqing staggered out, leaping into a crater and deflecting the sweeping tail. Li Jushu immediately turned and ran, narrowly escaping into a depression. The tail swept over his head, the force of the wind nearly tearing his scalp off. Wang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, and the others dared not approach the enraged rat. Zheng Xuanzhen's green dragon crescent blade was struck by the tail, and instantly deformed. Zheng Xuanzhen himself coughed up blood, and was thrown more than 20 meters. Fortunately, the rat's madness did not last long. Losing a large amount of blood from its abdomen, its strength rapidly declined. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing seized the opportunity to escape the sweeping range of the giant rat's tail. They no longer needed to attack, they could simply wait for it to bleed to death. However, no one was happy. The 3rd giant rat arrived, charging forward with an angry expression. Bezos and 20 elite warriors from the 2nd Legion all fell. Chapter 399. Li Jushu was injured, and most of the others were also injured. Only a few experts, such as Huang Yuanche, Jin Bumi, and Wen Yepan, were unharmed. The 2nd Legion of the Xuanwu tanks was heavily wounded. Luo Chuqing, who was walking, suddenly collapsed. Li Jushu was shocked and quickly caught her. Upon examining her, his heart leaped into his throat. Luo Chuqing's internal organs had suffered varying degrees of damage. Her condition was extremely dangerous and required immediate treatment. Although the impact of the giant rat's tail hadn't hit her directly, the distance was too close, and the shockwave was more terrifying than a 1,000-pound hammer. Luo Chuqing had a strong will, otherwise, she would have fainted on the spot. Li Jushu carefully placed Luo Chuqing on a flat surface. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion had already engaged with the 3rd giant rat. To call it an engagement would be an understatement, it was more like interference. Bullets struck the giant rat, and even the Vulcan cannon, touted as the pinnacle of rifle firepower, couldn't harm it. The rat's attack methods were primitive, charging into the crowd, a single stomp turning soldiers into mincemeat. Its most terrifying feature was its tail, whose power could easily flatten a mountain. Does the tank have steel cables? Jin Bumi, having dodged the rat's attacks several times, felt the increasing pressure. He knew this couldn't continue. They had no chance against the rat's strength. Yes. Xuanwu tank nodded firmly. He had tangled around the rat's tail, and have a tug-of-war, Jin Bumi said. Isn't that too risky? Lu Yifeng glanced at the tank. Tanks were generally designed to be 6 to 10 meters long and weigh between 10 and 30 tons. To a human, they were enormous, but compared to the giant rat, they were merely toys. The rat's body, including its tail, was nearly 200 meters long. A 10-meter tank, what else could it be but a toy? Link all the tanks together. Even if we can't pull them all out, at least we can limit the tail's mobility, Jin Bumi said. Feasible. Xuanwu tank immediately understood Jin Bumi's meaning. He ordered the only intact tank to draw the rat's attention. The machine gun on the vehicle fired bullets strong enough to pierce 2 centimeters of steel plate hitting the rat. Although they couldn't harm it, the pain was unavoidable. The rat changed direction and chased after the tank. The others attacked and harassed it, moving while firing. Soon, they reached the tank that had been bitten through by the first rat. Xuanwu tank personally took action, untying the steel cable used to tow the tank and firing it forcefully. It accurately wrapped around the rat's tail. Before the others could even rejoice, the steel cable, lacking a point of leverage, slipped off the end of the tail. Damn it, so slippery. Lu Feng was both angry and anxious. If only it had left a cut on the tail. Everyone looked at Li Jushu, who was treating Luo Chuqing's injuries, and had no time to pay attention to the situation here. I go! Huang Yuanche tightened his grip on his sword. He wasn't confident, but at this moment, he had no choice but to take the hit. He stayed close to the giant rat, searching for an opening. Finally, after its tail smashed a Vulcan cannon to pieces, he found his chance. He leaped into the air, and as the tail swept past his feet, he suddenly drew his sword, a flash of light like lightning. A thin line of blood appeared on the tail, but it was enough. Jean Bummy had been watching Huang Yuanche intently. The moment his sword struck, the steel cable in his hand shot out like a venomous snake, wrapping around the tail, sliding back about 3 meters, and embedding itself deep into the cut. As the giant rat swung its tail, the cable tightened even more, cutting into the flesh. It's done! The tanks were being tossed around by the giant rat, flying like toy cars, but everyone was excited. 1 tank wasn't enough, so they used 2, 2 weren't enough, so they used 3. There were over a dozen tanks here. Xuanwu Tank, Fire Nirvana, Lu Feng, and the others all got to work, shooting out steel cables. They were all experts, their techniques and strength impeccable, succeeding on the first try. Soon, 6 tanks were entangled in the giant rat's tail. The rat's tail seemed to be stuck in mud, less agile, and its speed slowed down. The intact tanks continued firing, drawing aggro, and leading the giant rat to another area with wrecked tanks. 6 more tanks then became entangled in the giant rat's tail. When the steel cables of the last 5 tanks also tightened around the giant rat's tail, the giant rat was like someone who had fallen into a swamp. Its tail was no longer a threat. Just then, Li Jushu finished the first stage of treating Luo Chuqing's injuries, and Luo Chuqing's vital signs stabilized. Li Jushu grabbed his silver cleaver and attacked the giant rat. With its tail gone, his attacks were almost continuous, and in less than 5 minutes, he severed the rat's left hind leg. Clearly, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. Then, Li Jushu burrowed into the rat's belly and began a frenzied attack. The belly was much softer than the leg bones, and in 20 seconds, the rat was disemboweled, its internal organs spilling out. Li Jushu, Huang Yuanche, and the others all left, ceasing their attacks and waiting for the giant rat to bleed to death. By this time, the second giant rat was already lying on the ground, panting heavily, unable to move. The chariot is still useful, Zheng Xuanzhen staggered over from a distance. His green dragon crescent blade was deformed, but it could still serve as a walking stick. The steel cable is of good quality. Jean Bummy's biggest concern wasn't the weight of the tanks. He believed the combined weight of a dozen tanks would definitely cripple the giant rat, since rats weren't known for their strength. It was a different story with ants, though. This family of 3 can be reunited. Lu Feng smiled, in high spirits. Defeating such a creature was an honor. Xuanwu Tank remained silent, inwardly sighing. There were many ways to deal with a target. He had chosen the most rudimentary method. Li Jushu and his men were different, adapting to the situation and being flexible. If Li Jushu had been in command of the 2nd Legion from the start, perhaps only a tenth of the casualties would have been needed to complete the mission. At this moment, he understood something. As a Legion commander, he was unqualified. His combat strength was the highest in the Legion, but he was only suitable as a vanguard, a general, not a commander. Looking at Li Jushu's young and resolute face, he considered stepping down as Legion commander. The second giant rat died, and everyone waited for the third. The rat didn't disappoint. Its struggles grew weaker and weaker until it finally gave up crawling. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate, the rat's fur suddenly stood on end, and its dim eyes flashed with a terrifying light, as if it had encountered something extremely frightening. An unusual aura enveloped the world. Why is it so dark? Is it going to rain? The wind is so strong. Oh no! Get down! Daylight turned to night in an instant. A fierce wind swept over them, and the next second, a mountain of pressure descended. Even with the strength of Li Jushu, Huang Yuanche, and the others, their chests churned as if struck by lightning. They spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The others fared even worse, vomiting blood and falling unconscious. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, but in reality, only a second had elapsed. The sky regained its light, and the mountain of pressure vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Li Jushu stared intently at the horizon, his expression horrified, his eyes filled with terrifying horror. Chapter 400. A large bird, whether eagle or peregrine, disappeared on the horizon. Its blue color wasn't the key point, The key point was its wingspan exceeding 300 meters, which was why everyone had felt darkness for a moment. With its wings spread, it blotted out the sun. The bird's speed shattered Li Jushu's understanding of speed. 1 second it was overhead, the next it had vanished on the horizon. Even the fighter jets of the mother planet might not be able to catch it. It was too fast. What happened? What just happened? Were we attacked by something? The unconscious hunters gradually awoke, all bewildered. It wasn't that they were slow to react, the scene had just unfolded too quickly. One of the giant rat's corpses is missing. A soldier exclaimed, his face filled with shock. It really is. How is this possible? Who could move the giant rat's corpse in such a short time? The third giant rat was dead, but the largest one's corpse was gone, vanished into thin air without a trace. The soldiers looked around, trying to find some clue. Huang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, Xuan Wutang, and the others remained silent, still in shock. A giant rat wasn't an ant. Its massive body, the size of a small mountain, couldn't simply vanish into thin air. If it truly disappeared without a trace, there was only one possibility, a force beyond comprehension, such as a giant bird. The large blue bird flew away, carrying the rat's carcass. Its claws were like iron hooks, easily grabbing the corpse and flying so fast. This ability surpassed even the technology of human transport aircraft. Transport aircraft couldn't fly that fast carrying such a heavy load. What's that? Lu Yifeng admitted he was too young. The mother planet has always been cautious about the beast planet, hesitant to develop it easily. Perhaps because of these things, Jean Bummy said slowly. The giant rats weren't surprising, but the azure bird was different. If that thing launched a sneak attack, human weapons might not be able to defend against it. The number of giant rats was unknown. If it was the same as the number of rodents, human technology would still struggle to cope, but there would still be some hope. But the bird? It was despair-inducing. Let's get out of here first, Li Jushu said, the joy of killing the giant rat long gone. Some soldiers of the 2nd Legion were still unconscious, their strength was too weak, and they were seriously injured. Fortunately, the Xuanwu tanks were well prepared. After the signal was given, a transport unit quickly appeared. Some carried the wounded onto the vehicles, while more dealt with the corpses of the 2 giant rats. Each person was equipped with a cutting machine, quickly dismembering the giant rat carcasses. With the assistance of semi-trailers, the 2 carcasses were dismembered and loaded onto trucks in less than 3 hours. Li Jushu also handed over his convoy, and the 2 teams headed towards Base 2 together. Only then did Xuan Wutang have time to talk about Base 2. The beginning was nothing special, just like at other bases, hunting rodents day and night. Base 2 had fierce firepower, so the rodent threat wasn't too great. Although there were occasional casualties, they were still within a controllable range. Later, the rodents were replaced by engineer rats, increasing the difficulty and casualties. However, everyone wasn't worried. The base had ample ammunition and enough food for several years. As long as they didn't make mistakes, even if the giant rats were endless, they wouldn't have to worry in the short term. The problem arose 2 months ago. Food prices suddenly skyrocketed, ridiculously so. Many hunters struggling financially couldn't afford food and demanded the base open its granaries to stabilize prices. It was at this time that a secret was exposed. What secret? Zheng Xuanjun couldn't help but ask. There's no food in the granaries, Xuan Wutang said. What do you mean? African Lion asked a very silly question, but no one thought it was silly. The granaries are empty, there's no food, Xuan Wutang replied. That's impossible. Every settlement stores food. How could Base 2 be without food? Su Dian didn't believe it at all. Everyone didn't believe it, thinking the granary manager was lying. But after everyone went into the granaries, they had to believe it. The granaries were completely empty, not a single grain of food. Even rodents would turn back if they went in, Xuan Wutang said. Why is this happening? What exactly happened? Where did the grain go? Jean Bummy asked, and the others were equally curious. Grain isn't like soil, which can be dumped anywhere, nor is it like alcohol, which can be consumed quickly. Even disposing of it is difficult. Xuan Wutang sighed. The base's grain reserves are planned according to the base's size and population. The logistics department compiles the data, submits it to the grain depot for application, and after the station chief approves it, the purchasing department procures the supplies. There's a complete process. That's not a problem, Su Dian said. The process is indeed not a problem. The problem lies with the people. The grain depot manager is Xiao Tianyun's nephew, Xiao Degui, and the head of the purchasing department is Xiao Tianyun's brother-in-law, Ho Qianshan. These 2 colluded to falsify the accounts, pulling off a complete deception. They recorded 1 million jin of grain when there was only 10,000 jin on the books, and the accounts showed no problems, but the actual grain was only 10,000 jin, Xuan Wu-Tank said. Nobody investigated? What about the regulatory authorities? Su Dian questioned. Regulation is just a formality. One station chief Xiao Tianyun's brother-in-law, the other's nephew. Would the regulators dare offend them? Xuan Wu-Tank said. This is utterly audacious. How was it handled in the end? Zheng Xuanzhen asked. What else could it be handled? Xiao Tianyun protected them both, and it was dropped. Xuan Wu-Tank's tone was full of dissatisfaction. How is this possible? Such a big matter, and they didn't do anything about it. Xiao Tianyun can't be that incompetent, can he? Su Dian was incredulous. If this wasn't dealt with, his position as station chief might be in jeopardy. Xiao Tianyun lost both his parents at a young age, and was raised by his older brother with great difficulty. Once, he made a mistake and offended the underworld, and his brother risked his life to save him. After Xiao Tianyun became successful, he respected his sister-in-law like a parent, and doted on his only nephew. Because the nephew lacked education and ability, he was placed in the granary, thinking this would guarantee him a lifetime of wealth and honor. Who would have thought that this nephew would be so disappointing? Xuan Wu-Tank shook his head. Anyone would be heartbroken to have such a nephew. What about your brother-in-law? What's his background? Lu Yifeng asked. The fact that neither of them had dealt with him meant that his brother-in-law was no ordinary person. Xiao Tianyun's rise to power was due to marrying a good wife. His father-in-law was a high-ranking official in the imperial court, wielding great power and influence. To be honest, back then, Xiao Tianyun had nothing. He was practically penniless. Nobody understood why the daughter of such a high-ranking official would fall for him and insist on marrying him. Xiao Tianyun's rise to station chief was all thanks to his father-in-law's influence. For this reason, Xiao Tianyun wouldn't dare touch his brother-in-law, Xuan Wu-Tank said. That's ridiculous. This can't be killed, that can't be touched. What about the people at the base? Do you think they won't have objections? Lu Yifeng showed no sympathy, but rather gloated. The current situation at the base. Xuan Wu-Tank hesitated, then shook his head. You understand when you get there. I don't know what to say. Chapter 401. Base 2, Station Chief's Office. Congratulations to Minglingzi on becoming the new station chief. From this day forward, lead the base to glory and prosperity for generations to come. Led by Deputy Station Chiefs Lu Tailong, Zhou Yinji, and Mo Ruju, all the department heads and high-ranking officials bowed to Minglingzi in congratulations, creating a warm atmosphere. Thank you all for your support. Xiao Tianyun was nepotistic and unable to distinguish right from wrong. I will learn from his mistakes and will not repeat them. From today onward, I will guarantee the interests of every member of the base, ensuring fairness and justice, so that everyone can enjoy a better life amidst the disaster. I'm not good at grand pronouncements, but I have one thing to say from the bottom of my heart. If I have a bite to eat, everyone else will have a bite to drink. I will never do anything ungrateful. Minglingzi was so excited that he didn't even know what he was saying. He felt he had so much to say, and he wanted to give a passionate speech, but his skills were lacking, and what came out was completely off. He suddenly felt a surge of admiration for Xiao Tianyun. Every meeting was filled with a lot of rambling, but Xiao Tianyun managed to deliver it in a way that wasn't tiresome, his delivery fluent and rhythmic, making even the seemingly meaningless statements sound plausible. We all trust Station Chief Minglingzi. He is the one everyone respects, Lu Tailong said sincerely. He was more than a generation older than Minglingzi, yet he bowed to a junior without any awkwardness. Everyone is aware of the base's situation, so I don't need to reintroduce it. To quickly get the base back on track, some issues need to be resolved. The first is the handling of Xiao Tianyun. Although he is injured, that's not enough to atone for his crimes. What do you all think should be done? Minglingzi looked at everyone expectantly. We listened to the station chief. The reaction from everyone in the meeting room was remarkably unified. I hope everyone will express their opinions freely. After all, democracy has always been the style of our base. Minglingzi's smile was forced. Xiao Tianyun had been a benefactor to him, and dealing with his benefactor wouldn't earn him a good reputation. He meant to shift the blame onto someone else. Everyone strongly demanded that Xiao Tianyun be killed to quell public anger. He had repeatedly tried to stop them, but public opinion was difficult to defy, so he had to reluctantly take action against his benefactor. That way, no one would criticize him. However, those in the meeting room were either feigning ignorance or malicious. They wouldn't take the bait. I suggest that Zhao Degui and Ho Qianshan be sentenced to death, Lu Tailong said. I second that, Mo Ruju said. I second that, Zhou Yinji said. We second that. Zhao Degui and Ho Qianshan are guilty of embezzlement, dereliction of duty, and forgery of documents involving huge sums of money. They certainly deserve to die. However, ultimately, it's a problem of personnel management. If Zhao Tianyun hadn't practiced nepotism, we wouldn't be in this situation today, with hundreds of thousands of people at the base facing a food shortage crisis. Yang Yingzhong, what's your opinion? Ming Lingzi directly called on him. Zhao Tianyun must be brought to trial by the people, Yang Yingzhong said without room for argument. Well said, trial is warranted. Ming Lingzi gave Yang Yingzhong a deep look. At that moment, he understood that Yang Yingzhong had played a significant role in bringing down Zhao Tianyun, but ultimately, he wasn't on the same page as him. The resentment in the base is too great right now. If we hand it over to the people for trial, it might cause trouble. We must act quickly, and give the people an explanation. I suggest that Zhao Degui, Ho Qianshan, and Zhao Tianyun be sentenced to death, and that be carried out immediately. Receiving Ming Lingzi's look, Lai Liuzi spoke, his voice filled with murderous intent. Let's vote by raising hands. Those who disagree with the death penalty, raise your hands. The 1st Legion's deputy commander, Sickle, was clearly overstepping his bounds, but Ming Lingzi didn't seem to mind. Everyone knew this was Ming Lingzi's intention. Silence fell over the meeting room. Unanimously approved. Since everyone agrees to the death penalty for Zhao Tianyun, I believe it's a well-considered decision. I declare the resolution legal and valid, and it can be carried out immediately. Ming Lingzi's face was cold and stern. He didn't even bother with pretense anymore. The meeting didn't proceed as he had planned. Although the result was the same, the impact was drastically different. Because of his betrayal, Zhao Tianyun was imprisoned. If he were to propose Zhao Tianyun's execution, he couldn't shake off the label of heartless and treacherous. The ideal approach was for others to propose the death penalty for Zhao Tianyun, forcing him to agree against the pressure from everyone, even though everyone knew the real reason. At least it would save face. The upper echelons can act directly, but they must maintain appearances for the lower ranks, ensuring legitimacy. However, Lu Tailong, Yang Yingzhong, and the others refused to cooperate. None of them wanted to bear the responsibility of executing Zhao Tianyun. Ming Lingzi had no choice but to send his trusted confidants first. This meant the facade was completely shattered, so he couldn't care less about appearances. Killing Zhao Tianyun was the priority to avoid complications. Otherwise, if he didn't kill Zhao Tianyun, but still ruined his reputation, losing both face and substance, that would be truly embarrassing. Lai Liuzi left with the meeting's resolutions, personally seeing Zhao Tianyun off. Next, the second topic of the meeting, food. With so many people at the base, the daily food consumption is astronomical. How to obtain so much food? Everyone, please share your thoughts and opinions. This matter concerns the interests of everyone. Any opinion should be expressed without reservation. Ming Lingzi picked up his teacup, took only one sip, and his expression changed. Ming Lingzi forcefully spat out the tea that had entered his stomach. The tea landed on the desk, immediately emitting white smoke and corroding small holes, a horrifying sight. Before Ming Lingzi could stand up, two forces descended from either side, instantly immobilizing him. Lu Tailong and Mo Ruju had attacked simultaneously, like two mountains pressing down on Ming Lingzi. In a flash, Ming Lingzi mustered his strength, unleashing a volcanic eruption of power from his body, sending the two men flying. He then delivered a lightning-fast punch to Yang Yingzhong, who was lunging at him. A muffled explosion followed, and Yang Yingzhong was sent flying more than 3 meters away. A flush swept across Ming Lingzi's face. The chair behind him collapsed with a crash. His body swayed, and the next second, a knife tip appeared on his chest. Bright red leaves dripped from the tip, staining his clothes. Ming Lingzi let out a beast-like roar, slamming his palms back. The guard who had ambushed him screamed, flying several meters and dying instantly. The other guard, though attempting to defend himself, couldn't withstand the overwhelming force. His bones shattered, and he died. Why? Ming Lingzi's fierce eyes swept over everyone, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. He couldn't understand why his two guards, who had followed him for over 10 years, and whom he trusted most, would betray him. Even more incomprehensible were Lu Tailong and Mo Ruju. At their age, Deputy Station Chief was already at their limit. There was no possibility of them rising further. If that was the case, what was their purpose? What more could they want? Ming Lingzi, Station Chief Zhao Tianyun nurtured you, yet you killed him. Your character is flawed. You are unworthy to be the base's station chief. Yang Yingzhong calmly walked up to Ming Lingzi and said, No one respects you, not even your own men. Chapter 402. These words pierced Minglingzi's heart like a sharp knife. His face flushed red, then turned white, and finally black. His chest heaved, and he couldn't hold back any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He deflated like a punctured balloon, his eyes still fierce, but no one feared him anymore. "It's you?" Minglingzi's gaze swept over Lu Tailong, Mo Ruju, and the others, finally settling on Yang Yingzhong. Judging from everyone's expressions and demeanor, Yang Yingzhong was clearly the core figure. In an instant, he realized he had underestimated Yang Yingzhong. He knew Yang Yingzhong's ambition, but he underestimated his methods. To be able to gain the support of so many elders in such a short time without him noticing anything, he deeply regretted not being wary of Yang Yingzhong. "Only I am qualified to sit in the position of station chief." A confident smile appeared on Yang Yingzhong's face. "Why are you supporting Yang Yingzhong instead of me? What makes me inferior to him?" Minglingzi couldn't understand. Whether in personal combat or the legion he commanded, he was far superior to Yang Yingzhong. Yet, Lu Tailong, Mo Ruju, and the other deputy station chiefs stood behind Yang Yingzhong. He couldn't comprehend it. "Yingzhong, kill him. He's worthless now." Lu Tailong ignored Minglingzi. In his eyes, Minglingzi was no longer important. "I understand now. Your support for me before was all a lie. Your goal was to make me kill Zhao Tianyun and take the blame." Minglingzi's face turned ugly. He thought he was the popular choice, but he had become someone else's tool. How ridiculous that he was still so smug. He played the villain, yet Yang Yingzhong had reaped the rewards of victory. Regret and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. He trembled, his fists clenched tightly. "Minglingzi, at least try to save some dignity," Yang Yingzhong said, pulling the chair that had belonged to Minglingzi to his own feet, looking at him with the eyes of a victor. "Kill me, and the First Legion won't let you go." "None of you will escape," Minglingzi said, not despairing. The First Legion was his greatest strength. "Looks like you still haven't grasped reality. Cat shit coffee, come out and make your former boss give up." Yang Yingzhong shouted towards the outside of the conference room, and a burly man strode in, his gait imposing. Fully armed, never removing his gear even while sleeping, always in combat readiness. Cat shit coffee, the most mysterious deputy commander of the First Legion, responsible for Legion discipline. Within the Legion, soldiers trembled at the mention of cat shit coffee. His prestige was second only to Minglingzi. You. Minglingzi's face changed drastically, all color draining from his eyes. After bowing to Yang Yingzhong, cat shit coffee stood behind him without speaking, his attitude clear. "Why?" Minglingzi was furious like never before, his eyes practically spitting fire. He was angry at the betrayals of others, but he knew it was because of their different positions. Cat shit coffee was different. He was his savior. His entire family had been killed, and if it weren't for Minglingzi's intervention, he would have been dead for years. He believed cat shit coffee wouldn't betray him, and therefore trusted him completely. The First Legion was his life. When he wasn't around, his life was in cat shit coffee's hands. This trust, at this moment, became the most cruel mockery. "Nothing is impossible, just as Zhao Tianyun never expected you to be so eager to kill him." Yang Yingzhong's words were more venomous than poisoned arrows. Minglingzi trembled, his anger turning to self-mockery. Suddenly, he felt everything was so ridiculous. He laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face, oblivious to the blood still flowing from the knife's tip. The people in the conference room watched silently, no one stopping him, letting Minglingzi vent his anger. "Yang Yingzhong, yesterday when dealing with Zhao Tianyun had a chance to attack me but didn't. Don't you find that strange?" Minglingzi's smile vanished, suddenly calming down, his face devoid of anger. "I was just about to ask." Yang Yingzhong's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of unease flashed deep in his eyes. "You should be familiar with pulse bombs, right?" Minglingzi said. The faces in the conference room instantly changed drastically. Some even glanced towards the conference room door, preparing to flee. A pulse bomb is a bomb implanted in the pulse. Once the pulse stops beating, the bomb detonates, typically capable of destroying a building in 3 seconds, leaving nothing but barren land within a 100-meter radius. The technology behind pulse bombs is extremely complex. Those implanted in combat endure immense pain daily, and few have the willpower to carry such a bomb around. No one expected Minglingzi to possess this skill. Pulse bombs are expensive to manufacture, and ordinary people cannot afford them. Zhao Tianyun certainly knew this, which is why, even in prison, he didn't punish Minglingzi severely. "Trying to scare me?" Yang Yingzhong sneered. "You can try," Minglingzi said calmly. "Phase 2 has no place for you anymore." After a long silence, Yang Yingzhong still dared not take the risk. Let me give you a piece of advice, Ming Lingzi said, looking at Yang Yingzhong. Your mind is too dark. Leaders stand in the sunlight. You will suffer the consequences sooner or later. I am a prime example. That's none of your concern, Yang Yingzhong said sarcastically. Everyone, things change. I believe we will meet again someday. Ming Lingzi walked out of the conference room, the knife still stuck in his body, his back view conveying a sense of tragic end. Could it be a trap? Mo Ruju was somewhat suspicious. He had never heard of Ming Lingzi implanting a pulse bomb. From the moment he ordered the killing of Zhao Tianyun, he was already beyond redemption. His life or death is no longer important. Zhou Yanji was a cautious man. He preferred to believe it rather than not. Has the First Legion been completely under control? Yang Yingzhong asked Cat Shit Coffee. The traitors are all dead. Now, the First Legion only has my men, there's no other voice, Cat Shit Coffee replied. You have to work hard from now on. Before the Second and Third Legions return, I need you to control the entire base. At that time, even if Chili Pepper and Xuanwu tanks return, they have no choice but to accept the outcome, Yang Yingzhong said. Don't worry, Station Master, I already arranged it. Cat Shit Coffee's address of Station Master made Yang Yingzhong overjoyed. After so much struggle, fighting across several bases, he had finally reached the position of Station Master. Only he knew the hardships he had endured, but thankfully, the outcome was good. Greetings, Station Master. Seeing this, the others in the conference room immediately stood up and bowed. No, it's too early. Everything must wait until. Yang Yingzhong was happy inside, but his words were a refusal. Suddenly, Lai Liuzi, who had left earlier to execute Zhao Tianyun in prison, rushed into the conference room, covered in blood. A group of mysterious experts stormed into the prison and rescued Zhao Tianyun. They're heading towards the west gate now. They're extremely powerful, the brothers can't stop them. What? Where did these experts come from? All of you couldn't stop them? What are you doing? Lu Tailong, his temper flaring, berated Lai Liuzi. Where is he now? Yang Yingzhong jumped to his feet, anxiously asking. Zhao Tianyun had to die. If Zhao Tianyun didn't die, he wouldn't be able to hold on to his position. Chapter 403. Sister's Breakfast Shop. Wontons with 2 poached eggs. In these times, being able to afford such a breakfast is a luxury, and the price is quite high. In the past, a bowl of wontons would cost 16 or 17 copper coins. Now, it costs 1,500 copper coins, a price increase of nearly 100 times. Everyone knows this price is far from the limit. If the food problem isn't solved, it wouldn't be surprising if a bowl of wontons sold for 15,000 copper coins. In chaotic times, food is as precious as gold. Base 2 still has a solid foundation. The granaries aren't completely empty, there are still some scattered supplies. It certainly won't last 3 to 5 years, but it'd be enough for 3 to 5 months, if not more. Combined with the citizens' daily reserves and the stocks in grain shops and rice stores, even with careful budgeting, the base's hunters can still manage to get something to eat, though it's nothing like the extravagance of normal times. The Komodo dragon hunter ate very slowly. Before, when he ate wontons, he only ate the filling, ignoring the wrapper. But now, he ate every last bit of the wrapper, finding it strange how delicious the wonton wrapper was. He never noticed before. Boss, Zhao Tianyun's been thrown into prison. Looks like there's no chance of a comeback. Shouldn't we start making preparations? Ming Lingzi was so quiet, but he's got some tricks up his sleeve. Food's scarce now, we need to find some shade. Zhu Yeqing was thin, but his voice was deep, and his hair was long and dyed light green. That's called a barking dog that bites, Shi Liaoho interjected. He had long fingernails. While others ate wontons with spoons, he used a fork, taking an unconventional approach. I always felt that Ming Lingzi was pushed to the forefront, and there was someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. What one was big and ate quickly, while everyone else ate slowly. His bowl was already empty, not even a drop of soup. He could only scoop up a spoonful of chili sauce, dip it in with a toothpick, and eat it, sipping the sauce and then water, savoring it. Oh ho, you can tell Ming Lingzi is a puppet. Can he see it himself? Or can't others see it? Zweiking sipped his soup spoonful by spoonful. He had a habit of drinking the soup first, then eating the wontons. He saved the best parts for later. Since you know, why rush to put it on the shelf? Ziliahu asked, puzzled. In a gambler's mind, everyone thinks they win the last round, but in reality, they're guaranteed to lose, Zweiking sneered. If Ming Lingzi is a puppet, who's pulling the strings? Ziliahu asked. Who knows? The base is in chaos right now, anything can happen. The 2nd and 3rd Legions have left the city. Yang Yingzhong has been quite active these past few days. I personally feel he's done a lot, said Zhu Yeqing. Everyone says Yang Yingzhong is very ambitious, said Wang Wenwing. My ambition is also great, Zhu Yeqing said with a grin. As the group chatted idly, intense gunfire suddenly erupted from the direction of the prison. News then spread that Zhao Tianyun had been rescued. About 10 minutes later, half the base was in motion. Tanks rampaged through the streets like mad bulls, and gunfire rang out everywhere. The hunters, terrified, quickly took cover in nearby buildings to avoid being hit. Before many could even understand what was happening, more news arrived. The newly appointed station chief, Ming Lingzi, who had been in office for less than a day, had been ousted, and Yang Yingzhong had taken over. How could it be him? Is he even qualified? Why him? Is there no one else at the base? He's a newcomer, no experience, no achievements. Damn, I knew Yang Yingzhong wasn't one to sit subservient. Becoming an adopted son and arranging a marriage. You all said it was to deal with Night Owl, but I knew his ambitions weren't so small. Now the answer is clear. His target is the station chief, the entire base. Amazing. How did he do it? How could those deputy station chiefs acknowledge him? And what are the attitudes of the 2nd and 3rd Legions? Rumors flew everywhere. Some said Ming Lingzi was just a scapegoat. After ordering Zhao Tianyun's death, he was immediately abandoned and killed by Yang Yingzhong. Others said Yang Yingzhong wanted to kill Zhao Tianyun to frame Ming Lingzi, but Zhao Tianyun was more cunning and escaped from prison, thwarting Yang Yingzhong's plan. There were all sorts of rumors, some detailed and convincing, others completely fabricated. The sisters' breakfast shop was closed, indicating they weren't participating in any activities. The Komodo Dragon team had finished their wontons, but hadn't left. They were also confused by the various rumors, and didn't know what to do. Finally, the Komodo Dragon spoke up. It's better to stay put than to act rashly, assess the situation before moving. The streets were chaotic, one wrong move could mean death. Soon, over an hour passed, and the chaos within the base not only didn't subside but seemed to escalate. Explosions echoed everywhere. Inside the shop, besides the Komodo Dragon team, there were other customers, all anxiously listening, fearing someone might accidentally fire a rocket launcher into the breakfast shop. That would be a terrible injustice. Every time a gunfight breaks out, some unlucky people die. Like the last big rat incident, countless people hid inside a building, only for the entire building to collapse. There was nowhere to seek justice. Li Jushu and Xuanwu Tank's convoy arrived at the base under these circumstances. Along the way, the 2nd Legion suffered heavy losses. While both were killing engineer rats, Li Jushu's convoy handled it with ease, suffering almost no casualties. The 2nd Legion, on the other hand, lost 1 or 2 people every now and then, with countless injuries, having to stop to change tires almost every hour. This was with the help of Li Jushu's team. Without the intervention of experts like Huang Yuanche, the situation would have been even worse. Xuanwu Tank, though silent, had a grim expression. He still remembered when he first saw Li Jushu at the base, striking but actually quite green, like a sharp sword, intimidating to look at, but easily broken with enough force. The current Li Jushu, while still sharp, was no longer a slender sword. He had become a heavy sword, possessing both power and sharpness. At that time, he was the commander of the 2nd Legion, ranking among the top 5 in the base in terms of status and prestige. He looked down upon Li Jushu, but now he could no longer do so. Lu Yifeng, Yuan Qiongqi, Huang Yuanche, none of these experts were inferior to him. He admitted he couldn't fathom Li Jushu's level of skill anymore. This feeling was unpleasant, yet he had to accept it. He was a taciturn man, barely speaking throughout the journey. The convoy's itinerary was handled by the deputy commander, Bassman. Bezos was lucky. Of the 20 men he led to stop the big rat, only he survived, breaking an arm and 2 ribs, but his life was spared. The convoy was still at the gate when they heard intense gunfire from the base, covering a wide area. The base's intelligence network is quite good. They already started setting off firecrackers to celebrate, Li Jushu joked. Something's happened. Xuanwu Tank climbed from the trailer onto the roof, like a giant tree rooted to the earth, staring at the base with eyes like lightning. Such a wide-ranging and dense gunfire could not be a good thing. These are turbulent times, and the appearance of gunfire at this time is not a good sign for him, as the commander of the base's legion. Chapter 404. The convoy passed through the city gate, which was controlled by the 2nd Legion, and was secure without incident. Upon entering the base, they were hit by stray bullets, which sparked across the battlefield. A few unlucky soldiers were struck, but thankfully not fatally. The Xuanwu Tank, its face grim, raised a flag. The flag bore no words, only an image. A black, heavy tank, imposing and powerful. This was the 2nd Legion's flag. The Xuanwu tank held considerable prestige. Both sides instinctively reduced their firepower. Soldiers filled the rooftops of the convoy, their guns pointed outwards. If anyone dared to be disrespectful, they wouldn't be so lenient. Li Jushu didn't go to the Black Tiger Legion's base, but instead followed the Xuanwu tank into the 2nd Legion's base. This was Li Jushu's first time there. The base was square, surrounded by tall buildings, with an open space in the center, resembling a large fortress. The Xuanwu tank clearly had a penchant for defense. The soldiers stationed there were excited to see the mountain of rat meat. It meant they wouldn't have to gnaw on those unpalatable compressed biscuits anymore. They were filling, but truly awful. Xuanwu tank didn't have time to pay attention to the soldiers' feelings. He needed to find out what had happened at the base immediately. The deputy corps commander, Uhuru, Pork Belly, was left behind at the base, a large, surprisingly agile man weighing over 350 pounds. Uhuru first glanced at Li Jushu. He naturally recognized Li Jushu, and was somewhat puzzled as to why he was with the corps commander. Seeing that Xuanwu tank didn't intend to explain, he quickly recounted the situation at the base in detail. As a core member of the base, his information was not only accurate, but also comprehensive. So, the current fighting involves Xiao Tianyun, Ming Lingzi, and Yang Yingzhong's forces? Xuanwu tank asked. Not only that. We discovered there's also a group of opportunists, lurking in the shadows, firing shots. It's hard to say which side they belong to, or what their purpose is. Uhuru was also puzzled. It wasn't about looting supplies. What benefit could they gain from fighting now? This was a power struggle. If there's a piece of gold on the ground, and a bunch of people are fighting over it, whoever wins gets the gold, and there's no dispute. But power struggles don't take things away. It's not like whoever kills the station chief becomes the station chief. It's not like that. Someone without connections, even if they kill the station chief 10 or 8 times, can't possibly become the station chief. Therefore, he couldn't fathom the psychology of these people firing shots. Yang Yingzhong is truly a talent. He actually managed to become the station chief. Li Jushu was about to applaud him. Yang Yingzhong was his deputy. If a deputy became the station chief, he, the regimental commander, felt proud. Many forces are quietly taking sides, hoping to get a piece of the pie in this chaos. The fighting has been going on for a day, and it's not only not over, it's escalating, said Uhuru. Whose side are most people on? Li Jushu asked curiously. Many people favor Yang Yingzhong, Uhuru said. That guy's got a knack for winning people over. What's wrong with Xiao Tianyun? He's been the top leader for so many years, and he only has this many trusted confidants? Li Jushu asked. His biggest mistake was protecting his brother-in-law and nephew. Otherwise, his position would be unshakable. Uhuru felt sorry for Xiao Tianyun. Xiao Tianyun had been in power for many years, and Base 2 had developed steadily. Although it was always overshadowed by Base 1, stability was the greatest security, and Xiao Tianyun had achieved that, which made him competent. Despite a disaster as devastating as the rodents' attack, which reduced many bases to ruins, Base 2 remained steadfast. Only the giant rodents' attack caused an accident, otherwise, Base 2 could be considered virtually flawless. This demonstrates Xiao Tianyun's capabilities. Everyone has weaknesses. Xiao Tianyun's protection of his family, in a sense, isn't a weakness, but rather a sign of his loyalty and righteousness. However, he was unlucky. The problem erupted at the wrong time. In peacetime, with uninterrupted communication with the mother planet, food wouldn't be a major issue. As for embezzlement and bribery, as long as the money was repaid, it wouldn't warrant death. It was all about timing and fate. Xiao Tianyun was simply unlucky. There's a problem, Li Jushu suddenly said. What problem? Uhura looked at him, puzzled. Yang Yingzhong wants to be the station chief, not the legion commander. Therefore, he must have the support of the 4 legions, otherwise, his position as station chief is unstable. Do you agree to him becoming station chief? Li Jushu looked at Xuanwu tank, his expression serious. Xuanwu tank's expression changed. And then, there's Chili Pepper. Even if you two go out, he can't help but be wary of the two of you. After all, the two of you working together have the ability to turn the tide, Li Jushu added. Damn it, I sent someone to check the surrounding area immediately. Pork Belly finally reacted, jumping up and knocking over his chair. Commander, the wrench from the 4th Army Corps has arrived. They say they have something to discuss with you. Xuanwu tank's confidant appeared quickly. This is a coup attempt. Xuanwu tank's expression was grim. Yang Yingzhong wouldn't come forward, So he called over a deputy. For a newcomer to force a senior to take sides, without even coming in person, was, to him, blatant contempt, even an insult. Wrench greets Commander. Night Owl. Wrench's gaze swept over the pork belly without incident, but when he caught sight of Night Owl beside it, his expression changed drastically, something he hadn't expected. His mind went blank. How did he end up here? Long time no see, Wrench. Li Jushu smiled broadly, showing no sign of distress. When did you get back? I didn't even tell you. Wrench's mind was in turmoil, his smile forced. Li Jushu wasn't just the commander of the 4th Army Corps, he was his superior. If he hadn't left, Yang Yingzhong wouldn't have had a chance to become commander. Besides, Li Jushu had saved his life multiple times. In Li Jushu's presence, he felt inferior. I ran into the Xuanwu tank convoy on the way, and we entered the city together. I just sat down and had a cup of tea, so I haven't had a chance to say goodbye to my old friends yet, Li Jushu said. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. Wrench didn't know what to say. You two talk business first, then we can catch up. Li Jushu seemed reasonable, but he sat upright like a mountain, picked up his teacup, and showed no intention of leaving. Wrench's mind raced. After much hesitation, he decided to stick to the original plan, unaffected by Li Jushu's words. He coughed lightly and said, Our boss has a batch of grain hidden deep in the mountains. He wants to ask the regimental commander for some manpower to transport the grain back to alleviate the base's urgent needs. I wonder if the regimental commander can help. Yang Yingzhong has grain? Where did it come from? Pork Belly was greatly surprised. He thought Wrench was going to use coercion, but it turned out to be an offer. However, the fact that Yang Yingzhong had grain was something he hadn't expected. Deputy Commander, rest assured, the grain storage area has a very high security level. Although it's been there for 2 or 3 years, the quality is definitely not a problem, Wrench replied, seemingly unrelated to the question, but highlighting that the grain had been prepared before the disaster. How much? How many people? Xuanwu Tank hadn't intended to negotiate with Wrench in any way. After all, he couldn't possibly acknowledge Yang Yingzhong's authority. However, grain was an insurmountable obstacle. 30 to 50,000 people, enough to feed for 5 or 6 months, Wrench replied. What are the conditions? Xuanwu Tank asked. No conditions. Our leader, feeling the base's dire situation, simply wants to do what he can for the base, without expecting anything in return, Wrench said solemnly. Go back and tell Yang Yingzhong I give him an answer tomorrow morning. Xuanwu Tank's attitude had subtly changed. Wrench's words sounded high-sounding. How could he not know what Yang Yingzhong needed? Yet, he couldn't refuse. After the Wrench left, Xuanwu Tank looked at Li Jushu, gave a wry smile, and shook his head, saying, There's a reason why some people succeed. Not just him, probably no one in the entire base expected Yang Yingzhong to have food supplies. In the current environment of Base 2, food supplies equal power. No wonder so many people supported him. Before the Wrench mentioned food supplies, he looked down on Yang Yingzhong. The moment the Wrench mentioned food supplies, everything changed. Chapter 405. What is most precious in the face of disaster? It's not money, not feelings, not even rare treasures. Food and water are the most important. Without these two things, people die, and when dead, there is nothing left. But with life, there is hope. The base has no food, but Yang Yingzhong has food. Yang Yingzhong is like a gambler with the best hand. Anyone who follows his lead, unless they've been slammed in a door, knows how to choose. Xuanwu Tank's attitude towards Yang Yingzhong underwent a complete 180-degree change. Because Li Jushu was present, he didn't show it, but his meaning was clear. As for food, I also have some. As soon as Li Jushu spoke, Xuanwu Tank and Wuhuru's expressions changed simultaneously. No one would give away their things for no reason. If someone did, they must have something in mind. Yang Yingzhong was giving away food to get the station chief's position. What was Li Jushu after? The answer wasn't hard to guess. Upon seeing Li Jushu appear, Xuanwu Tank knew his arrival was no surprise. He had considered Li Jushu's intentions, at most assuming he wanted to reorganize the Black Tiger Legion. However, Li Jushu's words made him realize that things weren't so simple. Li Jushu had a much bigger appetite. Su Dian briefed Commander Xuanwu Tank on the current situation outside. Li Jushu called Su Dian in. Su Dian understood his intentions. As the former station commander of Base 8, Su Dian knew what to say and what not to say. His sense of proportion was unmatched. We have over 20 level 5 hunters, 3 bases, 1 laboratory, and various ammunition, supplies, food. Su Dian glanced at Xuanwu Tank and Wuhuru, and began his unhurried introduction. Pork Belly's eyes widened, finally staring like copper bells. After Su Dian finished speaking, he exclaimed incredulously, "All 3 bases liberated? They're all night owls now? How did they do that?" The Black Tortoise tank was equally shocked. They had already exhausted all their strength just defending against the Engineer Rat's attack. Li Jushu, with his men, not only resolved the Engineer Rat's attack, but also launched a counterattack. It sounded like a fantasy. "None of that matters," Li Jushu said calmly, putting down his teacup. "Base 2, I'm determined to take it. Yang Yingzhong might be able to solve the food problem, but he can't solve the Engineer Rat's problem, much less the Giant Rat's problem. What's behind the Giant Rats, none of us know, but one thing is certain. My problem-solving abilities are far superior to Yang Yingzhong's. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that Yang Yingzhong now has at least half the base's support," Pork Belly said. "The First Legion needs to be divided into at least 4 parts. Those that listen to Zhao Tianyun, those that listen to Minglingzi, and a group of neutral parties, or what we might call fence-sitters. Only after excluding these can we consider Yang Yingzhong's true strength. The Black Tiger Legion isn't entirely under Yang Yingzhong's command either. As long as the 2nd and 3rd Legions remain neutral, Yang Yingzhong won't be able to muster even half his strength," Li Jushu calmly analyzed. Although he wasn't at Base 2, he understood certain situations better than if he had witnessed them firsthand. Uhuru remained silent. The 2nd Legion was established with a rule that it wouldn't participate in the power struggles within the base, but would only serve the base, Xuanwu Tank slowly stated. "Is the 3rd Legion the same?" Li Jushu asked. "You have to ask Ko Tianjio for that," Xuanwu Tank said, unsure. As Li Jushu left the 2nd Legion's base, a hunter jumped onto the vehicle as it turned a corner. Black Dung Mantis greets the commander. The hunter was of medium build, with well-proportioned limbs, giving him an air of exceptional agility. Black Dung Mantis, a sentry left at Base 2, was originally part of Yang Yingzhong's team. Li Jushu had saved his life, leading him to side with Li Jushu. Black Dung Mantis's words instantly ignited a fierce killing intent in Li Jushu. His icy voice reached the driver's ears. "Get to the Black Tiger Legion's base at top speed. Anyone who obstructs us will be killed without mercy." During Zhao Tianyun's era, the establishment of private prisons and torture chambers was strictly prohibited. However, such things were impossible to completely forbid. All 4 legions had their own prisons, though they kept a low profile and kept them secret from outsiders, thus maintaining a peaceful coexistence. When Li Jushu left Base 2 earlier, he and Yang Yingzhong had divided power, but the division was incomplete, and in reality, it was impossible to completely separate them. For example, ownership of the base still belonged to Li Jushu. However, the members stationed at the base were now all under Yang Yingzhong's control. Huang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, Yuan Qiongqi, and African Lion personally took action, instantly subduing the soldiers guarding the gate. The gate opened, and the vehicle convoy drove straight in. When the members inside realized the danger and rushed out, they were met with the dark muzzles of guns. The vehicle-mounted machine guns exuded a chilling killing intent. The ammunition depot inside the base had already been taken over by Jean Bummy, and Crow led a dozen snipers to occupy the high ground. Fire Nirvana, Tao Liuji charged towards the basement. The prison was located in the basement. "Who?" These were the last words of the prison guards. The next second, marble shattered their temples. At every turning point, at every sentry post, the moment a guard noticed the movement, the attack was already upon them. Before their hands even touched the gun handles, they collapsed limply. For when Nirvana and Tao Liuji, dealing with ordinary guards was like a dimensional reduction attack. On the 3rd underground level, when Li Jushu reached the bottom, all the guards were dead, and a cell reeking of decay appeared before him. Inside the cell lay a person, spread-eagled, with their hands and feet inside iron cages. Each of the 4 cages contained a rodent, which continuously gnawed at the flesh of their hands and feet. The flesh was long gone, and the starving rodents began gnawing at the bones, leaving them covered in teeth marks. Fingers and toes were missing. The flesh where the hands and feet connected to the cages was completely rotten, oozing pus and blood. Maggots wriggled and crawled around. The person lying there was a land leech, their hair obscuring half their face. "Commander, you're here." Drow Leech opened his eyes at the sound of footsteps. His weak gaze brightened instantly upon seeing Li Jushu, his voice dry and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping iron. "You can still sleep." Li Jushu forced a smile. "I need to find something to do, otherwise, it's too boring," Drow Leech said. Li Jushu drew his sword, a flash of light, and 4 iron cages shattered, along with the rodents inside, turning to fragments. Tao Liuji stepped forward and carefully untied the iron chains binding Droudleech's waist and neck. Fire Nirvana ran outside, found a stretcher, and returned. Together with Tao Liuji, they lifted Droudleech onto the stretcher, which was quickly stained red. "What charges did Yang Yingzhong level against you?" Li Jushu asked. "Colluding with foreign enemies, betraying your brothers," Droudleech replied. "Is there any evidence?" Li Jushu asked. "The chain of evidence is solid," Droudleech replied. "From now on, you just need to focus on recovering from your injuries." "I handle everything else," Li Jushu said. "Okay." Droudleech closed his eyes, and immediately fainted. He had only managed to hold on until now thanks to the power of his faith. Now he didn't need to pretend to be strong anymore. Intense gunfire erupted outside, followed by deafening explosions. Fighting had broken out inside the camp. Chapter 406. On the rooftop, the view was expansive, covering several kilometers in radius. The moment Li Jushu held the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle, a long-lost sense of familiarity washed over him. He still preferred using firearms, killing enemies at long range. The enemy wouldn't even know what had happened before being headshot, while he remained unharmed, a feeling of dominating all living beings. The muzzle moved, paused almost imperceptibly, and a spurt of fire erupted. Bang! On the road, the burly, bear-like hunter atop the armored vehicle was shot in the head, his headless body flung to the roadside. The machine gun instantly fell silent. Bang! The rocket launcher beside the vehicle was still aiming when the hunter's head exploded, brains splattering across the vehicle. The accidentally detonated rocket shot into the sky, exploding in a dazzling flash. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots rang out almost imperceptibly. Anyone with slightly impaired hearing would only think one shot had been fired. Yet, 3 hunters advancing alongside the armored vehicles fell, all headshots. Li Jushu's firing rate increased rapidly, his sniper rifle firing at the pace of a submachine gun. He single-handedly decimated a squad of 5 armored vehicles. Before they could even locate the others, they had already lost 2/3 of their members. The ground was littered with corpses. A gruesome scene. A bullet grazed his scalp. Li Jushu jerked his head up, aiming and locking onto the sniper in a second. As he pulled the trigger, he saw despair in the sniper's eyes, for he was still adjusting the parameters. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat is decided in a split second. The bullet struck the sniper squarely between the eyebrows. After firing, Li Jushu immediately lowered the muzzle, aiming at another street. He didn't need to see the result. He already knew the outcome. That was his confidence. The sniper, positioned at a high vantage point, might not have been able to oversee the entire battlefield, but his line of sight covered most of it. Several streets were within his view, allowing him to adjust his direction at any time to support various engagements. With a flick of the wrist, the heavy machine gun firing most enthusiastically at the street corner fell silent. Li Jushu slightly adjusted the angle of his Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle, pulled the trigger, and the bullet precisely entered through a gap in the shield, piercing the hunter's neck. The powerful force instantly severed his head, and hot blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. Inside the pickup truck's trunk, the helmeted hunter realized something was wrong. Before he could even jump out, his head had exploded, blood splattering throughout the cabin. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in the windshield. The driver was dead. Bang! The bullet pierced through thick armor, and 2 layers of bulletproof vest in an instant. The burly man, standing 2 meters tall, fell heavily to the ground, his hand still gripping the Thunder 88 rifle, continuing to fire. Bullets struck his own men, turning the surrounding 4 or 5 hunters into sieves, their screams shrill and desperate. The gunfire only ceased when the magazine was emptied. Some people possessed incredibly strong muscle memory. Even in death, their muscle memory continued to execute commands. Bang! A hunter flipped onto the roof of the vehicle. Before he could even shoulder the rocket launcher, a bullet had already pierced through it. The madness in his eyes instantly turned to despair, quickly fading away. Li Jushu moved his gun, his index finger constantly pulling the trigger. At close range, his aiming time was almost negligible. He often single-handedly suppressed several squads. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, they were the ones being relentlessly attacked. A typical team would only have 2 or 3 snipers, but Li Jushu's team included 11 snipers, making 12 including himself, plus a top-tier sniper like Crow. These 12 men, spread across the building rooftops, were wreaking havoc on the enemy. They repeatedly tried to use sheer numbers to eliminate the snipers, but each attempt failed. Every time, the rocket launcher was still aimed when the enemy had already been blown to the head. Li Jushu and Crow were veritable sniper killers. When the enemy sent several snipers to countersnipe, they only had time to fire one shot before being eliminated. 2 of them died without even firing a single shot. Li Jushu's team only had 500 men, while the enemy deployed at least 3,000, yet they couldn't break through. Finally, in desperation, they deployed armored vehicles, but they underestimated Li Jushu's sniping skills. The moment the armored vehicle appeared on the street, he locked onto it, his mind instantly focused, his vision zooming in until the gun barrel appeared before him. As the armored vehicle adjusted its angle, the vibrations reached the cannon barrel, and a bullet entered the muzzle, colliding precisely with the incoming shell, perfectly timed and perfectly aligned. Boom! In the flash, the cannon barrel shattered, shrapnel raining down in all directions. Screams erupted, and hunters fell in droves, like harvested rice. 4 armored vehicles appeared, and 4 were destroyed. Then no more armored vehicles dared to appear. Skilled fighters began using their agility to infiltrate the camp. Long-range sniping failed, so they tried close combat. These fighters never imagined they were facing such formidable opponents. Huang Yuanche, Lion King Yuan Qiongqi, Lu Yifeng, Zheng Xuanzhen, and others were already itching for a fight. These fighters were subdued almost instantly, their battles ending in a single move. Thud! An unusual gunshot rang in his ears. Li Jushu's expression changed slightly. He turned to look in another direction. One of his snipers lay dead on the ground, his entire left shoulder and arm severed. A sniper, a master. At least of Crow's caliber. Li Jushu had a strange feeling that he recognized this sniper. 1,500 meters away, on the balcony of a building, the curtain swayed, and behind them lay a sniper. The one who had fired the shot was him. When Li Jushu stared at him, he immediately sensed him, turned his gun, and fired again. His eyes narrowed sharply, the target was gone, leaving only a deep, bottomless bullet hole on the rooftop, a wisp of white smoke rising. His venomous eyes searched the rooftop. A living person couldn't simply vanish, he was too fast, he had hidden himself. He believed the other party was hiding somewhere, watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. However, although the rooftop was spacious, there were only 2 or 3 places to hide. He hadn't found his target. Where had he gone? Just as he was wondering, a sense of unease rose within him. His hair stood on end in an instant. He rolled away like lightning, even forgetting his sniper rifle, drawing his pistol, and firing rapidly behind him. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied his magazine in a second. There was no time to reload. He discarded his pistol and drew a dagger with lightning speed. He sprang up from his waist, the dagger flashing a cold light, thrusting halfway before abruptly stopping. A knife was pressed against his throat, the chilling killing intent making him stiffen. How is this possible? Seeing the other's face clearly, the sniper couldn't believe it, his eyes wide. Li Jushu. It was Li Jushu. Wasn't he on the rooftop? The two were 1,500 meters apart, separated by several streets and dozens of buildings. From the moment he lost sight of his target to the reappearance of Li Jushu, less than a minute and a half had passed. Is this a speed achievable by humans? Vulture? Li Jushu smelled a faint scent of smoke on the sniper. It was the Red Moon Elder. He had found a cigarette holder in the basement before. Chapter 407. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, the sniper nodded. He had a premonition that Li Jushu intended to kill him effortlessly, and he wisely chose to comply. You're not unfamiliar with me, are you? A smile crept onto Li Jushu's lips. He remembered their first encounter at Base 4, during the rescue of Qin Fengpa. As he left the building, Vulture sniped at him. At the time, he was hanging precariously on a zipline, neither above nor below the ground, a very dangerous situation, but he managed to defuse it. He tried to pursue, hoping to eliminate the danger, but Vulture was wary and left first. In their first encounter, he was at a disadvantage. Now, in their second encounter, Vulture was powerless to retaliate. This wasn't because Vulture's strength had declined, but because he had improved. Night Owl. Vulture's eyes were complex. He naturally recognized Li Jushu. In his hunter career, his first failed mission was failing to assassinate Li Jushu. This time, his mission wasn't with Li Jushu, nor was he aware of Li Jushu's existence. His task was to assist in the battle. He hadn't expected Li Jushu to be involved, and even less expected Li Jushu to have grown so much. Life or death? Li Jushu asked casually, yet with a cold indifference to life and death. What's the price of life? After 3 seconds of silence, Vulture was still reluctant to die. Assassins aren't afraid of death, but they are afraid of dying meaninglessly. 10 years of labor and your freedom, Li Jushu said. All right. After a second of consideration, Vulture agreed. He was 32 this year, and 42 in 10 years. He still had plenty of time to live. He could afford this price. What reward did Yang Yingzhong promise you? Li Jushu asked. 1 vial of level 3 strength potion, Vulture replied. For a hunter of his caliber, acquiring money wasn't difficult, but level 3 potions were a different story. Now you know what to do, right? Li Jushu sheathed his silver cleaver. Yang Yingzhong is currently dealing with Zhao Tianyun. Grizzly Bear is in charge here, in the circular building, Vulture said. You should know Raven, right? You two are both birds. Li Jushu suddenly stopped, realizing that Owl was also a bird, implying he was being implicated. Did snipers all like to use birds as codenames? I believe you two can cooperate well. Li Jushu unloaded the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle from his back. Grizzly Bear was an old friend. I know Raven, Vulture nodded. A member of Sunflower, even if they hadn't met, he heard of his reputation. He grabbed the Dragon Fang 01 sniper rifle. From training onwards, he used the Dragon Fang sniper rifle. For important missions, he always chose the Dragon Fang 01. It was his most trusted partner. A sharp glint returned to his eyes. He understood Li Jushu's meaning. Mentioning Crow was a way of telling him that if his abilities were too weak to keep up with Crow, then he wouldn't have the value of 10 years of freedom. Those without value didn't deserve freedom. He was the top sniper at Base 2, known as the King of Snipers. He believed that as long as he didn't directly confront Li Jushu, suppressing Crow wouldn't be a problem. He had that much confidence. However, he didn't know that Crow had broken through to the level 5 hunter realm several days ago. A level 5 sniper was no joke. Li Jushu didn't explain further. He went up to the rooftop, where someone was already waiting, Luo Chuqing. Luo Chuqing was worried about him. She arrived almost immediately after he left, but she was slower. Li Jushu had already dealt with Vulture before she arrived. The two jumped directly from the rooftop, landing on the adjacent building. The difference was that Li Jushu jumped from the spot, while Luo Chuqing needed to sprint for leverage. Li Jushu had spent some time at Base 2, and was familiar with the general layout. Combined with the open view from the rooftop, he easily located the circular building. His sniper rifle vibrated as his feet landed on the steel structure next to it. Bang! On the rooftop, the hunter looking in that direction had his head explode. His companion, who had just raised his gun, was jolted and lost consciousness forever, also a headshot. The circular building was higher than the building Li Jushu landed on, making it difficult for Luo Chuqing to leap. Li Jushu used his hand to push Luo Chuqing's feet for leverage, propelling her diagonally forward like an arrow, shooting over 30 meters into the air, landing precisely on the edge of the circular building's roof. She reached out, grabbed it, and flipped onto the rooftop with agility and speed. The gunshot echoed down from the rooftop. The rooftop was a high vantage point. Anyone with common sense would have stationed someone there to guard it. Li Jushu landed on the rooftop. The gunfire had ceased. Only Luo Chuqing remained. On the ground, besides 2 corpses with headshots, there were 6 other bodies, all with sword wounds, killed instantly. Li Jushu switched his sniper rifle to a silver cleaver and descended from the rooftop. The circular building's defenses were built from bottom to top. This wasn't due to Grizzly Bear's poor planning. Normal people climb from bottom to top, not run from top to bottom. It didn't make sense. A flash of light, and the 2 soldiers lying in ambush in the corner didn't even see Li Jushu clearly before slowly collapsing, a red line slowly seeping from their throats. Both soldiers were wearing bulletproof vests, but unfortunately, bulletproof vests don't protect the throat. Not every floor had soldiers, but those that were present couldn't escape Li Jushu's preemptive detection. He was too fast. The soldiers heard his voice several floors above them, and the next second, a chill ran down their necks. They'd been stabbed, their lives extinguished. Luo Chuqing chased after Li Jushu with all her might, having no chance to strike. Unsure if it was the 11th or 12th floor, the corridor was brightly lit, with 8 soldiers scattered around. The instant they turned their heads, their vision was filled with a dazzling blade of light. In an instant, the high-powered LED lights dimmed, appearing like fireflies before the blade's edge. The blade's light receded, and the 8 soldiers froze. Luo Chuqing stepped into the corridor. As if startling them awake, they collapsed straight down. Li Jushu slammed his palm into the conference room door. The solid wood door silently crumbled into dust, revealing the expert behind it. The expert, bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsed limply, his dying expression filled with horror and a hint of regret. Whoosh! More than 10 people in the meeting room turned to look at the door. Their expressions varied. Li Jushu recognized 3 people, Grizzly Bear, and two faces that often accompanied Yang Yingzhong. He didn't recognize the others. On the way, he assumed Grizzly Bear was in charge, but seeing the situation, he realized it was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with neatly trimmed hair, mature and energetic. The young man was a complete stranger. Li Jushi was certain he had never seen him before. The others were all imposing and fierce, their eyes like lightning, radiating a terrifying aura. Night Owl. Grizzly Bear's face flashed with a complex expression before he spoke first. After so long, you present me with such a grand gift upon our first meeting. Should I be honored? A hint of sarcasm crept onto Li Jushi's lips. Everyone else had their reasons for attacking him, but Grizzly Bear, Wrench, Yang Yingzhong, and the others couldn't. He had saved their lives multiple times. Even though the system on planet 10,000 Beasts was now in disarray, some basic moral principles still held an important place in the hunters' hearts. The debt of gratitude for saving lives must be repaid tenfold. Grizzly Bear felt guilty, and avoided Li Jushi's gaze, unsure how to answer. You are Night Owl? The young man spoke. His voice was distinctive, powerful, and imposing. The mere sound of his voice already conveyed a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 408. Li Jushi took a step forward, but no one expected his foot to fall. Whoosh! The entire meeting room shook violently. The floor instantly shattered and collapsed to the next level. The dozen or so people in the meeting room were thrown into chaos. Just then, a gleaming blade flashed like lightning through the clouds, incredibly fast. The three hunters on the left didn't even have time to react before being sliced in half. Swoosh! Like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, the pistol aimed at Li Jushu, about to pull the trigger, was sliced in two, along with half a head. The blade flashed through the gap in the dagger, piercing the hunter's heart. The blade's energy surged, killing two birds with one stone. The hunter behind him shuddered, his life instantly extinguished. Li Jushu tilted his head, dodging the flying knife. His silver blade flashed, an arm flying off. The hunter's scream had barely escaped when the sword's energy grazed his throat, silencing his scream abruptly. His bulging eyes quickly dimmed. Thud! The thick bulletproof vest was easily pierced by the silver blade like rotten wood, slicing through it horizontally. The 2-meter-tall, muscular man fell in two halves, his body folding in half. The silver blade deflected the grizzly bear's dagger, its blade trembling like a phoenix nodding. Two soldiers beside the grizzly bear fell straight down as if struck by lightning, a red heart slowly appearing between their brows, their lives extinguished. Almost simultaneously, Li Jushu's left palm collided with the young man's right fist. Li Jushu gracefully exited the conference room, landing in the corridor with effortless ease. The young man was like a cannonball, striking the opposite wall. The wall instantly caved in, cracks spreading outwards in all directions like a spider web. The next second, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes quickly dimming. His severely deformed body slid down the wall to the next floor, never to rise again. The bone-melting palm technique had shattered his internal organs. In the blink of an eye, of the dozen or so people in the conference room, only Grizzly Bear remained alive. The conference room floor had completely collapsed to the next level. Exposed steel bars caught large items like desks, but smaller items couldn't hold them and fell. Grizzly Bear only managed to avoid falling by standing on two steel bars. Luo Chuqing arrived at the conference room door just in time. The fight was over. It wasn't that she was too slow, but that Li Jushi was too fast. None of the dozen or so men could withstand a single move from him. In an instant, the outcome was decided. Grizzly Bear, out of consideration for our past battles together, I give you a chance to choose again, Li Jushu said, still showing some loyalty. Actually, I know that the boss made some wrong decisions, but I couldn't control them. Grizzly Bear had two Yellow River 94 pistols tucked into his waistband. He could draw his gun and fire at two targets simultaneously in a second. He still had the strength to fight, but he had lost the courage to draw his gun. The strength Li Jushu had just displayed filled him with despair. If Li Jushu hadn't shown mercy, he would have been among the corpses on the next level. He was certain that even if he had the chance to draw his gun and shoot, he wouldn't have hit Li Jushu. He would have been the one to die, and struggling would have been futile. There's no right or wrong. It's just that everyone has different perspectives. Li Jushu still held Grizzly in high regard. He wasn't driven by personal motives, and was the kind of person who would go to great lengths for his brothers. You saved my life, and the boss saved my life too. Taking either side is wrong. Grizzly's expression turned bitter. He looked at Li Jushu and said earnestly, Night Owl, it's a pleasure to meet you, really. I always felt guilty. I don't know why things have developed to this point, but I know I can't make another mistake, or I'd be worse than a dog. No, Grizzly, don't do anything foolish. Li Jushu suddenly felt uneasy. Grizzly gave a relieved smile, then swiftly drew his gun and shot himself in the temple. Bang! He ended his life. Sigh. Li Jushu felt a pang of pity, but could only respect Grizzly's choice. Selfish people cherish their lives, while those too loyal are prone to suicide. The young man in the meeting room was the leader of this operation. His death was tantamount to the death of the operation's brain. Soon, the army besieging the base was routed by Li Jushu's forces, suffering heavy casualties. They ultimately fled in disarray, with over 1,000 people escaping into the streets and alleys, causing considerable chaos. Li Jushu retreated to the base, not pursuing them. They were just small fry. Killing them was pointless. He would need them to protect the base in the future. He couldn't kill them all. Of course, the main thing was that a group of men were fleeing towards the camp, pursued by a powerful artillery barrage. Detailed intelligence quickly reached Li Jushu. The fleeing group was Zhao Tianyun's, and the pursuers were Yang Yingzhong's men. It was unknown whether Yang Yingzhong was among the pursuers. The scouts hadn't spotted him. Li Jushu personally went to the rooftop to observe. It was already evening, the streetlights were on, and the flashes of gunfire were faint. Zhao Tianyun's side was in dire straits. They numbered about 30, with 7 or 8 wounded. It was heartbreaking to see a station chief reduced to this state. Let them in, Li Jushu ordered. Zhao Tianyun's escape route was clear. They wanted his help. If he had no ambition, he certainly wouldn't have interfered. But since they were already involved in the war, he couldn't avoid these matters, nor could he. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. For Yang Yingzhong, Zhao Tianyun's death was more valuable than his life. For him, the opposite was true. Zhao Tianyun's life was more valuable. The two ace snipers, Crow and Vulture, each occupied the left and right sides of the rooftop. They fired simultaneously. In the darkness, at a distance of 500 to 600 meters, they fired a total of 8 shots. Among the pursuers, the 8 with the most intense firepower became corpses. The pursuers were startled and immediately slowed down, scrambling for cover. Sniper! Everyone be careful. The deterrent effect of snipers on the battlefield was greater than their killing effect. In that brief respite, Zhao Tianyun and his men had already entered the camp, and the gate closed. The other snipers also opened fire, keeping the pursuers from surfacing. Only when the tanks and armored vehicles appeared did they begin their counterattack from their positions. Some of the experts used the terrain to their advantage, advancing rapidly with considerable skill. 2 of them stood out, able to evade the sniping of crows and vultures. Their movement and prediction were top-notch, and their explosive power was astonishing. Li Jushu glanced around before heading downstairs. He recognized one of them, a pit bull. He was indeed very strong, but the pit bull certainly didn't expect the enemies he was about to face. Wang Yuanche and Zheng Xuanzhen were already sharpening their knives. In the square, Zhao Tianyun and the others formed a circle. The wounded were inside, while those still capable of fighting stood on the outer circle. Zhao Tianyun was seriously injured. Station Chief Li Jushu, accompanied only by Luo Chuqing, didn't bring anyone else. The hunters on the outer circle relaxed their guard, their guns lowered, pointed at the ground. Although they had sought help from Li Jushu, they didn't know his intentions and were always uneasy, worried that he might also target them. Now, seeing that Li Jushu hadn't brought his men, their hearts were slightly at ease. With only 2 people, they could handle anything that happened. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Li Jushu, some recognizing him, some not, their gazes filled with trepidation, wondering if Li Jushu would take them in. Chapter 409. Lying on the ground, Zhao Tianyun slowly opened his eyes. Seeing it was Night Owl, a slight smile appeared on his face. He tried to lift his head, but lacked the strength. His guards quickly supported his head. At this point, only you, Night Owl, can still call me Station Chief. Zhao Tianyun's voice was weak, surprisingly devoid of the anger and resentment of someone at their wits' end, only calm, as if he had resigned to his fate. Unless you resign voluntarily, Station Chief, you will remain the base's Station Chief. Li Jushu's words were perfectly reasonable. There are only 3 ways to replace a Station Chief: death, voluntary resignation, or a complete removal from office. A complete removal requires 90% of the votes. Although Base 2 had many complaints about Zhao Tianyun, they couldn't gather 90% of the votes. Legally, Zhao Tianyun remained the legitimate Station Chief of the base, while Minglingzi and Yang Yingzhong were both illegitimate. This was also why the 2 were so eager to kill Zhao Tianyun. With Zhao Tianyun dead, a replacement would have to be made. Truly, things are unpredictable. It turns out that Night Owl will be the one to see me off on my final journey, Zhao Tianyun sighed. Is there anything Night Owl can do for the station chief? Li Jushu thought to himself, also filled with emotion. Once, the station chief of Base 2 was an unapproachable figure in his eyes. Now, he was on the verge of death, unable even to sit up. A deep fist-shaped mark marred Zhao Tianyun's heart, a fatal wound. His internal organs were shattered. His heart meridian had been destroyed by internal energy. If this were on their home planet, with current technology, there might be a glimmer of hope for treatment. But this was the planet of 10,000 beasts. Lacking advanced medical equipment and top-tier doctors, death was practically certain. He wasn't a sentimental person, but reflecting on his encounter with Zhao Tianyun, regardless of Zhao Tianyun's motives, Zhao Tianyun's actions had been kind to him, offering considerable help. In retrospect, he felt he should be grateful. Zhao Tianyun was about to die, and he hoped to do what he could. I schemed against many people in my life, mainly enemies. As for friends and allies, I don't believe I owe them anything. If I have any remaining wishes, it's for my family. Could you spare their lives? A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhao Tianyun's eyes. In his current state, he had no right to ask for anything, and if Li Jushu refused, he couldn't accuse him. I will do my best, Li Jushu said solemnly. Yang Yingzhong's greatest advantage is his control of grain. Without grain, no one will listen to him. Zhao Tianyun's face darkened after saying this. I also have grain, Li Jushu said calmly. Night Owl, I want to speak to you alone. Zhao Tianyun's voice was barely audible, but his expression was resolute. Li Jushu walked to his side without hesitation, leaning down to whisper in his ear. No one knew what Zhao Tianyun said last. His voice was too soft. All they could see was his lips moving slightly. Li Jushu's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This secret was too big, frighteningly big. From now on, everyone will follow Night Owl. After saying this, Zhao Tianyun's energy quickly returned, and several women nearby began to sob softly. Don't worry, Station Chief, Li Jushu nodded to Zhao Tianyun, assuring him. Zhao Tianyun closed his eyes, his neck lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. The surrounding weeping instantly turned into wailing, heart-wrenching cries that seemed genuine. Of the 30-odd people, half were Zhao Tianyun's family and relatives, the other half were guards. Li Jushu noticed that the two most powerful experts were missing. He didn't know if they had betrayed him or were dead. A shrewd man like Zhao Tianyun would naturally have powerful protectors. The most famous were two masters of ancient martial arts, both over 70 years old. One was active, the other clandestine. No one knew their names, and they were rarely seen, but they always accompanied Zhao Tianyun whenever he went out or was in danger. Li Jushu had seen the two before, but couldn't fathom their abilities. Now they were nowhere to be seen. Commander Night Owl now. Black Cola approached Li Jushu and asked in a low voice. He was the deputy commander of Zhao Tianyun's personal guard, now the highest ranking among them. The commander was unconscious, his fate unknown. You take care of the station chief's family first. I handle Yang Yingzhong's matter, Li Jushu said. I go with you, Black Cola immediately replied. You still have the strength? Li Jushu looked Black Cola up and down. He was wearing a heavy bulletproof vest, and his body was stained with blood. It was impossible to tell how serious his injuries were, but logically, after fleeing for so long, he should have little strength left. They're all superficial wounds. I must participate in avenging the station chief, Black Cola shouted, whether out of sheer willpower or she was genuinely lucky to have no fatal injuries. Settle things here first, Li Jushu said. He knew nothing about Zhao Tianyun's situation. He didn't even know who Zhao Tianyun's wife or children were. He didn't like getting involved in such matters. If he encountered a reasonable person, things were fine. A few words could clear things up. But if he encountered someone indecisive, or who didn't understand their place, he was just asking for trouble. Black Cola's guards were professionals in handling these kinds of things. Inside the garrison building, fierce fighting erupted from multiple locations. The powerful clashes of energy were like thunder, the sounds of tables and chairs shattering, and the dull thuds of fists landing. It was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Yang Yingzhong had indeed recruited quite a few experts. Chu Qing, get out of the way. Li Jushu's expression suddenly changed. His feet exploded, and he shot out like a cannonball, covering nearly 100 meters in a second. The yellow-robed elder, who appeared out of nowhere, had already decided the outcome of his fight with Luo Chu Qing. Luo Chu Qing was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, coughing up blood in midair. Her sword, which had slipped from her hand, shot into the sky and disappeared without a trace. The old man in the yellow robe pursued, unleashing a punch that appeared calm on the surface, yet carried a weight as heavy as a mountain. Despair flashed in Luo Chuqing's eyes. At the critical moment, a blade of light slashed down, instantly splitting the world in two. The old man in the yellow robe's expression changed. He retracted his fist with lightning speed, spun in midair, and threw a left fist, swift as lightning, grazing the edge of the silver blade, aiming straight for Li Jushu's heart. The speed of the change of attack and the accuracy of the pressure point strike were astonishing. Li Jushu immediately recognized the fist. Xiao Tianyun's cause of death was a fist wound. The destructive power was identical to this fist. This person was the true culprit who killed Xiao Tianyun. Bone-melting palm. The palm collided with the fist. The cruelty in the old man's eyes turned to shock. The two forces collided without making a sound. The shockwave swept across the earth, cracking the ground within a 10-meter radius into a perfect circle, like a spider web. The two separated as if electrocuted. A fierce glint flashed in Li Jushu's eyes. He mustered his inner energy, flicked his wrist, and a faint wisp of light shot out from his silver cleaver, disappearing in a flash. Ah! The old man in the yellow robe let out a painful scream. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing out. Li Jushu's feet hit the ground, causing it to sink violently. Concrete turned to dust, reaching his ankles. A trickle of blood had somehow escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was flushed an unnatural red. He had risked severing the old man's arm, and was himself seriously injured. Chapter 410. This is impossible. The old man in the yellow robe looked extremely ugly, his eyes cold and shocked, but even more so, filled with rage. Li Jushu took a deep breath, his silver cleaver slashing through the air. The blade energy extended outwards, and a faint black line appeared in the void. The anger in the old man's eyes intensified instantly. He hadn't expected Li Jushu to dare to attack first. A lightning-fast punch was unleashed, accompanied by a faint sound of thunder. Bang! The blade energy was dispersed. The old man in the yellow robe suddenly vanished, reappearing to Li Jushu's left. Li Jushu struck with his palm, and the old man vanished again. A terrifying shockwave struck from the right. Li Jushu flashed his cleaver, its crystalline energy cleaving through the fist's wind, only to find it was illusory. He immediately realized he'd been tricked. An almost premonition-like understanding flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, his silver cleaver pierced behind him with lightning speed. Sure enough, the old man's real attack came from behind. Clang! Just as it was about to strike Li Jushu's back, a cold star suddenly flashed. This collided with the blade tip, producing a sharp metallic sound. The old man in the yellow robe flashed with resentment, but remained calm. He moved with uncanny speed, circling Li Jushu like a ghost, using feints to draw Li Jushu's attention. Once Li Jushu revealed an opening, he would launch a fatal blow. Li Jushu remained unmoved, parrying each move. His silver cleaver moved like a tiger descending a mountain, its momentum overwhelming. His left hand concealed the bone-melting palm, waiting for the opportune moment. The fight grew faster and faster. From a distance, only two shadowy figures, one green and one yellow, could be seen moving rapidly, their blades flashing, blinding and terrifying, making it impossible to discern their forms. Luo Chuqing struggled to get up from the ground, ignoring the blood at the corner of her mouth. She picked up her sword with difficulty, and stopped 10 meters away from the battle. Her emotionless eyes coldly stared at the old man in the yellow robe. Among the enemies she had encountered, the old man in the yellow robe was the strongest. She was defeated in one move. If the old man in the yellow robe had not been distracted by Li Jushu, he could have killed her in one move. However, the old man in the yellow robe was not without weaknesses. His punches were fierce and domineering, and his moves were inevitably not always perfectly executed. Normally, he could compensate with speed, but with injuries, this deficiency was magnified. She was looking for this very opportunity. Suddenly, Luo Chuqing's expression softened. The old man in the yellow robe panicked. He had somehow managed to significantly reduce the blood flow from his wound, but it was still impossible to completely stop bleeding. After several violent impacts, the blood gushing from the wound increased. The old man was old, and his vitality was not as strong as a young man's. His face began to turn pale. The old man's attack suddenly doubled in intensity. The concrete could not withstand the pressure, and fine cracks appeared, rapidly expanding in area. This feint successfully confused Li Jushu. When the fist struck the side of the silver cleaver, it shot into a building 200 meters away like lightning. Luo Chuqing was startled and had no time to react. The old man in the yellow robe unleashed a punch imbued with all his power, causing wind and thunder to surge, and the ground to cave in, creating a trench that stretched to Li Jushu's feet. Luo Chuqing's expression changed drastically. The old man's skill was astonishingly profound. Li Jushu's wisest course of action would have been to avoid the attack, but the old man's punch contained several variations, anticipating Li Jushu's various reactions. If Li Jushu dodged, he would be playing right into the old man's hands. Li Jushu couldn't fathom the old man's intentions, but his long-accumulated combat experience led him to decisively choose to fight head-on. He didn't consider the consequences of other choices. He only knew that his choice was the most correct. He slowly and calmly struck out with his palm. One fast, one slow, one punch, one palm strike. The instant they touched, a visible ripple spread out. The old man in the yellow robe and Li Jushu were separated as if electrocuted. The old man was thrown more than 20 meters, landing on the ground like a pile of mangled flesh. He struggled several times, but couldn't get up. Half of his bones had turned to dust. Li Jushu was caught in midair by Luo Chuqing. Li Jushu spat out a mouthful of blood, and Luo Chuqing immediately fainted. Luo Chuqing absorbed a third of the force, which was like a landslide and a tsunami. Li Jushu caught Luo Chuqing, staggered upon landing, almost falling, a flush crossing his face. He spat out another mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and placed Luo Chuqing on the ground. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. Black Cola, as if waking from a dream, rushed to the old man in the yellow robe. A flash of cold light appeared, and he severed the old man's head with his dagger. You? The old man in the yellow robe stared wide-eyed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Old thief, you finally met your match. Black Cola laughed maniacally, his expression shifting between ferocious terror and gleeful relief. Suddenly remembering something, he rushed to Zhao Tianyun's side and kowtowed 3 times. Station Chief, old monster Huang is dead. If you know this in the afterlife, you can rest in peace. He then placed his head beside Zhao Tianyun's corpse, ignoring the blood dripping from it. He then ran to Li Jushu, who was meditating cross-legged, and kowtowed 3 more times. He then rose and stood beside him, like a guardian deity. From that moment on, he became Li Jushu's most loyal protector, not only because Li Jushu had avenged Station Chief Zhao Tianyun, but also because Li Jushu had single-handedly defeated old monster Huang. The name Huang Leguai was unknown to ordinary hunters, and few even knew it. However, within the elite circles, Huang Leguai was renowned, a figure almost no one dared to provoke. The station chief, the 2 elders, and the 4 top masters under his command, along with soldiers assisting, fought over 300 people. Huang Leguai single-handedly killed over 200. The 2 elders sacrificed their lives to halt Huang Leguai's advance, buying a fraction of time for the others to escape. Li Jushu defeated Huang Leguai in a one-on-one fight. In Black Cola's heart, Li Jushu was a celestial being, and he was honored to follow such a person. Zhao Tianyun's great revenge had been avenged. He had no more desires, no more attachments. His only thought in this life was to follow Li Jushu. Li Jushu had previously understood strength as energy, and that the stronger party would always suppress the weaker one. However, Huang Leguai's power showed him a different side. His palm strike landed on Huang Leguai, but Huang Leguai's fist force penetrated the power of the bone-melting palm and struck him, weakening it considerably but nearly killing him. While healing, he couldn't help but ponder this problem. He recalled the masters he had encountered along the way, Xiao Mubai, Zhou Miaohua, the repentant monk, and now Huang Leguai. The moment his injuries healed, a flash of inspiration struck him. I understand. He opened his eyes, his gaze brighter than ever before. The density of his palm strike wasn't enough, it was like a net, allowing air to pass through. If it were a wall, Huang Leguai's fist force wouldn't have been able to penetrate. Having figured this out, he immediately found a way to improve his strength. Excited, he helped Luo Chuqing up and began healing her injuries. The sound of fighting from the surrounding buildings began to subside. It was already difficult for a master of Huang Leguai's level to appear once. A second one was practically impossible. African Lion, Zheng Xuanzhen, and the others were more than capable of handling him. When Luo Chuqing opened her eyes, the fighting had ended. Huang Yuanche, Sherpajia, and others appeared in the plaza, with a dozen or so people pinned down beside them, their faces bruised and swollen. Chapter 411. Pit bulls, mud wasps, bumphead spiders, hoverflies, all were renowned experts at Base 2. Their strength and reputation were once on par with sea cucumber right. However, encountering a group of level 5 hunters, their defeat became inevitable. Who could have imagined that before the appearance of the rodent rats, level 5 hunters were rare, but now they were everywhere. Station Chief, what should we do with these people? Jean Bummy's inclination was to eliminate them. These were all experts, although injured. Given the opportunity, they would still unleash terrifying destructive power. A living venomous snake was ultimately troublesome, only the dead were safest. But since the people had already been brought before Li Jushu, he had to listen to Li Jushu. Don't be so smug. Old Monster Huang is here, you all die. The bumphead spider had a large head, its hair like a hedgehog, making its head appear even larger and extremely disproportionate. Behave yourself, or I kill you. The African lion slapped him on the head, making a crisp sound. It was a good head. Many of Li Jushu's top fighters were injured while dealing with the giant rat, but because Li Jushu brought the Duda beast with him, their injuries healed quickly. The seriously injured became lightly injured, and the lightly injured were fully recovered, their fighting strength largely unaffected. The African lion wasn't inherently aggressive, but the bump-headed spider was simply unlucky. Before Li Jushu could even speak, he dared to speak first. As his subdued opponent, everyone else remained silent. The bump-headed spider's audacity was a disgrace, and this unhealthy trend had to be curbed. The slap was extremely powerful, the bump-headed spider's head was ringing, and he almost fainted, unable to speak. Kill me if you want, just call me your son. But don't worry, old Monster Huang will avenge us. You all die a far worse death than I did. The hoverfly knelt beside the bald spider, its face contorted in humiliation, its eyes blazing with fury. Aren't you afraid of death too? Li Jushu waved his hand, signaling the African lion to stop attacking, his gaze sweeping over the pit bull, mud wasps, and the other captives. Only cowards are afraid of death. I knew this would happen from the first day I became a hunter. If you want to kill, then kill us quickly. Don't whine like a woman. The victor is king, the loser is villain. There's nothing to say. But don't be smug. Old Monster Huang will be here soon. You only live a few minutes longer than us. I'll be waiting for you on the way. Night Owl, Base 2 isn't the same Base 2 anymore. It belongs to Yang Yingzhong now. If you're smart, you better hand over Zhao Tianyun and release us. There might still be room for negotiation. Otherwise, you regret it. Old Monster Huang is coming soon. Be smart and release us immediately. Your time is running out. These prisoners knew Li Jushu was in charge, and all their eyes were fixed on him. No one noticed the expression on Black Cola's face, an expression of mockery, smugness, and pity, like a victor looking at a group of losers. Rinch, what do you say? Li Jushu noticed Rinch was among the prisoners, but Rinch, one of Li Jushu's closest confidants, kept his head down, hunched over, and remained silent. He even tried to hide behind the others, but there were only a dozen or so prisoners in total. They were easy to spot. Where could he possibly hide? Night Owl. Rinch had no way to dodge. He looked up, a complex expression flashing across his face, before finally saying seriously, You don't know old Monster Huang? I can tell you about his glorious deeds. Ming Lingzi, Xuan Wu Tank, Ko Tianjiu, and Zhao Tianyun's personal guard commander, all working together, couldn't last 10 moves against old Monster Huang. If old Monster Huang wants to kill someone, even Jesus can't save them. You better leave. That powerful? Li Jushu's expression was strange. You might think I'm exaggerating, but in reality, old Monster Huang is even more powerful. You witnessed Zhao Tianyun's strength. If it weren't for old Monster Huang, Ming Lingzi wouldn't dare to attack Zhao Tianyun, Rinch said. Is this the old Monster Huang you're talking about? Li Jushu glanced at Black Cola, who immediately ran into a nearby building and pulled out the head. While Li Jushu was treating Luo Chuqing's wounds, Zhao Tianyun's family and soldiers had already carried his body to a room in the camp and begun preparing his appearance. The head of Huang Leguai, the murderer, was also brought into the room, to be used as a sacrifice to Zhao Tianyun. The prisoners who had been clamoring for Li Jushu to release him fell silent instantly. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, their eyes bulging, almost popping out of their sockets. Especially the bald spider, whose mouth was agape, almost big enough to fit his fist, looked as if he had seen his great-grandmother, who had been dead for many years in the middle of the night. How is this possible? The mud wasp stammered. Huang Leguai. The hoverfly exclaimed, as if witnessing the end of the world. It's fake, it must be fake. I must be hallucinating from my severe injuries. This isn't real, the bald spider muttered. Black Cola, fearing these people weren't seeing clearly enough, held the severed head up to each person's face for a few seconds, ensuring every prisoner could see even the pockmarks on the skull. Some of you recognize me, some don't, but that doesn't matter. My next words will determine your life or death. Listen carefully, you only have one life. Once you're dead, there's no going back. Li Jushu gestured for Black Cola to take the head away. The prisoners instantly fell silent. The defiance on their faces vanished, and the resignation in their eyes disappeared, leaving only confusion and unease. Bases 3, 4, and 9 are now in my hands. The engineer rats are no longer a threat. Food is plentiful. Base 2 will soon return to normal order, just like the other bases. The engineer rats will go from being a disaster to prey. Everything will return to normal. Now, I give you 10 seconds to consider. Surrender or die. As Li Jushi finished speaking, Gene Bummy raised his wrist. He was the only one wearing a mechanical watch. Night Owl, give up on that idea. I could never. Before Mudbee could finish speaking, African Lion struck, severing his head with a single sword stroke. The severed head rolled a few times, facing the crowd, its expression of disbelief freezing mid-contact. He clearly didn't believe Li Jushi would actually kill him. He was a renowned expert in the base, a rare talent. Anyone with ambition wouldn't abandon an expert like him. Threats were merely a means to force him to submit. They wouldn't truly kill him. The dozen or so prisoners tensed. At this moment, they finally realized death was imminent. Li Jushi wasn't joking, he meant it. 3, 2, 1. Gene Bummy's voice was like the death knell. We surrender. The dozen or so prisoners simultaneously lowered their noble heads. The decision to die only took a moment, but death was forever. Chapter 412. Yang Yingzhong was originally hunting down Zhao Tianyan. For him, Zhao Tianyan was the biggest threat to Base 2. However, after Huang Leguai made his move, he shifted his focus to Ming Lingzi. Ming Lingzi was originally not a threat, but suddenly, with the support of someone, his power increased dramatically, and he even seized a military factory. This was something Yang Yingzhong could not tolerate. After Huang Leguai guaranteed that Zhao Tianyan wouldn't live past tomorrow, he turned his attention to the military factory. Everyone else assumed he was concerned about the military factory, but only Li Jushi guessed his true intentions. He worried that the people supporting Ming Lingzi were the 2nd or 3rd Legion. If these two legions abandoned neutrality and joined this power struggle, the future of the base would become completely uncertain. Everyone thought Li Jushi would first eliminate Yang Yingzhong's allies before concentrating his forces on dealing with Yang Yingzhong. Who knew Li Jushi would take an unconventional approach and directly attack the military factory? His vanguard consisted of a dozen or so newly surrendered prisoners. A fist struck the bulletproof vest with lightning speed, visibly denting it instantly. The hunter let out a howl of pain, his body lifted more than a meter off the ground before crashing to the ground, coughing up blood mixed with lumps. His eyes quickly dimmed. The pit bull's punches were like thunder, its bulging muscles containing explosive power. Each punch carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Although the hunter wore a bulletproof vest, it couldn't save his life. The pit bull swept through the narrow alley, leaving more than a dozen hunters lying on the ground, unable to get up. Death awaited them. Pit bull, you traitor, you heartless bastard. The hunter, standing 1.8 meters tall and as strong as a bear, roared like a wild beast. His frenzied attack lasted only 3 seconds before the pit bull seized an opening, snapping his arm with a crack, then snatching the dagger and plunging it into the hunter's heart. With a twist, the hunter's strength receded like a tide, instantly incapacitating him. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and lightning fast. You traitor, you die a horrible death. The hunter glared at the pit bull with dying breaths, his face filled with rage and resentment. Traitors were the most detestable thing in his life. The pit bull remained silent, using the nearly 200-pound corpse as a shield, charging into the enemy ranks. Bullets rained down, all striking the body. Within 20 meters, the pit bull drew its dagger and hurled it, hitting a soldier squarely in the throat. The soldier fell backward, the machine gun still firing, scattering its comrades nearby, throwing the ranks into chaos. The pit bull dropped the corpse and charged into the enemy ranks with lightning speed, punching and kicking. In an instant, 7 or 8 soldiers were dead. The remaining soldiers, wary of their own, dared not fire. In that brief moment of respite, the pit bull had already killed all the soldiers around it. Suddenly, it accelerated, dodging a burst of bullets, and casually grabbed a soldier's corpse, throwing it away with astonishing speed. The hunter who fired the shot paled, forced to halt his firing to avoid the corpses. Judging from the whooshing sound, being hit by a body would surely break bones. The pit bull's strength was no joke. However, he immediately regretted it as soon as he dodged the corpses, because the pit bull, which had been several meters away a second ago, was now right in front of him. Before he could even raise his gun, a punch landed on his arm. Crack! A comminuted fracture of the scapula. The pit bull grabbed the hunter's head and twisted it violently. Crack! The head turning 180 degrees, instantly killing him. The pit bull charged through the alley like a tank, leaving it eerily silent, littered with corpses. Not a single person was alive. The fates of the hoverfly, the bald spider, the wrench, and the others were similar. Their attacks were ruthless, killing with a single blow. Once they killed the first person, there was no turning back. They could only go down a dark path. Only by killing all of Yang Yingzhong's side would they have a future. Otherwise, their fate would be dire. Everyone understood this. No mercy would be shown. Former comrades were now targets to be killed. Crow and Vulture, leading a group of snipers, occupied the high ground. Soldiers armed with Vulcan cannons and rocket launchers often only had one chance to fire before being targeted by snipers and shot in the head, providing a favorable environment for Pit Bull and his men to charge. Li Jushu, Luo Chuqing, and others followed behind Pit Bull and his men. Wang Yuanche led a group of experts to the station chief's office building to control several deputy station chiefs. Lu Yifeng and Jin Bumi went to the Ming family, Yang Yingzhong's marriage partner. The Ming family was powerful and could not be ignored. The battle at the arsenal was fierce. Ming Lingzi's side fought desperately, while Yang Yingzhong's side attacked relentlessly. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Ming Lingzi's defeat was only a matter of time. The number of soldiers on Ming Lingzi's side, as well as the quality of their skilled fighters, were inferior to Yang Yingzhong's. Furthermore, Ming Lingzi himself was severely wounded, rendering him ineffective and requiring protection. However, Ming Lingzi's life was not yet over. When his remaining soldiers dwindled to around 200, Li Jushu appeared with his forces, catching Yang Yingzhong off guard from behind. Li Jushu's forces, though smaller in number, quickly seized all the key routes and crucial links, isolating Yang Yingzhong. He went from surrounding Ming Lingzi to being attacked from both sides by Ming Lingzi and Li Jushu. The tide of battle had turned. Yang Yingzhong had a backup plan, several mobile units ready to provide support. Unfortunately, the sniper squads led by Crow and Vulture, positioned at higher ground, overwhelmed these mobile units, leaving them vulnerable. Black Cola handed over a megaphone. Just as Li Jushu was about to speak, a shout rang out. Ah! Everyone turned sharply, just in time to see the hoverfly pull a dagger from the Ras Spider's chest and charge into Yang Yingzhong's camp at top speed. Bang, bang. Two soldiers beside the Ras Spider fell to the ground, clutching their throats, but blood gushed from between their fingers. Their mouths gaped open, unable to utter a sound, their eyes quickly dimming. Li Jushu, what are you? You think you can make me surrender? I rather surrender to a dog than to you. You don't deserve it. Now, are you regretting not killing me? I love seeing your angry yet helpless expression. Not killing me immediately was the stupidest thing you ever done. The hoverfly mocked as it fled, its expression arrogant. Yuan Qiongqi, the African lion, and the others all showed expressions of anger, regretting not killing this person earlier. Luo Chuqing grabbed her sword, about to rush out, but Li Jushu moved even faster. His silver cleaver slashed down from midair, and an unbelievable scene unfolded. An extremely faint blade of energy extended from the cleaver, instantly traversing 100 meters of empty space. A flash of light, and everything vanished, as if it had never existed. Li Jushu remained calm, showing no sign of having made a move. Thump! The frantically running hoverfly suddenly collapsed to the ground. Confused, it looked back and saw two small legs standing upright on the ground, abrupt and eerie. Upon closer inspection, these two small legs looked so familiar. Then it looked again. Its own small legs were gone, bare below the knees, blood gushing out. Weren't these its own small legs? How did they break? Only then did it feel the intense pain, and couldn't help but groan. Chapter 413. The gunfire suddenly stopped, not because of the hoverfly's betrayal, but because of Li Jushu's earth-shattering strike from a distance of 100 meters. What does that mean? The effective range of a typical low-powered pistol is only about 100 meters. The soldiers behind Li Jushu were greatly encouraged, their morale soaring. The negative effects of the hoverfly's betrayal were instantly reversed. No one cared about such a trivial matter anymore. The pit bull, the bald spider, and other surrendered experts experienced a roller coaster of emotions in those few seconds. Seeing the hoverfly abandon his allegiance, they felt a pang of regret. They preferred following Yang Yingzhong, and felt neither familiarity nor a sense of belonging to Li Jushu. They regretted not seizing the opportunity to escape like the hoverfly. Now that Li Jushu was prepared, they knew they couldn't escape. This thought had barely formed when Li Jushu's incredibly long-range strike left them speechless with shock. Was this even humanly possible? All hope vanished, replaced by fear and relief. Sometimes, a slow reaction wasn't such a bad thing. Less than 5 meters remained before the hoverfly could breach Yang Yingzhong's ranks. Those 5 meters had become an insurmountable chasm. He rolled on the ground, screaming in agony, trying to mend his broken leg, but it was impossible. Blood quickly stained the earth. The experts on Yang Yingzhong's side knew of Li Jushu and his men's arrival the moment they appeared. While dealing with the hoverfly, they secretly kept a close watch. They saw the hoverfly stab Li Jushu in the back and cheered inwardly. They also saw Li Jushu strike with a swift, deadly blow. Their triumph instantly turned to icy coldness, a chill running through their bodies. Some soldiers with weaker wills felt a sense of powerlessness rising within them. Yang Yingzhong, come out and speak. Li Jushu spoke, and the arsenal fell completely silent. What do you want to say? Yang Yingzhong was extremely unwilling to come out, but he had no choice. Everyone was watching him. If he didn't, it would be tantamount to being afraid of Li Jushu. Li Jushu's attack had already damaged their morale. If he didn't appear, morale would only drop lower. Li Jushu had completely put them at a disadvantage with just one attack and one sentence. Yang Yingzhong's face was grim. Upon meeting again, Li Jushu's maturity was frightening. I have grain, more grain than you, enough for base 2 to eat for several years. Li Jushu's words struck at Yang Yingzhong's weak point. Do you think I believe that? Grain isn't sand on the ground, nor is it rodents outside. Yang Yingzhong believed it in his heart, but at this moment, he couldn't. If he admitted Li Jushu's words, he would have no advantage. Bases 3, 4, 9, and Settlement 12 are all under my control. Do you think I eaten all the food from those 4 bases? Or like base 2, have they had their accounts falsified? Li Jushu sneered. Who can't boast? Yang Yingzhong said calmly, we're not 3-year-olds. The Xuanwu tank was besieged by 3 giant rats. I killed them. The rat meat is at the Xuanwu tank's base, in dozens of transport trucks. I believe some of you have already seen it. I can run around to support base 2. What does that say? I don't need to explain, do I? The moment I entered base 2, you had no chance. Stop now, Li Jushu said. Night Owl, base 2 is no longer the same base. A shadow crossed Yang Yingzhong's eyes. He noticed that many of his men's expressions had changed. Their resolve was wavering. On the way here, I met Station Chief Zhao Tianyun. He supports me as the next station chief. This is the deputy commander of Station Chief Zhao Tianyun's personal guard. Li Jushu pushed Black Cola forward. The station chief said he fully supports Night Owl's election as the next station chief. He doesn't favor anyone else besides Night Owl. Black Cola shouted loudly, making sure everyone around could hear. Before Yang Yingzhong could question him, Li Jushu said loudly, Minglingzi, I'm running for station chief. Will you vote for me? I wholeheartedly support Night Owl, you becoming the new station chief. Minglingzi's voice came from deep within the armory. He knew he had no chance, so choosing between Li Jushu and Yang Yingzhong was completely unnecessary. Yang Yingzhong's face instantly turned ashen, but he didn't lose heart. He coldly said, the votes of Zhao Tianyun, who is about to be judged by the people, and a heartless ingrate, don't count. Whether they count or not, it's not up to you or me. I propose we hold a meeting of station chiefs, inviting all eligible voters to elect a station chief. That way, no one will be dissatisfied. Yang Yingzhong, do you agree? Upon hearing Li Jushu's words, Yuan Qiongqi secretly applauded. This was the most reasonable and fair method. Yang Yingzhong had no reason to object, but if he didn't object, his votes at the meeting would certainly be less than Li Jushu's. The situation has become clear at this point. Zhao Tianyun and Minglingzi will definitely vote for Li Jushu. Xuanwu Tank and Ko Tianjiu will also support Li Jushu 100% as long as he has grain. Only a few deputy station chiefs are left. They are the type to follow whoever provides the benefits. Yang Yingzhong was confident in controlling these people before, but now he has no confidence at all. The base's power was primarily held by the major legions, and the deputy station chief's authority was severely diminished during the war. Since the major legions all supported Li Jushu, the deputy station chief wouldn't dare oppose him unless they completely broke ties. Therefore, if a station chief's meeting were to be held, Yang Yingzhong would undoubtedly lose. Yang Yingzhong's unease stemmed from another reason. He saw Black Dung Beetle behind Li Jushu. Black Dung Beetle was a mid to high-ranking member of the 4th Legion. While not a confidant, he was one of his trusted men. His presence behind Li Jushu, what did this mean? When Li Jushu left last time, he had planted many people within the 4th Legion. He didn't know the exact number, meaning even his own elite 4th Legion wasn't entirely safe. His seemingly foolproof plan was immediately shattered by Li Jushu's appearance. He didn't know where the problem lay, only that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. Everyone was watching him, awaiting his decision. Yang Yingzhong's expression shifted erratically, his eyes sometimes dark and sometimes crazed, occasionally flashing with a hint of regret. Just as his expression turned cold, Li Jushu suddenly spoke. "Old monster Huang is dead." Yang Yingzhong's face changed. The next instant, a dazzling flash of sword light filled his vision, a silver expanse before him, like a galaxy stretching across the sky, dominating the entire world. Yang Yingzhong realized something was wrong. He tried to retreat, but was shocked to find his body frozen, unable to move at all. An indescribable feeling surged through him, and suddenly, a sense of relief washed over him. It was as if a problem he had pondered his entire life had suddenly been solved, a liberation washing over him. His consciousness drifted towards the clouds, swaying until it was enveloped by endless white clouds, and then he knew nothing more. Those around him only vaguely sensed a flash of killing intent before Yang Yingzhong fell straight down. As for those with lower strength, they didn't even sense the killing intent, they only felt a chill before Yang Yingzhong collapsed, completely unaware of what had happened. Only a very few people saw Li Jushu draw his sword. Li Jushu's authoritative and cold voice rang out, "The traitor Yang Yingzhong has been executed. You shall immediately lay down your weapons, put your hands behind your heads, and those who resist will be killed without mercy." His voice echoed throughout the entire arsenal. Chapter 414. News of Yang Yingzhong's death spread throughout the base. The Xuanwu tanks of the 2nd Legion immediately declared their support for Li Jushu as the next station chief. Simultaneously, the 2nd Legion deployed troops to assist Li Jushu in maintaining order at the base. Minglingzi regained control of the 1st Legion and publicly supported Li Jushu's election as the new station chief. Deputy Station Chiefs Mo Ruju and Zhou Yanji issued statements supporting Li Jushu as the sole legitimate station chief. Yang Yingzhong's adoptive father, Lu Tailong, died, not at the hands of Huang Yuanche, but at the hands of the 1st Legion's deputy commander, Mao Coffee. He brought Lu Tailong's head before Li Jushu. After Minglingzi regained control of the 1st Legion, he could no longer remain there. He didn't want to die, the only one at the base who could save his life was Li Jushu. "From now on, you be staying in the Black Tiger Legion," Li Jushu said. After Yang Yingzhong's death, his faction's power scattered like birds and beasts. Yang Yingzhong was like a magnet, attracting various forces around him. With his death, the magnetic field disappeared, and the surrounding forces fought their own battles. The clever ones learned from the Kopi Luwak and sought new backers, while the less clever ones, like the Ming family, stubbornly resisted. The 4th Legion was ordered sequentially. Li Jushu named it the Black Tiger Legion. After Li Jushu left, Yang Yingzhong, in order to eliminate his influence, forbade his subordinates from calling it the Black Tiger Legion, only allowing it to be called the 4th Legion. Unfortunately, after many twists and turns, the name ultimately remained the Black Tiger Legion. The Black Tiger Legion is now led by Xiahou Yin, a highly skilled individual personally recruited by Yang Yingzhong after Li Jushu's departure. His strength is extremely high. In a short period, he has repeatedly distinguished himself and risen through the ranks, his reputation and status ranking within the top 10 of the Legion, second only to veterans like Rinch, Grizzly Bear, and Drought Leech. Yang Yingzhong was unaware that Xiahou Yin was Li Jushu's man. Li Jushu knew that Yang Yingzhong would inevitably eliminate those connected to him. He had left Hanmahuang, a nickname for Xiahou Yin, to distract Yang Yingzhong. The real backup plan was Xiahou Yin. What he hadn't anticipated was Yang Yingzhong's ruthlessness, treating Hanmahuang, with whom he had shared life and death, with such cruelty. Due to differing opinions, there was no conflict between them before Li Jushu arrived at Base 2. Even under these circumstances, Yang Yingzhong's continued actions against Hanmahuang showed that he already considered Li Jushu an enemy, a mortal enemy. Li Jushu's ruthlessness at the arsenal indicated that there was no possibility of reconciliation between them, therefore, he naturally wouldn't spare Yang Yingzhong. Otherwise, given Yang Yingzhong's abilities, he could easily make a comeback in a short time. The fact that he could get the Ming family and Lu Tailong to back him up, mobilize experts like Huang Leiguai, and manipulate the deeply entrenched Minglingzi with ease demonstrates his seasoned skills, and that he was no ordinary person. Li Jushu didn't want another dry leech to appear. Yang Yingzhong's death was the best outcome. The Ming family repair shop, a seemingly ordinary name. Without seeing its size, one would assume it was just a roadside repair shop. However, those who saw it were all astonished. 2 buildings, each over 30 stories high, formed a twin tower, like 2 enormous fists protecting a 10-story building behind them. The building on the left primarily focused on repairs, bodywork, tire changes, brake pads, etc., while the building on the right was the profit center, modifications. The best modified cars on the Beast planet originated from this building. The 10-story building behind was the residence of the Ming family. Aside from servants, only members of the Ming family lived there. According to those who had been inside, its luxury rivaled that of a palace. Even the 3 deputy station chiefs combined couldn't match half of its size. In the center of the 3 buildings was a large open space filled with various tanks, transport vehicles, armored vehicles, and engineering machinery. A wall connected the 3 buildings, forming an independent kingdom. Normally, everyone just thought the Ming family's repair shop was large, but no one thought anything of it. Repair shops had all sorts of tanks coming and going. A large size was normal. Until today, when the cannon barrels protruding from the twin towers, dark and radiating a chilling killing intent, people suddenly realized that these weren't buildings at all, but 2 fortresses. Judging by their firepower, they were enough to cover half the base. Louis Feng, Jean Bummy, and the others stood guard outside, not daring to make a move. Each building had over 30 cannons. If they opened fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. When they arrived, neither of them expected that a mere repair shop would harbor such a formidable weaponry. The cannons were visible, but the unseen weapons were undoubtedly even more powerful. Even Louis Feng and Jean Bummy, usually fearless, were now terrified. As for the residents in the surrounding buildings, their faces paled. If a fight broke out, they would be innocent bystanders. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they didn't know where to go. They felt extremely uneasy. Having lived here for so long, they had no idea the Ming family possessed such powerful firepower. What were they planning? It's important to know that guns are prohibited at base 2. While it's true that people in the upper echelons might disregard rules and conceal some firearms and ammunition, this is usually limited to machine guns and pistols. Mortars and rocket launchers are considered very powerful. Even the deputy station chief doesn't have the means to possess so many cannons. It's a mystery how the Ming family managed it. Normal people wouldn't bother with these things. The fact that they can only mean one thing: they have something to gain, and a very large one at that. Louis Feng, Jean Bummy, and over 100 soldiers had retreated behind a building, but they felt utterly unsafe. With the caliber of the cannons, a single shot would reduce this building to rubble in less than 3 minutes. While they claimed to be surrounding the Ming family, in reality, the key to victory lay in the Ming family's hands. Louis Feng and Jean Bummy wore grim faces. They couldn't agree to Ming Yunlin's demands, and could only report to Li Jishu. The waiting was agonizing. Both felt incredibly frustrated. They had been invincible all along, even taking down 3 giant rats, only to be outmaneuvered by a repair shop. This was a bitter pill to swallow. The 21st floor of the building on the right houses the staff dormitory, where several hunters were furtively lurking. At this moment, all the Ming family employees were either in the workshops or near the cannons. The dormitories were empty. Boss, you were absolutely right. The toughest nut to crack at the base was indeed the Ming family's repair shop. How did you guess? The cicada monkey was full of admiration, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Because of the Komodo dragon's advance warning, they sneaked in under cover of darkness. At that time, the Ming family hadn't imposed martial law yet. Now, sneaking in would be impossible. Once they infiltrated, they have much more room to maneuver. Have you forgotten what I majored in university? Civil engineering. I even participated in building air raid shelters. These 2 buildings look fine from the outside, but once you go inside, you see what's going on. Look at the load-bearing capacity, the composition of the cement, the compressive strength of the pillars. Saying it's for repairing tanks is just fooling laymen. Where else would you need this level of cement except for installing cannons? A repair shop secretly installing cannons, and colluding with Yang Yingzhong, who would believe there's no problem? The Komodo dragon said smugly. In reality, it wasn't that simple. His discovery was purely by chance. He hadn't wanted to meddle before, so he kept the matter to himself. Now, things were different. The balance of power in the base had been broken, and he felt he had to do something. The situation was clear. Li Jishu was the most powerful figure. He had no connection to Li Jishu, and a hasty visit, even if not met with disrespect, wouldn't be well received. Therefore, he set his sights on the Ming family, and sure enough, everything went as he expected. Adding flowers to brocade is not as good as providing charcoal in the snow. The stronger the Ming family is, the greater their role will be, and the higher their status in Li Jishu's eyes will be. Boss is brilliant. What should we do now? Quietly eliminate the Ming family. What one asked. Do you think the Ming family are scarecrows? It's not that easy. There are only 5 of us. They could drown us with a single spit from each of them. Can't you use your brain? Zweiking retorted irritably. What one speaks without thinking. Even if they succeed, they can only deal with the building on the right. There's still another building to go. Night Owl is here. The Komodo dragon, about to speak, shut its mouth, staring at the rapidly approaching lights. Chapter 415. There was only one chariot and 3 people, Li Jushu, Huang Yuanche, and Ming Lingzi. Station Chief Lu Yifeng and Jean Bummy, among others, approached and quickly explained the situation. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ming Yunwen simply wanted to see Li Jushu. No demands were made until they saw Li Jushu, but Jean Bummy and the others were also prevented from approaching. I'm here. Li Jushu walked to the foot of the building, ignoring the dark muzzles of the cannons. The residents in the surrounding buildings held their breath for him. Forget the cannons, even the weapons in the hands of the repairmen could turn Li Jushu and his companions into sieves. No, into mincemeat, in an instant. Come in. A voice came from inside the building. Li Jushu recognized Meng Yuan's voice. Without hesitation, he walked through the door. Huang Yuanche and Ming Lingzi followed behind expressionlessly, their muscles tense. On the first floor of the repair shop, a glass-enclosed room occupied a large portion of the space. Customers bringing their cars in for repairs or maintenance couldn't sit in their vehicles or constantly watch them, so this tea room became their ideal rest area. The air conditioning was on 24/7, and snacks, fruit, and small cakes were available. Besides their excellent skills, the Ming family's service was top-notch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attracted so many repeat customers. Dozens of mechanics stood outside the tea room, armed to the teeth, but inside, only one person sat. Meng Yunwen sat at the head of the table, tea already brewed. Li Jushu didn't glance at the mechanics who were curiously observing him, and went straight into the tea room, sitting opposite Meng Yunwen. Poor tea. I wonder if Night Owl can enjoy it. Meng Yunwen's expression was calm, as if meeting an old friend, completely devoid of any warmth or camaraderie. It's a bit bitter. Li Jushu had hardly ever drunk tea in his life, and knew nothing about it. He never heard of pu'er tea before. His knowledge of Dahong Pao, Taiguanin, and Westlake Longjing was the most common. That's how it is the first time you drink it. You get used to it after a few more times. You love the taste of pu'er, Meng Yun asked. I'm a busybody. I don't have many opportunities to drink tea. Li Jushu put down his teacup. You might not believe it, but I hate tea. I prefer coffee, Meng Yun asked. It's not a matter of belief or disbelief. Everyone has their own considerations when making choices. Minors do it out of desire, adults out of self-interest, Li Jushu said calmly. Congratulations on becoming the new station chief of the base. You should be the youngest station chief on the Beast planet. This record should be hard to break, Meng Yun said sincerely. You don't seem angry? Li Jushu looked at Meng Yun, hoping to see anger or hatred on his face, but he was disappointed. Meng Yun's face only showed kind blessings. Are you referring to Yang Yingzhong? His marriage alliance with the Ming family is nothing more than an exchange of interests. Frankly, a partnership. Doing business always involves risk. You can't always make money. Losing money was something we were prepared for at the beginning of the partnership. There might be disappointment, but not anger, Meng Yun asked. The Ming family's business is so large. Their magnanimity is admirable, Li Jushu said. In a sense, Yang Yingzhong isn't a good partner. He's too focused on immediate gains and losses. Such a person is unlikely to achieve great things, Meng Yun said, his tone mature and collected, but his eyes were clear, and his voice steady and powerful, as if it were perfectly normal. Oh! If Yang Yingzhong isn't dead, he'd be very disappointed to hear your assessment. Li Jushu watched the tea leaves rise and fall in his cup, momentarily unable to fathom Meng Yunwen's thoughts. I advised him not to compete with Ming Lingzi for the station chief position. The time wasn't right, but he wouldn't listen, Meng Yunwen asked. Is that so? Li Jushu asked, surprised. Only those who turn the tide are heroes. Adding flowers to brocade is never as good as providing charcoal in the snow. Ming Lingzi couldn't solve the food problem. The base's fall was inevitable. When the base was in chaos, Yang Yingzhong stepped forward. That was truly the people's choice, the will of the people. He was too hasty. Even without your appearance, Night Owl, if he became station chief, he would be entangled in all sorts of troubles, a net loss. Meng Yunwen shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with disappointment. Yang Yingzhong still has the ability. Since he dared to compete for the station chief position, he's confident he can handle the troubles. Li Jushu still believed in Yang Yingzhong's abilities. Failure is failure. Yang Yingzhong is a thing of the past. The future is what matters most, Meng Yun asked. What does the Ming family want? Li Jushu picked up his teacup. He knew the main event was about to begin. The Ming family has always only been interested in machinery, tanks, and weapons. From now on, the base will only allow one tank management company. All future weapon procurement, maintenance, and installation must be handled by the Ming family. In addition, a deputy station chief position, a legion quota, and control of one city gate, Meng Yun said slowly. Are you serious? Li Jushu had already brought his teacup to his lips, but upon hearing Meng Yun's conditions, he put the cup down. The first word that came to his mind was outrageous demand. This wasn't a condition, it was a joke, to the point that he forgot his anger. These are the essential conditions. There are some details we can discuss later, Meng Yun said naturally. Even the beast grounds wouldn't dare to make such conditions, Li Jushu said. The beast grounds are the beast grounds, and the Ming family is the Ming family. What the beast grounds can't do, the Ming family can. What the beast grounds dare not do, my Ming family dares to do. Meng Yun's tone remained calm, but a sinister edge was subtly emanating from him. Yang Yingzhong didn't heed your advice and rushed to compete for the station chief position. Could it also be related to your conditions? Li Jushu asked. The Ming family are businessmen, they understand the relationship between gain and investment, Meng Yun said, seemingly oblivious to Li Jushu's sarcasm. What can the Ming family offer me? Li Jushu had no more time for beating around the bush. My Ming family has good relationships with several arms dealers. Entrusting procurement to the Ming family can save costs, which is good for the base. Of course, these are all future matters. What we need most right now is ammunition and medicine. My Ming family has enough ammunition to sustain the base for 3 months. My Ming family purchased 3 J811-2 laser cannons a long time ago. If the giant rat dares to appear, it can be eliminated instantly. As long as you agree to my demands, the safety of the base will no longer be a problem, Meng Yun asked. J811-2 laser cannon? Li Jushu's eyes narrowed. He actually knew about this. He had researched laser guns before. They were powerful, but had a small kill area and consumed a lot of energy. Even with batteries, they couldn't fire many shots, and were eventually phased out. The J811-2 laser cannon was a laser gun 100 times more powerful. As long as there was enough power, it could theoretically fire indefinitely, easily cutting through meteorites and steel. Although the giant rat's defenses were strong, they couldn't withstand laser cutting. The most terrifying thing about the J811-2 laser cannon is its speed. It's truly the speed of light. Once targeted, virtually nothing can escape. He suddenly realized that this trip had been somewhat reckless. Since the Ming family possesses so many resources, why not directly vie for the position of station chief? Li Jushu took a sip of tea, calming himself. Meng Yun looked at him, and suddenly chuckled softly. Chapter 416. My Ming family are businessmen, only interested in making money. Everything else is irrelevant, Meng Yun said leisurely. You don't need to doubt my words. I don't need to deceive anyone, including you. Li Jushu looked at Meng Yun, never having realized before how ambitious he was, nor that he was such a rare expert. No one is worth deceiving. Even Zhao Tianyun couldn't utter such a sentence. What domineering confidence! No, this wasn't confidence, but arrogance. Since the Ming family is in business, they should understand that win-win is the foundation of cooperation, otherwise, cooperation cannot last. Li Jushu felt it necessary to discuss further, and clarify Meng Yun's bottom line. The Ming family is very sincere, otherwise, the base wouldn't be so quiet now, Meng Yun said calmly. The city gates must be controlled by the base. That's the bottom line. 4 legions are enough for the base. There will be no further expansion. Li Jushu's tone was firm and unquestionable. Night Owl, you just become the station chief, and you might not be familiar with many aspects of the base. Shouldn't you ask for other people's opinions before answering me? Meng Yun's seemingly well-intentioned reminder was actually laced with a threat. My opinion is everyone's opinion, Li Jushu said calmly. That's truly regrettable, Meng Yun sighed. Because you don't understand me, Li Jushu said softly. Actually, the Ming family would be very happy to become friends with you, Night Owl. However, things in this world rarely go as planned. Perhaps, this is the best ending. As Meng Yun finished speaking, Li Jushu leaped into the air, and a crimson beam of light shot out from under the coffee table, instantly creating a 5mm hole in the iron birchwood chair. In midair, Li Jushu drew his blade, slicing across Meng Yun's neck with lightning speed. A series of sparks flew as Meng Yun's skin suddenly transformed into metal, easily blocking the silver blade. Meng Yun threw a punch, still flesh at the moment of impact, but midway through the punch, It was covered in a layer of gleaming silver metal, giving it an aura of indestructibility. A mecha! Li Jushu immediately recalled a powerful wearable weapon from his home planet, capable of both aerial and terrestrial combat, and equipped with weapons, truly formidable. However, mechas primarily communicate with humans via chips. Without these chips, human commands cannot be transmitted to the mecha. Due to the unknown energy field on Beast's planet, the chips can only be used within the base. Outside the base, they become unusable. Therefore, hunters on Beast's planet almost never choose mechas to enhance their strength. Useless within the base, unusable outside, they're just decorations. Of course, there's also a crucial reason: mechas are incredibly expensive, prohibitively expensive for ordinary people. The most basic and cheapest mechs start at 2 billion, while better ones can easily cost tens or hundreds of billions. Some powerful weapon systems cost hundreds of billions per set, and mechs are equipped with several sets, so it would be abnormal if they weren't expensive. This was Li Jushu's first time encountering a mech. He already knew how tough a mech was from the silver/blade, but he still wanted to test its power, so he struck out with his palm. Bone-melting palm. Fist and palm collided, the sound wasn't loud, and there was no expected shockwave. However, Li Jushu's expression changed drastically. The force from the fist made him feel as if he had been hit by a high-speed meteorite. He was sent flying like a cannonball, shattering the tempered glass of the tea house. In midair, he twisted his body with all his might, a beam of red light grazing his shoulder, instantly charring his clothes and the skin on his shoulder. Bang! He slammed violently into the side of a tank awaiting repair. The tank shifted more than 2 meters, its side deeply dented. Li Jushu didn't even have time to cry out in pain before he sprang to the ground. A flash of red light appeared, and the tank was pierced through. The 5mm hole seemed insignificant, but it sent chills down Li Jushu's spine. Li Jushu bounced off the ground, leaving a small, charred hole from which a wisp of white smoke rose. Meng Yun would emerge from the tea room, his right index finger tracking Li Jushu's movements, unleashing beams of laser light. The lasers were indestructible, whether they struck the ground, wood, steel, or glass. They instantly created a small hole. Nothing was exempt. Li Jushu used the tanks in the workshop as cover, moving swiftly. He dared not linger for even a second, nor dared he hide behind any tank. The laser's power could instantly penetrate the thickness of 2 tanks. It was terrifying. The feeling of death loomed large. He had originally planned to exhaust Meng Yuan's energy before launching a counterattack, but Meng Yuan's expression made him realize that mechs weren't like pistols. Pistols deplete their energy quickly, but mechs were built with money and could fly for hours. He was tired, but the mechs couldn't possibly be. Huang Yuanche, Ming Lingzi, and the repairman were also fighting. This made Li Jushu, who was about to rush out of the workshop, abandon the idea. If he rushed out, Meng Yuan would inevitably shift his target to the 2 of them. Whether Huang Yuanche would die was uncertain, but Ming Lingzi would certainly die. He quickly changed positions to keep Meng Yuan from following him while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Finally, the opportunity came. Huang Yuanche and Ming Lingzi were alone, while more than 50 repairmen were armed with guns. However, once the fight started, Huang Yuanche and Ming Lingzi were the ones who slaughtered everyone. In less than a minute, more than a dozen corpses lay on the ground. Meng Yuan was distracted by the screams and couldn't help but glance at them. It was this almost negligible distraction that determined his fate. A faint, almost imperceptible blade of light pierced the air, seemingly splitting the void in 2. Meng Yuan noticed the anomaly immediately, but the blade was too fast. By the time he noticed it, it was already upon him. Perhaps due to lack of time to react, or perhaps due to confidence in his mecha, Meng Yuan neither dodged nor evaded, taking the blow head-on. The blade flashed and disappeared. The confidence in Meng Yuan's eyes turned to horror. The mecha issued a warning: 50% damage to the outer armor. He was terrified and moved backward, his speed instantly exceeding the speed of sound. However, how could Li Jushu, who had finally seized the opportunity, let him go? His speed suddenly increased dramatically, like a shadow. In the instant Meng Yuan turned, the silver cleaver flashed out, striking the mecha, overlapping the previous cut perfectly. A series of sparks flew as Meng Yuan suddenly lost control and crashed into the tea room. The remaining tempered glass shattered. Li Jushu, unsure of Meng Yuan's injuries, wanted to chase after him for another blow, but the mecha's technology was too advanced for him to handle. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a flashing red light and, terrified, ducked and lay flat on the ground, rolling several times before disappearing into a corner of the workshop, clinging tightly to the floor. Inside the tea room, red light flashed, shooting out in all directions like a hedgehog's quills. In an instant, the tea room was riddled with holes, and screams erupted. The repairmen fighting outside were doomed. Laser beams aren't bullets. Bullets are individual shots, laser beams are bursts. They pierce through glass and walls, continuing for hundreds of meters, until their energy was depleted. The repairmen were right outside the tea room, at close range, with no way to dodge. If they were lucky, they'd get a few holes; if unlucky, they'd be riddled with holes, and die instantly. Li Jushu no longer cared about Huang Yuanche and Ming Lingzi. A minute later, when the tea room quieted down, he dared to peek out from the corner. Chapter 417. A moon-white light, like a bolt of lightning, circled through the crowd before accurately returning to Li Jushu's hand, the crescent-shaped dagger. He sprang into the air, the crescent dagger shooting out again. Before the repairman, who had raised his gun, realized the danger, the dagger had already deeply pierced his brow, killing him instantly. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots, the intervals almost negligible. 5 repairmen fell. Li Jushu landed, shifting 3 meters to the side, leaving a row of bullet holes in the ground. The repairman's gun, which had been moving, suddenly stopped. The barrel was grabbed by a large hand, immobilized. The repairman was still struggling for control of the machine gun. Excruciating pain had spread from his heart throughout his body. Li Jushu twisted the dagger, the intense pain causing the repairman to shudder, instantly losing all strength, and slowly collapsing. Li Jushu pulled out the dagger and swung it backward, like a bolt of lightning, accurately piercing the throat of the repairman in the corner, who had raised his pistol, a fatal blow. Thus, the last repairman died. From the moment Li Jushu sprang to the end of the battle, less than 3 seconds had passed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It wasn't that the repairmen were incompetent. Li Jushu's movements were simply too fast. Huang Yuanche and Ming Lingzi scrambled to their feet, both looking unwell. Huang Yuanche's left shoulder had been pierced by the laser, while Ming Lingzi had been hit in the abdomen, leg, and ear. 3 small holes, yet no blood flowed. The laser generated intense heat upon impact, charring muscle tissue and blood vessels, preventing bleeding. Fortunately, neither had been hit in a vital area. Even so, Ming Lingzi was incapacitated. Huang Yuanche checked on the repairmen one by one, finishing off any who remained alive. Li Jushu entered the nearly collapsed tea house. Meng Yunwen was still alive, his eyes wide open, filled with anger and resentment, but he was on his deathbed and powerless to do anything. Li Jushu then had time to examine the mecha closely. It was a suit of armor, thin and form-fitting, similar to thermal clothing. Its advantages were concealment, lightness, and agility. Its disadvantages were mediocre firepower, defense, and kinetic energy. If it had been a heavy mecha, Li Jushu would likely have been in serious trouble. It wasn't a nanotech suit and couldn't self-repair. The cracks on his biweek acupoint were clearly visible, which was the reason Ming Yunwen was on the verge of death. The blade energy had shattered the mecha, damaging Ming Yunwen's soul, causing him to go mad and lose control. Don't be so smug, the Ming family hasn't failed. Ming Yunwen could no longer utter a complete sentence. His breath rapidly weakened. You won't see the Ming family's end. You are definitely the loser. As the victor, Li Jushu showed no humility, speaking bluntly. You cough. Ming Yunwen's face flushed crimson instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, dying instantly. A flurry of footsteps echoed from all directions. The Ming family's reinforcements had arrived. Protect Ming Lingzi, Li Jushu said to Huang Yuanche, before launching himself forward. Strike first, a dazzling blade flashed, slashing down from the sky. In a straight line, 3 hunters in camouflage trembled, fell stiffly, and died instantly. Li Jushu moved like a ghost through the gaps between the chariots, his blade flashing. With each strike, 1 or more enemies died. Screams were rarely heard, for most were killed instantly, leaving no time for a cry of agony. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire came, and went quickly, most of the firing abruptly ceasing. It wasn't that the hunters didn't want to fire freely, but rather that they couldn't. Although the workshop wasn't small, for Li Jushu, whose blade aura extended beyond 100 meters, the workshop was his domain. His silver cleaver could instantly kill any target anywhere. Swoosh! The silver cleaver clashed with a machete, instantly severing it in 2. The silver cleaver swept across, leaving a diagonal line across the hunter's chest and abdomen. With a crack, the body was severed in 2. Li Jushu didn't look behind him, yet he precisely tilted his head to avoid the sneak-attacking dagger. The silver cleaver spun backward, severing the enemy at the waist. He slammed his palm onto the corpse, sending it flying like a cannonball, crushing a mechanic who rushed out from behind the tank, breaking all his bones and killing him instantly. Sweep through the enemy ranks. A blade of energy pierced the air. The tall hunter, standing on the roof of the vehicle, frantically firing a Vulcan cannon, suddenly froze. The Vulcan cannon stopped abruptly, and the next second, his head rolled off his neck. A crescent blade shot out, circling the vehicle once, silencing the gunfire behind it. The hunter, hiding beside a pickup truck, saw Li Jishu vanish in a flash. As he searched his surroundings, a sense of alarm rose, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He had no time to think. He drew his pistol with lightning speed. His reaction was undeniably fast, but Li Jishu's silver blade was even faster, slicing open his throat with a smooth, fluid motion. Ha! Despair filled the hunter's face as he collapsed limply. Bang! A gunshot rang out from behind, but it missed Li Jishu. The bullet was struck by the silver blade. The repairman watched in shock as the bullet split in two. A wisp of blade energy extended from the silver blade, swept past his body, and then he inexplicably floated up, as if he were on a cloud, swaying back and forth, until he knew nothing more. A 2-meter-tall, burly man, carrying a full-body shield, charged forward with unstoppable force. Fueled by terrifying speed, he was like a high-speed train. His timing was impeccable. By the time Li Jishu noticed him, it was too late to dodge. A glint flashed in Li Jishu's eyes, his back straightened, and a surge of power erupted as he unleashed a lightning-fast palm strike. Bang! A muffled thunderclap resounded, exceptionally loud in the confined space. The force spread, lifting the tires of 2 chariots, each weighing over 10 tons, off the ground before crashing back down. The shield shattered instantly. The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream, shooting out at twice the speed he had come from. He crashed into a chariot, then fell to the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably before going still. A pool of blood expanded beneath him. A flush crossed Li Jishu's face. His upper body swayed slightly before he regained his balance. A crescent-shaped blade shot out, so fast it was only a flash of silver. He aimed at the mechanic under the car, about to pull the trigger, when his body trembled and he instantly lost consciousness. Stop! The back door of the workshop suddenly opened, and a group of people escorted a woman in a gorgeous evening gown into the workshop. The woman held a remote control in her hand, its purpose unclear. Inside the workshop, corpses littered the floor, the stench of blood filling every inch of space. Li Jishu didn't know how many skilled hunters had come, but no more than 10 were still alive, hiding in corners, too afraid to come out. The woman's shout of "Stop!" brought them a sense of relief. Li Jishu wiped the blood from his silver blade on a corpse, then turned to look at the woman. Chapter 418. Night Owl, stop immediately, or I make sure you all die a horrible death. The woman's voice was cold and sharp, her expression serious, not joking. Who are you? Li Jishu had already vaguely guessed the woman's identity. You don't even recognize our young lady Ming Yunxiu? Night Owl, you're truly ignorant. A hunter beside the woman mocked, a Doberman Pinscher, one of the base's 2 major hunting dogs, along with a pit bull. Pit bulls are ferocious and aggressive, while Doberman Pinschers are intelligent and patient. They follow different paths, but neither dog is to be underestimated. So you're Yang Yingzhong's fiancé, my apologies. Li Jishu thought to himself, just as I suspected, she's up to no good. You killed my fiancé, and dare to come to the Ming family? Do you really think you're invincible, and no one can kill you? Ming Yunxiu's eyes were icy, her murderous intent undisguised. I didn't plan to come, Ming Yunwen invited me, Li Jishu said. Debts must be repaid, murderers must pay with their lives. You killed my fiancé, and you killed my brother. I will kill you to avenge them, Ming Yunxiu said. Just with that remote control you have. Don't tell me you planted a bomb in the workshop, Li Jishu sneered. My Ming family has repaired countless tanks. Every tank repaired or modified by the Ming family has a bomb installed. With a press of a button, all the tanks in the base will explode with a bang. Everything within a 30-meter radius of the tanks will be razed to the ground. Your math should be pretty good, right? After the explosion, what will be left of the base? How many people will be alive? Ming Yunxiu looked at Li Jishu, her eyes smug and cruel. Your Ming family is the greatest evil in the base. Li Jishu was both shocked and furious. How dare the Ming family do such a thing? How many tanks were inside the base? If Ming Yunxiu was telling the truth, an explosion would essentially destroy the base. The larger the force, the more tanks it possessed. The Ming family must have been planning this for a long time, and yet, for so many years no one noticed. Their methods were chilling. No wonder Ming Yunwen was so confident during their conversation. showing no fear even after killing old monster Huang. It seemed they held the tank bomb as a trump card. If you hadn't shown up, everything at the base would have been fine. My fiancé was elected station chief, and our Ming family was supporting him from behind the scenes. We were all cooperating and achieving a win-win situation. But then you showed up and stole the station chief position that should have been ours. You're the biggest villain. Without you, the base would have been on the right track. You're just a troublemaker. The current chaos at the base is all your fault. You murderer. Meng Yunqiu became increasingly angry as she spoke, her chest heaving as if her evening gown was about to burst open, revealing glimpses of her cleavage. Veins bulged on her fair arms, and she almost pressed a button. Yang Yingzhong is useless, and you blame me for being too strong? What kind of logic is that? You blame the lack of food when you're starving? Shouldn't you look for the problem within yourself? If you were just a little more diligent, you wouldn't be starving. As Li Jushu spoke, he secretly observed the experts around Meng Yunqiu. Some of them were dressed in maintenance worker uniforms. They were probably Ming family employees, known for their high loyalty. Another group dressed casually. These hunters were mostly skilled recruiters with relatively high status. The last group wore camouflage uniforms. These people were similar to mercenaries, doing things for money. These people, some carrying guns, others swords or machetes, each with a different appearance, all shared one thing in common: immense power. None were weak. Meng Yunqiu, though a woman, was already a level 4 hunter. However, Li Jushu dared not consider her a level 4 hunter. Meng Yunwen always wore a mecha suit, and Meng Yunqiu was likely wearing one as well. A level 4 hunter in mecha armor possessed off-the-charts combat power. Without the mecha, Meng Yunwen could be instantly killed by Li Jushu. With the mecha, he nearly perished. To seize the remote control, he first had to get past these experts, and then there was the mecha Meng Yunqiu might be wearing. He had to be quick. He only had one chance. A mistake would have unimaginable consequences. He was on high alert, ready to unleash his power at any moment. Shut up. Kill yourself immediately, or I press the remote control and have the entire base paid for my fiancé and brother's deaths. Meng Yunqiu shouted fiercely. Do I look like a fool? If I commit suicide and you still press the remote, wouldn't my death be pointless? Li Jushu wouldn't do something so brainless. You or the base, you can only choose one. Meng Yunqiu's tone was firm. Using someone else's life to threaten me, have you lost your mind? Li Jushu found it amusing. He wasn't a saint, he was a hunter, and a hunter's principle was better to die for your friend than for yourself. Don't forget, you're the base's station chief. Meng Yunqiu said coldly, as if she had Li Jushu completely under her thumb. I don't trust you. Li Jushu shook his head, his face showing no anxiety or unease. I have no grudge against the base, but my hatred for you is irreconcilable. If you die, I will definitely spare the base. Meng Yunqiu made a promise. I don't believe you. Li Jushu repeated the same words. What do you want? Meng Yunqiu was furious, her eyes sharp. You want my life, but you ask me what I want? Isn't that ridiculous? I can't meet your conditions. Let's change them. Li Jushu said. You must die. Madness appeared in Meng Yunqiu's beautiful eyes, her expression becoming ferocious. Just then, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and a hunter strapped with grenades stepped out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Hello, Station Chief Night Owl. My name is Komodo Dragon. The hunter ignored the stares of Meng Yunqiu and her group. He stopped at a safe spot and gave Li Jushu a friendly smile. Hello. Li Jushu, puzzled, simply nodded, vaguely sensing that something good was about to happen. I noticed some suspicious activity from the Ming family through certain details, so I secretly infiltrated the repair shop. Luckily, I discovered a secret. While someone was getting a gun, I pried the battery out of the remote control. The Komodo dragon opened its right hand, a silver battery reflecting a glint of light. Meng Yunqiu's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. So, the remote control in Miss Meng's hand is actually malfunctioning. As the Komodo dragon's voice faded, Li Jushu vanished from his spot. The next second, a wave of blade light enveloped Meng Yunqiu's head, rolling waves of blades cascading down like a waterfall, powerful and forceful. Screams, the sound of blades cutting, the sound of energy piercing the air, gunfire, all erupted simultaneously. The Komodo dragon's expression changed drastically. It rushed behind a tank at top speed, prioritizing safety. He was wrapped in 50 or 60 landmines. If a stray bullet detonated them, it wasn't certain the enemy would die, but he would certainly be finished. After the Komodo dragon charged into the tank, it quickly tore off the landmines on its body, peeked out to check, and prepared to throw 2 grenades to support Li Jushu. But when it saw what it saw, it froze, as if it had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 419. The battle was over. Meng Yunxio's side was completely wiped out. Li Jushu stood amidst a pile of corpses, taking the remote control from Meng Yunxio's hand. Although the Komodo dragon claimed to have removed the batteries, it was safer to keep such a thing in his own possession. Beside Meng Yunxio's body lay the Doberman's corpse, limp and seemingly boneless. This top-tier fighter, on par with the pit bull, was killed by Li Jushu in a single move. His eyes were wide open, his death unresolved. He had never imagined his end would be so humiliating. He had been wary of Li Jushu's silver cleaver, but unexpectedly, Li Jushu had delivered a bone-melting palm strike, silent, yet ruthless and deadly. The Komodo dragon's mouth remained agape for a long time, until the 9 repairmen hiding in the corner of the workshop tremblingly emerged to surrender. Only then did he come to his senses and accept what had happened. The way he looked at Li Jushu completely changed. His arrogance and confidence vanished before Li Jushu. Was he still human? The Ming family wasn't large. Their most outstanding members were Ming Yunwen and his sister. After their deaths, and without the remote control as a trump card, Li Jushu, with 9 repairmen and 3 Komodo dragons already lying in wait, launched a surprise attack and quickly wiped out the entire Ming family. Upon learning of the Ming family's annihilation, the repairmen in the modification department building lost the will to resist and surrendered. Thus, this hidden cancer within the base was eradicated by Li Jushu. The trial of the hoverfly also began. Wrongdoing always comes at a price. The hoverfly's betrayal after surrendering, regardless of the reason, was shameful. To demonstrate his resolve, he even killed 2 soldiers, leaving Li Jushu with no reason to let him go. As a spider, the wrasse was ugly and abandoned in a garbage dump by its family. It was bitten by a stray dog or a night owl, but was found by a kind person and taken to the vet. Its heart had shifted, about 1 centimeter off-center from a normal heart. It was precisely because of this that the hoverfly's sneak attack with a dagger missed a vital spot, saving its life. Otherwise, 1 more person would have been cremated. He was the one who most wanted to kill the hoverfly. He had even saved the hoverfly's life before, but now the hoverfly wanted him dead. Thinking of this, he was filled with hatred. I never thought I could live to be 100. I'm inferior in skill, so I have nothing to say. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you. But don't expect me to beg for mercy. There's no way I do that. The hoverfly was very defiant. Because he was to be judged, he couldn't be allowed to die, so his short legs had been treated to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive to be shouting like that. I hope you remember this, Black Cola sneered. Did he think trial was as simple as death? There were far more terrifying things in the world than death. What do you mean? Hoverfly suddenly became uneasy. Bring them up. Black Cola didn't answer, turning to shout down. Soldiers appeared, leading 5 or 6 people, an elderly couple, a middle-aged woman, an 8 or 9-year-old boy, and a 12 or 13-year-old boy. The youngest boy had tear stains on his face, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Release them. I warn you to release my family immediately, or I haunt you even as a ghost. Hoverfly's face changed drastically. He struggled violently, his expression of resignation turning to anger and unease. Daddy, 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 save us. The 2 children couldn't hold back their emotions the moment they saw the hoverfly. They cried out, all their emotions bursting forth, tears streaming down their faces. Xiaoyu, Xiaofei, don't be afraid, Daddy will save you. The hoverfly turned to Black Cola and roared, don't let your parents, wife, and children be harmed. Release my family immediately. Your behavior is despicable and shameless. You also have a wife and daughter, you also have parents. If one day your parents and children are captured by our enemies, what will you do? You know we are our enemies? Black Cola asked calmly. Don't forget, you represent the base. As the station chief, you should act with integrity, not ruthlessness. You must set an example for the station chief, leading by example. If word gets out that you killed an entire family, how can you convince the public? Everyone will say you are cruel and heartless, unfit to be leaders. The hoverfly shouted, his face contorted with rage. So, you mean you can do whatever you want, but as the station master's man, I can't treat you the same way? Is that what you mean? Black Cola asked calmly. I haven't done anything to kill other people's wives and daughters, Hoverfly immediately replied. That's true, but you've done quite a few things to kill other people's parents. Hoverfly, you're an adult now. Don't talk so childishly. You have to pay the price for your mistakes. Don't try to morally blackmail me, I don't buy it. I still prefer your previous arrogant self. Try to revert to that, Black Cola said. Black Cola, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Think about the future. Hoverfly shouted. Do you even have a future? Black Cola chuckled. Do you remember what you said at the beginning? Night Owl, you come out here. You petty scoundrel, how dare you be a station chief? Damn it. Hoverfly suddenly roared. Kill! Black Cola's face darkened, and he gave the order. A flash of light, and heads flew off. Hoverfly's parents' heads fell to the ground. Hoverfly's wife turned deathly pale, and his two sons trembled violently, weighting themselves in fear. You? Hoverfly's eyes widened in fury, his body trembling, his expression extremely ferocious. The trial of Hoverfly was public, held in the central square. Those required to attend were mostly his surrendered followers. Others could watch if they wished, without being stopped. The square was deathly silent. Everyone wore a different expression. Some were filled with regret, others with relief. The pit bulls, the first to surrender, were thankful. They had had a chance to escape with the Hoverfly, but their reaction wasn't as quick, causing them to miss their opportunity and thus saving their lives. The bumphead spider, despite his injuries, insisted on attending the Hoverfly's trial. Seeing the Hoverfly's pained expression made him happier than if he'd eaten honey. Kill! Black Cola's light voice fell, and 3 more heads rolled. No, the Hoverfly cried out in despair, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Before he could utter a curse, Black Cola gave another command. Chop him off. A flash of light, a head fell, and the Hoverfly, filled with endless regret and despair, joined his parents, wife, and children. The crowd gradually dispersed, but in a corner not far away, a few people remained. Boss, at this moment I truly understand what it means to prioritize choice over effort. If it weren't for your exceptional wisdom, intelligence, and brilliance, we'd still be marginal figures in the base, perhaps even becoming targets of slaughter by following the wrong leader. Unlike now, as Deputy Legion Commander, just thinking about it excites me. Cicada Monkey spoke with radiant enthusiasm. Indeed, following you, boss, was the best decision I ever made. Bamboo Leaf Green nodded vigorously, deeply agreeing. Li Jushu had given them a very high position, immediately appointing them as Deputy Legion Commanders. Me too. Earthenware Pot nodded vigorously. He wasn't eloquent, but his expression spoke volumes. Don't be too happy yet. Night Owl's men are full of talented people. We're outsiders without any roots. A Deputy Legion Commander position like that will inevitably attract a lot of India's people. Komodo Dragon wasn't so optimistic. Everything has 2 sides. While his brothers only saw the good side, he saw further ahead. Chapter 420. We're all going to die, and they're inside scheming for power. A bunch of short-sighted cowards. They have no right to reach the pinnacle of power in the base. We, the ones who truly fought and bled, get nothing. On the city wall, soldiers fell one after another. The number of sapper rats increased rapidly, and the casualties among the soldiers quickly escalated. Finally, someone began to complain. Since ancient times, those who do the work are never as good as those who talk, especially those who bury themselves in their work. Often, they expend their strength but get no reward. Damn it, let's just quit. A soldier covered in blood gritted his teeth, the wound on his thigh throbbing with pain. His face was pale, and he felt he was about to collapse. Yeah, that's what I think too. Let's just retreat. Let the sapper rats come in, we just die together. Why should we bleed and sweat here while some people inside reap the benefits? More and more soldiers grew resentful, and discontent permeated the city wall. Given this situation, the superior commander should have immediately addressed the issue emotionally. Unfortunately, the commander was injured and logged off prematurely. The hastily promoted commander lacked political acumen, he himself was resentful and, seeing everyone's strong discontent, dared not speak, fearing that his words would only invite rebuttal from his subordinates. Having been hastily promoted, he lacked prestige, and his subordinates might not listen. Finally, another wave of engineer rats surged onto the city walls, becoming the final straw. In the last moments before dawn, led by an unknown soldier, the east gate collapsed. Soldiers fled for their lives, and engineer rats swarmed over the walls like a tide, their screams echoing like a tidal wave. Soldiers who were slow to escape were overwhelmed by the engineer rats, turning into piles of bones in mere seconds. Don't run. Hold the line. Reinforcements are here. When defeat seemed inevitable and everything appeared irreversible, a calm voice rang out, reaching the ears of every soldier. This voice possessed a magical power. The soldiers' panicked hearts instantly calmed. The next second, They witnessed a scene they would never forget. A barrage of blades flashed like a storm, like a raging torrent. Wherever the light touched, blood splattered. The sapper rat seemed to have fallen into a meat grinder. The imposing figure passed by, leaving only a pile of sapper rat carcasses, and a layer of skin was scraped off the writhing surface of the city wall. This person was none other than Li Jushu. He let out a long roar, a sound like a tiger's howl and a monkey's cry, audible throughout half the base. The desperate soldiers suddenly felt their blood boil, eager to fight. A faint aura of light emanated from the silver blade, and in a flash, the engineer rats within 100 meters were reduced to fragments. Within seconds, a large area of the city wall was cleared. The fleeing soldiers stopped in their tracks, dumbfounded. Dozens of figures landed on the city wall from all directions. Some wielded knives, some swords, some clubs, advancing along both ends of the wall. These people were incredibly powerful. Wherever they went, the engineer rats were like lambs to the slaughter, dying in droves, their blood forming small streams. The city wall covered by engineer rats was quickly cleared again. The sound of rapid footsteps filled the air as well. Well-equipped squads rushed onto the wall, unleashing a furious barrage of fire on the engineer rats outside. Their firepower was fierce, and their coordination was impeccable, preventing the engineer rats from even climbing up. The original soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. They had suffered heavy casualties in dealing with the engineer rats, with casualties occurring constantly. How could others kill engineer rats so easily and simply? They even had the illusion that the engineer rats had changed to a different species, and were no longer engineer rats, but the rodents they had seen before. Before they could even recover from the changes, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Led by Li Jushu, dozens of experts leaped from the city walls and out of the city. The soldiers couldn't contain themselves. They rushed onto the walls to look outside. Just then, dawn broke, and everything was clearly visible. Led by Li Jushu, they carved a clear space across the dark earth. The space rapidly expanded, like powerful detergent poured into a stain. Wherever it touched, the black faded, revealing white. Li Jushu had no time to consider the soldiers' feelings. He circulated his inner energy, unleashing the full power of his silver blade, quickly clearing away the sapper rats at the city gate. The gate opened, and a chariot, already prepared behind it, towed a large piece of equipment out of the city. 1 second they were wondering what the equipment was for. The next, many knowledgeable soldiers exclaimed in surprise, their faces showing excitement. J811-2 laser cannon. A red laser beam swept across the ground, instantly killing hundreds of engineer rats in a straight line. The J811-2 laser cannon was no ordinary laser gun, it was a true weapon of war. The red beam, hundreds of meters long, moved along the ground, slicing everything in its path in two. Engineer rats, rocks, embankments, anything that blocked the laser was cut down. Patches of engineer rats died, the destructive power was indescribable. J811-2 laser cannons were also deployed at the south and north gates. Blocking the gates, the area within a 300-meter radius was a death trap. No matter how many engineer rats encountered, they would be reduced to ashes. After the J811-2 laser cannon appeared, Li Jushu went to the north gate. There were only 3 J811-2 laser cannons, meaning one gate would inevitably bear immense pressure. However, this was no major difficulty for someone with his rich experience. A wave of slaughter reduced the density of the engineer rats. The soldiers then began laying the pre-prepared barbed wire on the outer walls of the city, extending it outwards little by little. After that, things were simple. A switch was flipped, and hundreds of thousands of engineer rats were instantly reduced to charred corpses. The stench of blood in the air was immediately overwhelmed by the stench of burning meat. Under Li Jushu's personal command, the engineer rat density outside the city was reduced in 2 days. Various weapons to combat the engineer rats were deployed. On the 3rd day, the 3 legions were organized to launch a proactive attack on the engineer rats. The engineering teams also began their work. The moat and highway were constructed simultaneously. Base 2 had a considerable amount of red crystal. It wouldn't be a problem to burn for several months. If used sparingly, it could last for half a year. Safety was no longer a major concern. The most important thing now was to establish connections with bases 3, 4, and 9, ideally achieving one-day connectivity. This would allow for rapid support should any emergencies arise. Everything was proceeding according to Li Jushu's plan. Conflicts within the base had been suppressed or eliminated by successive victories, and morale was high, filled with a sense of exhilaration. On the 5th day, a remnant force appeared 15 kilometers northeast of the base, besieged by 2 giant rats. The situation was critical. Scouts quickly determined that the remnant force belonged to the 3rd Legion's Coyote Angio unit. Assemble the troops. Except for Su Dian, all hunters of level 5 and above follow me. Without hesitation, Li Jushu issued the order. In less than 10 minutes, the convoy roared out of the base gates. Chapter 421. Boom! The tank flew several meters into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, rolling 3 or 4 times before coming to a stop. The machine gunner, who had jumped out first, looked at the severely deformed tank, his face covered in cold sweat and lingering fear. He had escaped with his life, but the driver hadn't managed to jump out in time. The blood spilling from the driver's cab indicated that the driver was likely dead. The giant rat had already caught up with another tank. It was hard to imagine that such a mountain-like body could run so fast. Its tail struck the tank, which was as fragile as a toy, rolling several times on the ground before crashing into a hillside and coming to a stop, scattering parts everywhere. Without the tanks to restrain them, the soldiers were no match for the giant rat. Even a slight glancing blow was fatal or severely wounded. In the blink of an eye, the unit suffered heavy casualties. "Captain, watch out." It was too late for the warning. The giant rat leaped up, and Chili Pepper, hiding under its belly and attempting to attack its stomach, dodged the direct attack but couldn't escape the sweeping shockwave. He was sent flying dozens of meters as if hit by a heavy truck, the rat's tail whipping in his direction. In the nick of time, a member rushed forward and shoved Chili Pepper, sending him flying. The member, however, was struck by the tail, his body instantly turning into a mushy mass, his bones and internal organs shattered. "I cover the rear. You guys take the captain and get out of here," Big Mouth Toad roared, grabbing a Gatling gun that had been dropped by one of the members and firing wildly at a giant rat. 2 members carried the heavily wounded Chili Pepper and quickly retreated from the battlefield, only to be horrified to find that one of the giant rats, for some unknown reason, was chasing after them. The other members fired desperately, but they couldn't change the rat's mind. "Put me down, you 2, run for your lives." Chili Pepper opened her eyes, and as she spoke, another mouthful of blood gushed out. Her 2 trusted confidants were quite capable. If they escaped alone, they might have a sliver of hope, but taking her with them meant certain death. The 2 confidants ignored her, running even faster, but the distance between them and the giant rat didn't increase, instead, it decreased. Just as the members launched their suicidal charge, a deep rumble rapidly approached, and more than 20 armored vehicles roared in. Even hundreds of meters away, the vehicle-mounted machine guns opened fire, bullets forming streaks of metal in the air. The bullets hit the giant rat, but didn't harm it. Instead, they successfully diverted its attention, stopping the pursuit of Chili Pepper. "Reinforcements have arrived." The soldiers of the 3rd Legion immediately recognized the convoy as belonging to the base. Although some faces were unfamiliar, most were familiar. Li Jushu and Huang Yuanche attacked almost simultaneously, each slashing a blade and a sword, successfully cutting a gash in the tail of the giant rat. Jean Bummy, African Lion, Xuanwu Tank, Zheng Xuanzhen, Lu Yifeng, and other level 5 experts then swiftly deployed steel cables, succeeding on their first attempt thanks to their previous experience. The chariots were specially selected heavy-duty vehicles, each weighing over 30 tons. Each giant rat's tail carried over a dozen chariots. Although the rats were mountain-sized and incredibly strong, the weight of over 300 tons slowed them down, causing them to swing their tails back and forth in a tug-of-war with the chariots. Li Jushu seized the opportunity to chop off the rat's foot, while the others frantically attacked with their hands to attract the rat's attention. Working in perfect coordination, under the watchful eyes of the 3rd Legion, the left hind leg of one of the rats was chopped off. Li Jushu then slipped under the rat's belly. With a flash of his blade, he emerged to find the rat disemboweled, its internal organs and intestines hanging loosely, the blood staining the earth red. Then Li Jushu and most of the experts charged towards the second giant rat. This rat left only a few experts to kite it, circling the battlefield. After a few laps, the rat could no longer run and, having lost a lot of blood, began to await its death. The first giant rat was still alive when the second met the same fate. First, its leg was broken, then its belly was disemboweled, and finally, it was forced to circle to exhaust itself. After 3 or 5 laps, the rat was like a wilted eggplant. Aren't you surprised? Li Jushu wiped the blood from his silver blade and approached Chili Pepper. You're a monster. Chili Pepper was covered in blood, yet it didn't diminish her mature charm in the slightest. Like a blood-stained rose, the slight haggardness caused by her injuries made any man want to hold her in his arms and cherish her fiercely. Even the Dragon Tooth 01 sniper rifle couldn't harm the giant rat, yet Li Jushu managed to sever its leg. What else could he be but a freak? My name is Night Owl, Li Jushu said. Night Owl is an owl, and owls eat mice. It's only natural. The giant rat was a bit big, but it was still a rat. You saved my life again. I can never repay you. Chili Pepper smiled brightly, a sweet smile. I'm not in a hurry. You can repay me slowly. Li Jushu was in a good mood. On this trip back to Base 2, he had seen everyone he wanted to see, and there were no regrets. How did you end up with Xuanwu Tank? Chili Pepper asked. Xuanwu Tank, like her, preferred to work alone unless absolutely necessary and disliked cooperating with others. Let's talk about it when we get back. Can you still walk? Li Jushu asked with concern. I still prefer sitting in the passenger seat, said Chili Pepper, gritting her teeth. She knew she could definitely walk. Although she was a woman, she had experienced just as many dangerous battles as men, and had encountered even more perilous situations. Her current injuries were nothing out of the ordinary. But since Li Jushu had driven his chariot here, it would definitely be more comfortable for him to ride in it. Enduring hardship was not her style. 2 large rats died one after another. The soldiers brought by Li Jushu quickly butchered them. Just as they finished, a second convoy appeared. This convoy consisted entirely of transport vehicles, loading the rat meat and taking it away, not even leaving the bones behind. Eating them was out of the question. No one had teeth as good as theirs. They could be used for research. Such large rats would undoubtedly have high research value. If, like rodents and engineer rats, they could be used to extract immortal substances, their value would be immense. The 3rd Legion, led by Chili Pepper, was tasked with a forest hundreds of kilometers away, containing many baobab-like plants. Their mission was to cut down the trees and bring them back to base as food. Unfortunately, they encountered a 2-headed goat, larger than the rats and far more powerful. The 3rd Legion suffered heavy losses and made great sacrifices to escape the 2-headed goat. Unexpectedly, just before reaching the base, they encountered rats again. Fortunately, the base switched from defense to offense, expanding its reconnaissance range to 15 kilometers. Otherwise, the 3rd Legion would have been in grave danger. What's wrong with you? The Xuanwu Tank and the pit bulls seemed so obedient. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chili Pepper tilted her head, looking at Li Jushu. Actually, she already had a premonition, but she couldn't believe it. It was too incredible. Everyone has elected me as the new station chief of the base. Now all that's missing is the 3rd Legion. Li Jushu's words confirmed Chili Pepper's suspicions. Knowing the answer, she fell silent. Chapter 422. We're back. The massive convoy slowly drove into Base 2. Every transport vehicle was fully loaded. The amount of grain inside was evident from the tires. Wrench jumped down from one of the vehicles and saluted Li Jushu. Your subordinate has fulfilled his mission, bringing the grain back. Wrench's expression was excited, his eyes filled with anticipation. Thank you for your hard work. I already had a feast prepared to celebrate. You are our hero. Li Jushu looked at Wrench, deeply moved. He remembered the first time he met Wrench. Yang Yingzhong and his group were fleeing, pursued by men sent by Xiao Suiguan. He had rescued them, and that's how they met. Back then, he was just a slightly lucky rookie, while Yang Yingzhong was already a renowned expert at Base 9. Wrench, Grizzly Bear, and others were also quite famous there. Although they were grateful for his help, they didn't really respect him. They weren't on the same level. Now, the situation was completely different. It could be said that Wrench was the one who best reflected his changes. Of the original group, only Wrench remained. Actually, he preferred Grizzly, but Grizzly was too fierce. Wrench was, to put it nicely, flexible. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. However, everyone has weaknesses, and it's hard to say who's right or wrong. One can only say that, unless extreme circumstances arise, Wrench can be trusted, and besides, Wrench's abilities are quite strong. Yang Yingzhong died, and Li Jushu thought the grain shipment was lost. Unexpectedly, Wrench found the grain through subtle clues, much to his delight. The banquet wasn't just to celebrate Wrench bringing back the grain and stabilizing morale at the base, it was also his ceremony to become station chief, and incidentally, the power structure of Base 2 would be reorganized. A group of powerful figures were eliminated, and a new batch of elites were promoted. After the banquet, Base 2 officially entered the era of Li Jushu. On the day the highway connecting Base 2 and Base 3 was completed, a chariot departed from Base 2, heading north for 7 days and 7 nights until the road ended. It then traversed mountains and valleys for another 3 days and 3 nights before finally stopping at the foot of a black cliff. This is it. Li Jushu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about taking the wrong turn, as Zhao Tianyun's description was unclear, and the map was hastily drawn. Huang Yuanche and his wife, Luo Chuqing, and Lu Yifeng all looked at the cliff. It was like a sword piercing the sky, pitch black as ink. At first glance, it was just a cliff of a different color, but upon closer inspection, one immediately sensed an extraordinary aura, like the calligraphy of Wang Shiji or the painting of Wu Daozi, a kind of divine charm that unconsciously captivated one, causing one's heart to tremble. To save Li Jushu's family, Zhao Tianyun revealed a secret: this black cliff. Zhao Tianyun said that the black cliff held a secret to enhancing one's strength. He was originally an ordinary person, but he accidentally found the black cliff, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds, leading to his current achievements. His talent was lacking, and coupled with his advanced age, he didn't gain much insight from the black cliff. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed by old monster Huang. He believed that Li Jushu was highly talented, and would definitely gain something from it. In fact, even without this secret, Li Jushu would still protect Zhao Tianyun's family. It wasn't that death erases all past grievances, but rather that Li Jushu had a way to find food. With food, the residents' resentment would dissipate, and without resentment, they wouldn't hate Zhao Tianyun. Without hatred, Zhao Tianyun's family would naturally be safe. This was an economics problem. When Zhao Tianyun revealed the secret, Li Jushu was still somewhat skeptical. After all, it was too mystical. But upon seeing the black cliff face, he knew he had struck gold. The awe he felt at the black cliff face far surpassed that of the three-headed, six-armed black sculpture. Before coming, he had wondered if a black cliff face could enhance one's strength. Was it an energy stone? Seeing the black cliff face, he didn't see the answer, but he knew the solution. Multiplying 5 digits by 5 digits. Though he didn't know the result, he could certainly calculate it. Where is this? Li Jushu looked down and realized he was no longer among the mountains. The black cliff face was gone, replaced by a floating celestial palace. Countless immortals were cultivating, some practicing swordsmanship, some massaging their muscles and bones, some exhaling. He was immersed in the scene, yet separated by a layer, like watching a movie. He could hear their breath and the sound of sword light piercing the air. The feeling was wondrous. He stared intently at one of the muscular, shirtless men, his smooth muscles glistening with sweat. The man used his palm as a hammer, repeatedly striking an iron mountain. With each strike, the force penetrated the mountain, reducing its size and brightening its radiance. Li Jushu was completely absorbed, not missing a single detail. Slowly, he saw the mountain's internal structure. Impurities were forced out bit by bit. The structure broke down and reformed, becoming dense and solid, finally clinging together tightly. Just when he thought it was over, the molecules fused together, 2 molecules becoming one. This process repeated, and the mountain continued to shrink. Whenever he thought the mountain had reached its limit, the 2 molecules began to fuse again, becoming one. This process continued, and the iron mountain, once a towering peak, slowly shrank to the size of a house. The rate of shrinkage slowed, but the radiance became dazzling, like a sun. Li Jushu was completely unaware that as Taizan was relentlessly hammered, the true energy within his body was also changing, diminishing from a vast ocean to a lake, and finally to a small pond. As the quantity decreased, the form of his true energy also changed, from gaseous to liquid. His dantian was empty, like a basin containing only a single drop of water. This drop of crystal was crystal clear, containing explosive power. Taizan finally shrank to the size of a human head, its light dazzling to the extreme. Li Jushu desperately tried to keep watching, tears streaming down his face, the pain excruciating, his vision growing increasingly blurry. Suddenly, everything went black, and everything vanished. He didn't know how much time had passed when Li Jushu awoke, opening his eyes to find the black cliff face before him. He was still standing in the same spot. Everything he had seen before seemed like an illusion, that he had only dozed off. 100 meters away, there was an irregularly shaped oval rock, its thickest part exceeding 5 meters in diameter. Li Jushu raised his hand and struck it with his palm. The bone-melting palm technique. Nothing changed until a gust of wind blew, sending dust billowing from the rocks. In the blink of an eye, the rocks vanished, leaving only scattered dust that settled on the leaves. The sleeping Huang Yuanche and his wife, Luo Chuqing, and Lu Yifeng awoke almost simultaneously. Each of them wore an uncontrollable excitement and agitation, their eyes shining brightly, clearly indicating they had all gained a tremendous benefit. Let's go back. This place can only be entered once every 10 years. We come back in 10 years. Li Jushu was filled with gratitude towards Zhao Tianyun. Although it was a transaction, he had gained an immense advantage. Chapter 423. Outside Base 9. Jump out. The anxious shouts were quickly drowned out by a deafening crash. Bang! The tank rolled like a snowball tumbling from a mountaintop, tumbling dozens of times before coming to a stop. The hull was mangled beyond recognition, with scattered parts strewn everywhere, a horrific sight. The hunters who successfully jumped were covered in cold sweat, their muscles tense. Those who didn't manage to jump were practically dead. No one could withstand such a powerful impact. The giant rat ignored the anxious hunters on the ground and charged towards the other tanks. The tanks were flooring the accelerator, but the distance between them and the giant rat was decreasing. Jump out. The hunter's worst nightmare rang out, followed by a heart-stopping sound. Crack. The giant rat's 4 front teeth snapped shut, instantly crushing the tank into scrap metal. Blood seeped from the gaps. It was the driver, who hadn't had time to jump. Despite losing an arm, Nail Clipper directed the remaining tanks to scatter and flee. Fengdiao, Zhou Bujiu, Old Pipe, and others launched a frenzied attack, but the damage to the giant rat was minimal. Lure the giant rat to the base and bombard it with the coastal artillery. 2 more tanks were destroyed, and Nail Clipper was enraged. This was the first time they had suffered such losses since the Legion's reorganization. The order seemed simple, but considering they were still 30 kilometers from the base, everyone felt uneasy. This mission seemed unlikely to be completed. The giant rat was too fast, or rather too huge. 1 step it took was equivalent to more than 100 steps for a human. Even a level 5 expert dared not engage the giant rat in a head-on confrontation. A slight scratch or bump would result in death or serious injury. Fengdiao held the 2 halves of the watermelon knife, feeling helpless. The successful experience from Base 2 had long been passed on to Base 9, but in practice, they found it impossible. Without incisions on the giant rat's body, the steel cable wouldn't hold. They changed their approach, wrapping the cable around the rat's legs. The legs had joints that could hold the cable, but they couldn't wrap too many at once. 1 or 2 tanks couldn't withstand the rat's strength and easily snapped the cable. The snapped cable killed a soldier. The Nail Clipper's worst fears came true. They couldn't make the giant rat follow the planned route. The last tank was reduced to scrap metal. He had to make a choice. Either change the order, or continue the fight to the death. A fight to the death could very well result in total annihilation. However, given the current situation, even changing the order wouldn't save many. Screams echoed in their ears. Ordinary members couldn't escape the pursuit of the giant rat. He took a deep breath, about to issue the order, when a tank, like a mad bull, sped towards them from the direction of the base on the highway. Still 300 meters away, the anti-aircraft machine gun opened fire. 14.8 mm bullets struck the giant rat, spraying blood. Although the wounds were superficial, they successfully drew the giant rat's attention. The Eastern Legion's vehicle. It's the Deputy Legion Commander, Monk Wutation. And Big Ben, he's here too. About 100 meters away, Monk Wutation and Big Ben simultaneously jumped off the tank. The tank made a nimble turn on the ground, and sped away in another direction. The monk from Mount Wutai held an iron rod in each hand, one end of which was sharpened. There was another iron rod on the ground, thicker and longer, its purpose unknown. Under everyone's gaze, his body arched backward like a bow, then instantly straightened, a powerful tension flowing into the iron rods, which shot out like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Even with a sniper's eyesight, only a faint silver flash could be seen. The iron rod had already penetrated 2 meters deep into the giant rat's tail, with only about 80 centimeters protruding. This scene shocked everyone present. It should be noted that bullets from the Dragon Fang 01 sniper rifle could only leave a shallow bullet hole in the giant rat's body, definitely no more than 10 centimeters deep. The iron rod thrown by the monk from Wutai Mountain had actually penetrated 2 meters. It was simply a miracle. Could this be? Fengdiu's eyes flashed with horror as he looked at Zhou Bujiu. It should be. Zhou Bujiu swallowed hard, both shocked and excited. What is it? A member beside him couldn't help but ask. Level 6 Hunter. Old Pipe said slowly. What? The member's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, and the expressions of the surrounding hunters instantly became extremely interesting, their gazes towards the monk from Wutai Mountain filled with fervor. A level 6 hunter, what level is that? Before the giant rat could react, the monk from Mount Wutai had already fired a second iron rod, accurately embedding it in the rat's tail from a different direction, driving it deeper, with less than 50 centimeters protruding, echoing the first iron rod. Attack! Fengdiao, Zhou Bujiu, and Old Pipe instantly understood the monk's intention. The giant rat's tail was too slippery, The steel cable couldn't hold it. Now, with 2 nails, it would be able to hold. The giant rat's attention successfully shifted from the chariot to the monk from Mount Wutai. The 2 iron rods caused it pain, and the monk from Mount Wutai picked up the iron rods from the ground, surprisingly not running away. For the giant rat, 100 meters was just a matter of a second or two, appearing before it in the blink of an eye. Nail Clipper and the others naturally didn't believe the monk from Mount Wutai could withstand the giant rat's attack, but they also hoped he could, watching intently, hoping for a miracle. A deafening roar echoed for 20 kilometers in an instant. It wasn't the monk from Wutai Mountain who made the move. It was the golden bell shield, poised to unleash its power. The 300-pound spiked club in his hand was reduced to a mere handle. The head was gone, its whereabouts unknown. He himself was thrown over 30 meters, landing with a thud, embedded in the ground like a nail. He was still alive. Not only was he alive, but he was also uninjured. He shook his head, crawled out of the ground, and charged at the giant rat with a beastly roar, his body radiating golden light. Let alone the ordinary members, even Nail Clipper, Feng Giao, and the others nearly had their eyes pop out. What was going on? He withstood the giant rat's massive front teeth unscathed? Was this even human? Let alone a direct confrontation. Even through a chariot, a human body couldn't withstand the backlash of force, yet the giant bell was unaffected. Old Smoker reacted the fastest, immediately realizing that the golden light emanating from the giant bell was extraordinary. Clang! Another deafening roar erupted, assaulting everyone's ears once more. This time, it wasn't Big Ben's bell, but the monk from Mount Wutai's hand. It was another clash of strength, but Big Ben's technique was skillful. Though he was knocked back, the iron rod didn't break, he held it firmly in his hand. The giant rat's charge faltered for a moment, not because the monk's strength restrained it, but because its front teeth ached. Having been struck repeatedly with such force, its teeth, though undamaged, inevitably ached. Big Ben used his fists like hammers, launching a frenzied attack on the giant rat. The rat knocked him away multiple times, but he would immediately get up and continue attacking as if nothing had happened. The monk from Mount Wutai, however, aimed for one of the rat's legs and pounded it relentlessly. Each strike carried the force of 10,000 pounds, and soon, the rat's hind leg was a bloody mess. The rat tried to turn and finish off the monk, but Big Ben desperately interfered. Its tail, a powerful weapon, suddenly became heavy. The rat hadn't even noticed when 7 or 8 chariots were being dragged along its tail. The 3 positions, front, middle, and rear, cooperated seamlessly, with Big Ben at the very front undoubtedly facing the greatest danger. However, his performance astonished everyone, repeatedly creating miracles. Whether attacked head-on or from the side by the giant rat, he simply wouldn't die. After being thrown back, he would quickly rise again and continue attacking. Crack! A heart-stopping sound rang out as the giant rat's left leg snapped. The crowd felt as if they had heard divine music, and the situation changed dramatically. The giant rat's movements became slow and uncoordinated. Taking advantage of this, the monk from Wutai Mountain crawled under its belly to attack, replacing the already deformed iron rod with a cleaver. After 5 or 6 minutes of attack, the giant rat was disemboweled, its internal organs and intestines hanging out, blood gushing out. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. An hour later, the giant rat died from excessive blood loss, its massive body collapsing heavily. The battle was over. Everyone immediately gathered around the monk from Wutai Mountain and Big Ben, extremely curious about their transformation. Chapter 424. By luck, I broke through to level 6 last night. The monk from Wutai Mountain remained calm and composed. Oh! Feng Giao and the others gave up hope, then congratulated the monk and offered their blessings. Their gazes then turned to Big Ben, who hadn't been this powerful before. I broke through too. Big Ben, feeling guilty under so many intense gazes, lowered his head shyly, as if he had done something wrong. That's unscientific, Feng Giao exclaimed. Although he was almost certain, hearing Big Ben admit, it was still incredibly shocking. Big Ben wasn't very bright. How could he have broken through? How did you do that? Zhou Bujiu asked curiously. In everyone's impression, Big Ben had always been a simpleton. So many smart people in the base hadn't broken through, yet Big Ben had? You're cultivating the golden bell shield, aren't you? Old Pipe asked abruptly. Yes. Big Ben hesitated for a moment before nodding. He wasn't sure if he should keep it a secret, but considering Li Jushu hadn't asked him to, and that everyone in front of him was on his side, he decided not to hide it. So that's why you're so invincible. You have an invincible shield. Awesome. Feng Giao gave a thumbs up, genuinely happy for Big Ben without any envy. "Congratulations," said Nail Clipper. "Big Ben, we have to rely on you to protect us from now on," Zobugio joked. "The invincible shield can only protect me," Big Ben honestly replied. Everyone burst into laughter. Compared to the mature and steady monks of Mount Wutai, Big Ben was much easier to tease. The soldiers butchered the giant rat, loaded it onto the truck, and returned to base. Zhong Wuyan was initially very worried about the appearance of the giant rat. Without experts of the level of Li Jushu and Huang Yuanche, the casualties would inevitably be huge. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the monk from Wutai Mountain and De Benzhong broke through one after another. The monk from Wutai Mountain relied on 5 drops of immortal substance, while De Benzhong relied on himself. With the breakthrough of the golden bell cover, his realm also rose, and he broke through as well. The breakthrough of the monk from Mount Wutai was within Zhong Wuyan's expectations. After all, with so many drops of immortal matter, the breakthrough of the Great Ben Bell was an unexpected delight. She waited for news at the base, and only when she saw the Western Legion return did her heart finally settle. However, the news of 2 level 6 experts breaking through at the base was quickly overshadowed by a series of bad news. Signs of giant rats were discovered in several directions around the base. Some rats were passing by, while others were heading directly for the base. Some were solitary, some in groups, and some with their families. Varying numbers of giant rats also appeared around bases 3 and 4, instantly making the situation tense and dangerous. With the weapons of the beast planet, it would be a lie to say they couldn't deal with the giant rats. The difference lay in the cost, and the cost was the issue that those in power cared about most. I thought only a few hours had passed, but it turns out a month has gone by. It's unbelievable. The war chariot sped across the open field, and before the small groups of engineer rats could react, only exhaust fumes remained. Far from the base, in the open wilderness and forests, the number of engineer rats was small, scattered in groups to the east and west. As long as one didn't deliberately charge towards them, there was little fear of being surrounded and attacked. Lu Yifeng was driving, Li Jushu was in the passenger seat, and Huang Yuanche and his wife, along with Luo Chuqing, sat in the back. Lu Yifeng glanced at the clock hanging in the car, and was startled. "Has it been that long? I thought it was 5 days. Huang Yuanche was also startled. "A month? I wonder what the situation is at the base now." Luo Chuqing looked worried. It had taken 10 days to get here, and a month had been wasted at the Black Cliff. Even with speeding up, it would still take 7 or 8 days to get back. With such a long time, it was impossible for the base to be unaffected. The base's weaponry and equipment are still quite complete. We found a lot of ammunition and heavy weapons from the Ming family. Even if some giant rats appear, we can handle it. There won't be any major problems, Lu Yifeng reassured her. "I'm just worried about the sheer number of giant rats. The base won't be able to cope." Luo Chuqing was actually more concerned about Base 9. Base 9 didn't have many heavy weapons or ammunition, and most of its level 5 experts had left, making it the weakest of the bases in terms of combat strength. While the engineer rats were fine against the rodent rats, the giant rats were terrifyingly powerful. If things went wrong, they could easily breach the base. Everyone has considerable experience dealing with engineer rats. The giant rats aren't without weaknesses either. I believe everyone can handle them. Even if there's danger, the highway is open, and other bases can provide support. The problem won't be too serious. Huang Yuanche's voice was calm and reassuring. Li Jushu didn't speak. He looked out the window. A small blue dot of light swept across the horizon. It was too far away to see clearly, but he recognized it immediately. A large blue bird, the one that easily snatched away the giant rat's carcass. Judging from the great bird's panicked escape, it was clearly being pursued by an even more powerful force. However, it couldn't see what was behind it, making it hard to imagine that something far more terrifying than the bird existed. This world suddenly felt unfamiliar. Creatures never seen before appeared one after another, each incredibly powerful. The rulers of the mother planet's neglect of the beast planet seemed illogical. They must know something. Judging from the various creatures discovered so far, their neglect wasn't an action, but rather fear. If this conjecture is correct, then those who entered the beast planet were guinea pigs, or to put it more bluntly, bait. Was the satellite malfunction an accident or intentional? Li Jushu vaguely felt that everything he knew before was deliberately presented by someone, and the truth was only now being revealed little by little. The chariot suddenly leaped high into the air, then crashed heavily to the ground. Those inside were all highly skilled, but even they instinctively gripped the handrails. Lu Yifeng's driving skills were mediocre, but he was daring, completely disregarding the possibility of overturning. In his mind, to drive fast, you had to floor the accelerator, practically slamming it into the gas tank. The speed increased, but it was tough on the passengers. However, no one spoke. More than a month was enough time for many things to happen. Everyone said they would be fine, but in reality, everyone was very anxious. Phase 2. With a deafening roar, a section of the city wall over 30 meters long collapsed. Su Dian, witnessing this from a distance, clenched his fists. His worst fears had come true. Giant rats scurried in from the dust, completely disregarding the falling wall that threatened to crush them. Their mountain-like size meant they wouldn't be injured even if hit. The hunters inside the city, however, were different. Terrified, they hastily retreated. A nearly 100-meter-high wall falling would kill even a level 4 hunter. 2 giant rats appeared in each of the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. In the distance, the largest rat coldly stared at the base, its gaze like that of death itself, waiting for a weakness to strike. Su Dian had a strange feeling. This rat seemed intelligent. For the past month, giant rats had appeared around the base multiple times, in varying numbers, but never before had they given him such an uneasy feeling. This attack by the giant rats was bizarre in every way. First, their numbers were unprecedented. Second, their coordination was masterful. The giant rats led the charge, followed by the engineer rats, forcing the forces preparing to eliminate them outside the city to retreat back into their base. Third, they employed a feint attack, using tactical maneuvers. The giant rats first launched a probing attack, and upon discovering the absence of J811-2 laser cannons at the north gate, they launched a collective attack. Once their forces were deployed to the north gate, the giant rats suddenly shifted their position. Although the giant rats were outside the city, and the hunters were inside, the giant rats covered a greater distance than the hunters, yet they reached the other gates much faster. Finding the east gate to be the weakest point, they rammed it with all their might, collapsing it before reinforcements from the base could arrive. At this point, Su Dian noticed that the base of the wall was covered in bite marks and cracks, the work of the engineer rats. Neither he nor the guards had noticed the engineer rats attacking the base of the wall. No wonder the city wall collapsed so easily. Li Xiaoshan, Sherpa Jia. Su Dian's words were cut short as his expression changed. He saw the largest rat watching from afar move. Chapter 425. As soon as it moved, all the engineer rats sprang into action, surging in like a tide through the breach. The barbed wire outside the breach had been destroyed by the giant rats, leaving only the red crystals in the moat still burning. However, the moat itself had also suffered some damage. Previously, while one giant rat was ramming the city wall, another giant rat jumped into the moat, dug up the mud, and filled a section of the moat. Now that the city wall had collapsed, the engineer rats were directly charging in through this extinguished section of the moat. The giant rats led the charge, with the engineer rats following closely behind, their coordination seamless. Golden Undying, Spring Breeze, Fire Nirvana. Yaoqilu, ignore the engineer rats, eliminate the giant rats first. Concentrate all firepower on the giant rats. Su Dian's orders were sound, but plans can't keep up with changes. A second giant rat rushed in. Unlike the first, which ran with a purpose, the second giant rat mainly destroyed buildings, easily knocking down smaller structures with its massive size. The buildings inside the base were far less sturdy than the city walls. The giant rats didn't even need to charge. Normal running was enough to scrape off large chunks of brick. These falling bricks had no effect on the giant rats, but they were a huge hindrance to the hunters. The 2 giant rats cooperated, preventing Gene Bummy and his team from focusing on one at a time. The base's firepower was also affected by various factors, unable to exert its full power. Giant rats from other directions launched a fierce attack simultaneously, bringing along engineer rats. This prevented Su Dian from concentrating all his forces on the 2 giant rats inside the base. The worst-case scenario occurred at the north gate. Su Dian's attention was focused on the 2 giant rats inside the base. He didn't even notice when the largest rat circled around to the north gate. With all 3 giant rats attacking together, a section of the city wall collapsed, and the 3 giant rats, leading tens of thousands of engineer rats, stormed into the base. Wherever it went, buildings collapsed and houses crumbled. Screams echoed throughout the base. If it were just engineer rats, residents could hide on the rooftops, and the engineer rats wouldn't be able to catch them quickly. But now, that wasn't possible. The giant rats were fascinated by tall buildings, ramming them with all their might. Buildings collapsed one after another, shattered glass raining down like a storm, claiming countless innocent lives. Clothes and weapons systems, CIWS, struck the giant rats, causing bursts of blood to bloom, but they couldn't kill them. Instead, they enraged the rats, who had already destroyed 2 CIWS. Finally, one giant rat was lured into a suitable position, where a particle cannon fired, instantly killing it. The largest rat immediately spotted it, directing another rat to lure the particle cannon to its death, while it circled around to the back and destroyed the particle cannon. At this moment, Su Dian was completely convinced that this giant rat possessed intelligence, and considerable intelligence at that. Normal rats wouldn't have such thoughts, let alone know to throw out bait. Su Dian's regret was useless now. Although he had shot and killed 2 giant rats, the crisis was far from over. A large number of engineer rats were swarming into the base, causing great interference to Li Xiaoshan, Tao Liuji, and the others, making it difficult for them to concentrate on dealing with the giant rats. Big Mouth Toad, take a team to deal with the giant rats inside. Chili Pepper was holding a city gate. The battle was fierce, but she knew the situation inside the base was even worse. Commander. Big Mouth Toad couldn't help but speak. When the first giant rat rushed into the base, 500 men had already been sent. If he left now, the defenses would inevitably break down. There were 2 giant rats outside. This was no joke. Go quickly. If the base is destroyed, it's useless for us to hold the gates. Chili Pepper's tone was stern. Commander, be careful. If things get too difficult, abandon the city gate and fight in the streets. Big Mouth Toad understood Chili's point. Although worried about Chili, he still turned and led his men into the base. The situation was similar on Xuan Wu Tank's side. Xuan Wu Tank delegated the defense of the city gate to the basist and Zhang Mozi, while he personally led his men to deal with the giant rats inside the base. Yuan Qiongqi, African Lion, Zheng Xuanzhen, and other experts moved between the buildings, using them to slow down the giant rats. They used every effective method possible on the rats. However, this time the situation was completely different from the giant rats they had encountered before. The rats not only provided cover, but also knew how to help each other. A giant rat's tail was wrapped with a steel cable. A nearby rat immediately rushed over and tore the cable. If a nearby rat was trapped under a building destroyed by a bomb, other rats would immediately come to its rescue. In short, they were preventing the base from having the opportunity to defeat them piecemeal. Komodo dragons, giant toads, black cola, cat poop coffee, and others were injured one after another. The 1st Legion's vice commander, Scythe, was unlucky. He was trampled under the feet of a giant rat and died instantly, his body stuck to the ground, impossible to pry out. I refuse to believe that so many of us can't beat a few giant rats. Pitbull went berserk, actually preparing to fight the giant rat head-on. The next second, he was swept away by the rat's tail, thrown over 100 meters, landing in a building reduced to ruins, never to emerge again. Bullets rained down on the giant rat from all directions, like tickles. The giant rat didn't care at all. Crow and Vulture had never imagined their profession would be so awkward. They dared not occupy high ground because the building they were in could collapse at any moment. Climbing too high would easily lead to a fatal fall. But without high ground, they couldn't hit the giant rat. Although hitting the target wouldn't harm the giant rat, doing nothing was out of the question. A hit to the rats could cause significant damage. The basist and Chili Pepper abandoned the city gate. All 7 giant rats gathered inside the base, and despair filled the air. Just as Su Dian was about to order the abandonment of the base, and a retreat to base 3, a tank appeared outside. Its blades flashed, like a gentle drizzle, and with a hissing sound, the engineer rats scattered across the highway stiffened and died instantly. The tank reached its maximum speed of 220 kilometers per hour, like a black shadow, instantly reaching the foot of the city wall. 2 figures shot out from the tank, instantly rushing up the wall, relaying each other on the ramparts, and appearing inside the base in a flash. With a few leaps, they were above the nearest giant rat. The next second, everyone in the base was blinded by an extremely dazzling blade of light. The light stretched for 100 meters, almost tangible, and with a single stroke, severed the giant rat's head. Blood gushed out like a burst dam. The rat's high-raised tail suddenly lost its strength and slammed heavily onto the ground, cracking the road surface. Thump! The giant rat's 4 legs buckled, and its massive corpse hit the ground. People within a kilometer radius felt a terrifying tremor, and nearby engineer rats were jolted to their feet. It's the station chief. Black Cola shouted, his face filled with excitement and agitation. Chapter 426. This is... Yuan Qiongqi, watching from afar, paled in shock. Tong Shenglong was both surprised and delighted, tears welling in his eyes. He never imagined that he would witness such legendary power in his lifetime. What am I seeing? Have I entered a world of sword immortals? The Komodo dragon stomped down, unleashing a shockwave that killed all the sapper rats within a 10-meter radius. He stared intently at Li Jushu, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Blood was still gushing from the giant rat's neck, steam rising and staining the earth red, making Li Jushu appear like a god. The ordinary soldiers were filled with emotion, their faces brimming with admiration. A single slash that killed one of the giant rats attracted its attention. One rat stopped its pursuit of Zheng Xuanzhen, turning to look at Li Jushu. A dazzling flash of light, like a silver river across the sky, greeted it. The light lingered in its retina, but the unparalleled sharpness had already slicing through its neck in a flash. The rat's head slammed to the ground. 3 seconds later, its body, having lost all strength, crashed to the earth, the shockwave traveling far and wide. Li Jushu leaped into the air, slashing down with a 100-meter-long blade of energy, which flashed and disappeared, decapitating the third rat. Huang Yuanche blinded one of the rats, and began attacking its belly. Huang Yuanche's wife, Lu Yifeng, and Luo Chuqing arrived and joined the attack on another rat. Li Jushu charged towards the last rat, the largest and most powerful one. He noticed that this giant rat was different. Other giant rats, whether they were engineer rats or not, would react with excitement when they saw humans rushing towards them, their eyes filled with bloodlust and madness. But this giant rat showed a hint of hesitation, turned its head, and ran away. A giant rat, actually feeling fear? Only humans possess such an emotion. Are rats supposed to be brainless? He accelerated, giving chase, and just as he was about to strike, a gust of wind swept from behind. A tail, swift as lightning. A trick? Li Jushu was shocked. His speed suddenly doubled, darting past like a ghost. As he passed over the rat's head, his blade flashed, slicing across its neck as easily as a blade cutting through tofu. Bang! The tail missed its target, striking a nearby 20-story building. The building instantly collapsed, sending dust billowing into the air. The rat also fell to the ground, its head severed from its body, blood gushing forth. Li Jushu didn't even glance at the rat. His silver blade conjured countless waves of blades, sweeping across the earth like a whirlwind. The dark mass of engineer rats was instantly torn to pieces, blood staining the ground. Li Jushu slaughtered his way from Yiqing Road to Yangming Road, leaving only corpses in his wake. When Li Jushu stopped on the main road in front of the station, the last 2 giant rats fell dead almost simultaneously. Huang Yuanche, his wife, Luo Chuqing, and Lu Yifeng joined the slaughter of the engineer rats. Including him, the 5 of them killed more engineer rats than the entire base combined. In less than an hour, the engineer rats on the streets were completely wiped out. Some remained in ruins, corners, and upstairs. These were left for others to deal with. The 5 rushed out of the city to fend off the onslaught of thousands of engineer rats. Su Dian issued continuous orders to redeploy troops and reposition the base. The engineering team dug a moat, ignited the red crystals, and quickly repaired the collapsed city walls. For hours later, the base gradually stabilized. With the threat of the giant rats gone, and with experts like Li Jushu holding off most of the pressure, the 4 legions regained control of the city gates. They split into 3 groups, one heading out of the city to lay and repair barbed wire, another heading in to assist the residents in dealing with any remaining engineer rats, and the third guarding the city gates. Protect the head of this giant rat, and send it to Base 9 for research. Li Jushu suddenly remembered something, returned to the base, and instructed Jean Bummy to personally guard the giant rat. He never seen a giant rat using such tactics before. He sent it to Dr. Yu Qingjin to study, and see if there was anything unusual about it. Late at night, the engineer rats in the base were basically wiped out. The hospital was overflowing, with doctors and nurses working non-stop. The entire base was in chaos. 20% of the buildings had been damaged to varying degrees, many rendered unsafe. Human buildings were as fragile as toys in the face of these giant rats. What's done is done. Regret is useless. The only thing to do is solve the problem. Although Li Jushu was the station chief, he didn't need to do the cleanup work. Su Dian and several deputy station chiefs handled that. His main task was dealing with the engineer rats. At 3 a.m., Li Jushu, without resting, left in a tank. Base 3 was under attack by giant rats, and the situation was critical. He and Luo Chuqing went to Base 3, while Huang Yuanche and his wife, along with Lu Yifeng, went to Base 4. Base 4 was also attacked by giant rats, though in smaller numbers than Base 3. The situation at Base 3 was slightly better than at Base 2, but only marginally. When Li Jushu arrived, a giant rat had already stormed into the base and was wreaking havoc. Li Jushu instantly killed the rat with a single strike, stabilizing the situation and boosting morale. The soldiers regained their courage. From morning till afternoon, they finally drove the engineer rats out of the base, repaired the walls, and gradually stabilized the base. Li Jushu spent the entire night relentlessly killing. The next morning, the crisis at Base 3 was resolved, and Li Jushu boarded his chariot and headed to Base 9. Base 9 was attacked multiple times by giant rats, with as many as 6 at its peak. Although he had 2 level 6 experts, the monk from Wutai Mountain and Big Ben, he was still worried. Zhong Wuyan was stationed at Base 9, and he needed to see for himself to be at ease. Besides, he couldn't stop thinking about that intelligent giant rat. The war chariot wasn't fast, and it didn't arrive at Base 9 until late at night. The battle was over, all the giant rats were dead, and Base 9 had won a complete victory. However, the cost was high. The monk from Wutai Mountain was in the hospital, and Big Ben was in the ICU. Li Jushu arrived just in time, otherwise, if the giant rats reappeared, Base 9 wouldn't know what to do. From Zhong Wuyan, Li Jushu learned everything that had happened during his 2-month absence. Everything else was largely as expected, except for the undying substance. Originally, 1 drop was to be given to the monk of Mount Wutai, but because the monk was just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough, Zhong Wuyan decided to give him a 2nd drop. Still a hair's breadth, so another drop was given. By the 4th drop, Zhong Wuyan couldn't care less about wasting the undying substance. If the monk didn't break through, the previous 4 drops would be wasted. So, gritting his teeth, he gave him another drop. Fortunately, the monk successfully took that step, otherwise, they would have been in a real dilemma. They're all on our side, it doesn't matter who uses it. I'm not stingy, the main thing is that the person using it must be loyal. Otherwise, they take the benefits and then betray us, that would be terrible, Li Jushu said. I understand, Zhong Wuyan replied, knowing Li Jushu's thoughts, which was why he acted on his own initiative. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke, and news came from the laboratory. Dr. Yu Qinjin had discovered the secret of the giant rat's intelligence. Li Jushu and Zhong Wuyan got up, dressed, and rushed to the laboratory. Chapter 427. Inside a specially made glass case, lay a pink, soft-bodied worm, about the size of a human little finger, pink and delicate, looking rather cute. It had 3 antennae on its head, which might also be eyes, drooping listlessly. This is what gives the giant rat intelligence. Li Jushu looked it over, from top to bottom, left to right, but couldn't see anything special about it. It's just a little worm. This is called a whitefly, Dr. Yu Qinjin said. What seemed ordinary to Li Jushu was a priceless treasure to him. Is it really that magical? It can even increase intelligence? What would happen if a human ate it? Could they instantly become Lao Tzu or Confucius? Li Jushu asked. They could become zombies, Dr. Yu Qinjin said. Can't we eat it? Li Jushu was startled. Don't underestimate this little thing. It can be crushed with a single pinch. It can control the minds of living beings, turning them into its puppets. It has immense power, Dr. Yu Qinjin said. So, the giant rat didn't gain intelligence, it was controlled by it? Li Jushu recalled the giant rat's every move. We discovered some worrying information through our research on mealybugs, Dr. Yu Qinjin said. What information? Li Jushu asked. Dr. Yu Qinjin covered the mealybugs with a black dome. Seeing Li Jushu's puzzled look, he explained, this little thing is quite intelligent. Don't be fooled by its timid appearance, it's actually secretly observing us. It hears everything we say, and can analyze our voices, expressions, and tone of voice to determine how to deal with us. So, try to prevent it from observing us. Is it that terrifying? Li Jushu was taken aback. On the planet of 10,000 beasts, never underestimate any creature. Although the mealybug is small, its lifespan is comparable to that of humans. I estimate that this little thing existed 3 billion years ago, much longer than our human history, said Dr. Yu Qinjin. Luckily, it hasn't evolved hands and feet. Li Jushu paused, completely losing track of how long 3 billion was. You're wrong. It's not that it doesn't have hands and feet, its body is its limbs. The giant rat's brain has tens of millions of nerves, which can branch into corresponding tentacles. In other words, it can branch into hundreds of millions of limbs whenever needed, just like the neurons in a supercomputer, said Dr. Yu Qinjin. Dr. Yu, you just said you obtained an important piece of information, what is it? Li Jushu no longer dared to underestimate the mealybug, using billions as units was too absurd. We extracted a piece of information from the genes of the whitefly, roughly meaning a desire to exterminate humanity, a fight to the death, Dr. Yu Qinjin said. Ah! Zhong Wuyan exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that unscientific? Do we humans have a grudge against whiteflies? Li Jushu didn't understand. Whiteflies have existed for 3 billion years, haven't they? Humans didn't even exist then. Humans have only been around for a short time, while whiteflies have existed for billions of years. Where would whiteflies get their hatred from in all that time? And if there's no hatred, why would they want to exterminate humanity? It doesn't make sense. Whether it's scientific or not is hard to say, but we haven't found a reasonable explanation yet. There are no records of whiteflies on other planets. This is the first case. We humans only discovered the planet of 10,000 beasts a century ago. Theoretically, the two sides have only met a few times. It's impossible for such genetically ingrained hatred to exist. But we verified it repeatedly, and the result is correct. Although Dr. Yu Qinjian couldn't find the reason, he wasn't worried. He was a scientist, and scientists believe that even the most illogical things can be explained. Could it be that the rodents' attacks on humans are orchestrated by mealybugs? Li Jushu asked. That possibility cannot be ruled out. However, if that's the case, there must be many mealybugs, otherwise, they couldn't control such a large population, Dr. Yu Qinjian said. If mealybugs can control giant rats, can they also control other creatures? Li Jushu wondered. Theoretically, they can control all intelligent beings, but in practice, there are definitely many limitations. For example, the mealybugs must first approach the creature being controlled, and then burrow into its brain, otherwise, control is impossible. Of course, the difficulties in reality are even greater. Nature follows the law of conservation of energy. The more you gain, the greater the cost, Dr. Yu Qinjian said. There should be connections between mealybugs, right? Could we use this mealybug to pinpoint the location of other mealybugs? Li Jushu asked. Theoretically, there is a connection, but with the current equipment and understanding of whiteflies, you can forget about it. Dr. Yu Qinjian directly extinguished Li Jushu's fantasy. Scientists are just people with more knowledge than ordinary people. They are still human, not gods. Li Jushu asked Dr. Yu Qinjian a few more questions before being ushered out. Dr. Yu Qinjian was eager to proceed with the next stage of research on whiteflies. Current research on whiteflies was only superficial. There was so much more to discover. After answering the necessary questions, he became impatient with Li Jushu. Li Jushu could only leave the laboratory with Zhong Wuyan. Just as they stepped out the door, a beautiful woman was waiting by the roadside, Xiao Zhuyu. Judging from her expression, she was waiting for Li Jushu. Station Chief Night Owl, do you have time? I'd like to speak with you. Xiao Zhuyu adopted a humble posture, while Xiao De stood far away beside the chariot. I go back first. Zhong Wuyan still had many things to attend to. When did Miss Xiao arrive at Base 9? Li Jushu had always assumed Xiao Zhuyu was at Base 4. It's been a while. The environment at Base 9 is much better, Xiao Zhuyu replied. Good eye. I thought so too, Li Jushu said with a smile. Base 9 was the first of all the bases to restore order, and its sanitation was the best. Other bases were also very clean, but only the visible areas were clean. The unseen areas, like the stench of decay, couldn't be completely eliminated in a short time. In some corners, it was still quite noticeable in the dead of night. Base 9 was different. There was absolutely no odor, just like the society before the appearance of the rodents. No, even cleaner than before. In terms of living environment, Base 9 was the best, and before the giant rats appeared, Base 9 was also the safest. Congratulations to Station Master Night Owl for reaching a new level of strength, Xiao Zhuyu said. Miss Xiao, please speak frankly, Li Jushu smiled slightly. Xiao Zhuyu's strength was insufficient to discern the changes in his power. It was Xiao De who had seen through it. This Xiao De was unassuming, yet unfathomable. There are some secrets I didn't intend to reveal, but now it seems I have no choice. Xiao Zhuyu's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Clearly, she too was hesitant about divulging her secrets. I'm all ears. Li Jushu looked expectant. Xiao Zhuyu's status was extraordinary. The secret she spoke of must be a shocking revelation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so solemn. Chapter 428. The Riverside Road, said to be a popular dating spot for couples, was shaded by lush trees and bordered by a flowing irrigation ditch. The ground was paved with red and blue bricks, a design choice for lovers. The reason for this design was perhaps only known to the architect. The rodents had wreaked havoc on the Riverside Road. After Zhong Wuyan took over, the trees were replanted, restoring it to its former state. However, while the environment was restored, the atmosphere could not. Now, the base was sparsely populated, and couples were even fewer. Busy with their daily meals, no one walked this road anymore. Li Jushu and Xiao Zhuyu walked along it, seeing no one. Xiao De followed about 30 meters behind, not too close to hear their conversation, but able to rush to their aid in case of danger. Over 100 years ago, the mother planet first discovered the beast planet. At that time, it wasn't called the beast planet, it only had the code name 1018. Xiao Zhuyu's words were interrupted by Li Jushu. Over 100 years ago? I read the records. Wasn't it only about 70 years ago that humans first discovered the beast planet? The records you read are what those higher up wanted you to see. The true timeline is hidden, only a select few know the truth, Xiao Zhuyu explained. Li Jushu felt a sense of powerlessness. Compared to Xiao Zhuyu, he was just a nobody. The victors rewrote history, he was merely watching others alter it. The first discovery of the mother planet was an accident. At the time, 3 aircraft carriers, all of the White Crane class, came to this star system. They only had time to send the message back before all 3 carriers lost contact. It was very sudden, and the wreckage has never been found, Xiao Zhuyu said. What happened? Li Jushu was taken aback. Aircraft carriers are divided into 4 classes: Parrot, White Crane, Peacock, and Divine Eagle. These refer to aircraft carriers capable of wormhole jumps. The White Crane is the highest civilian class, while the Peacock and Divine Eagle are military classes, unavailable to civilians. A White Crane-class aircraft carrier costs at least trillions to build. Li Jushu traveled from his home planet to the Beast planet aboard a Parrot-class carrier. Given his status, he couldn't even get a ticket for a White Crane-class carrier. The loss of contact with 3 White Crane-class aircraft carriers means a loss of at least 3 trillion. Such a horrifying event has not been reported in the news at all. It's terrifying to even think about. Nobody knows what happened. For the next 20 years, the military repeatedly deployed Peacock-class and even Eagle-class aircraft carriers to investigate and explore this star system. According to my information, incomplete statistics show that at least 6 Peacock-class and 1 Eagle-class aircraft carriers were lost. Later, something happened, and the military abandoned the exploration of this star system. 5 or 6 years later, the authorities suddenly relaxed control over this star system, allowing civilian forces to explore it. That's why you see the records, Xiao Zhuyu said. I don't really understand, Li Jushu said. Military exploration resulted in numerous accidents, but civilian exploration was fine? I don't really understand either. I only know that when I said I wanted to come to the Beast planet, my grandfather kept stopping me. If it weren't for the major incident that happened and my grandfather wasn't home, I wouldn't have had the chance to sneak out, Xiao Zhuyu said. In other words, your grandfather knew some things, but he didn't tell you, Li Jushu said. If the old man wouldn't have kept it from me, he wouldn't have. The fact that he won't tell me means a gag order has been issued. This usually indicates danger. I've been on the Beast planet for quite some time now, quietly investigating. Until the rodent rats appeared, I initially thought the danger referred to the rodent rats. The appearance of the giant rats made me realize my previous judgment was wrong. The giant rats are just the beginning, Xiao Zhuyu said. A beautiful leaf fell from above. Li Jushu reached out and picked up a green leaf, lost in thought. Although the giant rats are powerful, they can be easily killed by the firepower of an aircraft carrier. The giant rats couldn't be the cause of the aircraft carrier's loss of contact. I have a feeling that the giant rats are just the lowest level of power in this world. A truly terrifying force is about to appear, and the base's crisis will soon arrive. Xiao Zhuyu's tone unconsciously became serious. What else do you know? Tell me all of that, Li Jushu said. Many newcomers to Beast Planet complain that while the mother planet's technology is so advanced, why are they still using the most primitive weapons here? Many are unaccustomed to it and don't understand. The official explanation is that Beast Planet's magnetic field is unsuitable for certain high-tech weapons. But the real reason is that the higher-ups are very wary of this planet. Otherwise, with today's technology, the magnetic field wouldn't be an insurmountable problem, Xiao Zhuyu said. Some say it's because the higher-ups are worried about damaging Beast Planet's ecosystem, Li Jushu said. Xiao Zhuyu sneered. Jade Plate Star, Black Dwarf Star, Yellow Ring Star, Heavenly Dog Star. How many planets have been destroyed over the years? Why should Beast Planet be an exception? Beast Planet is a full 5 billion light-years from the mother planet, the second most distant known planet, after C211. Such a distance makes it unsuitable as a backup planet. The higher-ups have no reason to cherish it. Given the nature of some people, with such significant interests in Beast Planet, they wouldn't hesitate to blow it up. What's the real reason? Li Jushu looked at her. I don't know if it counts as the real reason, but there's a theory that the planet of 10,000 beasts is a breeding farm, specifically for raising pets and mounts, Xiao Zhuyu said. Whose breeding farm? For some reason, Li Jushu instantly accepted this reason and believed it without a doubt. In our ancient times, there was a mythical era. People of that era could fly through the clouds and escape into the earth. Powerful figures liked to keep pets or mounts, like Laozi's green ox and Dajiao's five-colored peacock. These mounts and pets were all top-tier beings. Because fossils of these things can't be found on our home planet, we subconsciously believe they are fictional, imagined, and non-existent. But if these animals were raised on other planets, wouldn't everything make sense? Xiao Zhu said. The mythical era. Li Jushu's eyes narrowed, and he gasped. Science has proven that there was a gap in our nation's ancient history. A long period was erased. Our ancient ancestors could command the wind and rain, move mountains and fill seas, and easily live for tens of thousands of years. Yet, in our time, even the 800-year-old Peng Zhu is considered a fictional figure. People can't understand it, and can only attribute it to fabrication. Based on what I saw and heard on the Beast planet, I believe the answer lies there, or rather, on more than one planet, there are other planets. Xiao Zhuyu's eyes were firm. So, our every move here is being watched. Li Jushu looked up at the sky. If Xiao Zhuyu's guess was correct, the higher-ups wouldn't let such a place go unnoticed. Then the satellite malfunction was deliberately orchestrated by someone, they were used as bait, and now the fish have been caught. The people above should be about to reel them in. This is the most reasonable explanation I can think of right now. The giant rat is recorded in our mythological books, Xiao Zhu said. The same creature, lacking the ability to traverse galaxies, could appear on two planets. This doesn't make sense. If a connection must be made, it can only be that figures from the mythological era carried them there. Are we lucky or unlucky? Li Jushu thought of the black cliff face. This wasn't naturally formed, it was left behind by ancient people. Everything made sense then. Chapter 429. Li Jushu was initially quite satisfied with his strength, having instantly killed the giant rat with a single strike. Although 4 strikes had exhausted his internal energy was a renewable resource. A few hours of rest would make him a force to be reckoned with. However, after hearing Xiao Zhuyu's words, he immediately felt his strength was nothing special. Compared to the ancient ancestors' ability to summon wind and rain, move mountains and fill seas, his own skills were insignificant, practically child's play. He convened a meeting of station chiefs, gathering all the deputy station chiefs and legion commanders from bases 2, 3, 4, and 9. The main tasks were twofold: to construct a new highway encircling the 4 bases, in addition to the existing one. If materials were sufficient, the highway would be built. If not, ordinary roads would be constructed. The goal was to ensure that no matter where danger occurred, at least one base could provide rapid support. The second point emphasized at the meeting was the control of rodents. A full-scale effort was made to capture rodents and engineer rats, and transport them to Base 9. Finally, some adjustments were made to the power structure, promoting some talented individuals to important positions, and balancing the combat capabilities of the various bases to ensure even distribution and prevent a situation where the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. This would be detrimental to responding to unforeseen crises. The last point was the establishment of a dedicated force for hunting giant rodents and other potentially powerful creatures. Wang Yuanche and his wife, along with Lu Yifeng, would be the primary offensive force, searching for giant rodents and launching proactive attacks. The monks of Wutai Mountain and of Benzhong would form the defensive force, holding the bases. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing would be backup forces, providing support wherever danger arose. The meeting proceeded without incident. Whatever Li Jushu said went without question, and no one objected. Firstly, more than half of the attendees were either Li Jushu's confidants or people he had promoted. Even if the rest raised objections, it would be futile. Of course, the main reason was the strength Li Jushu displayed. In the current environment, strength was king. As long as the giant rat could be killed, no one would object to any of Li Jushu's proposals, even those that were unreasonable or excessive, as long as he could instantly kill the giant rat. The night was dark, starless, illuminated only by the chariot lights. A blinding flash of sword light streaked across the sky, and the heavily wounded giant rat could no longer hold on, collapsing stiffly. Instantly, a large crater was created in the ground, the tremor sweeping in all directions. The soldiers inside the chariot felt an electric shock. Dismember. Lu Yifeng pulled his long sword from the giant rat's head, a spurt of blood staining his grayish-white clothes red. He didn't care, his heart was filled with only exhilaration and excitement. 2 months had passed since he returned from the Black Cliff. He had been relentlessly fighting the engineer rats day and night. Whenever he spotted a giant rat, he was always the first to charge. His arduous training had paid off, He had finally mastered all the insights he gained from the Black Cliff, achieving perfect synchronization of mind and body. Before, it would take him at least an hour to kill a giant rat alone. Now, he could kill it in less than 10 minutes. This was progress. He had a strong feeling that the world was about to undergo a massive change, and he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The stronger the better. In this chaotic world, only strength, only oneself, could allow one to rise above others. His family background was worthless here. Li Jushi was cultivating frantically. He had no excuse to slack off. Guishanfeng, Bai Shanong, Yaoqilua, Shuren, Heishenyu. Everyone was fighting fiercely, using the engineer rats as training subjects, and the giant rats as the standard for judging strength. The monks of Wutai Mountain and of Ben's Hong could now kill giant rats independently, making them the targets of all hunters. Li Jushi gradually revealed the secrets of immortal matter. He rewarded his trusted confidants, who performed well with immortal matter. Without potions, immortal matter was the best way to quickly increase strength. The third person to break through to the 6th level was Jin Bumi. Jin Bumi and his fellow disciples possessed formidable foundations, a solid base, and rich experience. Next was Yaoqilua, whose original talent was remarkable, but after contracting the plague, he seemed to have gained superhuman abilities. Following him was Tanjingru, whose absorption of immortal matter reached an astonishing 90%. Each additional 6th level hunter significantly boosted the base's strength. Now, the giant rats were no longer a threat. The giant rats remained as formidable as before, but their numbers were limited, never exceeding 10 at a time, a number the base could handle. Everyone was frantically improving their strength. Li Jushi wasn't idle either. He took half of the extracted immortal matter. Luo Chuqing and Zhong Wuyan split the remaining half 50%, and the final 50% was divided equally among the others. Leaders always have the advantage, which is why so many people yearn for power. Those who hold power can set rules and allocate resources. Li Jushi still felt that this method of increasing strength was too slow. He alone couldn't support a base, everyone needed to work together. So, after thorough preparation, he led a convoy away from the base, traveling for several days until they arrived at a canyon. Go down. The team, hoisting their equipment, slowly entered the canyon. No one knew what they were to dig, and the workers dared not ask. They only knew one thing. Li Jushi had a reason for asking them to do something. Long ago, Li Jushi bought a stone containing a drop of golden liquid, which greatly increased his strength. He had the stone's owner bring him to the canyon, where a small incident occurred. The stone's owner wanted to kill him, but Li Jushi saw through his plan and struck first, sniping the young man. Back then, he was all alone, without manpower or tools. Mining was a pipe dream. Now it's different. He has the manpower, and while his tools aren't as advanced as those in the mines, they're far superior to pickaxes and hoes. Mining is like panning for gold. Li Jushi himself wasn't sure if he could find the kind of stone containing liquid gold. He was gambling. The number of engineer rats around the canyon was small. He and Luo Chuqing split into 2 groups, spending 2 days and 2 nights clearing out engineer rats within a 50-kilometer radius, without encountering any giant rats. The giant rats' appearances, like the engineer rats, follow a pattern. They target the base. Far from the base, where there's nothing of value, the brainless engineer rats don't bother to look twice. If anyone disobeys or causes trouble, don't hold back, kill them all. Even killing them all doesn't matter, your safety is the most important. Mining isn't a short-term endeavor, and Li Jushi couldn't guard it indefinitely. However, he didn't trust others with the task. He had personally experienced the effects of the golden liquid. It was even better than undying matter. After much consideration, Luo Chuqing was the most suitable candidate. But no matter how important the golden liquid was, it couldn't compare to Luo Chuqing's importance. Although the possibility he mentioned was small, even the slightest possibility had to be addressed. He didn't want to lose the golden liquid and Luo Chuqing in the process. At their parting, he pulled Luo Chuqing aside and solemnly instructed her. I know what to do. Luo Chuqing felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Li Jushi was a very reserved person when it came to emotions, rarely expressing his feelings. For him to say these words was especially significant. I come back to see you in a while. I'm leaving now. Li Jushi kissed her forehead, jumped onto his chariot, and drove away. Chapter 430. The giant rat's body also contains immortal matter, thousands of times more than the engineer rat. Faced with the choice between eating its flesh and extracting the immortal matter, Li Jushi decisively chose to extract it. The food supplies of the major bases, when balanced, are still sufficient. The engineer rats no longer pose a threat. and hunters can venture out in groups to obtain food. On his second expedition, Chili Pepper found the baobab forest and brought back dozens of cartloads of baobab trees, enough to feed the people of Base 2 for a month. The food problem is no longer a concern for the bases. Li Jushu is now considering Base 1. Before speaking with Xiao Zhiyu, his plan was to attack and destroy Base 1, becoming the leader of the Beast base. But now he hesitates. He doesn't know the current situation of Base 1, but he is certain that Base 1 also has ambitions far exceeding his own. If Xiao Zhiyu's guess is correct, then all of them are pawns. Once the time is ripe, they only have two outcomes: continue being pawns of the mastermind, or become cannon fodder. There is no third option. In other words, the real enemy is still behind the scenes. If he fights to the death with Base 1, the one who benefits in the end will be the mastermind. If he keeps Base 1, it can serve as a buffer in case something happens. However, there are too many uncertainties, and he can't make a decision right now. He sought out Su Dian and Xiao Zhiyu, wanting to hear their advice. Base 1 belongs to politicians. Everything they do is driven by self-interest. If they realize that the person behind the scenes is too powerful, and that even cooperating with you, Station Master, won't be enough, they will decisively switch sides and betray you. Base 1 is definitely not a partner you can cooperate with. Cooperating with them means always being wary of them turning on you. My suggestion is to destroy Base 1 and unite all the forces on Beast Planet into one force. As long as the high-tech forces from the Mother Planet can't get in, we be in charge on Beast Planet. Su Dian had no goodwill towards Base 1. Planet 10,000 Beasts is like an isolated island. Its resources and talent largely depend on its mother planet. Its development is inseparable from its mother planet. Don't forget, the vast majority of hunters here have their homes on the mother planet. This connection is unbreakable. A direct confrontation with those above will only bring misfortune to Planet 10,000 Beasts. Base 1 maintains close ties with those above, with both cooperation and competition. The higher-ups' attitude towards Base 1 is one of cooperation and utilization. As long as Planet 10,000 Beasts' secrets haven't been fully uncovered, they will still have reservations. They need to keep people working for them, and won't push things too far. Cooperating with Base 1 provides a buffer. Even if conflicts arise, there's still room for maneuver. They can't push things to the extreme. Xiao Zhiyu looked at Li Jushu earnestly and said, "If those above threaten the hunters' families, how many do you think would abandon their families for you?" Li Jushu was shocked. This was a question he dared not consider. Even he, let alone others, had weaknesses. Zhao Huyer was still in the hospital. What you all say makes sense. I think about it myself. Li Jushu was somewhat troubled. He unintentionally walked to the hospital entrance and saw a familiar person walking out. The person saw Li Jushu, paused, and a hint of unease flashed across their face. Station Chief. It was Pit Bull. His face was noticeably less arrogant than before, and his eyes held a hint of melancholy. He had fought a massive rat battle, been flung away by its tail, broken countless bones, and suffered massive internal bleeding. He was only a few steps away from death. Fortunately, Li Jushu returned in time, eliminated the rat, and the logistics personnel had the opportunity to pull him from the rubble and take him to the hospital. The pit bull's muscular defenses, honed from a young age, proved effective. Facing imminent death, its life potential surged, allowing it to survive the most dangerous phase. After meticulous treatment at the hospital, it was finally discharged 2 weeks ago, and is today for a follow-up checkup. Feeling down? Li Jushu beckoned to him, gesturing for him to walk with him. No, just haven't stretched my muscles in a while, a little out of sorts. The pit bull feigned nonchalance. In reality, he was more than just upset, he was panicking. Back then, who would he have considered a threat? Sea Cucumber right, White Goat, Big Ben. He had age, talent, and resources. Crushing them was a piece of cake. But now, Sea Cucumber right and White Goat were level 5 hunters. Big Ben had soared to level 6, while he remained stagnant, far behind. How could he not panic? His fierce and combative nature was filled with a sense of crisis. If his strength remained inferior, he would rather die and join Zhou Xiaoxiang in death. Su Dian told me you fought recklessly, risking your life. You should be more careful in the future. There's hope only in living, Li Jushu said. I'm used to it, Pit Bull replied, avoiding Li Jushu's eyes, uncomfortable with this concern. Have you heard of Immortal Matter? Li Jushu glanced at him. Yes, Pit Bull replied, being a well-known expert at Base 2, with a wide social circle. Go to Base 9 and find Deputy Station Chief Zhong Wuyan. Get a drop of Immortal Matter. With your foundation, I believe breaking through to level 5 won't be a problem. Li Jushu said. Thank you, Station Chief. Pitbull was stunned, almost thinking he misheard. He couldn't believe that someone who had surrendered could receive such a benefit. In his mind, not being suspected by Li Jushu was already an extraordinary favor. He dared not hope for anything more. Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, he, who never knew how to be polite, uttered the words thank you for the first time. Go tell the dragon-head spider, and the others, that I see everything you do. The past is the past, the present is the present. Since we're all on the same side, I treat everyone equally, provided you put in the effort. If you're a lump of mud, no one can lift you up, Li Jushu said. I will definitely tell them. Pitbull's eyes regained their light. Li Jushu had given him more than just a drop of immortal substance, he had given him confidence. After parting ways with Pitbull, Li Jushu summoned Black Cola and asked him to bring Water Spider over. Water Spider was the commander of Zhao Tianyun's personal guard, one of Zhao Tianyun's most trusted men, and extremely powerful. He and the two elders, along with Zhao Tianyun, had attacked old monster Huang. The other three had died, but he survived, which spoke volumes about his strength. More than 2 months passed, and his injuries had almost healed. Water Spider still hadn't arrived. A convoy appeared outside the city, an unfamiliar convoy. Soon, the convoy's identity was revealed. It came from Base 1. Chapter 431. Where is Zhao Tianyun? Quickly come out to greet Lord He. The convoy stopped outside the city gate, and a burly man, 2 meters tall, jumped down from one of the vehicles, shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice booming like a bell, louder than if he were using a megaphone. The convoy was neither too large nor too small, consisting of 10 chariots and 6 motorized chariots. The chariots were covered in dense battle marks, indicating that they had paid a price for coming here. Lord He? On the city wall, Li Jushu's first thought was of Kaizirwei. The word Lord was used exclusively for court officials, and the only court official he knew was Kaizirwei. It should be He Jintong. Deputy Station Master Zhou Yinji stared at the convoy, his face grave. It's He Jintong. Su Dian's tone was certain, and the expressions of the crowd on the city wall were filled with unease. On the planet of 10,000 beasts, there were only a few officials officially dispatched by the imperial court, and among them, only one bore the surname He Jintong. He spent most of his time at Base 1, rarely venturing out. Su Dian had only met He Jintong a few times, but the impression he left was extremely deep. This wasn't just because of his status, but also because of the man himself. What's his background? Li Jushu had climbed his way up from the bottom. His access to the upper echelons was limited. He only knew Kaizirwei, the name He Jintong was new to him. The governor, the highest-ranking official appointed by the imperial court on the planet of 10,000 beasts, similar to the emperor of the planet of 10,000 beasts, Su Dian said. Ha, a big shot. Li Jushu laughed. Even looking up to someone of this rank, he couldn't see their face. Now, this person had actually come to him of his own accord. He didn't know whether to feel honored or mocking. Initially, the imperial court would typically dispatch only 3 officials to newly developed planets, a governor in charge of all matters on the planet, an inspector responsible for oversight but not direct involvement, and an unidentified individual, similar to the Ming dynasty's embroidered uniform guard, who monitored both officials and the people's livelihood. For a long time, these 3 individuals represented the will of the imperial court, Su Dian explained. So, this Lord He is our superior, is that what you mean? Li Jushu asked. You could say that. Only with Lord He's approval can a station chief be considered legitimate, Su Dian replied. Then, what is Lord He doing here? Is he here to legitimize me? Li Jushu asked. No one could answer this question, because no one was familiar with He Jintong. This superior of everyone usually didn't interfere in affairs. As long as the various bases paid their tribute on time, He Jintong never meddled in the base's daily operations. This personality of He Jintong was well liked by the various bases. No station chief liked anyone interfering in their affairs. Could it be tribute? Mo Ruju suddenly remembered something. It had been over a year since the rodents appeared, and the usual practice was to offer tribute once a quarter. Could He Jintong be here to ask for money? Since this Lord He is here, it means the rodent problem at Base 1 is basically solved. However, this Lord He seems to be poorly informed, Li Jushu said. Mo Ruju fell silent. If Base 1's information network was poor, theirs wasn't much better. They were completely clueless about the situation at Base 1. Zhao Tianyun, are you deaf? After waiting a while without response, the burly man below the city wall grew impatient. Disrespecting Lord He was a serious offense. Deputy Station Chief Mo, Please go and greet this Lord He. Li Jushu's position was awkward. He had given himself that title, and He Jintang hadn't even heard of him, let alone acknowledge him. He figured He Jintang wouldn't acknowledge him, so he didn't want to make a fool of himself. Besides, he hadn't decided how to treat He Jintang, cooperate or be hostile. If He Jintang hadn't come, these questions could have been pondered later, but now that He Jintang was at the city gate, the question needed an answer. Mo Rouge came out of the city, and said something that made the burly man look very unhappy. Judging from his expression and tone, he was scolding Mo Rouge like a grandson, making him smile obsequiously. His name is Crab, a famous expert from Base 1. His father was a retired member of the embroidered uniform guard. He's been arrogant and domineering since childhood, always walking sideways, so people call him Crab. Zhou Yanji recognized the burly man. Crab? Call Li Xiaoshan over. Li Jushu came down from the city wall. Roasted crab should taste good. Li Xiaoshan didn't come. Water Spider arrived first. Station Chief. Water Spider was of medium height, not tall and not afraid, with well-proportioned limbs. His ordinary standing posture gave off a dynamic feeling of being ready to explode at any moment. His gaze was restrained, his voice perfectly measured, audible to Li Jushu without being harsh. No wonder Zhao Tianyan had hired him, as the commander of the personal guard. His very words conveyed an air of distinction. How are your injuries? Li Jushu glanced at him. All better. Shui Zhizhu replied succinctly. Do you know He Jintang? Li Jushu had initially intended to dismiss Shui Zhizhu and speak to him after meeting He Jintang, but he changed his mind. Zhao Tianyun was a man driven by ambition, and must have had much dealings with He Jintang. As the commander of the personal guard, Shui Zhizhu must have met He Jintang. Greedy. Shui Zhizhu pondered briefly. What about his strength? Li Jushu asked again. Level 4 Hunter, Water Spider answered quickly. What experts are with him? Li Jushu quickened his pace. There were two before, an old Taoist priest, who never fought, so his strength was unknown, and a middle-aged man around 40 years old, Yan Shijin, who uses a sword. I don't know if they added more men, Water Spider replied. You come with me. Li Jushu had just entered the station master's office building when He Jintang's convoy entered the courtyard. They didn't stop in the parking lot but drove directly into the courtyard. Ming Lingzi, Xuanwu Tank, Ko Diangio, and the current Black Tiger Legion commander, Han Mehuang, rushed to the station master's building, arriving in the conference room just a step before He Jintang. Although Han Mehuang's injuries had healed, his face was still somewhat pale. He wasn't fit to fight recently, and the doctor advised him to rest for a while longer. He was worried about the Legion and wanted to start handling Legion affairs as soon as he could get out of bed. Lord, he has arrived. The booming voice was highly recognizable. It belonged to Crab. Then Li Jushu saw the highest ranking and most powerful person on the beast planet, Lord He Jintang. A gaunt old man with graying hair, a thin face, narrow eyes, and a height of no more than 1.68 meters, slightly hunched over. Frankly, his appearance was hardly flattering. However, surrounded by dozens of experts, he exuded a powerful aura, like stars surrounding the moon. A sharp glance from him, and Li Jushu admitted he was taken aback. It was the air of officialdom cultivated over a long period of high office, imposing without anger. Greetings, Lord He. Besides Li Jushu, Ming Lingzi, Ko Tiangio, Xuanwu Tank, and Zhou Yanji all bowed in unison, their attitude respectful, even showing a hint of fear. Chapter 432. So you're Night Owl? He Jintang didn't even glance at Ming Lingzi, Zhou Yanji, or the others. His eyes were only on Li Jushu. I am Night Owl. How dare you? He Jintang's words instantly created a tense atmosphere in the conference room. Please sit. Li Jushu smiled slightly. A spring breeze swept across the earth, melting the ice and snow, and the temperature returned to normal. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed across He Jintang's stern face. He paused for a moment, then walked to sit opposite Li Jushu. Only Li Jushu and He Jintang were seated at the round conference table. The others didn't dare sit down, standing behind them, clearly separated. There wasn't even a bottle of mineral water on the conference table, let alone tea or coffee. It was incredibly meager. Night Owl, do you know your crime? He Jintang asked expressionlessly, his cold gaze conveying a strong sense of oppression. What crime have I committed? Please enlighten me, Lord He, Li Jushu said calmly. The selection of the base station chief requires the approval of the Imperial Court. Didn't you know that? Taking the position of station chief without authorization is tantamount to treason. For your actions, even 3 executions wouldn't be enough, He Jintang said coldly. I didn't know, Li Jushu said, his words absolutely true, but no one present believed him. Empty talk is useless, He Jintang said, his expression displeased. Lord He, are you going to punish me? Li Jushu stared at He Jintang, trying to guess his intentions. He figured he probably wouldn't punish him. Punishing him on his own turf would risk He Jintang's life. Officials value their lives, and he wouldn't put himself in danger. Therefore, his current accusatory attitude was likely an attempt to seize the initiative and create conditions for greater gains in later negotiations. However, it couldn't be ruled out that He Jintang was reckless. Some people, having been in high positions for too long, inevitably become detached from the masses and reality, believing that their word is law and everyone must obey them. This situation is not uncommon. Li Jushu hoped that He Jintang was a smart man, and that it would be best if things didn't escalate into a direct confrontation. Although the rodent disaster has plunged the order of the beast planet into chaos, this chaos is only temporary. Eventually, order will return. Thousands of years of human experience tell us that an orderly society is the foundation for humanity's long-term survival. The various bases have been in chaos for so long, it's time to restore the government's control, He Jintang said. Hasn't the beast planet always been under the government's jurisdiction? Li Jushu countered. It's good that you have this awareness. Base 2 hasn't paid taxes for a year and 6 months. Have you prepared the money? He Jintang asked. Have the finance department personnel arrived? Li Jushu turned to his men. I already sent someone to inform them. They should be on their way, Zhou Yanji replied. Lord He, did you come here just to collect taxes? There's really no need for all this trouble. Just let me know, and I send someone over, Li Jushu said. If I didn't come, how would I know Zhao Tianyun is dead? If I didn't come, how would I know you stolen the station chief's position? He Jintang's words sounded hostile. If Lord He thinks I'm unsuitable, then I quit. Lord He, please find someone else, Li Jushu said calmly. You really think so? He Jintang's eyes narrowed. He sensed a threat, but didn't know where it came from. Gentlemen, since Lord He does not approve of me, I hereby announce that, effective immediately, I am resigning from my position as station chief. Please seek other capable individuals. Farewell. Li Jushu finished speaking, rose, and left decisively, without any hesitation. Zhou Yanji, Mo Ruju, and the others were dumbfounded. They all thought Li Jushu was just saying it casually. After all, negotiation is much like buying vegetables at a market. After some haggling and arguing, a price acceptable to both parties is reached, and the deal is done. He Jintang seemed to be coming with a vengeance and a menacing air, but how could someone who had become a governor be a fool? His every word and action had only one purpose, to suppress Li Jushu in order to gain greater benefits. Whether Li Jushu was genuinely ignorant or simply unskilled and didn't understand these tactics, he simply smashed his bowl, refused to eat, and left. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. If Li Jushu really left, He Jintang would lose face immensely, and he naturally wouldn't allow that to happen. Did I say you could leave? What do you think this place is? Who do you think you are? Crab took a step forward and charged at Li Jushu, seemingly to obstruct him, but everyone knew he wanted to make Li Jushu look bad. Explosive power was brewing beneath his taut muscles. Thump. The moment Crab's hand touched Li Jushu's body, he was launched like a cannonball, crashing through the conference room wall and landing in the courtyard, a groan escaping his lips. Luckily, the conference room was on the 3rd floor. If it had been higher, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yan Shijin instantly appeared from behind He Jintang to the front, separating Li Jushu, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. The old Taoist priest's drowsy eyes opened, shooting out a fierce glint. The others, though not moving, were also on high alert, watching Li Jushu warily. Are you going to stop me from leaving too? Li Jushu looked at Yan Shijin, his voice gentle. Think carefully about what you're doing. Yan Shijin's muscles tensed, barely suppressing the urge to draw his sword. Are you out of your mind? Li Jushu asked. What did you say? Yan Shijin's face turned cold. Didn't I just say? I'm leaving, and you're still asking me? What else could you be but mentally ill? Or deaf? Li Jushu was insulting Yan Shijin, but wasn't he also speaking to He Jintang? I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Yan Shijin's face twitched, but he dared not draw his sword. So what if I do something rash? Are you going to stop me? Li Jushu looked at him with a half-smile. You might not be able to kill me, if you really want to fight to the death. Yan Shijin didn't finish his sentence. Li Jushu suddenly attacked. No one could describe the speed of his attack. Yan Shijin had been completely focused. He stopped halfway through drawing his sword, and a gleaming silver blade was pressed against his throat. Thump! The old Taoist priest's back slammed against the conference room wall, stopping his backward momentum. A flush crossed his face, but he remained silent. The wall collapsed with a crash, sending dust billowing everywhere. This scene filled Mo Ruju, Zhou Yinji, and the others with surprise and delight, but chilled He Jintang's side to the bone. Their two strongest members, one without even making a move, the other with just one, had both been defeated. And Li Jushi was just one person. How could he be so strong? Just how powerful was he? Before coming here, no one had worried about the safety of others. In this instant, everyone felt a chill. No one dared to move, fearing that even the slightest action would trigger irreversible consequences. I don't like being threatened. If someone threatens me, the consequences will be severe. Li Jushu's voice remained gentle, but to Yan Shijin, it carried a completely different weight. His face tightened, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Clap, clap, clap. In this tense moment, someone suddenly clapped. Chapter 433. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp, rhythmic applause instantly drew everyone's attention. It was He Jintang. No wonder you were able to succeed Zhao Tianyin. Your strength already qualifies you as station chief. He Jintang suddenly smiled, his eyes shining with appreciation. His previous anger seemed like an illusion. So, Lord He, you acknowledge me as station chief? Li Jushi looked at him. Every family has its rules. Every country has its laws. Whether you can become a legitimate station chief isn't up to me, nor is it up to you. It's up to the system. I can recommend you to the Ministry of Personnel, but the prerequisite is that you pay your taxes. This applies not only to the base on the Beast Planet, but to all overseas bases. If you don't pay taxes, even if the Heavenly King himself came, you couldn't hold on to your position as station chief. No one is an exception, He Jintang said. Li Jushu stared into He Jintang's eyes, remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly sheathed his silver cleaver and calmly said, Base number 2 doesn't receive special treatment, but due to the giant rat attack, the base has only just stabilized, and many things haven't been sorted out yet. Taxes will be deferred for now. Once the finance department has sorted things out, every penny due will be paid. Yan Shijin took a half step back, veins bulging on his hand gripping the sword hilt. This would be the greatest humiliation of his life. He hadn't even drawn his sword before being subdued. He had never imagined such a day would come. He was furious, but he had to force himself to remain calm. He wasn't alone now, he had a mission. He had to protect He Jintang. He could die, but the mission could not fail. The old Taoist priest returned to He Jintang's back, expressionless. The others felt slightly relieved, but only Yan Shiji knew that the old Taoist priest was injured, internally. Li Jushu's strength is terrifying. Even Xiao Mubai wasn't confident of victory against the old Taoist priest. How old is Li Jushu? It's unimaginable how he honed his skills. On the day satellite communications are restored, I hope to see the tax revenue. You must understand, I'm merely a collector. The tax money goes into the national treasury. No one can owe the national treasury money. You're young, with a long future ahead of you, He Jintang said meaningfully. Lord He, you don't know me well. If you spend more time with me, you know I always been law-abiding and a good citizen, Li Jushu replied. The court appreciates law-abiding citizens. Disasters test people's hearts. Base 2, having endured the rodent rat, engineer rat, and giant rat, still maintains its patriotism. I'm very gratified. The court has a mission, I believe Base 2 can definitely complete it, He Jintang smiled. A young man of about 27 or 28 stepped out from behind him, took out an old parchment book, and spread it on the conference table. A simple map was drawn on it. The task is to find a stone tablet. I don't have any other information. Once you find the location, you find the tablet, bring it back, and that will complete one station chief's task, He Jintang said. Su Dian leaned close to Li Jushu's ear and whispered an explanation of the station chief's task. The station chief is an official position. Although the station chief is elected by the people, in other words, anyone who believes they are qualified can take the position. Winning 75% of the votes makes one an acting station chief. An acting station chief only needs to complete 3 tasks assigned by the Imperial Court to be officially appointed. The Imperial Court doesn't directly appoint station chiefs, but it does possess veto power. However, in all the years on planet 10,000 Beasts, the court has never used its veto. As long as the acting station chief can complete the mission, He Jintang's nomination is always approved. So far, there haven't been any unexpected incidents. Li Jushu's rise to power occurred during a special period when many regulations weren't strictly enforced. At that time, everyone was focused on survival and didn't care about much else. Li Jushi was able to lead them to safety, so they supported him. As for legality or procedural compliance, with their lives hanging in the balance, who cared? No one reminded him, and Li Jushi remained unaware of the many intricacies involved in becoming a legitimate station chief. Although he disliked this kind of coercive mission, judging from everyone's expressions, he knew he had to accept it, otherwise, his position as station chief would be illegitimate. Without the court's approval, there is no legitimacy. Order was restored to the base too quickly. The imperial court's influence over the people remained almost unchanged. Eradicating the rodents too quickly wasn't necessarily a good thing. If the rodent war had lasted 8 or 10 years, probably no one would remember the imperial court anymore, and Governor He Jintang would have been utterly powerless. Is there a deadline? Li Jushu asked. 3 months, He Jintang replied. Within 3 months, I will deliver the stone tablet to Base 1. Li Jushu put away the parchment book, signifying acceptance of the task. I await your good news. He Jintang smiled. As long as Li Jushu did as he wished, a little playfulness was understandable. Li Jushu was still considering whether to host a banquet for He Jintang when He Jintang went straight back. He didn't stay overnight, didn't even eat a bite of food, and only after the convoy disappeared from sight did everyone believe it was true. Such a rush, could something important have happened? Mo Ruju guessed. If it were truly something important, they wouldn't have come to Base 2. As for tax revenue, there's no need for Lord He to make the trip personally, Zhou Yinji said. The mission itself wasn't worth He Jintang's personal trip, because whether it was tax revenue or the mission, Li Jushu had to agree as long as he wanted the court's recognition. There were no conditions. In other words, He Jintang could have just sent someone to deliver the message. There was absolutely no need for him to make this trip. The field engineers were currently overrun with rats, and there was a possibility of encountering large rats. It was still quite dangerous. Su Dian wanted to speak, but after thinking about it, he said nothing. He vaguely felt that the reason wasn't so complicated. He Jintang was simply afraid. Li Jushu's displayed strength made He Jintang uneasy. The higher one's status, the more one cares about their life. If Li Jushu suddenly acted out of turn, neither Yan Shijin nor the old Taoist priest could stop him. In He Jintang's eyes, Li Jushu was merely a low-ranking official. No, not even an official, at best a nobody one level above ordinary people, a far cry from He Jintang's position as governor. He would find it utterly worthless to be killed by such a person. A wise man avoids dangerous situations, so he simply left. Li Jushu's attention had already shifted from He Jintang to the parchment book, the stone tablet. What kind of tablet? Did He Jintang need it, or did those above him need it, or perhaps the court? Since it was a stone tablet, it confirmed one thing: Xiao Zhuyu's news was true. No other race besides humans would create such a thing as a stone tablet. The tablet likely contained writing. Among the discovered star systems and planets, only humans used writing, other creatures did not. The planet of 10,000 beasts might indeed be a breeding ground. Great figures from the ancient mythological era left their traces here. Besides the stone tablet, there should be other things. Wherever there is human activity, all sorts of things will be left behind. Could it be that people from the mythical era left behind some magical treasures or cultivation techniques? He suddenly began to feel a sense of anticipation for this mission. Chapter 434. The convoy stopped at the foot of the mountain. The road ahead ended. The mountain was majestic, with ancient trees reaching for the sky. Sherpa Jiao looked up. The lowest trees appeared to be over 200 meters tall. This planet should be grateful it wasn't discovered by its mother planet for long, otherwise, these trees would probably already be in processing plants. Up the mountain! The 20-person team disappeared into the woods in the blink of an eye. Each person carried over 50 kilograms of supplies. Except for Xiao Zhiyu, who was a level 4 hunter, the others were all level 5 or higher hunters. The 50 kilograms of supplies didn't hinder their movement. They moved swiftly. Li Jushu's plan didn't include Xiao Zhiyu, but she insisted on going. She said she came to the beast planet to explore it, and wouldn't miss any opportunity to go to unfamiliar places. She had experts like Xiao De, Xiao Air, and Xiao San by her side, and she herself was a wilderness expert. After a brief consideration, Li Jushu agreed. Do the rodents know they can't do anything to such big trees, so they don't come here? Perhaps feeling the group was getting too bored, Red Mantis tried to make conversation. They hadn't seen any rodents since yesterday. With meat to eat, who would gnaw on trees? Stone Armor said. It's not that simple. I feel this mountain is dangerous. It gives me a very bad feeling, as if something is watching us from the shadows, African Lion said. Don't touch the trees. Xiao Zhu suddenly spoke up in the center of the group. Zhang Xiaoho was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. These trees are called lightning-struck wood. They're very sensitive. If anyone shows hostility towards them or touches them, the consequences will be severe. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Xiao Zhu explained simply. How serious is it? Li Xiaoshan asked weakly. I tell you in a bit, Xiao Zhu said cryptically, but soon everyone realized the gravity of the situation. The forest was eerily quiet. There were no large creatures, no snakes, wild boars, monkeys, or anything like that. Even mosquitoes were scarce, and those that were there were the sap-feeding kind, not blood-sucking. The fact that the mosquitoes weren't blood-sucking meant only one thing. They had no blood to suck, so the blood-sucking species had died, and the survivors were the non-blood-sucking ones. The fact that winged mosquitoes could starve to death indicated that no animals had appeared in this forest for a long time. A normal ecosystem wouldn't lack animals. If a place is devoid of animals, it means that place is terrifying, and animals dare not approach. Combining this with Xiao Zhu's words, everyone realized that these trees must be extremely dangerous, otherwise, there wouldn't be not a single animal left. It took them a full 3 hours to walk out of the forest, even with their own strength. Xiao Zhu gestured for Tao Liuji to attack any tree at random. Swoosh, the steel ball struck the tree trunk, but was deflected. The wood's hardness was astonishing. Tao Liuji's steel balls were comparable to bullets, capable of pulverizing rock. 7 or 8 head-sized objects, whether seeds or fruits, fell from the canopy. Their yellowish-brown skins resembled coconuts at first glance. Everyone stared at the fruits, and the next second, everyone's expression changed. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk the fruits exploded the moment they hit the ground, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that enveloped an area of 20 meters. Fallen leaves instantly turned to ash, revealing scorched earth. The voltage exceeded 2,000 volts. The explosion of 7 or 8 fruits completely engulfed the area around the large tree. Any creature beneath it would have been unable to escape due to the speed of the lightning, and would have been killed by its voltage. The power was comparable to an anti-tank mine. No wonder Xiao Zhu was so cautious walking through it. It wasn't out of cowardice, but because this tree was so monstrous. Zhang Xiaoho felt a chill run down his spine. He almost killed everyone because of his carelessness. The trunk is completely unharmed. This thing could fetch a high price, Zheng Xuanzhen exclaimed in amazement. The explosion had covered the entire trunk. It wasn't even charred. Not even the bark was broken. There's a type of bomb tree that blows itself up. Lightning-struck bomb trees are more advanced, or rather, more powerful. They evolved immunity to electric current, Xiao Zhu said. Let's rest here tonight, and continue climbing early tomorrow morning, Li Jushu said, glancing at the sky. They definitely wouldn't reach the summit before dark. Camping halfway up the mountain was too dangerous. The edge of the lightning-struck bomb tree area was undoubtedly the safest place. Even rodents dared not come here, and other creatures probably kept their distance as well. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, after a simple breakfast, the group continued their ascent. Because they had chosen the gentlest route, climbing itself was not difficult for the experienced climbers. The challenge lay in the poisonous insects and snakes hiding in the undergrowth and leaves. The trees blocked the light, creating a constantly shifting light and shadow in the forest, posing a significant test to their eyesight. Even Li Jushu, who possessed night vision, dared not be careless and proceeded relatively slowly. This forest was different from those he had visited before. While previous forests were also dangerous, many of the creatures were familiar or of the same species. This forest, however, contained many creatures he had never heard of before. It seemed to be a primeval forest untouched by humans, and the danger level had skyrocketed. Xiao Zhu was the most excited. Along the way, she had collected dozens of specimens in bottles, jars, and vacuum-sealed bags. If it weren't for the difficulty of carrying them, this number could easily have soared to over 100. She encountered strange creatures at almost every step, and the light in her eyes made Li Jushu reluctant to stop her. Fortunately, they were all skilled fighters. Although they encountered countless dangers, they overcame them one by one. However, injuries were inevitable. A swarm of wasps they had never seen before, hiding underground, was disturbed by the footsteps and suddenly emerged, launching a ferocious attack on the group. Each stung resulted in a welt the size of an egg within 10 seconds. Half of the group was stung, with Zhang Xiaoho suffering the most stings, 6 large welts on his body, nearly fainting. Ignoring the danger of setting the mountain ablaze, Li Xiaoshan frantically unleashed flames to cover their retreat, allowing the group to escape the wasp's range and rest. Those who had been stung looked at each other, feeling both amused and pained. A searing pain shot through them, as if someone were relentlessly burning their skin with a red-hot iron. They couldn't scratch or touch it, otherwise the pain would intensify. The group had made thorough preparations for this trip, bringing 7 different insect repellents, all of which they tried, but none were effective. Xiao Zhu wasn't stung. She had loyal bodyguards. Xiao Er and Xiao Er were each stung twice, mainly to protect Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu regretted not being able to collect a single wasp specimen. A muffled groan escaped Tao Liuji's lips. Almost simultaneously, Li Jushu shouted, "Watch your step." His silver cleaver flashed across the ground. Clang! Sparks flew as a black vine snapped in two. Countless dark shadows writhed, and an unprecedented black vine, like a venomous snake, coiled around the group with lightning speed. The vine's surface was covered in dense barbs, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 435. Thud, the black vine easily pierced the African lion's calf. The lion's face paled. Wang Han 94 fired a shot, the bullet hitting the vine precisely. Sparks flew, leaving a dent in the vine, but it didn't break. The black vine seemed enraged, beginning to pull and twist, its barbs digging deep into the muscle fibers. The African lion groaned, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The intense pain made him shudder, almost dropping his pistol. Just then, a flash of blade energy appeared, severing the black vine in two. Li Jushu's voice rang out. "Guns are useless, use melee weapons." Li Xiaoshan, attack with flames. In an instant, 5 or 6 people were injured. Li Jushu's silver blade conjured countless waves of blade energy, but it couldn't protect everyone. The black vine's hardness and toughness were unbelievably high. Even with his strength, he could only cut one vine at a time. Boom! 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 The fireball slammed into the ground, erupting in bursts of flame. The temperature in the air rose sharply, and the expectant looks on everyone's faces turned to horror. Black vines pierced through the flames, attacking them relentlessly, completely unaffected by the fire. Immune to fire. The black vines were not only as hard as iron, but also incredibly strong, dragging even a pit bull. "Go back?" Jean Bummy asked. Zhang Xiaoho, Tao Liuji, and the others' expressions changed simultaneously. They didn't want to face the wasps again. "Charge! I clear the way!" Li Jushu knew they couldn't retreat. Even without the wasps, retreating would waste a lot of time. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his silver blade shone with unprecedented brilliance. The blade's energy hung like a silver river, and with each flash, one black vine after another was severed and fell. The severed vines didn't die immediately, they continued to writhe on the ground like a gecko's severed tail. When Zheng Xuanzhen's green dragon crescent blade struck with immense force, it could only deflect the black vines, sending sparks flying and leaving small gaps in the vines, but it couldn't sever them. Sherpa Jia's fist slammed into the black vines. The vines were unharmed, but his own fist was riddled with small holes from the barbs. The only saving grace was that the vines weren't poisonous. The most formidable was Xiao Zhu, wielding a jet-black dagger. With a flash of black light, she sliced 4 or 5 black vines in two, easily cutting down all the vines pointing in her direction. The group seemed to have stumbled into a den of black vines. The further they advanced, the denser the vines became. Black Ape, Mu Chunfeng, and others were injured one after another. The black vines were virtually without weaknesses, hard, fast, resilient, powerful, and numerous. Only Li Jushu's invincible blade aura could withstand them, otherwise, they would likely have been doomed. Yuan Qiongqi was lashed across the back by a black vine, instantly leaving a bloody gash where flesh was torn open. Without a sound, Yuan Qiongqi slammed his fist into the vine with all his might, only to have it sway back. A profound sense of powerlessness washed over him. Human strength was simply too weak. The beast planet was too mysterious. Any creature that appeared could easily crush humanity. "Hang in there, everyone, we get through soon." Li Jushu's advantage of having night vision meant the dim light in the forest had no effect on him. Everyone else felt that the density of the black vines would increase as they went further in, but only he knew that he had chosen the direction with the fewest vines. In the truly dense areas, a person would be instantly bound like a dumpling. Bone-melting palm. Entangled by 3 black vines, Li Xiaoshan was almost in despair when suddenly the strength around his waist loosened, and the 3 vines drooped limply, like snakes struck at their vital point. Before he could even understand what was happening, the black vines on the pit bull's paws also suddenly lost their power. Only then did he notice Li Jushu waving his palm in the distance. Li Jushu was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected the bone-melting palm to be more effective than the silver-blade. Ignoring the depletion of his inner energy, He unleashed a series of palm strikes, more than doubling his speed. Finally, after half an hour, the group broke free of the black vines. The vines abruptly retreated into the forest, clean and efficient, giving the impression of approaching a border and daring not to provoke them. The sudden disappearance of the black vines left everyone feeling uneasy, but this was quickly replaced by joy. Survival was all that mattered. Bandage the wounds immediately. This place is dangerous to linger. Li Jushi warily surveyed their surroundings. The area was densely wooded yet eerily quiet. Considering even the black vines dared not approach, they had likely escaped the wolf's den only to find themselves in the tiger's lair. In the wild, every small wound must be treated seriously. Often, death is caused by these seemingly insignificant injuries. Of the 20 people, only Li Jushu, Qiao Zhuyu, Qiao De, and Black Ape remained unharmed. The others were all wounded to varying degrees. Suddenly, Black Ape abruptly stood up, his muscles tense, his eyes fixed on the depths of the forest, as if facing a formidable enemy. Black Ape, what happened? Don't scare me, I'm easily frightened. Zhang Jiaoho had a strong sense of foreboding. A rustling sound arose from afar, moving towards them at an alarming speed, rapidly expanding its range like a bursting dam. A chill ran through everyone. Whatever it was, the sheer scale of the sound was enough to send shivers down their spines. Monkeys. Li Jushu's eyesight kicked in again. They looked like golden monkeys, but they weren't. That golden color didn't convey nobility or wealth. Instead, it gave off an evil, chilling feeling. They were terrifyingly large, each 3 meters tall, leaping through the trees with incredible speed, almost never touching the ground. Branches were their best path. Go towards the summit. Although they hadn't fought, Li Jushu was certain these monkeys were terrifying, difficult to deal with, and could even wipe out their entire team. Although there were no monkeys behind them, his intuition told him they couldn't go back. There might be greater danger there. The summit might not be the best way out, but their goal was to cross this mountain. Bang! The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle vibrated. 300 meters away, a monkey gushed blood from its chest and collapsed to the ground, but it wasn't dead. The monkey let out a scream that was hard to tell, whether of anger or pain, and leaped up, grabbing a branch and charging even faster. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots hit the monkey in quick succession, 3 sprays of blood erupting from its chest. The monkey let out an angry scream, showing no signs of serious injury. Li Jushu switched to an incendiary grenade. This time, it finally worked. Flames engulfed the monkey, which fell from the branch with a painful scream, rolling and struggling on the ground. None of the other monkeys stopped to help. Instead, they charged forward at full speed. Li Jushu had only brought 10 incendiary grenades with him on this trip, all loaded into the magazine. Sherpa, Zheng Xuanzhen, and the others, ignoring their unbandaged wounds, frantically sprinted towards the mountaintop. Behind them, gunshots rang out in succession. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 436. 9 monkeys were engulfed in flames in succession, their piercing screams echoing through the forest. The other monkeys, far from being afraid, were instead excited, the trees rustling and the monkeys using the elasticity of the branches to easily leap over 15 meters through the air. Given the density of the trees in the forest, the monkeys could reach any corner without touching the ground. The distance of several hundred meters closed in an instant. The monkeys pressed down hard on the branches, using the force to propel themselves forward, using themselves as projectiles on a catapult towards Li Jushu and the others. Nearly 100 monkeys, each over 3 meters tall, crashed down with terrifying force. Don't stop. Li Jushu's voice rang out. The next second, everyone had a strange feeling. The forest suddenly lit up, as if streetlights had been installed, illuminating dark corners that hadn't seen light for countless years. A flash of unparalleled brilliance appeared and disappeared. Crash. Nearly 100 monkeys crashed to the ground, all broken in half. The monkeys didn't die immediately, they struggled frantically on the ground, letting out terrifying screams. Li Jushu held the rear alone, his silver cleaver flashing with blinding light, its blade's energy indestructible. The monkey's skin was as hard as iron, but far less resilient than the black vines. Monkeys rained down from the sky, each one sliced in 2. Soon, Li Jushu was exhausted. There were simply too many monkeys, both in the air and on the ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group was completely surrounded. Li Shaoshan, Yuan Qiongqi, cover the rear. Li Jushu charged from the back of the group to the front. Without him clearing a path, the group couldn't move. With so many monkeys, they would be exhausted. Monkeys were afraid of fire, making them easier to deal with than the black vines. Under Li Jushu's infusion of internal energy, the silver cleaver became crystal clear. its blade radiating a powerful aura. Wherever it struck, monkeys fell. Li Jushu charged forward, ensuring that no monkey caught in his sight survived. Any survivors were handed over to others. He wouldn't slow down, nor would he stop. If he did, the entire group would stop. This forest was fascinating. Different creatures had different ranges, corresponding to different types of trees. Having finally escaped the monkey encirclement, before they could even catch their breath, they were surrounded by a herd of mountain goats. These weren't ordinary goats. Their skin wasn't wool, but rock, like crocodile skin, giving them an indestructible appearance. They were as large as bison, charging forward with thunderous thuds on their hooves. Most infuriatingly, they also bleated. Bah! Bullets struck them, sparks flying, without even a scratch. Since arriving on this mountain, weapons seemed to have lost their effectiveness. Tao Liuji threw out 3 grenades. Boom, boom, boom! The explosion startled the goats, slowing their charge, but none were injured. Get lost. The bumphead spider stepped forward, its right arm swelling to the size of its thigh, its immense power reaching its peak in an instant, striking the leading goat hard on the head. Thud. The goat's charge halted, the bumphead spider letting out a scream, thrown more than 3 meters. If the African lion hadn't caught it from behind, it would have landed hard on its backside. Its arm and upper body were numb and tingling, taking a long time to recover. The goat only paused briefly before continuing its charge, unharmed. The goat had 2 horns, not long, only about 30 centimeters, appearing delicate compared to its massive body, yet thick and sturdy, giving an impression of indestructibility. Indeed, even Li Jushu's full-force sword strike only left a cut. It would take 2 strikes to cut off a horn. So hard. Everyone's expression changed upon seeing this. If someone were to accidentally bump into it, they have 2 holes in their horns. 30 centimeters might seem short and sharp to a goat, but to a human, it's enough to pierce right through. Charge to the top! Li Jushu roared, wildly swinging his blade. Fortunately, only the goat's horns were hard. Its neck was relatively tough. A flash of blade energy, and the goat's head fell to the ground. They weren't too far from the summit. The group fought and ran, Yuan Qiongqi, Zheng Xuanzhen, Qiao De, and others using their most powerful skills, weaving and dodging among the goats, constantly throwing punches and palm strikes, either shattering their internal organs or breaking their spines. Goats kept falling. There were simply too many goats. The number that died was negligible. Li Jushu, wielding a sword in his right hand and a bone-melting palm technique in his left, felt the pressure mounting. Fortunately, with Li Xiaoshan's assistance, the flames didn't harm the goats much. Their shells acted like fireproof material, unable to burn and providing excellent insulation. Li Xiaoshan's flames barely affected them, but goats are naturally afraid of fire, stopping or deterring at the sight of flames. The closer they got to the summit, the steeper it became, with slopes exceeding 70 degrees in many places. The group used both hands and feet, their hearts pounding. Even the large, less coordinated individuals, like Pit Bull and Zhang Jiaoho, nearly fell several times, relying on the help of others. Surprisingly, the goats, using only 4 legs, slid effortlessly up the steep mountainside, not only not slowing down, but actually accelerating. It's difficult for humans to comprehend this climbing ability of goats. However, Li Jushu saw an opportunity. He changed his strategy, chopping off the head instead of the leg. The charging goats, suddenly missing a leg, lost their footing and tumbled down the cliff face. Goats below couldn't avoid them, colliding and falling together. Those further down had nowhere to escape, and like a snowball, dozens of goats tumbled down and disappeared into the forest. No one cared about their lives, everyone was focused on escaping. The fall of dozens of goats did little to alleviate the pressure on the group. Except for the summit, which was devoid of goats, every other direction was filled with them, and everyone was under immense pressure. Fortunately, everyone had come from experience with rodents, so their combat experience and fighting spirit were undiminished. Despite encountering various dangers and difficulties, they all persevered. The African lion was the first to reach the summit, but before he could even celebrate, his face changed drastically. Watch out. He grabbed Fire Nirvana, who was tumbling up. Fire Nirvana, seeing the situation before him, instantly turned pale. The summit was a narrow strip, less than a meter wide, beyond which lay a sheer, almost vertical cliff. It was like a dead end. Suddenly, the road ahead disappeared, turning into a bottomless abyss. Those behind were warned, but seeing the seemingly bottomless precipice still startled them. The bald spider, who suffered from acrophobia, nearly plunged off, but the pit bull grabbed him. Pull the rope. Get down. Yuan Qiongqi, seeing that Li Jushu, who was covering the rear, was almost at his limit, quickly untied the climbing rope. The extraordinary scenery could wait. Escaping was the priority now. Chapter 437. The rope suddenly snapped. Tao Liuji had no idea what was happening and plummeted faster. For a moment, his mind went blank. At the height of the cliff, if he fell, his body would never be recovered. The whooshing wind suddenly stopped, the rope taut, and a tremendous pulling force surged through his body from his waist. Tao Liuji looked up and saw Li Jushu holding onto the rope with one hand. He quickly searched for a suitable foothold, and finally saw a crack not far below. He lowered the rope a short distance, gripped the crack with his fingers, and steadied himself. Only then did his heart finally settle down. His clothes were soaked through, and the mountain wind was chilly. Li Jushu's heart pounded. In fact, everyone's heart was filled with unease. The mountain goats had followed them down. On the near vertical cliff face, the goats could leap from one protrusion to another, chasing the group like they were descending stairs. Sometimes, the two landing points were 20 meters apart, and the goats could stop instantly. This ability filled Li Jushu with admiration. Mountain goats aren't particularly intelligent. They don't intentionally bite through the climbing ropes, but if they happen to encounter one, they won't avoid it. With a snap, they bite through the rope. Tao Liuji was the first unlucky one, Sherpa Jiao the second. Fortunately, Qiao De reacted quickly and grabbed the other end of the rope, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If someone had binoculars, they would have witnessed an amusing scene. Li Jushu and the others frantically descending the rope, chased by enormous mountain goats, leaping from one point to another, agile and steady. A small point the size of a fist could support 2,000 or 3,000 pounds of weight. It was truly astonishing. The crescent blade, like a flash of cold light, precisely sliced through a protruding rock, cutting through it like tofu. The rock detached from the cliff and fell. The goat, which had been leaping into the air, landed just as quickly, its foot missing its footing. It lost its balance and tumbled down with a rock, kicking up a trail of debris in a terrifying crash. In the blink of an eye, only a black dot remained. 7 or 8 seconds later, a faint thud could be heard. The death of a goat was a good thing, but no one was happy. Everyone was terrified. It was too high. Even a mecha falling from that height would be reduced to scrap metal. Li Jushu repeatedly fired his crescent blade, not directly attacking the goat, but targeting the rock where it landed. The goat only had one chance. Failure meant death. The disadvantage of not having hands became apparent in the instant it lost control. It had no way to regain its balance while tumbling. One after another, mountain goats stumbled and fell, but this did not deter their pursuit. They seemed fearless, or perhaps indifferent to the deaths of other goats. They always managed to find another foothold. As the number of chasing goats increased, the climbing rope was frequently snapped by their bites. A tremor came from the rope, and Li Jushu immediately realized the danger. A section of the rock face nearby was as smooth as a mirror. There wasn't a single crack, let alone a protruding foothold. In a flash, he swung with all his might, and as he swayed to the right, the rope snapped, and he plummeted, falling 30 meters in an instant. He remained calm, and as he passed a protruding rock, he gripped it tightly, his fingers like hooks. Snap! The rock could not withstand the force of the fall and broke, but this also slowed Li Jushu's descent. He seized the opportunity, inserting his right hand into a crack beside him, finally regaining his balance. Before they could even catch their breath, Qiao Zhuyu screamed as her rope snapped. The others were unable to help due to the angle and distance. Li Jushu glanced around. He was more than 25 meters away from Qiao Zhuyu, and was also powerless to help. Miss. Qiao De, Qiao Er, and Qiao Sen's expressions changed drastically. They swung their ropes with all their might and rushed towards Qiao Zhuyu, but it was too late. Seeing Qiao Zhuyu's figure rapidly shrinking at the critical moment, Li Jushu flicked his wrist, and his climbing rope shot out like a nimble snake, accurately wrapping around Qiao Zhuyu's rope in midair. Li Jushu pulled hard, the climbing rope taut, and Qiao Zhuyu's descent stopped abruptly. When the two intertwined climbing ropes separated, Qiao Zhuyu had successfully grabbed the cliff face and stabilized herself. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao De, Qiao Er, and Qiao Sen looked at Li Jushu with eyes full of gratitude. Don't stop, descend quickly. Li Jushu quickly hammered expansion bolts into the crevice, secured his rope, and then fired a series of crescent-shaped blades. In just 2 minutes, more than 30 mountain goats lost their footing and fell off the cliff. As the distance between them increased, the mountain goats on the summit stopped chasing. Those that had already jumped down slowed their pace, as footholds dwindled, and in some places they had to detour. The difference between having a rope and not having one became apparent. Finally, the last available rock was sliced off by the crescent-shaped blade, and the goat tumbled to the bottom of the cliff. The other goats had to search for other footholds, but there were no more protruding rocks in the area. They began to meander, and by the time they found a suitable route, Li Jushu and his companions had long since disappeared. Halfway up the mountain, a sudden thick fog rolled in, and everyone's hearts leaped into their throats, fearing danger. The fog was dense, and visibility was extremely low. Fortunately, no real danger was encountered, but the cliff face was damp and slippery with moisture, causing everyone to slow down. The cliff face was too high. Hundreds of meters of rope, pulled in and out countless times, finally reached the bottom. The moment their feet touched the ground, even tough guys like Yuan Qiongqi and Xiao De felt their legs go weak, and they sat down, unwilling to get up for a long time. The bottom of the cliff was lush with vegetation, damp and warm, an environment most prone to venomous insects and snakes. However, at this moment, no one cared about such things. Everyone was panting heavily. Xiao Zhuyu, the young lady, had a large tear in her shoulder, revealing her round, snow-white shoulders. Suddenly, bang! A goat fell from the sky, crashing down several meters away. The goat instantly turned into a pile of mangled flesh, its blood splattering onto the face of the nearest pit bull, still warm. The bull licked the blood, showing no disgust. No one spoke. Everyone instinctively looked up at the cliff, their gaze fixed on the mist in the air. While goats possessed powerful climbing abilities, they could still make mistakes, and the price of a mistake was death. Nature was fair in this respect. While still atop the 100-meter cliff, Li Jushu had already surveyed the area below. The situation further out was uncertain, but there were no large creatures in the area beneath their feet, so he felt safe to rest. Half an hour later, everyone's spirits and bodies had calmed down. They butchered the goat and roasted it on the spot. Sure enough, although the goat's shell was as hard as rock, the meat inside was surprisingly tender and delicious. None of them were novices. When out on missions, seasoning packets were indispensable. They sprinkled on cumin and chili oil, and almost ate their fingers off. Xiao Zhuyu, a girl, ate 2 jin, approximately 1 kilogram, of meat. Night fell, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Chapter 438. Unfamiliar with the environment at the bottom of the cliff, Li Jushu decided to rest on the spot. The ground was too damp for camping, and there were no tall trees nearby. Xiao Zhuyu suggested chiseling holes in the cliff face, and everyone agreed, as no one wanted to be swarmed by mosquitoes in the middle of the night. Li Jushu's silver cleaver, Xiao Zhuyu's own dagger, and the sharp weapons of Red Mantis and Mu Chunfeng, capable of cutting through rock, along with explosives, allowed them to quickly chisel 5 or 6 holes of varying sizes about 5 meters below the ground. They weren't very deep, but enough for everyone to sleep in. They weren't there for a vacation. Being able to sit comfortably was enough for them. They sprinkled insect repellent powder, assigned 2 people to keep watch, and the rest quickly fell asleep. Less than 3 hours later, everyone woke up, chilled to the bone. The thermometer read -42 degrees Celsius. It was impossible to sleep in that temperature. None of them had brought anything to keep warm, and even huddling together couldn't raise the temperature. Sherpa Jia and Zheng Xuanjin jumped out of the cave to find some wood and mixed it with red crystals to start a fire, which gradually brought the temperature up. The wind howled outside the cave. The group was thankful they had dug the cave. If they had camped on the ground, they would have been in real misery. Guys, we're in trouble. Long Tuzu's expression suddenly turned grim. Following his gaze, the others' faces immediately changed. Centipedes! Li Xiaoshan blurted out. Using the faint light of the fire, one after another, arm-thick, grayish-white lizards crawled along the rock wall towards the cave. The cliff face, frozen solid in the low temperature, was incredibly slippery. It was a mystery how the centipedes managed not to fall. What do these centipedes eat to grow to such an enormous size? Sherpa Jia felt a chill run down his spine. Looking around, he saw countless centipedes densely packed on the rock face. He wasn't afraid of lions or tigers, but he always felt an involuntary fear of caterpillars and centipedes, these multi-legged insects. Could these centipedes be after us? Red Mantis already had an answer in mind, but a sliver of hope remained, wishing someone could offer a different explanation. These are called cave centipedes. They live in dark, damp caves, hibernate during the hot season, and only come out to hunt in winter. They especially like to be active at night, preying on large cattle and sheep. Cave centipedes are extremely venomous. Even adult cattle and horses bitten will lose consciousness within 3 minutes, and without an antidote, they will die within 10 minutes. It's very dangerous. Xiao Zhuyu was knowledgeable, But her explanation didn't reassure everyone. Instead, it made them even more nervous. We probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Let's get some exercise. Li Jushi was the first to jump out of the cave, followed by the others. Only then did they notice that the goat carcass that had fallen to its death earlier that day was crawling with cave centipedes, a sight that sent chills down their spines. The carcass was frozen harder than stone in the low temperature, making it easy for the cave centipedes to devour it, crunching away. Luckily, they had cut extra pieces of goat meat in the afternoon, otherwise they wouldn't have had such delicious mutton. The cave centipedes are coming, Zheng Xuanzhen said in a deep voice, his green dragon crescent blades slightly tilted, ready to strike at any moment. Everyone turned around. Seeing their target disappear, the cave centipedes on the cliff face panicked, their speed suddenly increasing. They slid down the cliff face to the ground, chasing after the group, weaving through the grass with a chilling sound. Swish, swish, swish. I have a bad feeling. Yuan Qiongqi glanced at the cave centipedes, then turned to look at the dark distance. The depths of that darkness seemed to conceal endless danger, capable of swallowing everyone whole in an instant. I feel the same way, the black ape said. How about? Sherpajia's words were barely out of his mouth when his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, from the sky. The cave centipedes, perhaps finding their descent too slow, leaped directly from midair. Instantly, countless cave centipedes rained down on everyone's heads. Go! The group disregarded the potential hidden dangers in the darkness. If it were just one direction of cave centipedes, they could grit their teeth and hold on. But two directions, especially from above, a blind spot for humans, made it much more difficult. And in the extremely low visibility of the night, even Li Jushi was having a headache. Li Jushi, with his superior eyesight, led the charge into the darkness, the others close behind. The cave centipede, after all, had a limited size. Although it had many legs, its speed couldn't match that of a human. Li Jushi and his group quickly distanced themselves from the cave centipede, their speed slowing accordingly. The grass was fraught with danger. Having advanced less than half a kilometer, Li Jushi had already killed 6 venomous snakes and over a dozen spiders, and 7 or 8 other creatures whose names he didn't recognize were instantly killed with a single strike before he could even get a clear look at them. The silver cleaver, aside from having some difficulty cutting through goat horns, was still very sharp against other creatures. Pull! Li Jushi suddenly shouted, and the African lion behind him yanked the rope, pulling Li Jushi back from the swamp. The seemingly solid ground was actually a bottomless swamp, let alone the weight of a person. Even the cave centipede would sink in and disappear within seconds. In this kind of terrain, the worst danger is the swamp. Once you sink in, there's basically no chance of survival. Watch out. Li Jushi, who was surveying the swamp's area, suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted sharply. It was too late. A dark shadow suddenly darted out of the bushes, as fast as lightning. Snap! It bit off Protractor's head in one bite. Zheng Xuanzhen's knife, Sherpajia's fist, and Zhang Xiaoho's spiked club all struck the shadow simultaneously. With a furious blow, the shadow instantly deformed, fell to the ground, twitched twice, and died. It was a wolf, a massive creature comparable in size to a water buffalo. Protractor's body fell, its blood spurting out before freezing solid within seconds. Protractor was a rising star. He and Wu Boqi were discovered by Li Jushi and joined the mission. Perhaps because the team consisted of senior members, he was rather reserved, hardly speaking, silently working the entire way, carrying the heaviest backpack. Everyone had a good impression of this honest man, and his death was unbearable for everyone. Defensive formation. Li Jushi roared, his silver cleaver gleaming with dazzling light. The blade flashed through the air, striking a wolf that pounced on it, instantly cleaving it in two. The next second, wolves pounced from all directions, surrounding everyone without anyone noticing. There was no time to mourn the protractor. In a split second, everyone formed a defensive formation to withstand the wolves' attacks. The wolves' large size made them incredibly strong, but despite their massive size, their agility remained undiminished. They could move swiftly along the ground or leap and pounce, moving with lightning speed. Everyone focused intently, and in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, someone was already wounded. The number of wolves hadn't decreased, in fact, it had increased. A distant wolf howl echoed, mournful and desolate. Hearing the sound, the wolf's emerald green eyes began to redden, and its speed increased dramatically. That's the Wolf King. Xiao Zhuyu's expression changed drastically. A wolf pack led by an alpha wolf is the most terrifying. A small wolf pack is not enough to produce an alpha wolf. The presence of an alpha wolf indicates that the wolf pack is incredibly large, and the alpha wolf is extremely intelligent, enabling the wolf pack to exert several times its fighting power, making it extremely frightening. Chapter 439. The night grew increasingly cold, the temperature continuing to drop seemingly without end. The freezing temperatures were beyond description, water instantly turned to ice. The wind howled, cutting like knives against the face. There was no moon, no stars, not a single ray of light shone between heaven and earth. If there was any light at all, it was the emerald green eyes of the steppe wolves, a faint red glow emanating from their depths, eerie and chilling. Surrounded by steppe wolves on all sides, Li Jushu was trapped. His breathing was rapid, his exhaled breath instantly turning into icy beads. Each inhale was a test for his nose. 3 hours had passed since the steppe wolves appeared. 2 hours ago, the group broke away and fled. An hour ago, the group scattered, or rather, he deliberately separated from the group, leading most of the wolves away. Perhaps because he had killed the most wolves, the Wolf King considered him a thorn in its side. If Li Jushu didn't leave, the pressure on everyone was too great. If he left, given his superior night vision and his superior strength, he was confident of escape. What he hadn't anticipated was the Wolf King's tactical acumen. He had deployed wolves on all sides, so no matter where he ran, he was always facing wolves from 4 directions. By the time he realized this, he was already surrounded. Wolves are terrifying creatures, and Wolf Kings are especially so. Human generals and marshals commanding troops need to stand in a conspicuous place, but Wolf Kings never do that. They hide in the shadows, disguising themselves perfectly. However, once their prey reveals a weakness, they will suddenly pounce from the most unexpected place, delivering a fatal blow. Li Jushu's eyes flashed like lightning. He wasn't entirely fleeing for his life. He was searching for the Wolf King's location. The Wolf King wanted to kill him, and so did he. Once the Wolf King was dead, the pack would immediately scatter. A blade of energy swept across the ground, splitting the 3 prairie wolves in 2. Li Jushu leaped into the air, rushing in the opposite direction, his foot landing lightly on the back of a wolf, a seemingly effortless touch, yet as heavy as Mount Tai. Crack! The wolf's back caved in instantly, its 4 hooves snapping off. Its massive body crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. In midair, a flash of blade light pierced the air. 2 wolves that pounced on him were beheaded before they could even touch him. He glanced around, his expression suddenly changing. He abruptly changed direction, darting northwest. Crack! A wolf lunged at him, but it was too late. Its bite missed, the teeth clashing with a crisp sound. Half a kilometer away, Xiao Er, Xiao San, and Xiao Zhu stood back to back, fending off the charge of the steppe wolves. Xiao De, however, was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Er and Xiao San were breathing relatively steadily, but Xiao Zhu was drenched in sweat and swaying precariously. There was no blood on her body, not because she was lucky, but because all the damage had been blocked by Xiao Er and Xiao San. Li Jushu witnessed the scene where Xiao Zhu's short sword was knocked away by the wolf's teeth. He immediately realized the danger and rushed over with all his might, but it was too late. Xiao Zhu cried out in alarm. Xiao San was unable to break free, and Xiao Er's weapon was still embedded in the wolf's body. He gritted his teeth and used his arm to block the attack for Xiao Zhu. Snap! Xiao Er's arm was instantly bitten in 2, blood splattering all over Xiao Zhu's face. Second brother. Xiao San unleashed a powerful charge with both fists, sending the wolf that had bitten off Xiao Er's arm flying dozens of meters. Countless bones in its body were broken, and it never rose again after landing. However, tragedy struck at that moment. A gray shadow shot out of the grass, swift as lightning, and bit through Xiao San's throat. Li Jushu swung his sword with all his might, its blade extending 100 meters, but it was too late. The gray shadow disappeared into the grass in an instant, leaving only half a tail. It was a wolf a third smaller than usual, gray with silvery tinges, its body sleek and incredibly agile, which was indeed true. Its advance and retreat were lightning fast. Xiao Zhu, Xiao Er, and Xiao San didn't react in time. By the time Xiao Zhu and Xiao Er realized something was wrong, Xiao San's neck was already severed. Third brother. Xiao Er let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes bloodshot. A series of dazzling blade flashes followed, decapitating over a dozen steppe wolves, their blood spurting out and freezing into ice beads the moment they hit the ground. What are you doing here? Where are the others? Li Jushu glanced at Xiao San's corpse, a hint of regret in his eyes. His abilities were limited, he hadn't been able to save such a skilled fighter. They got separated. Xiao Zhu suppressed her grief, quickly bandaging Xiao Er's severed arm. Then she picked up the short sword that had been knocked away. This short sword was incredibly sharp. With it, she could rival a level 5 hunter. Without it, she would be virtually defenseless against the steppe wolves. Li Jushu didn't ask further questions. The steppe wolves surged in from all directions, the rustling of grass creating a tense atmosphere. Xiao Er strapped Xiao San's corpse to his back, and Li Jushu hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. It was understandable not to let his brother's body end up in the wolves' bellies, but the situation was different now. He was barely able to save himself, and carrying a corpse would only make things worse. However, he simply couldn't bring himself to tell Xiao Er to discard the body. If there were no prairie wolves, he could say he'd come back to collect the body later. With prairie wolves around, he couldn't say that. A prairie wolf could easily devour a corpse, leaving not even bones. Li Jushu randomly chose a direction to break through. His blade flashed, instantly killing 3 prairie wolves. He charged 3 meters, and before one wolf could react, his silver blade pierced its brain through its mouth. The wolf's eyes instantly lost their luster, its legs gave way, and it collapsed to the ground. Li Jushu had a plan, where to break out, and how to lure out the Wolf King. Now, his plans were completely disrupted. He could only break out through the weakest point of the wolf encirclement, disregarding everything else. Xiao Zhuyu followed closely behind Li Jushu, while Xiao Er brought up the rear, carrying only one arm and another person on his back, in grave danger. A small stream, 5 or 6 meters wide, appeared ahead. Strangely, despite the low temperature, the stream hadn't frozen and was flowing rapidly. Another strange thing was that the stream was completely silent. Li Jushu and Xiao Zhuyu crossed the stream without incident, but when it was Xiao Er's turn to jump over, the gray wolf reappeared, shooting out from several meters away and biting down hard on Xiao San's neck. Xiao San was in midair, with no way to dodge. At the critical moment, a dazzling flash of light streaked across the sky, incredibly fast. Li Jushu made his move. Although he was fleeing for his life, most of his attention was focused on his surroundings, waiting for this moment. Just as the blade's energy was about to sever the gray grassland wolf's body, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The gray grassland wolf suddenly changed direction, defying the laws of physics as it shot towards Li Jushu with lightning speed. Li Jushu's attack was already ineffective, and he couldn't retaliate. The gray grassland wolf was like the most cunning assassin. Li Jushu was hunting it, but it was hunting Li Jushu. Li Jushu had used Xiao Er as bait, thinking it had fallen for his trap, unaware that he was the one who had been fooled. The gray grassland wolf's true target was him. The gray grassland wolf was too fast. Xiao Zhuyu could only see a blur. Her dagger barely pierced through before the wolf had already bitten Li Jushu's neck. In an instant, her mind went blank, her face filled with despair. Chapter 440. A sharp crack. The sound of teeth clashing reached her ears. Xiao Zhuyu's delicate body trembled, like a prisoner being judged. She immediately realized something was wrong and glanced at Li Jushu. Li Jushu was unharmed, his neck was fine, not a drop of blood had fallen. She didn't know how Li Jushu had dodged the gray grassland wolf's attack, and her heart was filled with intense joy. Li Jushu struck the gray grassland wolf with a palm strike. He had intended to hit its head, but the wolf's reaction was too quick, and the strike landed on its back. The gray grassland wolf shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the grass 30 meters away. The dull thud conveyed the ferocity of its power. Li Jushu followed like a shadow, his silver cleaver slashing down. 100-meter-long gash appeared in the ground. The 3 grassland wolves, perfectly aligned, were instantly sliced in 2. Li Jushu's eyes narrowed, his expression grim. He missed. The gray grassland wolves were gone. His gaze swept across a radius of several hundred meters. The gray grassland wolves had vanished without a trace, leaving only a large hole in the ground. To escape so quickly after being struck by the bone-melting palm was simply unbelievable. He suddenly felt uncertain. He had thought the bone-melting palm could kill the gray steppe wolf, but now it seemed the chances were slim to none. A muffled groan came from behind. It was Xiao Er. Li Jushu quickly retreated, his blade flashing, killing 8 steppe wolves in quick succession. He then unleashed a palm strike from a distance, instantly causing the wolf lunging at Xiao Zhu to go limp, as if its spine had been removed. Go! Li Jushu rushed forward to clear a path. He couldn't stop. If he did, he would become the wolves' target. They would continuously emerge from all directions. Although his fighting strength was high, with the sheer number of wolves, he would exhaust himself if he continued fighting, and the wolves' numbers would quickly recover. Xiao Er had been bitten on the leg, bleeding profusely as he walked. Li Jushu wanted to stop and give him time to bandage himself, but the steppe wolf wouldn't give him a chance. The moment the gray steppe wolf retreated, It attacked like a madman, fearless and relentless, leaving him no spare second. To make matters worse, the terrain at the bottom of the cliff was flat, making it impossible to find good terrain or a large tree to take cover. Qiao Er's pace slowed further and further. Although Qiao Zhuyu didn't make a sound, Li Jushu could tell that she was nearing her physical limit. Her chest heaved violently, and she might collapse at any moment. He himself was also exhausted and wanted to collapse to the ground. Fighting in temperatures below -50 degrees Celsius required several times more physical exertion than normal, a tremendous test of willpower. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He dared not stop. The steppe wolf wouldn't give him time to rest. Steppe wolves, having grown up in low-temperature environments, were perfectly at ease and showed no discomfort whatsoever. He tried to find the others, but he had lost his sense of direction in the darkness. A dark green snake suddenly shot out from the grass. By the time Qiao Zhuyu noticed it, there was no time to dodge. In the nick of time, Qiao Er shoved her aside, and the black snake bit Qiao Er's face. Qiao Er's face turned blue visibly. Qiao Er. Qiao Zhuyu was terrified. A flash of light, and the black snake was sliced into 3 pieces. It didn't die immediately, but fell to the ground, struggling and writhing. The head was still flicking its tongue, making hissing sounds, as if it still wanted to bite. "I'm sorry, miss." Qiao Er's face showed guilt. He could no longer protect Qiao Zhuyu. "Stop talking." Qiao Zhuyu shoved the snake venom pill into his mouth, only to have it immediately gush out with dark blood. Qiao Er was unable to eat anymore. "Night owl." Qiao Er looked at Li Jushu, his eyes pleading. Li Jushu's emotions surged. His silver blade erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light, and the charging prairie wolves fell one after another, utterly crushing them. Blood stained the grass crimson, the blade's aura surged, and 2 prairie wolves that had stealthily crept to the rear trembled, their eyes quickly dimming, their life force extinguished. Li Jushu stood before Qiao Er, looked into his eyes, and nodded. "Thank you." A look of relief appeared on Qiao Er's face. His neck tilted, and he closed his eyes. Qiao Er. Qiao Zhuyu's hands and feet turned cold, filled with grief and self-reproach. If only she were stronger, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. First it was Qiao San, and now it was Qiao Er. Qiao De, who had covered their retreat and gotten separated, hadn't been caught yet, and was probably also in grave danger. "Go!" Li Jushu urged. He could sense the gray steppe wolf had reappeared, nearby, coldly watching him, waiting for him to make a move. This gray steppe wolf was incredibly patient, never revealing its presence until it found an opportunity. A true master hunter. Li Jushu moved with Qiao Zhuyu, trying to find a favorable position to confront the wolf, but he couldn't find one. His strength was rapidly depleting, and Qiao Zhuyu staggered, only managing to stay upright through sheer grit. Li Jushu knew this wouldn't work. They would be worn down by the wolf. His mind raced, and suddenly a thought struck him. What do creatures that live in the shadows fear most? A blinding flash. The instant the flashbang exploded, the area within a half-kilometer radius was illuminated as if it were daytime. The steppe wolves howled in pain, their eyes severely injured by the sudden, direct glare. The blinding light lasted for 15 seconds before quickly fading. Half a minute later, darkness returned. Li Jushu and Qiao Zhuyu were nowhere to be seen. The steppe wolves had lost all trace of them. The steppe wolves' sense of smell was as keen as a hunting dog's, but at this moment, their noses seemed to have failed them. In the darkness, the steppe wolves were restless, running back and forth, rushing to every possible direction, only to find themselves in the same places they had passed before. The bloodstains were all from the forest wolves themselves. Li Jushu and Qiao Zhuyu seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to be found again. The restless wolf pack suddenly fell silent, for a gray steppe wolf had appeared. Smaller than usual, with only half its tail remaining, it looked rather pathetic. It didn't exude any terrifying aura, but the moment it appeared, all the steppe wolves showed eyes of awe, like mice before a cat, utterly submissive. The gray steppe wolf swept across the pack like a king, moving slowly, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a signal flare exploded above the pack, its light far less dazzling than a flashbang, yet the wolves scattered like startled birds. Almost instantly, the gray wolf transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting into the undergrowth. It sensed danger. Just as its body disappeared into the grass, a gunshot rang out across the field. The gray wolf shuddered violently, a spray of blood erupting from its hind paw, a tungsten steel armor-piercing round. Simultaneously, 200 meters away, Li Jushu shot out from the undergrowth, his silver blade gleaming with unprecedented light, its blade aura stretching out as if to tear the night in two. Chapter 441. The gray grassland wolf vanished suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, only to reappear 100 meters away. A series of afterimages flashed in the air. However, Li Jushu had meticulously orchestrated everything for this moment. The silver cleaver changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal one, fluid and natural. This was the true killing move. The previous ones were feints. A dazzling light flashed past, and the running gray grassland wolf abruptly stopped. For a moment, it reared up and let out a long, mournful howl. A woof! A lonely, desolate, cold, and slightly desperate sound carried far, far away. Then, all the grassland wolves at the bottom of the cliff erupted in a frenzy. Their eyes, once emerald green, turned completely blood red, their light terrifying. Bang! The gray grassland wolf fell straight down, its life extinguished. Run! Li Jushu's expression changed drastically. He sprinted to Qiao Zhuyu's side, and before she could react, he hoisted her onto his back and ran wildly into the distance. Behind them was a tidal wave of steppe wolves. Compared to the previous wolves, these wolves now only had bloodlust in their eyes, nothing else. The gray steppe wolf was most likely the Wolf King. Although he didn't understand why the Wolf King was smaller, the behavior of the other wolves after its appearance suggested otherwise. What Li Jushu couldn't understand was that with the Wolf King dead, shouldn't the steppe wolves be like ants on a hot pan? Shouldn't they scatter and panic and flee? Why were they instead fully awakened, chasing after him? He could sense that the steppe wolf's previous pursuit of him was like a hunter chasing its prey, with other emotions, but not many. But now, the wolf's pursuit was entirely driven by hatred, devoid of any other emotion, a hatred that even the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas could not wash away. He had to admit that at this moment, he felt a pang of guilt. Carrying Qiao Zhuyu, he fled for his life, wishing he had more legs. Soon, he was surrounded by steppe wolves. The bottom of the cliff had become their world. No matter where he ran, he encountered wolves. His silver blade unleashed its sharpest aura, yet it couldn't kill the endless hordes of wolves. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had broken, and visibility had increased. But Li Jushu felt no joy whatsoever. His legs felt like lead, incredibly heavy, his breathing heavier than an ox's. The weight of his silver blade seemed to increase as well. Completely focused on escaping, he didn't even notice when the temperature rose. Sweat had already soaked his clothes, stinging his eyes. A sudden cloud of mist rose ahead. Li Jushu had no time to consider whether the mist was poisonous. With a flash of his blade, he killed 2 prairie wolves. Taking advantage of the moment, when the other wolves were distracted, he charged through. The light of his silver blade flashed and disappeared, and 2 more wolves fell. Li Jushu plunged into the mist, visibility rapidly decreasing. His visibility decreased, and the wolves' visibility must have decreased as well. But he quickly realized that prairie wolves hunt primarily by their noses, not their eyes. Turning back was too late. The mist was water vapor, initially judged to be non-poisonous. The warm, moist mist lessened the burning sensation in his lungs, and Li Jushu's chaotic mind cleared somewhat. Watch out for the waterfall. The unconscious Qiao Zhuyu, perhaps also stimulated by the mist, whimpered and opened her eyes. With her rich experience in wilderness survival, she instantly recognized the waterfall through the mist. Qiao Zhuyu was injured at some point, and Li Jushu didn't know if she had been bitten on the buttocks and thighs by a steppe wolf, or if she had been bitten on his back. The alternating hot and cold temperatures, coupled with Qiao Zhuyu's fluctuating emotions, caused her to develop a fever. Li Jushu gave her fever-reducing medicine, and then had no time to care for her. The steppe wolf's pursuit was too ferocious. Every pause he made resulted in several more wounds. A waterfall? Damn! Li Jushu's mind went blank for a moment before his feet gave way, and he was already halfway up the cliff. The next second, a deafening roar filled his ears. In an instant, all sound disappeared, leaving only the thunderous roar. He thrust his silver cleaver back, trying to steady himself, but missed. He had run too fast, and was too far from the cliff edge. A white blur stretched before his eyes. He could hear nothing. His body plummeted rapidly. Qiao Zhuyu, whether from tension or fear, clung tightly to his neck, almost unable to breathe. The waterfall was terrifyingly high. Li Jushu estimated that the fall lasted more than 10 seconds. The 2 of them crashed into the water, and were swept away by the raging current. Li Jushu wasn't a great swimmer, but he was passable. However, he was helpless against such a strong current, and drifted with the tide. A wave crashed over him, and he sank to the bottom. He didn't know how much time had passed, the water was murky, and he couldn't see anything. Just as he was about to die from lack of oxygen, a current rushed over and brought him to the surface. He floated up and down like this, swallowing countless amounts of water until his stomach was bloated and he couldn't drink anymore. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, yet also for a very short time. Li Jushu only remembered using all his strength to untie the rope binding Xiao Zhuyu, and then he knew nothing more. He had passed out. One person dying is better than two dying together. If they're separated, the chances of one surviving are higher. You're awake. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Li Jushu's eyes flickered. It was Xiao Zhuyu, sitting beside him. A campfire cast a faint glow, and although he was practically touching the fire, he felt little warmth. His body was as cold as an icicle. He had been woken up by the cold. The two were in a sheltered, rocky hollow, completely dark outside the firelight. It was night. Where is this? Li Jushu asked, feeling an unbearable discomfort in his throat, as if he had swallowed a razor blade. I don't know. Xiao Zhuyu wore only a vest, revealing large expanses of smooth, fair skin. Li Jushu, on the other hand, was completely naked. It wasn't that Xiao Zhuyu intended to engage in any seductive nighttime acts or anything unspeakable. Both of their clothes were soaked through. The temperature was close to minus 50 degrees Celsius at night. Wearing wet clothes was tantamount to suicide. Xiao Zhuyu was very experienced in wilderness survival, and naturally knew what the right thing to do was. Being seen naked was a minor issue. Has your fever gone? Li Jushu asked. I still have a slight fever, but it's not a problem anymore. Xiao Zhuyu picked out a half-cooked fish from the fire. Without any seasoning, she tore off half and handed it to Li Jushu. Hungry? Our backpacks were swept away by the current, and all the supplies in our pockets are gone. Luckily, there are plenty of fish in the river, so we won't go hungry. Xiao Zhuyu ate the other half, taking large bites with relish. Li Jushu didn't stand on ceremony and ate half a fish. Xiao Zhuyu then dug out another fish from the fire, this one even fatter, weighing over 3 pounds, also half-cooked. Both of them ate with great relish. After finishing, they embraced each other by the fire until dawn. The temperature rose rapidly as the sun rose. Chapter 442. The two divided their tasks. Li Jushu went to the river to retrieve equipment, while Xiao Zhuyu searched for medicinal herbs nearby. Her buttocks and thighs had been bitten by wolves and soaked in the river water. They needed medicine to prevent infection and decay. The backpack was waterproof. Retrieving it would save them a lot of trouble. It contained not only various supplies but, more importantly, medicine. Furthermore, Li Jushu was reluctant to part with his silver cleaver and Xiao Zhuyu's black short sword. While the silver cleaver hadn't been with him as long as the tiger-headed saber, its sharpness and ease of use had solved many problems. In this place, being without weapons was extremely inconvenient. Xiao Zhuyu's black short sword was of unknown origin, but its sharpness far surpassed the silver cleaver, clearly indicating it was no ordinary weapon. The backpack, weighing over 50 kilograms, had most likely sunk. Li Jushu walked upstream for more than 5 kilometers, finally seeing the waterfall they had descended upon, and instantly thought of Li Bai's poem. It seems as if the Milky Way has fallen from the ninth heaven. A white spray suddenly burst forth from midair, rushing down with a surprisingly soft sound. Based on the river's flow, Li Jushu deduced that an underground river flowed beneath the waterfall's cascade, drawing away most of the water. Otherwise, the outflow wouldn't be so small. Yesterday was lucky, otherwise, being sucked into the underground river would have been almost certain death. He cautiously waded to the edge of the waterfall's cascade. The current was too strong. He couldn't see anything. He could only keep searching outwards. The bottom was full of rocks of all sizes, and a backpack could easily be hidden in the crevices between them. His swimming skills weren't great to begin with, and after searching for over an hour, he found nothing. Just as he was about to surface and give up, a glimmer of light underwater caught his attention. He braved the current, grabbed a rock, and slowly descended until he reached the source of the light. It was a hairpin, a golden hairpin, its design simple yet exquisite. At the end of the hairpin was a bird, but Li Jushu didn't recognize it. He was somewhat disappointed. He had thought it was a silver sword. He grabbed the hairpin and quickly surfaced, almost unable to hold his breath any longer. Wow! Holding his breath to the limit, and then gasping for air felt incredibly blissful. Li Jushu was too lazy to go ashore, and floated downstream back to where he had rested the night before. He gave up searching for the package. Given the conditions at the bottom of the river, finding anything would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He'd rather think of other ways. With his current strength, even without supplies, he wouldn't starve. Just as he was about to go ashore, he suddenly saw a corpse on the rocks by the bank and immediately grinned. The steppe wolf had no wounds. It must have fallen into the waterfall while chasing him, unable to stop in time. The steppe wolf couldn't swim, and unfortunately, it drowned. The terrain here is gentle, so it was washed ashore. Li Jushu laughed heartily. Now there was no shortage of food, and they wouldn't have to freeze at night. Using his hand as a knife, he skinned the wolf. This was a valuable pelt. It would keep them warm at night, 100 times better than a campfire. The campfire, due to the low temperature, didn't burn well enough to cook a fish. Last night, although the two embraced, it felt like they were hugging an ice pop. Their eyes were closed, but neither could fall asleep. With this wolf pelt, he could finally get a good night's sleep. He began carefully observing both banks of the river. He was certain that more than one prairie wolf had fallen. If he could find a second drowned wolf, the two of them wouldn't have to squeeze together. Xiao Zhiyu wasn't Luo Chuqing or Zhong Wuyan. Holding an unfamiliar woman made him very uncomfortable. His luck wasn't that good. A wolf carcass was already a blessing. Even after returning to the place where they had warmed themselves by the fire the night before, they hadn't found anything else, though they had collected quite a few tree branches and other debris. Xiao Zhiyu hadn't returned. Just as he was about to go look for her, a figure approached from afar. Who else could it be but Xiao Zhiyu? He immediately started a fire to roast the wolf meat, quickly setting up what looked like a stove with a flat stone slab on top. He planned to have teppanyaki. No, it should be called stone slab sizzling now. Xiao Zhiyu didn't find any herbs, but he did find two kinds of mushrooms, one edible, the other medicinal. The medicinal one resembled a stone mushroom. When it matured, it contained a yellowish-brown powder, which was remarkably effective in treating external injuries. Take off your pants, lie face down, and stick your butt out, Li Jushu said to Xiao Zhiyu, who blushed and looked directly at him. Sticking your butt out higher, that's right, don't move, hold it. Li Jushu wasn't a novice, applying medicine was no problem for him. The difficulty lay in not having the right tools. Part of the wound on Xiao Zhiyu's buttocks had already festered, and he needed to clean it thoroughly. Without the right tools, he had to treat it bit by bit, turning a 10-minute task into more than half an hour. Without bandages, he could only tear off Xiao Zhiyu's underwear. A girl's things are always cleaner than a man's. After everything was settled, Li Jushu thoughtfully found a flat, large rock for Xiao Zhiyu to use as a bed, letting her lie face down on it. Her injury was on her buttocks, so sitting wasn't suitable. By this time, the wolf meat was cooked, and with the mushrooms, its aroma filled the air. Although there was no salt, the two of them ate with gusto, their mouths greasy. Last night's meal had been truly painful. It wasn't eating, it was purely for protein. You rest for a bit. I go check out the surrounding terrain. Oh, by the way, I found a hairpin in the river, here, take it. Li Jushu tossed the hairpin to Xiao Zhiyu and walked downstream. The valley was vast, far exceeding the river's boundaries, which seemed illogical. Logically, valleys were carved out by rivers. Could it be that the river used to be full, but now it's smaller? Or do waterfalls have freshwater and high water seasons? Li Jushu focused on the cliffs on either side, towering into the clouds, their tops invisible. The cliffs were sheer and steep, difficult to climb. Suddenly, Li Jushu stopped in his tracks. He remembered the map on the animal hide, with a thin, winding line. Experts speculated it was a canyon, but could it be a river valley? He recalled the shape of the line and, considering the valley's course, found a striking match. He quickened his pace, running over 30 kilometers, and the trajectory perfectly overlapped. Ha ha, this was so easy. Li Jushu laughed. Although the journey had been fraught with difficulties and casualties, he was still very happy to have suddenly found the right direction. According to the map, the river's outlet was the destination. Of course, when the map was enlarged to reality, the distance would be hundreds of kilometers, but compared to his previous confusion, the route was now clear. Chapter 443. It was late at night, the sky was starless, and apart from the howling wind, there was no other sound. The wind was strong enough to blow a child away, which explained why there were almost no weeds or other plants on the riverbank. With such strong winds, any plants that survived were lucky enough to grow in sheltered spots. The campfire's light was barely visible beyond 10 meters. Li Jushu and Xiao Zhiyu lay inside the wolf pelt, the smell of blood strong, but warm. Considering the size of Xiao Zhiyu's buttocks, and the area of the wolf pelt, Li Jushu lay below, with Xiao Zhiyu on top of him. The position was ambiguous but tested Li Jushu's willpower, but given the circumstances, it was the best course of action. Even experts feel the cold. Don't move. The more you move, the stronger the reaction, Li Jushu said with a bitter face. Even though he was powerful, there were certain things he was powerless to control. Xiao Zhiyu blushed, afraid to move. Her tense muscles didn't last long. Finally, resigned, she pressed herself completely against Li Jushu, their bodies pressed tightly together. Her mind wandered, forgetting the wound on her buttocks. "Elder sister, I have a suggestion," Li Jushu said. Xiao Zhuyu looked at him with her large eyes, remaining silent. Their lips were too close. She worried that as she spoke, she might accidentally touch Li Jushu's. "Could you not hold this hairpin? It feels like I'm trying to force myself on you," Li Jushu said with obvious disgust. Xiao Zhuyu's face turned even redder. She never imagined that one day she would share a wolf's skin with a man. "If you were on the bottom and I were on top, I could understand this. But in the current situation, it seems I should use the hairpin for self-defense," Li Jushu said. "This hairpin feels unusual to me. I can't sleep now, I want to study it." Xiao Zhuyu finally spoke. She wasn't wary of Li Jushu. If she were, she wouldn't be lying on top of him in such an intimate position. "Don't move, I'm going to sleep." Li Jushu closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Boom! The earth shook, the wind and clouds changed color. Li Jushu and Xiao Zhuyu woke up simultaneously, both with unease in their eyes. Could it be an earthquake? Before they could react, a voice, like a thunderclap, boomed. "I'm out." The voice was thunderous, and both felt their blood surging, extremely uncomfortable. The voice came from the direction of the waterfall. Li Jushu's location was about 6 kilometers from the waterfall's point of impact. Such a distance, yet a single voice almost injured them both. This person's strength was truly terrifying. Boom, splash, rain. No, it wasn't rain. It was more like a river's water pouring down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, shaking the entire valley. Li Jushu's face paled in horror. This couldn't be just the water in the river. The river's flow couldn't possibly be that much. It must be water from a waterfall being swept into the air. What force could possibly propel waterfall water 5 or 6 kilometers away? "How many years have passed, you demoness? You never imagined I'd still be alive, did you? It's a pity you're dead. From now on, no one in the world can hold me back. I will make this world tremble beneath my feet." The aged voice grew increasingly agitated, each word like thunder. Li Jushu circulated his inner energy with all his might, yet he felt his blood boiling, his body almost exploding. The world became a world of sound, rumbling and deafening. Nothing else existed. Every muscle was under immense pressure. Not good. Li Jushu's expression suddenly changed drastically. A look of pain flashed across Xiao Zhuyu's face. Her red lips parted, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, most of it landing on Li Jushu's face, some on her hairpin. A strange thing happened. The hairpin, like a sponge, instantly absorbed the blood. Neither Li Jushu nor Xiao Zhuyu noticed this until the hairpin began to glow, bursting forth with dazzling light. Night instantly turned into day, and a blurry, beautiful figure appeared in midair. Though blurry, it was still clear that it was an extremely beautiful ancient woman. "Ah, demoness, you're still alive." The arrogant, domineering old voice instantly turned panicked and terrified. The woman didn't speak, but simply raised her jade-like hand and gently patted out. It was casual, but in the man's eyes, it was more terrifying than the world-shattering. "Don't kill me, no." The desperate cry, loud and clear, vanished in mere seconds, as if the immense pressure that seemed to crush the world had dissipated with it. The blurry figure glanced back, whether she saw something or not, leaving behind a soft sigh. Alas! She transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the hairpin. The hairpin's light quickly faded, returning to its previous state in the blink of an eye. Li Jushu and Xiao Zhuyu stared in disbelief, taking a long time to recover. This hairpin turned into a person," Li Jushu stammered. "A figure emerged from the hairpin," Xiao Zhuyu said. "Hairpin? Person? Figure?" Li Jushu murmured, then suddenly stopped, a flash of inspiration striking him, and he blurted out. "A spirit! A magical artifact." Xiao Zhuyu also realized. Figures from the mythological era all possessed magical artifacts. The top-tier artifacts could develop sentience and intelligence, almost like living beings. These were called spirits. Li Jushu's eyes immediately burned with desire as he stared at the hairpin. It was actually a magical artifact. The hairpin he accidentally found at the bottom of the river was a magical artifact. Unbelievable. "How about I give it back to you?" Xiao Zhuyu's eyes were full of reluctance, but she held back. She hadn't known the hairpin was so precious before, and had taken it without hesitation. Now that she knew its value, she couldn't just accept it. Once something is given away, there's no reason to take it back. Li Jushu shook his head. Although tempted, he didn't accept it, smiling as he said, "The hairpin is so powerful. If I encounter danger in the future, just remember to save me. This thing might not be easy to use." Xiao Zhu was somewhat worried. There was no direct connection between a modern person and a magical artifact from the mythological era. She had no clue how to use it. With the item in hand, there's always a way. Li Jushi wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was full of confidence. If he hadn't witnessed what had just happened, he would naturally have had no clue. Now that there was a first time, there would inevitably be a second. Although they were certain the woman inside the hairpin had eliminated the source of the terrifying voice, the two of them still rose with trepidation. Seeing the scene outside, they were both extremely shocked. The beach had turned into ice and snow. A thick layer of ice formed from the river water that had fallen earlier and hadn't had time to flow away, freezing on the ground. Looking at the river, not a single drop of water remained. It had all flowed onto the beach. They had suspected this possibility when they heard the voice, but it was just a guess. Seeing the dried-up river in person was a shock that words couldn't describe. Just how powerful was the source of the voice? Chapter 444. At the end of the river lay a plain, beyond which rose mountains. Beyond the mountains, a canyon appeared. The instant Li Jushu saw it, he knew he had found the right place. Standing atop the mountain, they looked down. The canyon was shaped like an open hand, as if a giant had slapped the earth, leaving 5 handprints. The longest finger stretched an astonishing 10 kilometers. A masterpiece of nature. Truly a masterpiece of nature. The thumb is short and thick, the middle finger the longest, the little finger slender, perfectly conforming to the shape of a human hand. Nature is truly wondrous. Li Jushu explained in amazement. Is it possible that this was created by human hands? Xiao Zhu suddenly blurted out. Humans. Li Jushu instantly recalled the cultivators of the mythical era and the events of that night by the waterfall. He always habitually separated ancient events from his own, forgetting that he had already entered the world of ancient times. After descending the mountain and traveling for a day, they finally entered the 5 Fingers Canyon. The moment Li Jushu stepped inside, he knew Xiao Zhu's judgment was correct. The canyon was indeed man-made. Nature might be able to create a palm shape, but the joints of each finger could never be perfectly replicated. The canyon was quiet, devoid of any large creatures. Since the night the hairpin activated the woman and eliminated the owner of the voice, the two of them had encountered no major dangers along the way. They hadn't seen any mountain goats, wolves, or anything like that, not a single one. They had encountered poisonous insects and snakes, but their numbers were far fewer than before. Li Jushu and Xiao Zhu walked slowly. The canyon's height was 99 meters, a very interesting number. What was terrifying was the canyon's surface, smooth as a mirror, barren of any vegetation. Countless years have passed since that slap, yet no plants have been able to grow. It's truly terrifying. Even mosquitoes, insects, snakes, and ants seem to sense the canyon's horror and dare not approach. The air in the canyon carries an unsettling atmosphere. Could it be the work of a powerful immortal? The absence of danger was a relief, but Li Jushu was still trembling with fear. Every step he took felt like a step closer to death, forcing him to joke to relieve the pressure. Summoning wind and rain, moving mountains and filling seas, the ancients were right. Xiao Zhu curiously surveyed every corner, her face showing no fear, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The extraordinary gold hairpin she wore added a touch of classical elegance to her hair. He Jintang must know the secrets of the beast planet, right? Li Jushu asked. Since He Jintang had entrusted him with this task, he must know even more. The governor, a 4th-rank official, a high-ranking local official, there's no reason he wouldn't know, Xiao Zhu replied. 4th-rank official, is that high or low? Li Jushu had no clear understanding of the official ranks in the imperial court. Let me put it this way, Xiao Zhu explained. A 9th-rank official can govern between 300,000 and 1 million people. If it weren't for the special status of the beast planet, the highest official position you ever see is a 5th-rank official. Ordinary officials without connections would never reach the 4th rank in their entire lives. Even with connections and ability, assuming no mistakes, it would take about 30 years to reach the 4th rank. I understand, Li Jushu replied, calculating the time. If he were to become an official now, he'd be almost 60 by the time he reached the 4th rank. For 90% of public officials, the 9th rank is the limit of their lifetime, Xiao Zhu added. No wonder there's this talk of the end of the universe. In the eyes of a 9th rank official, isn't an ordinary person like me just an ant? Li Jushu said self-deprecatingly. No, they don't care about ordinary people at all. Their eyes are either on business tycoons, social elites, or at the very least, internet celebrities. They really don't have time to look at ordinary people, Xiao Zhu said. There's a reason why so many people are desperately trying to climb higher. The lower classes are just weeds, Li Jushu said with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Don't be offended, but the lower classes are like leaks. Desire is the driving force of social progress. When a person loses all desire, society stagnates. This is a disaster for the continuation of humanity. Therefore, the imperial system is that the upper class extracts from the middle class, and the middle class extracts from the lower class, with the upper class rising higher and higher, and the lower class being replaced by new generations, Qiao Zhu said. The imperial court controls the sale of high-level potions. Is that also based on this consideration? Li Jushu now understood everything. Why did purchasing level 3 potions require qualifications, and why were level 4 potions almost never sold? There weren't many on the entire beast planet. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. A horse can be well fed, but it can't become a Tyrannosaurus Rex, otherwise it will be uncontrollable. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies certainly want to sell more potions to generate profits, but they understand even better that only controllable cattle and horses are truly capable. They can't raise uncontrollable cattle and horses, otherwise they'd be the ones who suffer, Qiao Zhu said. Li Jushu stopped in his tracks. A black stone tablet blocked his path, 80 centimeters high, 45 centimeters wide, and 18 centimeters thick, with an ancient, mysterious rune engraved on its front. Li Jushu surveyed the canyon, the stone tablet positioned precisely in the palm of his hand. A strange feeling flashed through his mind. The tablet seemed to be suppressing something, like a corpse suppressing nail on a coffin. He didn't know why he had this feeling, but he trusted his intuition. If the tablet were moved, unpredictable things would happen. A very strange material. I never seen this kind of stone before. There are many black stones in nature, but stones so deep black yet, with such a fine texture are rare, Qiao Zhu said. Do you recognize this rune? Li Jushu asked. Completely incomprehensible, Qiao Zhu smiled wryly. It was clearly ancient writing, possibly even runes from the mythological era. Even an archaeological expert would be stumped, let alone her. Hopefully it's not too heavy. Li Jushu bent down, trying to pull it out directly. If not, he would dig up the base. He did manage to pull it out, but he wasn't happy. The stone tablet weighed between 380 and 500 jin, approximately 140 to 250 caddies. It wasn't exactly heavy, he could carry it. But carrying 500 jin across mountains and valleys would be exhausting. Not to mention the various dangers he might encounter on the way back, and he didn't even know how he would handle the wolves lurking at the bottom of the cliff. Why is it so dark? Qiao Zhu suddenly shouted. Li Jushu looked up sharply. 1 second it was bright sunshine, the sky clear and bright, the next, it was dark and gloomy. Let's go! Li Jushu immediately realized it was the stone tablet that was causing the unease. Pulling out the tablet must have triggered unimaginable changes. He quickly hoisted the tablet onto his shoulder and rushed silently towards the canyon entrance. Qiao Zhu seemed to have realized this too, and quickly followed. Chapter 445. The sky grew increasingly dark, reaching a terrifying level of pitch blackness. Li Jushu, possessing night vision, was unaffected, but Qiao Zhu nearly tripped and fell. She wanted to slow down, but dared not. This sudden change filled her with apprehension. Just as she was wondering what to do, Li Jushu took her hand. The map only showed the route they had taken. Li Jushu couldn't determine if there was another way back. He dared not gamble, and could only return the way they had come. The first step was to return to the waterfall. As for how to carry the 500-pound stone tablet to the top of the waterfall, he hadn't considered that yet. The most important thing now was to escape the Five Fingers Canyon. This darkness was eerie, and instilled extreme unease. There was no wind, and the air was incredibly oppressive. Li Jushu and Qiao Zhu ran with all their might, not knowing how long they had run, until they were so exhausted they were panting. As they climbed to the top of the mountain, where they had previously looked out over the Five Fingers Canyon, a loud crash shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A deafening roar. A massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky, plunging the world into a blinding white light, then back into darkness, before illuminating it again. The lightning snaked like a giant python, or hung in the air like a spiderweb, connecting heaven and earth. Did you notice? The lightning is all concentrated in Five Fingers Canyon, Qiao Zhu said. The lightning grew larger and denser, rapidly expanding from the palm of her hand in all directions, finally engulfing the entire Five Fingers Canyon. One bolt after another, they cleaved through the darkness, revealing the earth once more. Not good! Qiao Zhu's expression suddenly changed drastically. The lightning, after covering Five Fingers Canyon, didn't stop. It continued to spread at an unimaginable speed. The Five Fingers Valley was barren, struck by lightning. Other places were lush with vegetation and towering trees. Now, these trees were in trouble. The lightning struck, and the huge current generated high temperatures in an instant. Under the continuous bombardment of the current, the trees burst into flames. The flames spread rapidly with the lightning, and the darkness was dispelled. Li Jushu and Xiaozhu were not happy. The two retreated frantically, but they were caught up by the lightning after running less than 3 kilometers. Boom! 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 At close range, the two deeply felt the terror of the heavenly lightning. Their souls trembled, almost turning them into idiots. The mountain turned into a fiery inferno, and lightning passed directly overhead. Just when they thought they were doomed, the runes on the black stone tablet moved, emitting a suction force that absorbed the lightning in their direction. The two stared in disbelief at the scene. Was this a stone tablet or a black hole? But it didn't end there. The black stone tablet continued to emit its suction force, devouring the fiery inferno like a dragon sucking water. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the fiery mountain vanished, leaving behind a mountain of charred trees. The trees burned for a short time, only the leaves and small branches were burned away, while the trunks and thick branches remained alive. Li Jushu and Xiaozhu looked at the black stone tablet. At this moment, they understood that the stone tablet was a treasure. Whether it could produce a person like the hairpin was uncertain, but just its ability to absorb lightning and fire was something modern technology couldn't match. Something seems off. Li Jushu's face showed unease. The black stone tablet began to heat up, and after absorbing the lightning and flames from the nearby mountain, it didn't stop. The suction suddenly increased, not even sparing the distant flames and lightning. The suction power emanating from the black stone tablet had no upper limit. Finally, even the lightning in Five Fingers Valley changed direction and disappeared into the stone tablet. What's going on? Xiaozhu was confused, her face full of doubt. Logically, the black stone tablet is suppressing something. Now that the tablet has been lifted, the suppression is broken, and something is trying to break free, which is why it provoked heavenly punishment to kill it. Heavenly punishment and the black stone tablet should be working together, but the black stone tablet is absorbing heavenly punishment, as if helping the suppressed thing. I'm so confused. Never mind anything else, just take a look and see if we should throw this stone tablet away. Li Jushu was sweating profusely. The inside of the black stone tablet was turning red, and as it absorbed more lightning and flames, it became extremely hot, like burning coal. I suggest you throw it away. Xiaozhu knew that Li Jushu valued the mission highly, but the current state of the black stone tablet gave off a dangerous feeling. They might both perish here. Oh no, we're in trouble. Li Jushu's face was contorted with worry. What's wrong? Xiaozhu asked, startled. It seems we can't throw it away, Li Jushu said. What can't we throw away? Xiaozhu didn't immediately understand. We can't throw away the stone tablet. Li Jushu tried to let go, but the black stone tablet was stuck to his hand, impossible to separate. Let me see. Xiaozhu knew that Li Jushu wouldn't joke about something like this. Just as she was about to step forward, she saw the black stone tablet burst into a blinding light, like the sun exploding, its terrifying power enough to destroy the world. It's over. Despair welled up in Xiaozhu's heart. Before this power, she was less than an ant. Just when she thought she was doomed, the hairpin in her hair emitted a beam of light that enveloped her. The next second, space and time shifted, and in an instant, she was hundreds of kilometers away, completely out of danger. Oh no, Li Jushu. Xiaozhu immediately thought of Li Jushu. She wanted the hairpin to save him as well, but found that the hairpin's light had faded, returning to its normal appearance, ignoring her calls. The instant the stone tablet's light shone, Li Jushu's soul floated up. He saw that his body was still attached to the black stone tablet, unable to separate. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into an unknown space. A group of immortals flying in the sky were besieging a crazed man. The man was tall and imposing, resembling a god or demon, but his eyes were lifeless, only knowing habitual killing. His strength far exceeded Li Jushu's imagination of power. With a wave of his hand, stars shattered. With a stomp of his foot, the earth exploded, revealing an endless abyss. The immortal's attack struck him, leaving only superficial wounds. This battle raged for countless years, countless immortals perishing, their corpses crashing onto the earth, causing the vast continent to split into countless planets. Suddenly, the scene blurred. Li Jushu opened his eyes wide, trying to see, but found he couldn't make anything out. Finally, he saw a black stone tablet descend from the sky, pressing down on the man's right hand. Mysterious runes flashed, and then everything vanished. When Li Jiushu regained consciousness, everything was over. The night had disappeared, the lightning was gone, the Five Fingers Valley was gone, and only an uneven depression remained on the earth. The burning forest had been extinguished. If it weren't for the charred trees, one would mistake the previous scene for a dream. The black stone tablet stood on the ground, and Li Jiushu leaned against it in a sleeping posture. The black stone tablet had returned to its previous black color, and had not burned to ash. Only the ancient and mysterious symbols on it were gone. When Li Jiushu stared at the black stone tablet, a faint light appeared between his brows. Upon closer inspection, it was exactly the runes that had disappeared from the black stone tablet. Chapter 446. Li Jiushu reached out and gently stroked the black stone tablet. The runes between his brows shone brightly. In his mind, a cultivation path appeared. Compared to this path, the cultivation method Xiao Suiguan had given him was like a child's scribbles. The star-burning technique. No one had told Li Jiushu this, but he knew the name of the technique was the star-burning technique. When mastered, it could burn stars. His meridians resonated with unusual sounds. As he circulated the energy, the meridians were gradually illuminated, like volcanic lava flowing along designed grooves, intensely hot and blinding. The light penetrated his muscles and skin, making him look like a glowing light bulb, even his hair glistening. His dantian was melted and reforged by the high temperature. The new dantian doubled in size, solid, scorching hot, and rapidly increasing liquid true qi bubbled and bubbled like boiling water. Recalling the man he had seen besieged by countless cultivators, he didn't know who he was, or whether he was good or evil. He only knew that the man was incredibly powerful. If one day he could be that powerful, he would have no regrets in this life. A dream. 3 days passed. He removed his hand from the black stone tablet, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. His eyes were like two restless volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment. He lifted the black stone tablet with one hand, as light as a feather, and descended the mountain ridge as if walking on flat ground. Reaching the stream, he clapped his right hand, and the river water exploded, sending more than a dozen fish flying into the air. He spotted the fattest and largest fish, and with a surge of power from his palm, he instantly sucked the fish into his hand. Before the fish could even struggle, flames erupted from his palm, cooking the fish in just a few seconds, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. One fish wasn't enough to fill Li Jiushu's stomach. He ate 8 in one go before feeling 7/10 full. Throughout this process, he kept walking, holding the stone tablet in his hand. Reaching the foot of the waterfall, he was considering how to climb up when a climbing rope dangled from the cliff face. Xiao Zhuyu, standing on a protruding rock over 100 meters high, smiled happily at him. I knew you wouldn't die, so I prepared the climbing rope beforehand. What do you think? You are my Zifang, Li Jiushu said. No, I don't like it. Xiao Zhuyu shook her head. Li Jiushu ignored her. He tied the climbing rope to the black stone tablet, and began to climb the cliff face by hand. Although the cliff was nearly vertical, it wasn't perfectly vertical, it had curves. Li Jiushu's mediocre rock climbing skills allowed him to find protrusions and cracks, and he climbed relatively smoothly until he encountered a sheer drop. Smooth as a mirror, without a single hair's breadth, it was incredibly slippery from years of moisture erosion. Xiao Zhuyu was worried when, in the next second, plop, Li Jiushu's hook-like fingers plunged into the rock. Xiao Zhuyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was rock, not mud. She stared intently at Li Jiushu's hands, gripping and gripping the rock like flour before him. Wherever Li Jiushu passed, he left a row of holes. Li Jiushu's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of strain. He climbed to Xiao Zhuyu's position, and Xiao Zhuyu pulled the black stone tablet up almost simultaneously. They placed the tablet on the rock, and the two of them climbed by hand, finding suitable footholds before pulling the tablet up again. If they reached the rope's limit, and there were no suitable footholds, Li Jiushu would carve platforms out of the rock with his bare hands, a veritable human excavator. Along the way, Xiao Zhuyu followed closely behind Li Jiushu. With Li Jiushu leading the way, Xiao Zhuyu found the climb easy. Finally, after several hours of trekking, the two of them and the black stone tablet reached the top. The wolf tracks were still there, but the wolves were gone. I wonder what happened to the others, Li Jiushu thought, looking at the wolf tracks on the ground. There were quite a few tracks, indicating that a large number of wolves had gathered there and then left. Had they given up, or had they found another target and left? The two quickly returned, and 20 kilometers later, they encountered Yuan Qiongqi, Black Ape, Tao Liuji, and the Pit Bull. They were surrounded by wolves and in grave danger. The moment the steppe wolf saw Li Jiushu, It was as if it had seen its father's killer. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and it charged forward with a howl, unstoppable. Xiao Zhui was startled by the wolf's imposing presence and paused in her tracks. The next second, her expression became incredibly complex. Dozens of sparks shot from Li Jushu's hands, landing on the steppe wolf. In an instant, the wolf was engulfed in flames, and the temperature in the air rose rapidly. In less than half a minute, the wolf was a charred corpse. Li Jushu flicked his fingers repeatedly, sparks flying continuously. One after another, flames erupted from the bodies of the steppe wolves. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of steppe wolves were ablaze. The wolves let out mournful howls, but they could not escape the flames. In the end, all the wolves collapsed and died. Station Chief Yuan Qiongqi and the other three were both surprised and delighted. They were surprised by Li Jushu's strength, delighted that they were saved, and that their mission was complete. Li Jushu had found the stone tablet. Send a signal flare to call the team. Upon learning that the team had become separated, Li Jushu immediately ordered Tao Liuji to fire a signal. The most important thing now was to locate the other people. The faster they could be located, the higher the chance of rescuing them. Blue signal flares soared into the sky, and soon 2 more flares appeared from different locations. Li Jushu lowered the black stone tablet, instructing Yuan Qiongqi and the others to wait where they were. He rushed to the southeast and rescued the African lion, Red Mantis, and Li Shaoshan. Then he headed northwest, where only 2 people remained, Jin Bummy and Hun Yapan. Mu Chanfeng was out of contact. Continue firing signal flares, Li Jushu ordered, gathering the rescued individuals together. His strength had greatly increased after obtaining the burning star technique, making killing grassland wolves as easy as slicing vegetables. However, the area at the bottom of the cliff was vast, making finding people like searching for a needle in a haystack. Signal flares were currently the fastest method, but there was still no response. The remaining people were either dead or had lost their backpacks. No one wanted to believe the others were dead, and they continued searching. Their efforts paid off. Amidst the rubble, they found Qiao De and Sherpa Jiao barely alive. Half of their bodies were missing, one exposed bone, the other internal organs. They were only held together by Zhang Xiaoho, who was also severely injured, missing a leg. Fortunately, he could still use his hands. They had chosen a good spot, with only a narrow crevice for entry and exit, requiring them to face only one wolf at a time. Otherwise, the 3 of them would never have survived until rescue. A day later, they found Zheng Xuanzhen, Long Tuzu, and Wu Boqi in a cave, but found no one else. Li Jushu didn't give up. As if choosing a path, a week passed without encountering any other members. Signal flares, flashbangs, distress flares, all available auxiliary attacks had been exhausted. They were unwilling to accept this outcome, but had to face reality. They searched for another 3 days, killing countless wolves, encountering them daily in uncountable numbers. Finally, Li Jushu had no choice but to abandon the search and begin the return journey. Chapter 447. With Li Jushu, a man with near superhuman abilities, the return journey became much easier. The cave centipedes, 3-meter-tall golden monkeys, goats, and black vines they encountered on the way here, all fell before the sparks Li Jushu fired. The black vines weren't immune to fire. It was just that Li Xiaoshan's flames weren't powerful enough. Li Jushu's sparks, though resembling fireflies, were actually seeds of fire containing terrifying energy. A single spark could burn an entire black vine to charcoal. After nearly 1,000 vines were reduced to charcoal, the black vines retreated deep into the forest and never emerged again. Even vines, though plants, knew fear. They camped and rested on the edge of the lightning-struck balm tree. With the lightning-struck balm tree as a deterrent, everyone could rest peacefully. Although Li Jushu handled most of the dangers along the way, reducing the pressure on the others, it wasn't easy. Poisonous insects and snakes, complex and ever-changing terrain, and the wounded carried on their backs. The forest wasn't a base. There was no true safety. The physical exertion was immense, especially since everyone except Li Jushu and Xiao Zhi was wounded, some with minor injuries, and others with serious ones. Li Jushu ordered them to set up camp. The first thing everyone did was change their bandages before cooking. They cut a lot of meat from the goat Li Jushu had killed. The meat was delicious, with almost no gamey smell, and everyone enjoyed it. The lightning-struck wood is actually quite good, it's just too far. If we encounter a powerful enemy not far from the base, luring them into this forest would be more effective than any trap, Red Mantis said, looking at the lightning-struck wood after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. If we could pick the fruit, this forest would be like an armory, Tao Lu said. That might be difficult. The fruit is extremely sensitive. Even a slight tremor could trigger it. Picking it shouldn't be a problem, but transporting it is probably impossible with current technology. We'd blow ourselves up before the enemy even gets to use it, Xiao Zhu said. Li Jushu didn't participate in the discussion about the lightning-struck wood. However, staring at the wood, he thought of another question. The black stone tablet could absorb lightning and fire. What would happen if the lightning from the lightning-struck wood were absorbed? The black stone tablet previously had symbols, but now they were gone. Did it still retain the ability to absorb lightning and flames? He didn't realize that as he pondered this, the rune between his brows flickered, as if it possessed a life of its own. The descent was smooth. The chariot started, and the distance to the mountain quickly increased. The dangerous memories seemed to fade away with it. This mission had been fraught with peril. The mourning for the dead didn't last long. Everyone was more focused on the future. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, but rather that it was a hunter's profession. Tomorrow and accidents. No one knows which will come first. Everyone is mentally prepared. Death is painful, but not unacceptable. After the tanks entered human-inhabited areas, the number of rodents increased significantly. Tao Liuji and Li Xiaoshan jumped onto the roof of the lead tank. One released flames, the other launched pebbles, and the rodents and engineer rats had almost no chance to get close to the tanks. Tao Liuji lost his steel balls while escaping, and on the way down the mountain, he filled a bag with pebbles. This incident taught him a lesson. From then on, he always prepared several extra backpacks of steel balls to put on the tanks, which didn't mind the extra weight. Back at the base, development was stable. Li Jushu's nearly 2-month absence had been uneventful, with a steady stream of level 5 hunters emerging. Base 2 boasted 3 level 6 hunters, Su Dian and Xuanwu Tank. This made dealing with the big rat a breeze, with almost no casualties. The third level 6 hunter was a criminal who, relying on his level 6 strength, acted recklessly, defiling 2 innocent women. Su Dian and Xuanwu Tank subdued him, but their decision on his punishment differed. According to base law, defiling someone's innocence required a severe sentence. However, some argued that a level 6 hunter was a rare talent, 1 in 10,000, and needed careful protection. They believed that even 20 or 200 women couldn't compare to a level 6 expert. Su Dian, being only the acting station chief, lacked sufficient prestige, so the punishment for the criminal was postponed until Li Jushu's return. Tell me about Chen Juancheng's background. The Chen Juancheng Li Jushu was referring to was the level 6 expert who had insulted someone's reputation. He glanced at the information Black Cola handed him. Those opposing Chen Juancheng's punishment were mainly Mo Ruju, Zhou Yanji, Ming Lingzi, and Fan Yongchuan of the Dadi Construction Group. Fan Yongchuan was a big shot on the Beast Planet. A quarter of the planet's dozen or so bases were independently built by the Dadi Construction Group. Fan Yongchuan had skipped his father and taken over the Dadi Construction Group directly from his grandfather, surpassing his father in ability. Fan Yongchuan also had tangled connections with the military, which explained Su Dian's many concerns. After the rise of the Chen's heavy industry group, the patriarch began to pay attention to the descendants of the Chen family. He funded the establishment of schools, exclusively for students of the Chen lineage, providing them with substantial training. Outstanding talents were placed within the group for experience. Those with talents in other areas, such as music, painting, or performance, were placed in various industries using the influence of Chen's heavy industry. Chen Juncheng was one such talent discovered under these circumstances. He is a materials expert, and although only 32 years old this year, he has already obtained 3 doctoral degrees related to materials. Both his personal status and the backing of Chen's heavy industry made Station Chief Su Dian hesitant to act rashly, Black Cola explained. Li Jushu knew about Chen's heavy industry. The world's best bearings and hydraulic rods came from Chen's heavy industry factories. Many key components in automobiles, tanks, spacecraft, and other machinery, especially the top-of-the-line models, specify Chen's heavy industry. Chen's heavy industry's quality in engineering equipment, such as excavators, bulldozers, and cranes, was among the best. There are 2 types of machine tools in the world, those from Chen's heavy industry and others. Chen's heavy industry holds a position in the machinery industry comparable to Zhuge Liang's among strategists. This makes it easy to understand why a legally permissible matter is stalled. Offending Chen's heavy industry means the base's future won't be completely ruined, but it will certainly be difficult. Without dealing with Chen Juncheng, it's impossible to maintain public order. Xiao Zhuyu, who should have been resting, heard about this and rushed to find Li Jushu. I suggest we resolve this as a minor issue and compensate the 2 women and their families. As long as they don't cause trouble, everything will be fine. Xiao Zhuyu came in a hurry, worried that Li Jushu might act impulsively and create an irreparable situation. Qin's heavy industry is not like other companies. Its influence is far greater. Chapter 448. Inside the luxurious villa, Qin Juncheng lay on the sofa, 3 beautiful young women massaging his back and legs. He squinted, enjoying the moment. Though it was called prison, it was actually more comfortable than a vacation. He had no other hobbies in life except beautiful women. He couldn't resist getting close to any pretty woman he saw, and if he couldn't have her, he was consumed by desire, only satisfied when he had her. He was young, wealthy, erudite, and a member of the Chen's heavy industry family. Every accolade granted him the right to act recklessly, not to mention his breakthrough to the 6th level in the current situation. His life could be described as a cheat code. He felt nothing wrong with having sexual relations with 2 strangers. Over the years, how many times had he done this? He lost count. Each time, as long as he showered them with money, the women were eager to have sex with him multiple times. Some even wanted to marry him. Unfortunately, he only liked novelty. He didn't like women who took the initiative. He already knew Li Jushu had returned, but he wasn't worried. The more ambitious a person is, the more they need to weigh relationships, knowing who they can't afford to offend and who they can sacrifice. He believed Li Jushu knew this perfectly well. Compared to his worth, the innocence of 2 women, or even their lives, meant nothing. Today wasn't a day off, but he could rest whenever he wanted. No one could order him around. He finished a glass of red wine, feeling slightly tipsy, and just as he was about to pull a woman into his room to study foreign languages, a commotion erupted outside. "Who are you?" "This is Dr. Chen's villa." "Who gave you permission to trespass?" "I warn you." The butler's words were cut short as footsteps quickly reached the gate. A dozen soldiers rushed into the villa's hall, instantly targeting Qin Juncheng and the 3 women serving him. The 3 women turned pale with fright. "Who are you? Do you know where you are? Do you know who I am?" Qin Juncheng shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage, not fear. No one had ever dared to trespass on his property before. Give a little credit, and you be all high and mighty. Give a little color, and you take it all. "Who are you? Aren't you Qin Juncheng? What? You think you're so great?" A roguish-looking young man lazily strolled in from the back. "Lu Yifeng." Qin Juncheng's expression changed, a mixture of anger and unease in his voice as he questioned, "What are you doing barging into my house? I have no grudge against you. Do you think I wanted to come? If it weren't for the cooperation between the Lu family and the Qin family, I wouldn't care whether you live or die." Lu Yifeng's face suddenly turned cold, and he pointed at Qin Juncheng's nose, cursing, "Do you know where you are? Who's in charge here? You still use your old-fashioned thinking to judge the current station chief? Don't you know the meaning of death? Who is Night Owl? How dare you act recklessly? Lu Yifeng, have you become addicted to being a lackey? You weren't like this before. What are you afraid of? Someone with no background." Qin Juncheng said dismissively. "Damn, someone with no background? Who gave you the audacity to look down on Night Owl?" Lu Yifeng's eyes widened. "You remember what happened to He Jintan a while ago, right? I heard He Jintan left without even eating." "What? Is Night Owl in trouble?" Qin Juncheng asked. Offending He Jintan meant that even his Qin family would have a hard time getting past Night Owl, let alone Night Owl. "What kind of understanding do you have? Night Owl severely injured He Jintang's favorite crab, subdued the old Taoist priest and Yan Shijin in one move, and He Jintang's dozens of experts didn't dare to move. He Jintang originally came to question him, but realizing the situation was bad, he immediately compromised, gave him a mission to back down, and left overnight. He Jintang wasn't angry, he was scared. Scared, understand? Even He Jintang had to run away overnight. How many heads do you have?" Lu Yifeng looked at Qin Juncheng like he was an idiot. Really? Qin Juncheng's face paled. Why hadn't any of this information leaked out? "Are you worth me lying to?" Lu Yifeng said irritably. "Is he really that amazing?" Qin Juncheng asked, his voice filled with doubt. "I really don't know how you got your 3 doctorates. Did you pull some strings?" Lu Yifeng was highly suspicious. "Bullshit. The research institute is full of old fogies. Show me you pulled some strings." Qin Juncheng's face flushed red. He could question Lu Yifeng's character, but he couldn't question his talent. "Let me tell you plainly, if Night Owl wanted to kill you, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Huang Yuanche could kill you within 3 moves. If Night Owl were to attack, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Level 6 hunters are powerful, but consider this. Night Owl controls 4 bases, and has over 7 level 6 hunters under his command. There are definitely others, who don't want to reveal their identities. Out of consideration for our past relationships, I'm giving you some advice. While you may not be able to control your lust, according to the base's laws, it's not a capital offense. However, if you disobey orders, things could get complicated. If I were you, I immediately turn myself in. It could reduce your sentence. At the same time, I immediately send people to deal with those 2 women. You're rich, aren't you? Spend more money. I'm doing this for your own good. That's all I have to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. You wasted my entire afternoon because of this little thing. Lu Yifeng finished speaking and left. Chen Juncheng watched his retreating figure, his face flushing and paling by turns. Finally, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Ah Lu, prepare the car. We're going to the station master's building. No, to the law enforcement office. Ah Chang, take some money and go find those 2 women. Make them sign a letter of understanding, no matter what. Be quick." Everyone in the base was watching Li Jushu, waiting to see how he would handle Chen Juncheng's situation. This matter was generating considerable buzz within the base. On one hand, Su Dian was strictly enforcing discipline, which had provoked resentment among many. People naturally expect others to follow the rules while they themselves disregard them. It's unpleasant when rules apply to them. On the other hand, Chen Juncheng's identity was highly sensitive. If Li Jushu dared not deal with Chen Juncheng, it would severely damage his prestige. However, dealing with Chen Juncheng would inevitably bring huge trouble to the base's future development. Chen's heavy industry was no joke. Any construction projects at the base would be inextricably linked to Chen's heavy industry. The station master's building soon stirred. Wang Yuanche personally led a group into Chen Juncheng's villa, his meaning clear. With Li Jushu absent, Wang Yuanche was the base's top expert. His leading the team demonstrated Li Jushu's stance. Chen Juncheng's cooperation was acceptable, but if not, he would be suppressed by force. However, Wang Yuanche found nothing. He escaped? While those watching were puzzled, news broke that Chen Juncheng had surrendered himself, confessing to his crimes and currently being escorted to the court by law enforcement. That evening, the trial concluded. The facts of Chen Juncheng's defamation were clear, the evidence was conclusive, and given his voluntary surrender and the victim signed letter of forgiveness, he was sentenced to 50 lashes in public, 10 months imprisonment, and a fine of 20 million yuan. From Li Jushu's return to the verdict, only 5 hours had passed. The next day, Chen Juncheng was publicly flogged in the central square, attracting tens of thousands of onlookers. The beating was real, leaving Chen Juncheng bloodied and mangled. The executioner was a pit bull. Even a level 6 hunter like Chen Juncheng couldn't withstand it. After the 30th lash, Chen Juncheng fainted, only to be revived with cold water. The lashing continued, his screams echoing throughout the area. The excitement on the faces of the onlookers turned to horror. Chapter 449. As bits of flesh from the whip splattered onto the faces of the onlookers, several men vomited, their stomachs churning, and the stench filled the air. Nearby spectators paled, but the pit bull remained unaffected. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and the whip cracked, its force increasing. Chen Juncheng wasn't one of the most resolute. He screamed in agony, fainting several times, finally enduring the last lash before closing his eyes and passing out again. Chen Juncheng was dragged away by medical personnel, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Inside a nearby building, several distinguished-looking men suddenly fell silent. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, but no one had any appetite for it. I didn't expect them to actually go all out. Is Night Owl truly fearless? The bald man couldn't help but break the silence. He couldn't understand how someone in a position of power could act so impulsively. What I can't understand is Chen Juncheng. Why would he voluntarily surrender? I thought it was just for show, to give Night Owl face, but he actually endured public humiliation. How could he agree to something like that? The bespectacled man was also incredulous. People of their status could lose money, even bow to someone, but they would never be publicly humiliated. That would be worse than death. Is it possible that Chen Juncheng wanted to put on an act, but Night Owl took it too seriously, and Chen Juncheng didn't know beforehand that the executioner would be a pit bull? The man in the white suit spoke softly, his long, clean fingers perfect for playing the piano. Doesn't seem like it. The bespectacled man shook his head and said slowly, Chen Juncheng isn't the kind of person with deep thoughts. If he realized he'd been set up, he would have screamed in public. But during the 50 lashes, besides screaming, he didn't utter a single word of complaint. That doesn't seem like he was tricked, it seems like he did it willingly. That's strange. Did Night Owl use some kind of magic? Or is Chen Juncheng really afraid of him? But it shouldn't be like this. With the size of Chen's heavy industry, Chen Juncheng has absolutely no reason to be afraid of Night Owl. Chen Juncheng himself is a level 6 hunter. The bald man said, habitually stroking his head as he spoke, accidentally pulling out a hair, which he immediately regretted. 10 months, 20 million, 50 lashes, Night Owl's methods are truly ruthless, leaving everyone speechless. The man in the suit shook his head. His future days were probably going to be tough. Not just that, those two women alone must have cost at least tens of millions. Chen Juncheng used to casually throw millions at the women he played with. Now, to get away with this, he's spent at least tens of millions. I wonder. The bespectacled man paused for a few seconds. Does anyone know who those two women are? I checked. They're just ordinary college students who couldn't find good jobs, so they came to the Beast Planet to try their luck. Frankly, their pride is just wanting more. If it weren't for the rodent rat appearing, they might already be in the red light district. In a way, Chen Juncheng is the real sucker, the bald man said. From now on, everyone should keep a low profile. Our new station manager is quite capable. The oldest man, obese and barely able to fit on a sofa, picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. I told you, Station Master Night Owl fears neither the powerful nor anyone. See? Now you believe me? What Chen Juncheng? What Chen's heavy industry? In Station Master Night Owl's eyes, none of them matter. The law is the law. Maximum punishment, executed personally by pit bulls. Does anyone still doubt it? I really didn't expect that Station Chief Night Owl would be different from others. In the past, those in power would protect each other, and when something happened, it would be downplayed or ignored, with ordinary people always suffering. Station Chief Night Owl actually punished Chen Juncheng without any mercy for two ordinary people. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. The flesh on Chen Juncheng's buttocks was almost rotten. He wouldn't be able to walk for at least several months. Acting according to the law, that's what a truly good station chief is. We ordinary people can finally stand tall. As long as we don't break the law, what are we afraid of? At the food stalls, barbecue stands, and card rooms, everyone was talking about today's caning. Li Jushu's merciless punishment of Chen Juncheng had a huge impact on ordinary people. Before Li Jushu, people of Chen Juncheng's status were almost never punished. They either paid to settle things, found someone to take the blame, or used their connections to make things disappear. For many, the law was a shackle binding ordinary people. Those in the upper echelon seemed immune. Li Jushu demonstrated to everyone that he was different from others. Even a prince is subject to the same laws as a commoner. After this incident, everyone sensed a change in the atmosphere of the base. The upper class became more low-key, rarely appearing unless absolutely necessary, and their demeanor became much more humble. The attitudes of the base's law enforcement agencies also suddenly improved. Everyone seemed to have suddenly understood everything. Li Jushu, however, paid little attention to any of this. On one hand, he had no intention of educating the public. On the other hand, his mind was focused on the Black Stone tablet. Undoubtedly, the Black Stone tablet holds immense secrets. Before sending it away, several questions need to be addressed. Who wants the Black Stone tablet? Is it He Jintong or someone from above? How much do those who want it know about it? If they can't decipher its secrets, should it still be sent away? Is the mission more important, or the Black Stone tablet? Li Jushu thought that after obtaining the runes, deciphering the Black Stone tablet wouldn't be too difficult. However, he was far too naive. Even using lasers to cut it, he couldn't break the tablet in the slightest. He tried to obtain fragments for research, but found the tablet indestructible. He exhausted all available methods, but the Black Stone tablet remained unmoved. 3 days passed. He even used his last resort, the Blood Oath, on the Black Stone tablet, but it ignored him completely. Li Jushu was out of options. He decided to go to Base 1 the next day to see if he could extract any information from He Jintong. He Jintong was able to issue this task, so he must know something. It was better than him groping in the dark. Secondly, he had a premonition. Based on what he saw, the Black Stone tablet suppressed one hand. What about the other hand? The foot? The other limbs? Were they also suppressed using a Black Stone tablet? If his guess was correct, then there was more than one Black Stone tablet. Only He Jintong knew this. He was supposed to depart the next day, but he couldn't. Suddenly, dozens of large rats appeared intermittently and attacked. By the time he eliminated the last rat, it was already afternoon. Li Jushu didn't want to spend the night on the road, so he postponed it by a day. Chapter 450. Huang Yuanshe and his wife, Tan Jingru, Xuanwu Tank, Zeng Xuanzhen, Sherpa Jia, pit bull, Tao Liuji, African lion, water spider, Luifeng, crow vulture, and Qiao Zhuyu, Qiao Si, Qiao Wu, and Li Jushu, a total of 17 experts, plus 12 soldiers and 4 war chariots. Li Jushu considered the personnel selection for a long time, ultimately deciding on an elite force. Base 1 had strong defenses. In a real battle, sheer numbers wouldn't be useful, only leading to greater casualties. Fewer troops, on the other hand, offered greater mobility. Base 2's highways were already well developed, with war chariots hunting everywhere along the way. These highways became death traps for the engineer rats. If they dared to enter, the war chariot's speed of over 100 kilometers per hour could instantly send them to their deaths. 300 kilometers later, the highways disappeared, replaced by a bumpy old road, drastically reducing speed. The saying to get rich, build roads first is still gaining more and more weight. Qiao Zhuyu, a pampered young lady accustomed to luxury, frowned at the bumpy, swaying road. On the yellowish-brown earth, a mountain range rose, like a giant dragon. One side of the mountain range was the area of human activity, the other side was untouched, a place yet to be conquered. What lay there was unknown. Many hunters had attempted to cross the mountain, but all had failed. Every step within the mountains was fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. The mountain was tens of thousands of meters high, more than 2/3 of its area covered in snow. It was estimated that only when technology made a breakthrough would anyone be able to conquer this mountain range. What are you thinking about? Qiao Zhuyu wasn't the type to make small talk, but she simply couldn't sleep. Where did all those amazing people from the mythological era go? Li Jushu asked. That question, you have to ask an expert, Qiao Zhuyu replied. With their ability to live for tens or hundreds of thousands of years with ease, they shouldn't all have died of old age, yet we haven't seen a single one. Zhang Sanfeng, the longest-lived person recorded, was only a little over 100 years old, less than a fraction of the great figures of the mythological era. Clearly, something extremely terrible must have happened back then, Li Jushu said. Perhaps He Zhentong knows something, Qiao Zhuyu suggested. Was sending the black stone tablet out a mistake? Li Jushu's gaze shifted from the window to Qiao Zhuyu's flawless face. Her nose, eyes, mouth, even her eyelashes were exquisitely beautiful, captivating him. Even if the item is sent out, He Zhentong can't eat it. We can just find a way to steal it back. Didn't you send the groundhog out first? Qiao Zhuyu said. Li Jushu laughed. Qiao Zhuyu had seen right through his little scheme. He Zhentong only cares about money. He doesn't really care about anything else. I'm more worried about the Xing family. You're the station chief now. The Xing family might not dare to do anything to you openly, but they certainly won't hold back behind the scenes, Qiao Zhuyu said. Then let's see who has the better methods. There are always some scores to settle, Li Jushu said, a cold glint in his eyes. He still remembered the grudge between Zhou Miaohua and the repentant monk. The chariot in front suddenly slowed down and then stopped. The two men were startled and looked outside. About a kilometer away, a huge rat suddenly leaped into the air. Upon closer inspection, it hadn't jumped up, it had been flung away. The rat's tail was caught in the hand of a thin, shirtless man, in one hand. With a deafening roar, the giant rat collided squarely with another giant rat on the ground. Bang! The shockwave sent a shiver through the 4 chariots. 2 of the rats bled from their 7 orifices, dying instantly. The thin man delivered a punch in midair, and a huge fist-shaped indentation appeared in the head of the 3rd rat. Its run came to an abrupt halt, it lay motionless. After a while, blood flowed from its mouth, staining the ground beneath it red. With a wave of his hand, all 3 giant rats were dead. Not only Pit Bull and Zheng Xuanzhen, but even Li Jushu and Qiao Zhuyu, who had witnessed ancient power, were dumbfounded, speechless for a long time. The thin man seemed to have done something insignificant. Without even glancing at the 3 rat corpses, he took a step, already several kilometers away. With a second step, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only Li Jushu vaguely glimpsed that he was heading towards the rising mountain range. The 4 chariots remained silent for a long time before the crew gradually disembarked. They exchanged glances and, with unspoken agreement, ran towards the 3 enormous rat carcasses. Soon, they reached the corpses and examined them closely. The shock was even more intense. 2 of the rats had died from a collision. Almost all their bones were broken, their internal organs shattered, even their short, thick leg bones were broken. One could imagine the terrifying force of the impact, probably comparable to the impact of a meteorite. The 3rd rat had a large crater in its head, like the surface of the moon. A single, swift blow had killed it. Sherpijia could easily have been buried alive in the crater if he had jumped in. He touched the soft bottom of the crater and gasped in astonishment. He had personally experienced how hard a giant rat's head was. Even a spiked club couldn't break it. But now, it was as soft and yielding as a baby's skin. It was terrifying. Who is that person? Zheng Xuanzhen's question went unanswered. This person's strength is comparable to an ancient immortal, Lu Yifeng said. Huang Yuanxie stared at the deep fist mark, speechless for a long time. He, who had always pursued power, was deeply moved by this punch. So, overwhelming power truly existed, not just a myth. Since others could do it, he could too. He believed in himself. Wasn't this what he had been pursuing all his life? Xuanwu Tang stood before two giant rat carcasses pressed together, touching and feeling them, his expression shifting. He followed the path of strength, always believing that overturning tanks and dragging battlefields was enough to demonstrate immense power. Today, he finally witnessed true superhuman strength, smashing giant rats like carrots. Could he ever do that? He fired a signal flare to mark the location, notifying the base to come and drag the three giant rat carcasses away. These were valuable assets. Rodents and engineer rats decompose rapidly after death, becoming unusable. Giant rats were different. Their bodies could still be used after death. This was what the base valued most. The base's operational range had long exceeded 200 kilometers. Hunters were active dozens of miles away. There was no need to worry about no one seeing the signal flare. The four tanks set off again. This time, the interiors were no longer silent. They were bustling with activity as everyone discussed the thin man. Chapter 451. Because there was no rush, the convoy's speed wasn't fast, maintaining around 50 kilometers per hour. The drivers felt no pressure, and the passengers were comfortable. This speed was just right to crush the engineer rats. As long as their numbers weren't too large, they wouldn't pose a threat to the vehicles. As night fell, the number of abandoned vehicles and human skeletons along the roadside increased. Some vehicles were charred, leaving only skeletons with scattered engineer rat bone fragments. The cold wind blew, and withered grass flew, creating a desolate and bleak scene. The temperature was close to 0 degrees Celsius. As the group passed by, they could vaguely see hunters collapsing from exhaustion after fighting engineer rats, desperate and helpless. The scratches on the vehicle exteriors, even after so much time, were still horrifying. The faint sound of explosions jolted the group inside the vehicles. Explosions indicated human activity. Engineer rats wouldn't use bombs. Let's go take a look. Before anyone could ask, Li Jushu spoke first. He still believed in the light. There were more good people than bad in this world. Everyone had a scale in their heart. If you were a good person, there would be one less bad person. If you were a bad person, there would be one less good person. Every action contained profound truths. After crossing two hills, on a fork in the road whose destination was unknown, a group of about 100 people were simultaneously dealing with 4 enormous rats. There were about 100 corpses on the ground, meaning the group originally had more than 200 people. The 2 rat corpses on the ground proved that this group was not ordinary. Li Jushu's group was able to kill the rats thanks to level 6 hunters. Level 6 hunters were not common, and Li Jushu's group didn't have many. Level 5 hunters would have had to fight desperately to kill the rats. So it's her. Lu Yifeng spotted the woman in the group immediately. Her bright yellow dress stood out against the camouflage uniforms and combat vests. Everyone looked at Lu Yifeng. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, beautiful, but the cold glint in her eyes suggested she was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Yanwen, her grandfather, is the third-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel, holding a high position of power. Her father is in the Ministry of War, her mother is a director of the Tianlong Group, and she herself is an intern tutor at the Archaeological Research Institute, a true prodigy. Lu Yifeng himself was a noble young master, yet a hint of apprehension appeared on his face when Lin Yanwen was mentioned. Even powerful families have their ranks, and Lin Yanwen's family was undoubtedly among the very top tier. Her maternal grandfather is even more impressive. He's one of the founders of wormhole jumping technology, a national treasure-level academician. Her maternal grandmother is an academician in metal materials, also a national treasure, Xiao Zhiyu interjected. Everyone gasped in astonishment. This family's background was so extraordinary that it would be difficult for them to live an ordinary life. It's no wonder this team was able to kill 2 giant rats. With such a family, Lin Yanwen naturally had top-tier bodyguards when she was out and about. However, even the best bodyguards probably wouldn't have expected such illogical creatures as giant rats. Before the particle gun's energy ran out, they killed 2 more giant rats, and then were powerless to do anything more. Their vehicles were all wrecked, the extent of their deformation clearly the work of the giant rats. A robust woman, over 1.8 meters tall and weighing over 150 pounds, carried Lin Yanwen on her back and ran wildly. The others desperately tried to stop the rat's pursuit. An old man in a tang suit and a green melon-shaped hat moved erratically, single-handedly engaging one of the giant rats. He nimbly dodged the rat's attacks time and time again, his counterattacks as gentle as a spring breeze, seemingly harmless. Wang Yuanche, however, was greatly surprised. Wudong Cotton Palm. Is this old man from the Wudong sect? Sherpa Jia asked curiously. Make your move. Li Jushu realized that this team was mainly composed of level 4 and 5 hunters. The old man's strength had broken through to level 6, but he was only one person, and without modern, powerful weapons, he was no match for the giant rat. Wang Yuanche and his wife were the fastest, assisting the old man in the tang suit against the giant rat. Xuanwu Tank, Tan Jingru, Lu Yifeng, and others rushed towards another giant rat. Javelin throw. A javelin with a steel cable accurately pierced the giant rat's tail. The javelin was personally fired by Xuanwu Tank and Tan Jingru, both level 6 hunters, penetrating deep into the tail muscle, leaving only a section of less than 10 centimeters protruding. The barbs on the javelin surface gripped the muscle tightly. Zheng Xuanzhen, Sherpa Jia, the African lion, the pit bull, and others pulled on the steel cable with all their might, wrestling with the giant rat. Although they were strong, they were no match for the giant rat. However, they weren't aiming to determine a winner, but rather to slow down the rat's tail. Their real killing move came from Lu Yifeng. He seized an opening, rushed under the rat's belly, created an opening, inserted 2 anti-tank mines, and ran away, leaving a muffled explosion behind him. The giant rat shuddered, then went berserk, rolling its body wildly, sending rocks flying, making all sorts of terrifying movements. Its squeaking made everyone's faces contort in pain. Xuanwu Tank and the others had already released the steel cable and run far away. After about 3 minutes, the rat's struggle slowed. After another minute or so, the rat stopped moving, only blood slowly flowing from its mouth and nose. Death was imminent. Another giant rat fell. With Wang Yuanche and his wife working together, the giant rat's fate was sealed. A few minutes later, the giant rat breathed its last, the battle was over, and Zheng Xuanzhen and the others prepared to receive the gratitude of Lin Yanwen's team. However, instead of gratitude, they were met with wary expressions and distrustful eyes. Who are you people? A hunter who seemed to be the captain scanned the faces of the group, seemingly trying to determine who was in charge. He immediately locked his gaze on Li Jushu as he stepped forward. The burly woman had stopped fleeing and remained at a distance, not approaching. Lin Yanwen was still on her back, ready to escape again at any moment. Go! Li Jushu's gaze swept over the captain and the enemy soldiers. He instantly lost all interest in communication, turned around, and led his group away. Halt! The captain, however, was unwilling to let Li Jushu and his men leave so easily. The soldiers behind him immediately raised their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at Li Jushu and his group. Zheng Xuanzhen, Sherpa Jia, and the others, known for their fiery tempers, immediately darkened their expressions. The pit bull's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The African lion, more shrewd, glanced at Tao Liuji, who was already clutching a handful of steel pellets. Firearms were ineffective against the giant rats, but they posed a significant threat to humans. Even though everyone was a level 5 or 6 hunter, being hit by a bullet at close range still carried the risk of death. What do you want? Li Jushu slowly turned around, his relaxed expression turning serious. We don't want to be your enemy, but you must reveal your identities. Unless you're an enemy, we won't attack, the captain said. Is this your intention? Li Jushu didn't look at the captain, his gaze fixed on the old man in the tang suit. In an instant, the old man trembled violently. Li Jushu's gaze was like 2 sharp blades piercing his heart. An invisible pressure, like Mount Tai pressing down, overwhelmed him from within and without. His breathing became chaotic, and his face suddenly flushed red. He wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out, his face turning deathly pale in an instant, his eyes filled with unease. The captain and the soldiers' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. This was Elder Lin. Just then, Wang Yuanche made his move. The sword light, like fine rain, instantly enveloped every soldier. Chapter 452. A series of screams rang out. All the soldiers, including the captain, clutched their wrists, their faces contorted in pain. Blood oozed from their fingers. Guns littered the ground. The old man in the tang suit was the only one who could stop Wang Yuanche, but he dared not move. Not to mention Li Jushu, The gazes of Huang Yuanch's wife and Lu Yifeng alone made him hesitant to act. He had a strong premonition that if he dared to make a move, he would surely die. I've seen many ungrateful people, but I never encountered one like you who turns on you so quickly. You've broken my record. Li Jushu stared at the captain, a cold smile playing on his lips. The captain's face flushed and paled in turns. Water Spider and Xiao Wu assisted Li Jushu's men in collecting all the guns from the ground. The enemy soldiers watched helplessly, too afraid to move. Are you Xiao Zhuyu from the Qiao family? Lin Yanwen returned. She paid no attention to Li Jushu. Her attention was entirely on Xiao Zhuyu. Miss Lin. Xiao Zhuyu's reaction was indifferent. I thought they were enemies. Since they aren't, then it must be a misunderstanding, Lin Yanwen said. This is Night Owl, the station chief of Base 2. Xiao Zhuyu introduced. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not wasn't up to her, nor was it up to Lin Yanwen. Li Jushu was the one who decided. Isn't Zhao Tianyan the station chief of Base 2? Lin Yanwen's face showed surprise. Station chief Zhao Tianyan has passed away, Xiao Zhuyu said. Your name is Night Owl? Do you know the relationship between Zhao Tianyan and my Lin family? Lin Yanwen stared at Li Jushu with the gaze of a master looking at a servant. Zhao Tianyan is Zhao Tianyan, and I am me. Whatever your relationship with Zhao Tianyan is none of my business, Li Jushu said. If my Lin family doesn't acknowledge me, no one can be the station chief of Base 2. Lin Yanwen's face turned cold. If I hadn't intervened just now, you would all be corpses now, Li Jushu said calmly. Do you know who I am? A flash of anger crossed Lin Yanwen's eyes. Why don't you ask this old man who I am? Li Jushu pointed at the old man in the tank suit. The old man had already been giving Lin Yanwen a meaningful look, but Lin Yanwen was too engrossed in her anger to notice him. Seeing Li Jushu call her name, the old man in the tank suit disregarded his pride and whispered a few words to Lin Yanwen. Everyone saw Lin Yanwen's expression change from anger to astonishment, then to doubt and uncertainty, and even a hint of disbelief. Night Owl, is it? You should think carefully. Are you sure you want to offend me? Lin Yanwen quickly calmed down. Are you out of your mind? Li Jushu couldn't understand Lin Yanwen's logic. He had kindly saved her. How did that become offending her? Where did she get this idea? A flash of annoyance crossed Lin Yanwen's eyes, but she held it back and stated her purpose. If you protect me and help me reach Base 1 safely, I can give you a 5% discount on weapons you buy in the future. Why didn't you just say that earlier? Why all this talk about offending or not? Do you know where you are? Planet of 10,000 beasts. If you die, no one will even know. Do you have any paper? Write down what you say. From now on, I give you a 20% discount on all weapons. Okay, we cooperate. No, we leave. Your life or death is none of my business, Li Jushu said. Get some paper. Lin Yanwen's chest heaved as she took a few deep breaths, holding back her anger. She knew the journey ahead wasn't safe. They could encounter the big rat at any moment. Old Lin was already injured, and the others' weapons had been confiscated. She could only rely on Li Jushu. Lin Yanwen was also a shareholder of Tiangong Group, a fact unknown to Xiao Zhuyu and Lu Yifeng. The Lin family's power was indeed formidable. Normally, Lin Yanwen's age wouldn't have made it possible for her to become a shareholder of Tiangong Group. Tiangong Group was a century-old company. Its shares had long been divided up. Tiangong Group had always been thriving, and no one would be willing to sell their shares. The fact that Lin Yanwen could acquire shares under these circumstances meant it wasn't due to a large sum of money, but rather the application of her power. In the face of power, money must give way. While Lin Yanwen's other talents were debatable, her handwriting was exceptionally beautiful. Li Jushu admitted that even after 10 years of practice, he couldn't match Lin Yanwen's. He carefully read through the contract Lin Yanwen had written, and only after confirming there were no problems did he pick up a pen and write his own name. Just as he was about to put the paper away, he suddenly sensed something was amiss and said to the captain, "Excuse me, could I borrow some blood?" A fingerprint was needed for the name. Handwriting could be faked, but fingerprints couldn't. The captain's wrist was slashed by Huang Yuanch's sword. Huang Yuanch's control of force was exquisite. The cut was neither too light nor too heavy, just enough to knock the weapon away without being fatal. The wound had just stopped bleeding when Li Jushu squeezed it out again. The captain's face darkened, but he dared not speak out. "Put your fingerprints on," Li Jushu finished, forcing Lin Yanwen to do the same before he was done. Lin Yanwen's face was stern. She had probably never suffered such humiliation in her life, but she managed to hold back her anger. "If you want our protection, you must listen to us. If anyone objects, I will kick them out of the team. Anyone have objections?" Li Jushu carefully put away the contract. When he looked up, His demeanor changed, his eyes were like knives, exuding authority without anger. No one spoke. Nobody was a fool who would dare object to Huang Yuan's sword strike. First, bandage the wounded. The rest of you, get the food ready. Li Jushu glanced at the captain. These tasks were his responsibility. As captain, if he couldn't even handle such a small matter, he wasn't qualified to be captain. The battle had severely depleted their strength. They were neither close nor far from base 1, about 300 kilometers away. Without food, many would collapse on the way. Lin Yanwen's side had all their vehicles damaged. They only had 4, meaning many would have to walk. The captain showed gratitude and began making arrangements methodically. Although Li Jushu's actions were domineering, he maintained basic respect for them. If it were Miss, she would have taken advantage of the current safety and left to continue their journey. Miss would never consider the lives of her subordinates. Of Lin Yanwen's hunters, 78 survived, 17 were seriously wounded, 22 were moderately wounded, and 31 were slightly wounded. The remaining 8 were not unscathed either, each bearing some wounds, but since they were superficial, they did not affect their mobility. After treating their wounds and having a meal, it was already late at night. The temperature had dropped to minus 23 degrees Celsius. The crows and vultures overhead were not emitting any danger signals. Li Jushu decided to rest there for the night, and continued their journey the next day. The main reason was that 4 of the 17 seriously wounded were in particularly severe condition. A few more bumps and jostles would likely kill them. A night's rest would make setting off easier the next day, as visibility would be better during the day, allowing the driver to drive more steadily. Lin Yanwen was very dissatisfied with Li Jushu's decision, but considering the fighting strength of his side, she remained silent. Fortunately, Li Jushu did not mistreat her, assigning her a war chariot. Sleeping in the chariot was naturally more comfortable than a cramped sleeping bag, and more importantly, the chariot had air conditioning, so she wouldn't have to suffer from the cold. Chapter 453. Lin Yanwen's captain was named Lin Bing, a servant of the Lin family. The most skilled member of the team wasn't the elderly man in the tang suit, Lin Lao, but rather a middle-aged man named Lu Yiguan among the seriously wounded. I thought he looked familiar. It's him, Lu Yifeng exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with envy. Seeing everyone looking at him, he explained, among the Imperial Guards, he's the most famous. Logically, he shouldn't be here. Lu Yiguan's injuries were severe, including both external and internal wounds. His unconsciousness was primarily due to these internal injuries. Seeing everyone's gaze, Lin Bing had no choice but to reveal the cause of Lu Yiguan's injuries. Someone discovered a ruin in the mountains, showing signs of human activity. The primeval forest and the traces of human activity immediately attracted attention. Lin Yanwen was most interested in these kinds of ruins. She was an intern instructor at the Archaeological Research Institute. After the threat of the engineer rat subsided slightly, she hurriedly left the base. The primeval forest wasn't easy to traverse. Over 1,000 people went in, but only a little over 200 returned. Lu Yiguan was injured in the ruins. He wasn't unconscious initially, but a giant rat suddenly appeared. Seeing everyone struggling, Lu Yiguan forced himself to fight, killing one before falling unconscious. Sherpa Jia, Zheng Xuanzhen, and the others exchanged horrified glances. To kill a giant rat while severely injured, how terrifying would he be if he weren't injured? Their ease in killing the rat was the result of accumulated experience from numerous collaborations. After each battle, they meticulously reviewed the battle, finally determining the optimal attack method. The number of people deployed, their positioning, and the order of attacks were all carefully considered. Javelin, steel cables, anti-tank mines, and other equipment were also meticulously prepared. What appeared effortless was actually the result of countless hours of preparation. The rat was as large as a mountain, besides Li Jushu, who dared say they could kill it easily. Lu Yiguan, without any preparation and encountering such a rat for the first time with no experience, was still able to kill it. There was no other reason than sheer strength. Lu Yifeng didn't ask about the ruins in detail, judging from Lin Bing's expression. It was something he couldn't discuss. Li Jushu waved for everyone to rest early. They had to travel early the next morning. What are you thinking about? Entering the carriage, Li Jushu took off his coat because the air conditioning was on. The coat was thick and uncomfortable to sleep in. One chariot was assigned to Lin Yanwen, and another was used by the wounded. Xiao Zhuyu had to squeeze into a chariot with Li Jushu. The two had already shared a bed by the waterfall, so there was no embarrassment. I suddenly realized I made a mistake, Xiao Zhuyu said. What mistake? Li Jushu was startled. Regarding the secret of the beast planet, I always subconsciously thought only a few people knew it. Besides me, very few others knew. It was only after meeting Lin Yanwen that I suddenly realized. So many high-ranking officials in the court possess this secret. That means far more people have entered or are watching the Beast Planet than I imagined. We may discover and obtain some things, but others will only obtain more, Qiao Zhu said. You're right. Li Jushu felt a sudden sense of crisis. Perhaps in the eyes of others, like Lin Yanwen, the secret we thought we possessed might just be 1 + 1 = 2. We haven't even touched the edge of true mathematical knowledge, Qiao Zhu said. It shouldn't be that bad. I suspect the information held by the court's higher-ups is limited. If they knew more, the Beast Planet wouldn't have so few inhabitants, all the major powers would have already invaded. Besides, secrets don't equal benefits, and knowing doesn't mean obtaining. Take your hairpin, for example. That's definitely something you can only find by chance. If we hadn't accidentally wandered into the waterfall, we would never have found it in 8 lifetimes. As for the shirtless man we saw yesterday, I think there's definitely more than one like him. The court might know more than we do, but they also have more reservations, Li Jushu analyzed. Now I understand why Grandpa stopped me from coming to the Beast Planet. I thought it was like other colonized planets, at most a bit dangerous. Now I realize the waters here run much deeper, Qiao Zhu said. Isn't deep water a good thing? Deep waters breed big fish, Li Jushu said, lying on the reclined chair and patting his chest. Sleep. Who cares about the storms? I'm a surfer. Qiao Zhu hesitated for a moment, then blushed and leaned against him, closing her eyes. Soon, soft snoring filled the air. Li Jushu, however, couldn't sleep. Qiao Zhu's words made him realize a crucial point. He was just a nobody, easily crushed by anyone. Even Chen Juncheng had a vast network of connections behind him. He had to be cautious around these people, even if they were weaker than him, but they could do whatever they wanted to him without hesitation, because he had no backing. This was his greatest disadvantage. The next day, before dawn, everyone got up, ate breakfast, and set off. The journey wasn't peaceful. Besides the engineer rats, large rats would occasionally appear, thankfully in small numbers, appearing only 1 or 2 at a time. Li Jushu didn't even need to intervene. Wang Yuanche, Lu Yifeng, and others easily resolved the problem. As evening approached, the outline of Base 1 came into view, and Lin Bing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the watchman, Crow, cried out urgently, "Enemy attack!" A shell landed and exploded 15 meters away, the shockwave sweeping in all directions. Tanks were lifted half a meter high before crashing down. 2 of Lin Bing's men, too close to the impact point, were instantly killed, their bodies torn to pieces. The shells were fired from the base. Lin Bing quickly ordered his men to raise a flag. The flag fluttered in the wind, revealing a large black character, Lin. After the second shell landed, the base stopped firing. The second shell was aimed at the tanks, but fortunately, the drivers were skilled and managed to dodge it with a burst of speed. However, Lin Bing's men weren't so lucky, 2 more died. When the convoy reached the foot of the city wall, it was stopped. Entry into Base 1 required inspection. At this moment, Lin Yanwen jumped down from the tank, expressionless, and walked up to the squad leader in charge of the inspection. She asked, "Who ordered the shelling?" "Who are you?" "Back off." "Who told you to get so close?" "Back off immediately, or don't blame me." The squad leader's words were cut short as a bullet hole appeared between his eyebrows. Bang! The gunshot shocked everyone. Not only the soldiers guarding the city gate, but even Li Jushu and his men were startled. The shooter was Lin Yanwen, wielding a small, exquisite silver pistol. The brand was unknown, but its power was immense. The bullet pierced the squad leader's head, leaving a deep bullet hole in the city wall. The city wall was constructed of a single, solid concrete using number 101 cement, impervious to bombs. In an instant, all the guards raised their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at Lin Yanwen and the convoy. The atmosphere became tense. Killing someone at the city gate was a blatant provocation, a slap in the face, practically a signal to war. Lin Yanwen, however, showed no fear. She commanded in a commanding tone, "Qin Qingshan, you come out here."